In a world ravaged by calamities, only the fittest survive. Typhoons, floods, extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, tsunamis, pestilences, acid rain. After 3 years of struggling for survival in the apocalypse, Jiang Ning ultimately meets a tragic end, only to be reborn 3 days prior to the impending catastrophe, seizing the opportunity to reclaim her space and embark on a frenzied stockpiling spree. Buy, hoard, 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 and retrieve the dog that once saved her life in her previous existence. Sharpening her knives and stockpiling provisions, she prepares to confront the scoundrels and shameless individuals, repaying grievances with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. When calamity strikes, she wields a knife in her right hand and pets her dog with her left, navigating the turbulent seas of a morally bankrupt world. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Jiang Ning awakens abruptly, sitting up in bed, sweat streaming down her forehead, her gaze a mixture of confusion and despair. Her chaotic consciousness is jolted by the sight before her. This is the apartment she inhabited before the apocalypse? Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant chime of text message alerts prompts her to reach for her phone on the bedside table. It reads, September 14th, 2029, 9:32 a.m. A multitude of unread messages floods in, all concerning the super typhoon chopper, predicted to make landfall along the coast at dawn on the 17th, with wind speeds expected to reach levels of 16 to 19, accompanied by torrential rain for several days. Jiang Ning is taken aback. Had she not perished? Did she not succumb to the cannibalistic horrors of the dark apocalypse? Could it be that her unwillingness to accept her fate has trapped her in this nightmare at the brink of death? Ding dong. Another alert, timestamped at 9:37 a.m. Jiang Ning pinches her arm hard, the sharp pain affirming that this is no dream. She has truly been reborn 3 days before the super typhoon that heralds the dawn of the apocalypse. No, to be precise, only 2.5 days remain. Yet, Jiang Ning feels no joy, rather an overwhelming weariness washes over her. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, each trial is a purgatory. What is there to celebrate in this return? But she is back. Must she await her demise? No, absolutely not. Splashing cold water on her face, she gazes into the mirror and sees a youthful beauty, her face aglow with collagen, untouched by the struggles of survival in the apocalypse, as if everything were still idyllic. Her weary eyes fall upon the jade pendant adorning her neck, a relic from her birth when she was abandoned in the hospital, later taken by Yang Wei-tsung to gift to the school. Beauty, Su Menjiao.in the 3 years of the apocalypse, Su Mengyao remains exquisite and pristine, her attire unblemished, her complexion a radiant pink, seemingly still thriving in a world of prosperity. Once, when Jiang Ning was so famished she fainted, she caught a glimpse of Su Mengyao extracting an ice cream from the pendant and savoring it. An idea strikes her. She retrieves a blade and pricks her finger, letting droplets of blood fall upon the pendant. The pendant radiates a brilliant glow, and when she opens her eyes again, she finds herself in a doorless apartment, furnished solely with water and electricity, a 2-bedroom living space of approximately 80 square meters, with a ceiling height of about 3 meters, adjacent to a 10-square-meter garden of black soiled. In the living room, a floating timer displays 1 hour 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Is this the space that allowed Su Mengyao to live so exquisitely, or one that was deceitfully taken from her? Exiting the space, she finds her mind enriched with the knowledge of the house. Concentrating her thoughts enables her to sense everything within. To discern the space's capabilities, she conducts tests with boiling water. Aside from the balcony and garden, all other areas exhibit preservation properties. By focusing her consciousness, she can store items and the timer halts. As soon as one enters the space, the countdown ceases. Time is of the essence. She cannot afford to ponder its intricacies. Since she has been granted a second chance, and with the space at her disposal, she must seize the opportunity to reverse her tragic fate. Having lived only 3 years in her previous life, Jiang Ning is unaware of what further disasters await. Thus, she turns to her phone to research types of natural disasters. Upon viewing the overwhelming array of information, she nearly collapses on the spot. Surviving is exceedingly difficult. Setting aside her superfluous emotions, she retrieves paper and pen to compile a list of supplies. Growing up in an orphanage, Jiang Ning learned that beneath the surface of tranquility lies fierce competition, gradually molding her into a self-serving individual averse to loss. Innately insecure, she scavenged cardboard during elementary school, worked part-time during middle school, offered tutoring and cleaned toilets. She would undertake any task for money, excelling in her high school and college entrance exams. She even secured a place in medical school, all while tutoring 5 high school seniors, each session fetching 200 yuan. Jiang Ning is a savvy entrepreneur, hustling in insurance sales and willing to undertake any legal endeavor. Over the years, she amassed 200,000 yuan, envisioning a down payment for a home upon graduation. Now, all of that is moot. With professional courses scheduled for the afternoon and tutoring sessions for her students in the evening, none of it holds relevance anymore. Jiang Ning sends a message to parents, informing them of her hospitalization due to illness and her inability to conduct classes for an extended period, urging them to find replacements and settle any outstanding fees. Tutoring fees are settled bi-weekly, and the parents are affluent. 2 of them even send her 500 yuan as a consolation gift, totaling 6,000 yuan in her account. She does not forget to remind the parents that a century-level super typhoon is imminent, advising them to stockpile food and emergency medical supplies. Natural disasters abound, and the list of medications alone fills 3 pages, many of which are exorbitantly priced and unavailable at pharmacies. Jiang Ning photographs the list and sends it to her contact at the pharmaceutical company. Urgent request from a wealthy new client. Delivery needed tonight. Please provide a discounted price. Zhang Chao responds instantly, received. Within 5 minutes, he calls her a Ning. This list of medications is rather peculiar. Are you certain this isn't a joke? The payment has been made. The only stipulation is that the goods must be delivered tonight. With no time for idle chatter, she concludes the call and transfers 50,000 yuan, adjust as necessary. There is an overwhelming amount of supplies to prepare. Jiang Ning grabs her keys and heads outside, inadvertently catching sight of the limited edition new AJ sneakers on the table, wishing she could bash her head against a tofu block. She has always lived pragmatically, yet encountering Yang Weizong feels like a curse. And her pursuit of him. She moved out of the dormitory to rent an expensive house in a desirable school district, queuing at the specialty store at dawn to purchase AJ sneakers for him. Her own shoes never exceeded 300 yuan, yet she spent over 8,000 yuan on the limited edition for him without a second thought. What was the outcome? He accepted her gift, yet remained indifferent to her confession, and on the day of the typhoon, he consumed her stockpiled provisions with Su Mengyao. During 3 years of calamity, he not only failed to offer assistance, but coldly observed as she was beaten and slaughtered by demons. Had she known, she would have fed the AJ sneakers to dogs instead. This time, she is determined to see whether, without her stockpiled provisions and space, he and Su Mengyao can continue to thrive in splendor. The super typhoon raged for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of torrential rain, submerging the entire city. Jiang Ning resides on the 18th floor. Though spared from flooding, she still endures a life of distress. Having emerged from her community, she fills her stomach at a street-side breakfast shop. Without delay, she rushes to a car rental agency and secures a box truck, promptly heading to the AJ specialty store. The staff are astonished by her return request for the limited edition sneakers, as countless customers await the opportunity to purchase them. Returning the 8,600 yuan allows her to stockpile rice, flour, and oil, enough to last 2 to 3 years. What need has she for a man? Driving to a street lined with windows and doors, she orders 2 of the sturdiest stainless steel doors, equipped with triple locks, ensuring they cannot be breached even with a sledgehammer, totaling over 6,000 yuan, including installation. To save time, Jiang Ning measures the dimensions before departing. The shopkeeper, initially concerned about her measurements, readily agrees upon learning about the community and building, having frequently conducted business there. He assures her, if expedited, it can be done by the day after tomorrow. Across the street is a glass shop. Jiang Ning selects the thickest shatterproof glass for 600 yuan, similarly scheduled for installation the day after tomorrow. Let them knock and hammer. In this life, no one shall enter with malice to bully her. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ning hurried to the largest outdoor equipment store in the city. The industry was severely competitive, and the store was hosting a liquidation sale at astonishingly low prices. Some items were even discounted to as little as 20%. It was indeed an opportune moment to seize bargains. She acquired 2 inflatable boats and 4 rubber dinghies, emergency kits for earthquakes and fires, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, and large-capacity solar chargers, among other essential survival gear. Quality was paramount for life-saving supplies. Noticing a significant customer, the shopkeeper eagerly recommended jackets and sleeping bags, highlighting that everything was on sale today with quality guaranteed to satisfy. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, asking if they had cold-resistant gear suitable for temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. The shopkeeper was taken aback, exclaiming that they were in the south where winter could sometimes be mild enough for short sleeves. "I am heading to the Arctic for scientific research," Jiang Ning stated. And upon realizing she was serious, the shopkeeper quickly contacted a colleague. He informed Jiang Ning that there were polar-grade winter clothing and mummy sleeping bags available that would withstand extreme conditions, albeit at a higher price and located in another province. The colleague, who operated an online store, had favorable reviews, and the shopkeeper assured that expedited shipping could ensure delivery by the following afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets of each, totaling over 6,000 yuan. She spent an additional 12,000 yuan at the outdoor store, filling her vehicle to the brim with supplies, discreetly storing them away in her space. Inflatable boats required diesel, which was not sold to private individuals. Jiang Ning went to an auto repair shop to purchase an oil extractor and a barrel, then filled her vehicle at several gas stations, ultimately siphoning off 500 liters of gasoline in a secluded area without cameras. The chaos of the impending apocalypse was palpable, marked by rampant violence. She then visited a security equipment store, stating, "I am heading to America." The proprietor, recognizing the seriousness of her intentions, presented his finest goods, remarking on the splendid scenery there and the importance of not skimping on expenses. Jiang Ning acquired 3 sets of anti-cut and anti-stab clothing, as well as 2 bulletproof vests, scarcely pausing for breath before driving to the largest clothing wholesale market on the outskirts. She purchased down jackets, military coats, cashmere sweaters, thermal wear, scarves, gloves, socks, anti-slip snow boots, lightweight sneakers, warm shoes, and slippers. She sought out anything she could conceive of that might be useful, prioritizing quality over brand names, spending a staggering 12,000 yuan. Next, she hurried to the adjacent daily necessities wholesale market, procuring air conditioning blankets, down comforters, particularly large ones weighing 8 to 10 pounds, demanding that they be packaged in vacuum-sealed bags. She also bought shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary napkins, tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, thermos flasks, lighters, rubber hot water bags, and a staggering 20,000 heat packs, which could be life-saving in extreme cold. An online retailer offered rare items such as glass kerosene lamps and waterproof, windproof lanterns, antique treasures from the 60s and 70s. Jiang Ning purchased 5 of each, inquiring if they had kerosene available. They did, but it was not easy to sell. The shopkeeper had only 100 liters in stock. She cleared them out, requesting the shopkeeper to include wicks, which were far more durable than candles. She also acquired alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and, recalling that her space had electricity, picked up several induction cookers. In addition, she gathered insecticides, disinfectants, drinking water purification tablets, floral water, and anything else that came to mind, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. Adjacent to that was a fruit wholesale market where she purchased apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, cantaloupes, star fruits, summer black grapes, and various other fruits, over 20 kinds in total, for 6,000 yuan. By the time she exited the wholesale market, night had fallen. A flurry of missed calls from Zhang Chao awaited her, along with a WeChat message stating that the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to his company, where she found over 20 large cardboard boxes filled with antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, iodine, sterile gauze, and even tetanus vaccines. These were life-saving medicines for natural disasters. Although she spent over 40,000 yuan, her anxiety was significantly alleviated. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan as commission, mentioning that her list was rather eclectic, and many items were unavailable. He had sourced them from his colleagues. "I'll deliver the goods now, and in a few days. I'll treat you to a grand meal," he assured her. From the driver's seat, Jiang Ning reminded him, "A strong typhoon is on the way. Make sure to stock up on fuel and food at home." Zhang Chao dismissed her concerns, stating that there had been over 10 typhoons this year, and none had proven serious, just a lot of noise with little rain. Once the medications were stored in her space, Jiang Ning visited the food street near the university town, ordering barbecued skewers, beer, and stir-fried rice noodles. The bustling food street was teeming with life, filled with young students and couples, their vibrant faces blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. As she waited for her barbecue, Jiang Ning was drawn to the glowing red coals. In her haste, she nearly forgot one of her most important tasks. She quickly asked the vendor for contact information for suppliers of charcoal, briquettes, and liquefied gas cylinders, calling each in succession to arrange for delivery the next day. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side. These stores were located in a low-lying area and had been ordered by authorities to relocate their stock, leaving them without time to spare. All 3 stores were situated in the same vicinity, and Jiang Ning, neglecting her barbecue, immediately drove over. While charcoal was inexpensive, it took up considerable space. She noted that her space could accommodate 500 pounds of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal, along with a charcoal stove and igniter. A single liquefied gas bottle could last for 2 months, so she ordered 10 as a precaution against potential power outages in her space. Honeycomb coal was durable, but this year had seen nationwide electricity shortages, compounded by trade sanctions with Australia leading to skyrocketing coal prices, one briquette costing 2 yuan. Gritting her teeth, she ordered 2,000 briquettes. Returning to her apartment just before 9, Jiang Ning took a moment to catch her breath before organizing the disheveled supplies in her space. To maximize space efficiency, she stacked the liquefied gas bottles, briquettes, and charcoal in the kitchen, removing all unnecessary packaging from the supplies and placing everything fluffy into vacuum-sealed bags, layering them up to the ceiling. The expenditures had been substantial, totaling over 120,000 yuan throughout the day, filling both the small room and kitchen, estimated to occupy around 50 cubic meters. Just as she finished tidying up, she was abruptly kicked, and her entire being was ejected from her space. Dazed from the unexpected jolt, Jiang Ning attempted to re-enter but found herself thwarted by an invisible barrier. Oh no, my supplies have been swallowed by the space. Chapter 3. Supplies have been swallowed. Startled, Jiang Ning quickly focused her consciousness to inspect her surroundings. The space remained intact, and the supplies were still there. She tried to summon items with her thoughts, and a briquette appeared in her hand. Conducting a mental scan, she discovered that the time counter in the light shadow timer had reset to 0. Realization dawned on her. The space could only be occupied for 2 hours. 2 hours, well, that was better than nothing. After showering, she emerged to find it was already past midnight. Glancing at her space, she noted that a fresh 2-hour period had begun, allowing her to breathe a little easier. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her, prompting her to seek melatonin to aid her rest. Her slumber was restless, plagued by dreams of being pursued and attacked, waking in a cold sweat from the vivid nightmare. At 5 a.m, while the sky remained dark, she entered her space to reassure herself of the stocked supplies, providing a modicum of calm. Not inclined to sleep further, she grabbed her car keys and headed to the largest agricultural wholesale market. As dawn broke, the market bustled with vehicles. Jiang Ning made her way to the vegetable section, purchasing fresh produce still glistening with dew. She gathered winter melons, pumpkins, lotus roots, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter gourds, celery, and tomatoes, acquiring 100 pounds of each. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were bought in 200 pounds. She also obtained 100 pounds each of ginger and garlic, both valuable for planting and seasoning. In frigid conditions, a bowl of ginger soup could be life-saving. As she browsed and purchased, she ensured to include everything except leafy greens, spending approximately 4,000 yuan. After breakfast, she noticed that the market had significantly thinned out. Jiang Ning meticulously compared prices among 3 vendors, stockpiling staple foods, 100 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, 50 bags of flour, also 50 pounds each, 500 pounds each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato flour, and 200 pounds each of yellow beans, red beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts. Additionally, she ordered 50 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. Her expenditure was under 30,000 yuan, and after negotiating with a shopkeeper, she received 3 bags of rice as a bonus. This bounty alone could sustain her for 30 years. Seizing the opportunity while the shopkeeper was busy restocking, she ventured into the adjacent seasoning section. There, she procured 10 barrels each of soy sauce, vinegar, and baijiu, totaling 20 liters, along with 30 pounds each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper. Furthermore, she acquired 300 pounds each of red sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and a staggering pounds of salt in 1-pound packages. In a post-apocalyptic world, grains hold immense importance, but salt is even more crucial. Without it, the body cannot endure. In the third year of the apocalypse, she had witnessed someone trade a single packet of salt for 30 pounds of food. The 3,000 pounds she amassed occupied minimal space, and when resources became scarce, she could exchange them for necessities. Had it not been for lack of room, she would have gladly stockpiled several tons. After securing her supplies, she drove to a secluded corner devoid of surveillance cameras, transferring her goods into a concealed space before heading to the frozen food section. There, she ordered 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, molten buns, and brown sugar buns, and requested 200 pounds of frozen dumpling wrappers, anticipating the leisure time a flood would provide. Next, she ventured into the dried goods area, purchasing various mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, and assorted flavored sunflower seeds, depleting over 10,000 yuan once again. In the meat section, Jiang Ning found a vendor supplying the school cafeteria, who greeted her with unusual warmth. "What would you like, little Jiang?" The oppressive heat before the impending typhoon had left the stall with scant fresh meat, but the prices remained reasonable. She ordered 200 pounds each of pork belly, sliced pork, lean meat, spare ribs, beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, 100 ducks and chickens, 50 geese, and assorted pig and beef offal. The vendor was astonished. "Little Jiang, are you serious?" His wife worked at the slaughterhouse, and Jiang Ning had often referred clients to her for commissions. Family gatherings were merely a matter of price. "Do we need to discuss our relationship? This deal won't profit you. I'll give you a 30% discount." Purchasing meat was a costly affair, with pork prices only recently dropping, while beef and lamb remained high, making familiar contacts the most economical choice. The total came to nearly 30,000 yuan. Jiang Ning did not haggle but made an additional request for 2 bone cleavers and a butcher's knife, essential for self-defense. She had neither the time nor the means to procure weapons, thus resorting to this last-minute solution. The vendor, startled, asked, "What do you need these for?" She reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't be committing any acts of violence." Considering the profit and their friendship, the vendor readily complied. Next, she ordered 100 fish, requesting them gutted but not cut into pieces, to be picked up once prepared. She also acquired 3,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, anticipating the possibility that disaster might soon end. Additionally, she ordered 2 trays each of chicken, duck, and goose eggs, as well as quail eggs, all fertilized, and purchased a small home incubator. With thoughts of her garden in the concealed space, Jiang Ning visited a seed store to obtain vegetable seeds, all with short growth cycles, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and dozens of others. The seeds were incredibly affordable, costing just 500 yuan for provisions that could last decades. Though she had only 10 square meters of black soil, she could utilize 2 balconies. Jiang Ning's innate affinity for gardening was awakened. She also purchased planting pots, a hoe, a shovel, and potting soil. With hopes for the future, she made her way to the fruit tree seedling section, selecting 3 saplings each of apple, grape, raisin, orange, and other varieties, all mature plants. Meat is a consumable. As disasters persist, not only ordinary people but even the affluent would struggle to access fresh meat. Jiang Ning acquired breeding rabbits, which could thrive on vegetables and reproduce rapidly, ensuring her meat supply. Fond of marinated and cold dishes, she ordered 200 pounds of frozen chicken and duck feet, and 100 pounds each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending money felt like water flowing away, causing her considerable distress, yet the thought of the accumulating supplies in her concealed space brought her an indescribable sense of satisfaction and confidence. She spent the entire day at the wholesale market, and as Jiang Ning emerged, the streets were ablaze with lights and bustling activity. The most vibrant part of her day was just beginning. She strolled into a restaurant, indulging in braised ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, savoring a hearty meal and remembering to pack up what remained. Returning home while it was still early, she busily organized her space, filling the large room to capacity, placing the vegetable and fruit seedlings in the living room, and keeping the breeding rabbits on the balcony. Jiang Ning had a clever plan. exiting the concealed space with 10 minutes to spare on the timer. Just as she stepped out, 2 breeding rabbits were unceremoniously ejected, landing on the ground with a thud that almost harmed them. Jiang Ning felt a mix of frustration and elation. It appeared that the space not only had time constraints. As long as she was absent, no living creature could remain inside. This meant that her resources were secure from theft. In high spirits, she sat down to check for any missing items, having purchased everything she could think of, with a remaining balance of around 20,000 yuan. With only the living room and restroom left in the concealed space, she realized that to survive extreme disasters, she needed to prepare much more and did not intend to continue stockpiling bulky supplies. Opening the takeout app, she ordered from well-reviewed restaurants, indulging in dishes she had long desired but previously hesitated to try, including oil-braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dompa pork, and over 20 more dishes, requesting 10 portions of each. She also ordered an array of snacks: fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, beef pastries, fried buns, skewers, marinated dishes, roasted meats, and milk tea, totaling over 10,000 yuan. To ensure freshness, she selected all items for scheduled pickup at the restaurant. Though exhausted, she still yearned to witness the city's final splendor. In the afternoon, she received a notification that, in preparation for the impending typhoon, the school would have a 3-day holiday, with further details regarding the resumption of classes to be announced later. The students cheered with delight, inviting friends to enjoy nightlife before the storm's arrival, celebrating their unexpected reprieve. Living on the southern coast, they endured numerous typhoons each year, always hoping for school closures, and this time their wish had come true. Jiang Ning felt similarly. However, they remained unaware that this time, it was indeed real. There would be no return to classes. As she savored barbecued food and sipped beer, her emotions were complex. She continued to gather supplies. Upon returning, Jiang Ning felt she had overlooked something significant, though she couldn't immediately recall what it was. Chapter 4. The Typhoon Arrives. Just past midnight, the timer updated to show 130 minutes remaining. This indicated that time could accumulate. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. One should never underestimate each passing second, as they might prove vital in critical moments. She resolved that, barring extraordinary circumstances, she would not enter the concealed space again, choosing instead to save time for a potential extreme cold snap or earthquake. With ample supplies and a secure space to protect her, her confidence in facing the impending disaster grew. She experienced a dreamless night, awakening the next day to the sound of a phone call. The installation team for the stainless steel door had arrived. "Miss, are you having a stainless steel door installed? Recent thefts in the neighborhood prompted the need for high-quality security." The technician chuckled. "The locks are secure. We'll have to drill into the ceiling and floor." "Aren't you worried about damaging the property?" "Not at all. Safety is paramount," she replied. Her landlord was working away, and she had no updates on the property even if it collapsed in an earthquake, so renovations were no issue. The team for the explosion-proof glass soon followed, and both sides busily engaged in their tasks, the sound of drills punctuating the air. To avoid disturbing the neighbors on the weekend, Jiang Ning posted a message in the community group and distributed red envelopes. Opening the app, she continued to order food until her budget was exhausted. In less than 2 hours, both the door and glass were installed. Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, gazing at her fortified apartment with a sense of relief. The phone rang, and I initially thought it was the food delivery, but to my surprise it was Yang Wei-sung. "Ning, it's my birthday party today, when will you arrive?" His voice, warm and sunny, was accompanied by a cacophony of laughter in the background. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. "All right, just wait." He clearly harbored feelings for Su Mengyao, yet was deliberately toying with her, merely for the sake of her surprise gift and the desire for an advantageous connection. Even through the phone, I could hear Su Mengyao's sweet, delicate voice. In my past life, I had offered my affection to Yang Wei-sung, only to be met with indifference, yet now he was pursuing her. Jiang Ning felt a warning bell ringing. How could Su Mengyao possibly know about the spatial pendant? From Yang Wei-sung's demeanor, it seemed he was unaware of the secret, suggesting that Su Mengyao had urged him to call. Grabbing my keys, Jiang Ning descended the stairs. Yang Wei-sung resided on the 8th floor, and the sounds of merriment wafted from his apartment. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning made her way downstairs. The weather remained oppressive, but the foreboding winds of a powerful typhoon were already stirring, howling intermittently through the streets. A new text notification indicated that the typhoon was expected to arrive by 9 o'clock that evening. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Why had it come so early? She had visited the school library earlier, gathering medical books to continue her studies during the impending disaster, as well as literature on martial arts and mental fortitude. It pained her to think about the vast library, which would soon be inundated, causing countless invaluable books to perish. The thought was heart-wrenching, yet she felt utterly powerless. Avoiding the surveillance cameras, she discreetly placed her desired books among others, smuggling them into her spatial pendant. While she understood that stealing was wrong, she reasoned that the library would soon be submerged, resulting in the destruction of innumerable volumes. Books represented humanity's civilization, although she could not rescue them all. She could donate what she retrieved once the calamity had passed. Yang Weizong called again, but Jiang Ning promptly blocked him without a second thought. After leaving the school, she headed to a large supermarket, taking the elevator to the rooftop parking lot, where she browsed thoroughly before descending. Faced with a plethora of goods, she refrained from making any purchases, instead wandering aimlessly on the second floor multiple times before driving elsewhere. The car rental company contacted her, stating that due to the early arrival of the typhoon, they would be closing early and she needed to return the vehicle by 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning agreed verbally. Yet when she returned the car at 4, the winds were howling relentlessly, creating a cacophony of noise. The owner, a decent man, refunded her a deposit of 2,000 yuan after checking the vehicle. Natural disasters do not strike abruptly, they offer a buffer period, yet humanity fails to recognize it. Jiang Ning kept cash on hand for emergencies, refraining from further indulgences. Upon returning to her apartment, she gathered her computer, tablet, and phone, incessantly downloading materials, films, music, life hacks, culinary recipes, offline maps, and disaster first aid guides. Suddenly, a notification from a shopping app jolted her from her reverie. She had completely forgotten about the polar thermal suit she had ordered online. It was supposed to arrive the previous evening, but due to delays from the seller and the courier service, it had only just reached the collection point. She promptly called the courier station, only to be informed that with the typhoon's arrival, deliveries were impossible until after the storm passed, but she could collect it before 6 o'clock if it was urgent. Outside, the winds howled fiercely, and the trees in the neighborhood swayed violently. With the typhoon looming, without the thermal suit, survival in temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees would be impossible. The taxi app yielded no responses, and Jiang Ning gritted her teeth. Rushing downstairs and grabbing a shared bicycle, pedaling furiously toward the courier point. The 2-kilometer journey was arduous, as the wind whipped against her face, obstructing her vision, and debris was swept into the air. Sweating profusely, Jiang Ning finally arrived at the courier station. The typhoon had caused significant delays, and the area was overwhelmed with towering piles of packages. Without catching her breath, she rolled up her sleeves and began searching frantically. Fortunately, the package was sizable, and after several minutes of searching, she finally located it. Outside, the storm intensified, casting an ominous gloom that made it feel like night. Determined, Jiang Ning clutched the large package and stepped outside, only to be caught off guard as a gust of wind swept her off her feet. In the nick of time, a man standing beside a vehicle swiftly reached out and pulled her back. He was grounded and stable, rescuing the disheveled Jiang Ning. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude, though her words were swallowed by the roaring wind. The man glanced at her and noted, "It's unsafe to hold onto that package in a storm." Surprised by how rapidly the typhoon approached, Jiang Ning retreated into the store, repeatedly refreshing the taxi app and even offering bonuses to drivers. However, there were still 300 people ahead in line, with no drivers accepting requests. The man, having collected numerous packages, filled his SUV to the brim, and noticing her anxious expression, hesitated briefly before asking, "Where do you live?" Under the dim lighting, Jiang Ning finally observed his features, clad in a black t-shirt and jeans. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with neatly cropped hair, a sharp jawline, and a ruggedly handsome face. He stood impressively tall, at least 185 centimeters, with long legs that seemed to defy gravity. Jiang Ning thanked him once more, to which he responded with a detached demeanor. "It was nothing. I live in Jinrong community. Could you drop me off?" I can pay for the fare. He nodded and opened the car door. The back seat was crammed with packages. So Jiang Ning opened the front door, only to find a little girl sitting in the passenger seat. She appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a timid, fair face, dressed in a pink dress, her dark, grape-like eyes gazing at her. The man spoke. Daodu, let the sister hold you. In the face of impending doom, who still cared about traffic violations? Jiang Ning lifted Daodu onto her lap, placing the package at her feet. As the fierce wind howled, the SUV moved steadily. The sky, laden with darkness, swirled with uprooted branches and the clattering of tin roofs. In the distance, a girl in a dress clung tightly to a power pole, her lips forming a silent cry for help. The disaster had officially begun. Chapter 5. Away from scoundrels and vile women. The 2 kilometers felt brief, and they reached the community entrance in a matter of minutes. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan, expressing her gratitude for his act of rescue and his willingness to break the rules. The man's voice remained cold. No need. It's on the way. Seeing him refuse, Jiang Ning didn't press the issue, and as she exited the vehicle, she cautioned him, the typhoon may cause water and power outages. It's not too late to stock up on rice, flour, and oil while you can. Pushing open the car door, she braved the wind and dashed into the community with her package. Huge raindrops began to pelt down, and as she emerged from the elevator, she unexpectedly spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao waiting at her apartment door. They must have been waiting for quite a while. Yang Weizong wore an impatient expression, while the school belle, Su Mengyao, smiled charmingly in her pristine white dress, exuding an air of purity. Where have you been? Yang Weizong's tone was impatient. We've been waiting for you for ages. Seeing them, Jiang Ning's mind flooded with memories of past humiliations during the apocalypse, as well as their cold indifference while she was tormented by demons, instantly igniting her anger. In her previous life, she had been foolish, and she could not blame anyone else. Now, they sought to leech her for her advantages. They would soon reap the consequences of their actions. The despair she had endured would be doubled in their experience. With a frosty demeanor, Jiang Ning replied, "Is there something you need?" Typically warm and welcoming towards him. Her indifference now caught Yang Weizong off guard, prompting him to reflexively ask, "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" "Why should I? We're not close." He was well aware that she had been pursuing him, having expressed a desire to gift him something special long ago. Yet, he was not there for the gift. Rather, he was interested in getting to know Mengyao through her. Su Mengyao scrutinized Jiang Ning, smiling as she addressed her. "Junior. Iong ningretorte di sili. I don't know you, don't call me that." Su Mengyao appeared somewhat awkward, her sweet voice ringing out. "Today is the senior's birthday. We are all alumni gathering together." The midday celebration had passed, and they dragged her to the 8th floor, ostensibly to claim the golden finger. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning scoffed, a smirk on his face. "Did you not hear me say, we're not close? Why should I care about his birthday?" To her surprise, his words were quite harsh. Yang Weizong, feeling humiliated, interjected, "What do you mean, Jiang Ning? You wear matching couple rings with her and repeatedly invite me over to your house. Do you intend to straddle 2 boats? Don't get ahead of yourself. I have no such feelings for you." Yang Weizong was infuriated, and in a fit of anger, he declared, "Mengyao, let us go." However, Su Mengyao had no intention of leaving. "Ning, actually, it's like this. We came to celebrate the senior's birthday, but due to the typhoon, we can't go back. May I stay at your place tonight? Are you out of your mind? I've already said, we're not close." Yang Weizong warned, with a dark expression. "I speak as I please. If you have the guts, don't provoke me," Jiang Ning retorted. Yang Weizong seized Su Mengyao and attempted to leave, but she stubbornly refused, forcing a smile as she said, "Ning, your pendant is beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning took off the pendant, asking, "Do you want it?" Su Mengyao's eyes brightened. "Can you give it to me? I really like it." Jiang Ning let it slip from his grasp, and it fell to the ground. She stepped on it fiercely several times, and it quickly shattered into pieces. Once the space was bound, the pendant lost its luster and became dull, utterly useless. Human hearts are perilous, without destroying it to their face. Who knows what Su Mengyao might do? Your affection makes me feel disgusted. With the pendant ruined, Su Mengyao was left in shock and disbelief, gasping in horror. "Yang Weizong, incensed at his girlfriend's humiliation, hurled insults at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's expression turned fierce. "Get lost. If you have the guts, don't obstruct my view." Yang Weizong's face turned ashen as he dragged Su Mengyao away in a fury. Only then did Jiang Ning open the stainless steel door and rush inside, eager to unpack his delivery. The extreme cold weather gear was thick, soft, and warm against his skin, while the mummy sleeping bag, stitched from several layers of down, was of exceptional quality, his lifeline against the frigid cold. Outside, the wind howled as the sky darkened ominously, securing the doors and windows. Jiang Ning took out a large white plastic barrel to collect water, filling it up and remembering to leave a few barrels in the bathroom of his space. With a typhoon and torrential rains approaching, the community would soon face water and power outages. Regardless of the tempest outside, Jiang Ning busied himself in the kitchen, tirelessly rinsing rice, cooking, washing vegetables, and stir-frying dishes. Braised pork, mushroom braised chicken, boiled fish, and beef brisket stew. Each pot was generously filled and placed into pre-prepared stainless steel bowls, steaming hot as they were stored away. Taking advantage of the initial onset of the storm, when families were hoarding supplies, he needed to prepare heavily flavored dishes quickly, as he wouldn't be able to cook freely later without attracting attention. Steamed buns, dumplings, flour rolls, and xiaomai were all made with the gas stove and induction cooker running at full blast, and he didn't stop until the early hours. After changing out of his greasy clothes and taking a hot shower, he collapsed into bed. Sleepily, he was jolted awake by the sound of a power drill. Jiang Ning drew back the curtains to find the sky overcast. The typhoon and rain were swirling in a fierce cacophony. Thinking it was still dark outside, he was surprised to discover it was already past 9 when he checked his phone. WeChat notifications flooded in. The community and class groups had 99 unread messages, with many celebrating the arrival of the typhoon, as office workers finally escaped the 996 grind and students could return home for a break. Numerous individuals shared images or videos of the devastation wrought by the storm: trees uprooted, luxury cars damaged, tornadoes tearing through metal buildings. Many began to realize something was amiss, lamenting that they hadn't hoarded enough food, sharing tales of arriving at the supermarket only to find the shelves stripped bare, with only old pickled vegetables remaining on the instant noodle aisle. The drilling continued incessantly, seemingly emanating from next door. Jiang Ning felt a bit dazed. There were 3 households in his unit, and the other 2 were completely unoccupied. In her past life, when floodwaters reached the 2nd floor, the residents who were forced out never received rescue, leading them to consider breaking into the empty apartments. Initially, they coexisted peacefully, but as food supplies dwindled, their glances grew darker, plotting against her as they attempted to pry open Jiang Ning's door in the dead of night. This time, armed with a fire axe, she was prepared to defend herself should they dare to intrude. Besides the drilling, she could also hear the sound of a child. Jiang Ning stepped outside, only to see the door to apartment 1801 wide open, the brand-new stainless steel door leaning against the wall. A young man in light casual attire was drilling into the wall. Upon hearing the door open, he turned to look at her. Jiang Ning was taken aback. "It's you?" Chapter 6, Tornado. Jiang Ning never expected that not only had new tenants moved into 1801, but it was also the young man who had helped her at the delivery point. He appeared slightly surprised, nodded at her, and resumed his work. The man was strikingly handsome, tall and lean, with visible muscle contours beneath his clothing, exuding an aura of explosive energy. Jiang Ning felt a shiver run down her spine. After exchanging pleasantries, she quickly retreated to her room. This life was different. Not only had the typhoon arrived early, but there was also a new neighbor. What kind of sane person would install 3 stainless steel doors? It would be best if they could coexist peacefully, but she couldn't afford to let her guard down. While he was undoubtedly altruistic, who could guarantee that he would remain virtuous in the face of impending disaster, with morality decaying in the wake of the apocalypse? Locking her door securely, she brushed her teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. The sky lightened slightly, but remained heavily overcast. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Ning watched as the ferocious typhoon battered the walls, and the torrential rain made the explosion-proof glass rattle. In just one night, the streets were inundated, and many vehicles were submerged, while low-lying, fast-flowing areas were swept away by floodwaters. The rain obstructed her view, and in the distance, the sky was a murky gray. growing darker, as if an unseen hand was compressing the entire city within its grasp, ruthlessly crushing it to pieces. Returning to add images, she noted the oppressive feeling of disaster in the weather surrounding 202-3324. Jiang Ning, armed with binoculars, stood on her balcony surveying the city. The roads were transformed into a vast ocean, with the clouds descending lower as whirlpools connected heaven and earth, rapidly spiraling to engulf rainwater, trees, cars, and everything in their path, as if to devour all existence. A tornado. Jiang Ning was utterly shocked, watching helplessly as the tornado instantaneously severed the overpass. Lightning struck trees, igniting fires, only to be extinguished moments later by the torrential rain. Had there been tornadoes in her previous life? Jiang Ning couldn't recall. But it felt as if many things had shifted, leaning toward a more dire trajectory. Her phone buzzed incessantly with notifications, and feeling irritated by the noise, she turned off her internet and busied herself in the kitchen. She blanched frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the blood, retrieved various spices to prepare marinated dishes, and processing pork and beef offal took considerable time. After enduring the oily smoke, Jiang Ning lost her appetite and simply made tomato and egg noodles for lunch. As she turned off the exhaust fan, she faintly heard a child's cries. She paid it no mind, neatly packaging her kitchen waste to throw outside. Just as she was about to return to her room, the cries from next door became more pronounced. Having studied medicine for only a year, she was hardly qualified, but she understood more than others. The child's cries sounded wrong. After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door of apartment 1801. Dodo. The three thick stainless steel doors muffled her knocks, and after a long time with no response, she was about to turn away when she heard a click. The door had been fussed with for a while before finally swinging open, revealing a tear-streaked face, timid eyes, and remnants of vomit around her mouth. Her face flushed abnormally. "Why is Dodo crying?" Jiang Ning reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, with clear nasal mucus dripping incessantly. This was a high fever from a cold. "Where's your dad? Where's your brother? They're gone." With a voice choked with tears and a raspy tone, the little hand incessantly wiped away the tears, pleading, "Brother, I don't want Dodo anymore." It seemed she had experienced abandonment. Gazing at the impenetrable stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning gently patted her head, reassuring her that he would return soon. Perhaps he had just stepped out for a moment. "Shall we go to your sister's house first?" The 5-year-old, stricken with illness, felt an overwhelming fear in the unfamiliar environment, yet she hesitated and nodded in response, remembering the sister before her. Upon bringing Dodo home, he took her temperature, which had soared above 39 degrees Celsius. Jiang Ning searched for a cold remedy suitable for children, one that contained antipyretics. After administering the medicine, he left a note on the door of room 1801 to ease any worries the parents might have. Listening to the howling typhoon outside, Jiang Ning's curiosity was piqued regarding the neighbors. Venturing out in such weather seemed perilous. The storm was occasionally accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the television had lost its signal. Noticing Dodo curled up on the sofa, her face etched with terror and anxiety, Jiang Ning was reminded of his own childhood, when he would see other children cared for by their parents while he could only huddle in bed, clutching a pillow and crying, feeling utterly forsaken by the world. Lacking experience with children, he resorted to pulling out his tablet to show Dodo some downloaded cartoons. The allure of the animations worked wonders. As Dodo's spirits began to lift, Jiang Ning sat beside her, scrolling through his phone, and several notifications blinked, one of which was from Yang Weizong. "A Ning. I was rude yesterday. Please don't be upset. I was looking forward to celebrating my birthday with you, but you didn't come, which left me feeling despondent." He appeared well-groomed. Yet it was surprising how quickly he had crumbled after just one night. Indeed, with so many people celebrating his birthday, there must have still been 7 or 8 at his home, indulging in snacks, beer, and cake, with no intention of cooking, hence the lack of provisions. Even if there were instant noodles and biscuits, they would be insufficient for so many mouths. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. The message had been sent an hour ago, clearly indicating his hunger. Several friend requests had come in, all after Yang Weizong's message, and she chose to ignore them. 2 parents from tutoring sessions reached out, expressing their gratitude for her reminder that enabled them to purchase food at the supermarket, or else their families would have gone hungry. One even sent a red envelope as a token of thanks. Jiang Ning refrained from accepting it, knowing that even if she did, she would have no opportunity to spend it. Continuing to browse group messages, she saw posts flaunting seafood feasts, others enjoying hot pot and sipping lafite amidst the storm, and some showcasing their stockpiled supplies from large refrigerators. Many were engaged in comparisons, even starting a chain message, utterly unaware of the dire consequences their actions would incur. A fortnight of torrential storms could render even the most well-meaning rescue efforts futile, and once food became scarce to the point of threatening lives, this group would be the first to fall prey to looting. For every post boasting their bounty, there were others seeking help. A considerable number were young individuals reliant on takeout, accustomed to lavish spending with no inclination to cook, their homes filled with clothes and skincare products, yet devoid of food. The instant noodles at the supermarket were all gone yesterday. Could any kind soul spare some? Another lamented, I couldn't get any either. I bought 2 bags of flour. But I have no pot at home. Someone initiated the call for help, and soon many followed suit, with offers to exchange items, such as 5-pack facial masks for a bag of instant noodles. The messages were overwhelming, and Jiang Ning scrolled rapidly. Stumbling upon a video of a car swept away by floodwaters, firefighters bravely risking their lives in the storm to rescue it, only to be engulfed by the surging tide. Such videos were plentiful, some showcasing successful rescues while others chronicled utter failure. Jiang Ning felt a weight in her heart, just as she was about to close her phone. Yang Weitsong's message popped up again. Chapter 7. Starving to the point of begging. Without a moment's hesitation, she blocked him. Within a minute, an unknown number rang her phone. Even a toe could deduce it was likely a classmate or a friend of Yang Weitsong. Not wanting to be taken advantage of again, Jiang Ning refused to become a victim, determined not to be swayed by a mere grain of food. She turned off her phone and noticed Dodo had fallen asleep on the sofa, her body curled up in a ball, even in her dreams seeming restless. After checking her temperature, it had decreased to 38 degrees. With Dodo present, she felt the need to refrain from indulging in culinary delights. Jiang Ning savored a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, unexpectedly finding them delicious. The balcony had an escape window, while the rest was covered with frosted film, allowing light to filter and yet obscuring the view from outside. Jiang Ning retrieved planting pots and soil, taking out several pounds of potatoes, cutting those with sprouts into pieces, and dusting them with wood ash before planting them in pots. After filling nearly 20 pots, she arranged them neatly on the balcony. She then planted several pots of garlic, scallions, lettuce, bok choy, and water spinach. Using hanging hooks, she suspended the pots from the iron railing, confident that with diligent care, she could achieve a bountiful harvest of greens. Just as she was about to wash her hands, a series of loud knocks resounded. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar, likely belonging to a classmate of Yang Weitsong. It seemed they were truly desperate. Jiang Ning, you love to cook. Could you spare some food? We would buy it from you. Even at double the price, no, 5 times if necessary. Just accept my friend request, and I'll transfer the money right away. I mean, we're all friends. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Through the 2 stainless steel doors, their voices were not overwhelmingly loud, but the tone grew increasingly harsh, culminating in a kick against the door. Jiang Ning, brandishing a kitchen knife, flung the door open, threatening. Who kicked the door? Outside stood 3 boys who, upon hearing the door open, brightened, fully aware of Jiang Ning's feelings for Yang Weitsong. After all, they believed no one should go hungry, especially not their idol. Having consumed all the snacks the previous night, they had gone hungry for both breakfast and lunch, and they could no longer endure it. All that remained were a few bottles of beer, which only heightened their hunger. Yang Weitsong had often teased Jiang Ning for her hoarding habits, claiming she had expired goods that she never finished, living like a grandmother. They had mocked her behind her back, never anticipating they would be in such a predicament. Before they could utter a word, Jiang Ning swung the knife towards them, causing them to scatter in fear, and they exclaimed in shock, Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind? Jiang Ning blocked the doorway, her expression icy as she retorted, get lost. I won't stoop to your level. The group, stunned, quickly regained their composure and shouted, what the hell do you mean, Jiang Ning? If I'm not your mother, why should I care about your food and drink? Jiang Ning's fierce demeanor was evident as she pointed the knife at them. Kick the door again, and I swear I'll chop you up for a meal. After surviving 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she had fought and even taken lives, witnessing the worst of humanity. Her fierce presence left them petrified. We're all friends here. Besides, we're not trying to get anything for free. Don't assume I don't know how you talk about me behind my back. You think I'm oblivious? Look down on me all you want. If you're so capable, then why come begging when you've only missed a couple of meals? Their faces flushed with anger, trembling in rage. Tell Yang Waitsong not to cozy up to the school beauty while trying to beg me for food. Eating off someone else's plate while pretending to be high and mighty. How disgraceful. If you dare to scheme against me again, I'll expose you on the school forum and in the community group. Let us see how shameless you remain. You've got some nerve. Starving for just 2 meals, yet a man must maintain his dignity. Moreover, Jiang Ning's frenzied demeanor, brandishing a knife with a gaze akin to that of a voracious beast, suggests he has indeed been provoked by Yang Waitsong and Su Mingyao's romantic liaison. Let us observe how this unfolds. With a fierce declaration, he retreated in disgrace. Jiang Ning remained silent, delivering a fierce blow to the wall, which frightened them into fleeing. This display of ferocity would likely deter them for some time. Upon closing the door, Jiang Ning discovered Dodo had been awakened, her eyes brimming with tears. Caught in the conflict between the urge to cry and the fear of doing so, she trembled on the sofa. The child's condition seemed alarming. She had likely endured profound trauma. Tossing the kitchen knife back into the kitchen, Jiang Ning softened her tone, reassuring Dodo that those were bad people and that her sister had chased them away. After gently checking her forehead, she noted the fever had subsided. Hearing Dodo's stomach grumble, Jiang Ning inquired if she wished to eat. Dodo nodded hesitantly, then shook her head, asking about her brother. As 1801 had yet to return, Jiang Ning used this as an excuse to busy herself in the kitchen, retrieving a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee from her storage space. Dodo, famished, ate while casting wary glances at her, seemingly fearful of her sudden wrath. Such sensitivity indicated a lack of familial harmony. Gently ruffling her hair, Jiang Ning offered her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister," Dodo responded sweetly, nestling quietly on the sofa. As Jiang Ning scrolled through her phone, she stumbled upon a distress message from Yang Waitsong in the group chat. Yang Waitsong, with his sunny and handsome demeanor, was well known at school, adept at feigning amiability, and many students rented in the vicinity, ensuring that when a handsome guy made a plea, responses from beautiful girls were swift. "I have bread and a self-heating pot. If any senior needs them, feel free to come and take." Clicking on the profile of a girl who lived on the 12th floor, Jiang Ning vaguely recalled her. She seemed to be from the accounting department, petite and charmingly lovely. Also one of Yang Waitsong's admirers. One was willing to give, the other to receive. There was little to discuss. Yet, she likely did not anticipate that it would not just be Yang Waitsong arriving, but a throng of individuals. This was akin to a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Jiang Ning had seen her returning with groceries, suggesting she usually cooked, thus likely had reserves at home. If she were astute enough, she might realize the need to be cautious after enduring a couple of meals with others, potentially preventing further losses. After some contemplation, she too sent a message in the group, expressing hunger. However, lacking sufficient clout, her words went unacknowledged. Subsequently, she requested a trade of 20 yuan for instant noodles or bread, only to find herself met with further silence. Outside, the typhoon raged, shattering the old glass of the adjacent building, with fierce winds howling through her home and the streets accumulating ever higher with water. It turned out to be a once-in-a-century super typhoon, causing a sense of panic among many, and the lively chatter of the morning had vanished from the group. As Dodo fell asleep once more, Jiang Ning covered her with a blanket to ward off the chill. A series of knocks echoed. "Dodo?" Confirming it was 1801. Jiang Ning opened the door. Drenched and clad in a raincoat, 1801 held a sticky note that she had placed on the door, asking, "Is Dodo at your place?" Jiang Ning nodded, explaining that Dodo had a cold and fever, crying until she nearly vomited, but she had administered medicine and the fever had subsided. He could take her back to continue her treatment. Surprised amidst his worry, 1801 queried, "Are you a doctor?" "I know a bit," she replied. As he stepped inside, he felt Dodo's forehead. Expecting him to carry the child away, she was taken aback when 1801 suddenly spoke. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Huishin. Having just moved in last night. My home is devoid of supplies, and considering the typhoon might linger, I need to venture out to procure some items. May Do stay here temporarily? I will return for her in the evening. Jiang Ning was astonished. Could one truly go out in such a tempest? In such a severe typhoon, you must be cautious, but if there is nothing at home, it's manageable. She hesitated before agreeing, reassured by his reserves. It was preferable to him harboring ill intentions toward her. 1801 scanned the living room and expressed gratitude for her care of Do. It's nothing. You assisted me yesterday as well, Jiang Ning replied, her cautious nature prompting her to stash away her supplies early. The kitchen held only modest winter melons, pumpkins, and Napa cabbage. Huishin nodded appreciatively before departing. With her culinary plans postponed, Jiang Ning turned on the bathroom light and resumed her unfinished task of preparing pig intestines, only to be interrupted midway by a sudden power outage. Securing the door, she swiftly retreated to her storage space. The power remained intact there, and amidst her elation, she felt a newfound confidence in the face of the encroaching darkness. Human nature can be unpredictable. Even when caring for a child, Jiang Ning remained vigilant. For dinner, she prepared cabbage noodles, mindful that Do, under the weather, could not consume eggs, so she added a piece of ham sausage, which Do devoured with delight. As Do grew more comfortable, she became less timid, exclaiming, "Sister's cooking is delicious. Brother made the rice poorly." At just over 20, it was normal for 1801 to lack culinary skills, yet seeing Do enjoy her meal prompted Jiang Ning to serve her another half bowl. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky entirely. The Jinrong community, situated at a higher elevation, still saw water rising to the community gate. The group chat remained lively. Though fewer people were sharing pictures of food, the relentless typhoon and power outage had instilled a sense of fear, and anxiety spread among the residents. Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet still, no one responded. The reasons were twofold. First, they were neighbors who would feel awkward confronting each other over money, and second, fear had taken root, prompting a wariness of the treacherous weather. With the power out, the entire city was shrouded in darkness, the once radiant lights now extinguished, giving rise to an intangible sense of unease. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and activated her solar lamp. Do, frightened, instinctively clutched at her garment. Lacking experience with children, she could only continue to play animated films on her tablet. Around 8 in the evening, 1801 returned, now clad in dry casual attire and carrying a bag. Jiang Ning. Thank you for taking care of Do. The bag appeared heavy, containing potatoes, 2 heads of cabbage, a 2-pound pack of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove, and solid fuel tablets. Huishin cautioned, with the power out, water may also be cut off. It would be wise to stock up. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, politely refusing a few times before accepting the items. Once he carried Do away, she promptly secured the door and windows. Turning on the gas stove to prepare braised pig intestines, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy stir-fried pig intestines, and corn rib soup. She busied herself until the early hours of the morning, and upon stepping outside to dispose of kitchen waste, she noticed watermarks on the corridor floor. The wet shoe prints led to 1801's door. Had he ventured out again after going out during the day? 3 stainless steel doors stood, and despite the risks, he was hoarding supplies around the clock, not only reminding her to stock up on water, but also providing useful items. Back in her room, Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. This 1801 was no ordinary individual. The rain brought a slight chill, and she slept soundly. Outside, darkness persisted, and Jiang Ning continued to bury herself in slumber. When she finally stirred, it was after 10 in the morning. She stepped onto the balcony, observing a dreary landscape where the sky and water merged indistinguishably at the horizon. A commotion echoed faintly from below. Upon peering down, she realized the water had inundated the community, with the first-floor residents just beginning to face the rising tide. After the power outage, the group chat had quieted significantly, but some still shared images of the water now reaching the ankles of several residents. Emergency calls went unanswered, and those that connected proved futile, as the checkpoints had already been submerged. Residents were cursing and scrambling to move their belongings upstairs. Given the proximity to the university town, very few units were vacant. Those unoccupied were likely rented out. Some astute individuals had already begun to inquire in the group about temporary shelter. Normally, neighbors would assist one another, but in the current circumstances, not only was there a power outage, but even the gas supply had been cut off by morning. Rescue efforts are stalled. Who would dare to casually take in another? Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is fraught with difficulty. What if they come in and refuse to leave? Accommodations pose a challenge, and the question of sustenance looms large. The greatest fear is that in helping others, one inadvertently creates enmity. Silence pervades the group chat. The residents on the first floor are vexed. They cannot simply block the corridor, can they? With relentless rain and typhoons, the damp corridor is hardly a suitable refuge. Adults may endure, but what of the children? Many are unwilling to accept their fate, and so they begin to seek out others on each floor, knocking on doors one by one. If all else fails, they might even offer money to stay as if in a hotel. Residents either remain tight-lipped or claim to be at full capacity, leaving no room for anyone else. When the door is knocked again, Jiang Ning is surprised by the rapidity of the first floor's response, only to discover it is the occupant of 1801. He, too, has just awoken, a hint of fatigue etched on his face. We've replaced our door. Is it all right to place the old one at the stairway? Jiang Ning is eager to assist and swiftly lends a hand. Together, they manage to install the old door at the entrance of the 18th floor stairwell. Though he claims to be helping, it is 1801 who does most of the work, while Jiang Ning merely provides some support, yet he rewards her with a key. When the first floor residents finally arrive and see the door at the stairwell, their faces turn green with anger, and they curse before stomping back down. Jiang Ning, listening from above, finds solace in the situation. It spares her considerable trouble and danger. This door temporarily wards off numerous complications, but who knows what the future holds. Eventually, she will need to install her own door as well. Others are not foolish. Should two doors be installed at once? Even the dullest mind would deduce that the 18th floor harbors provisions. Once they swarm, no number of doors will be able to hold them back. When the bitter cold arrives, she can always retrieve her own door. With the gas supply interrupted, Jiang Ning retrieves a gas cylinder from her space and, after some tinkering, sets up the stove, securing the doors and windows tightly as she continues to cook. Even if the aroma wafts outside, the rain will wash it away. Yet, the atmosphere inside is stifling and greasy, akin to a sauna, leaving Jiang Ning drenched in sweat. However, if she does not cook now, she will be even less inclined to do so later. After enjoying a spicy hot pot, she emerges glistening with perspiration, invigorated by the heat. The water level continues to rise, now reaching halfway up her calves. To stave off anxiety, Jiang Ning powers down her phone and indulges in a refreshing afternoon nap before venturing into her space to cultivate. Observing the paltry numbers on the timer, she rolls up her sleeves and gets to work. Time is of the essence, wielding the hoe with vigor. Her delicate hands soon blossom with blisters. 10 square meters may not seem extensive, but turning the soil is particularly laborious. Once the ground is properly prepared and smoothed out, Jiang Ning divides it into 4 sections, each designated for different vegetable seeds, not forgetting to sprinkle in a few seeds for eggplants, bell peppers, and cucumbers to utilize the corners. The plot is limited. Every inch must be judiciously used. The time in her space runs concurrently with the outside world, yet it seems unaffected by the seasons. After some contemplation, she plants a kumquat and a grape seedling in the corners as well. In a hurried yet measured manner, she spends 2 hours on her task, feeling as though she is sacrificing a part of herself. Upon exiting her space, she discovers that the water has ceased to rise, while the internet connection remains sporadic, giving the impression that the entire world is on the brink of stagnation. Chapter 9. Rising Waters. The water in her space does not stop. Jiang Ning replenishes it. The first floor houses 3 families, occupying the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor corridors, which causes discomfort for the original residents, yet they remain silent, acknowledging the shared hardships. However, it is not long before someone can no longer contain themselves. Trash is strewn about, and knocks on doors demand entry to use the restroom. With the water supply cut off, residents have no choice but to devise ways to fetch water from their balconies, unwilling to let outsiders in. Frustrations erupt on the first floor as they resort to using the corridor for their needs, spreading foul odors as they continue to move upward. The atmosphere suggests that if they are to suffer, they will ensure others do as well. This leads to a plethora of conflicts, with shouts echoing from the stairwell. The group chat mirrors this chaos, overflowing with grievances and hostility, devoid of the previously harmonious ambience that preceded the storm. Jiang Ning's phone incessantly pings. As the undeterred Yang Weizong repeatedly sends friend requests, even Su Mengyao joins in the fray. The latest message reads, Ning, let me explain. Mengyao and I are merely friends. It appears that the supplies on the 12th floor are dwindling, prompting Yang Weizong's relentless persistence. Clearly, he has food of his own. Had it not been for the newly installed door, he may have already stormed up. Jiang Ning scrolls through the group messages and indeed finds a plea for help from a girl on the 12th floor, offering goods or money in exchange. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off, there is still no word from rescue teams. After a struggle, she manages to connect for a brief moment, only to be told to remain indoors and not venture out. Thereafter, the line goes dead. The Weather Bureau predicts that the typhoon will linger for 4 to 5 days. And now on the 5th day, it shows no signs of abating, only intensifying. The community suffers further damage, with shattered glass littering several homes. And an elderly resident collapses and suffers a heart attack. Trapped by the floodwaters, calls for help go unanswered, as frantic family members in the group plead for medication. Is there any heart medication available? Ours have run out. Fast-acting heart pills will do. Please help my father. Their voices resound with desperation and helplessness. Jiang Ning has stockpiled fast-acting heart pills, but the patient is in building 15, several hundred meters away from her unit, and the message was sent over an hour ago. Standing on her balcony, she vaguely perceives something floating in the water. Using binoculars, she discovers the grim sight of a corpse. The group identifies it as belonging to someone from Building 3, who, starved for 2 days, had ventured out in search of food, only to be struck by lightning while attempting to swim out of the community. Did such tragedies occur in her past life? Jiang Ning is uncertain. Her phone had long since died, and she had resorted to quenching her hunger with rainwater. Gazing at the unfamiliar world outside, her heart feels heavy. Yet a sudden turn reveals green shoots sprouting from her planting pots. The seeds she had sown have broken through the soil, emerging with delicate yellow-green tips. This new life unexpectedly uplifts Jiang Ning's spirits. She kneels to stroke the caged feeding rabbit, noticing that the doe seems to have gained weight. Upon touching her, Jiang Ning feels a firm, swollen belly. She is pregnant. She must have conceived at the time of purchase, though it was not apparent then. The gestation period for meat rabbits is 30 days, and judging by her condition, she may give birth just as the typhoon subsides. Overjoyed, Jiang Ning cannot resist treating them to a couple of carrots. For lunch, she prepares a spicy stir-fry while sipping pineapple beer and binge-watching a series, blissfully detached from the turmoil outside. After washing the dishes, just as she is about to take an afternoon nap, Dodo knocks at the door. A rhythm of 3 long and 1 short. Having recovered from her cold, the little one appears much more spirited. Her hair styled in a lopsided bun, clearly the handiwork of 1801. She presents a bright red apple with a beaming smile. Sister, this is for you. Thank you. Jiang Ning replies, declining the offering and gently advising, Dodo, save the good things for yourself. When you eat, be discreet. Otherwise, they might be taken from you. Such an innocent child, if the end times were to come, would surely attract the covetous eyes of the greedy. I want to give it to anyone. Only to my sister. Dodo insists, no longer shy, stubbornly holding onto the apple. We have plenty at home. Jiang Ning muses, in this storm. I wonder how 1801 manages. I won't tell anyone, Dodo promises, covering her mouth. Amused, Jiang Ning accepts the apple and reciprocates with 2 milk candies. Her WeChat pings. It is a message from Zheng Weili. Ning, the water has risen past the 1st floor. If it reaches the 2nd, would it be convenient for me to borrow a place to stay with Lu Yu? Zheng Weili, a formidable figure, is the national champion of the college student Sonda competition, and Lu Yu is her cohabiting partner. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, and Jiang Ning are all orphans, having grown up together as a tight-knit group. Lu Yu is frail, while Zhang Chao is somewhat weak, yet they still band together to bully her, but she has made them behave after a good beating. Zhang Chao, yearning for affection, seeks solace in conversations with older sisters. Lu Yu, plagued by insecurity, resembles a porcelain doll, having been pursued by girls throughout his life. Yet, he finds himself infatuated with Jiang Ning, who possesses a masculine charm. Their eyes meet, and he playfully gestures, claiming that sleeping in an embrace brings him a profound sense of security. Jiang Ning treasures him, cherishing him like a precious gem, as if afraid he might dissolve in her mouth. The four of them occasionally gather, and their bond remains amicable. In a past life, his phone ran out of battery, but in this life, he persists in maintaining a connection, awaiting Jiang Ning's arrival. Wei, the landlord's belongings occupy a room, and I truly cannot rearrange anything here. However, room 1803 is vacant. You and Liu can move in, but do it swiftly. If the second floor floods, I fear others will seize the opportunity. After a considerable wait, a response arrives. All right, please keep an eye out for me. The typhoon rages, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and only in desperate moments do they dare to take risks. Jiang Ning inquires in advance. Her inherently optimistic nature reassures her that the flooding has only reached half a floor and may not extend to the second. In truth, it has surpassed the second floor. But Jiang Ning cannot divulge this information. The house has indeed become vacant. As mealtime approaches, room 1801 seeks out Dodo. To their surprise, Dodo refuses to leave, claiming, "No, I can't eat the food my brother made. It made me sick." Hua Yishan, feeling awkward, had prepared the meal according to a recipe. "My brother said the same yesterday." Dodo, having been traumatized, prefers her sister's cooking. This leaves Jiang Ning embarrassed. What is so delightful about plain boiled noodles? Hua Yishan does not indulge her whims. He possesses striking features, exuding an aura of cold detachment, and when his expression darkens, he radiates an air of severity. Dodo immediately deflates, obediently following him out. At the door, Hua Yishan turns and says, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the hallway hasn't been cleared by the property management. Should we discuss it?" The refuse has gone uncollected for days, and even with the lid sealed, it still emits an unpleasant odor. Jiang Ning had been contemplating a solution when 1801 broached the subject first. They quickly reach an agreement. They will dispose of the garbage and manage their own waste thereafter, prohibiting any further disposal in the hallway. With property management at a standstill, residents from other floors discard their trash downwards. Jiang Ning, of course, has no objections, holding her nose as she throws bag after bag of refuse down. Jiang Ning mentions that Jiang Ning might be moving in, and 1801 expresses no objections, although there are only 2 keys available. This is not a concern. The key issue is that Jiang Ning is capable, having repeatedly rescued her in dire situations during the apocalypse, even once gifting her 2 pounds of noodles. In such a harsh environment, she was willing to part with life-sustaining food, proving her character withstands scrutiny. Regrettably, they have not crossed paths since. Whether she lives or dies remains unknown. Even in the absence of food scarcity, surviving in a world rife with malice is a fool's errand when one is alone, particularly for seemingly delicate women who are often the first to be targeted when resources dwindle. No matter how strong one is, vigilance is paramount. If the opportunity arises, she does not mind seeking partners. Jiang Ning is the very person she wishes to find and repay, yet she remains cautious. Upon returning home, she showers and changes clothes. In recent days, she has prepared numerous flavorful dishes, enough to last 4 to 5 months, and plans to create lighter meals such as dumplings, noodles, and 8 treasure porridge in the coming days, allowing her to finally rest. The typhoon persists, with rainfall lessening slightly, but water levels continue to rise. Chapter 10. The Race for the Inflatable Boat. 2 days later, the first floor is entirely submerged. Jiang Ning stands on her balcony, witnessing several individuals daringly swimming out of the community. The terrain here is elevated, and the current is not too swift, but the situation outside is dire. Those who venture out may not return. Their fate lies in the hands of chance. Jiang Ning sends a message, stating her decision to move immediately. She and Liu reside in Unit 3, a mere 50 meters from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling a twinge of concern, she uses binoculars to keep watch. Approximately half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appears in the water. The boat carries supplies, with Liu clad in a disposable raincoat, paddling, while Jiang Ning, submerged in water, pulls the boat forward with determination. Jiang Ning descends to the 12th floor, intending to assist them on the 2nd floor. As she reaches the 12th floor, She encounters Su Mengyao exiting room 1202, dressed in an ill-fitting polka dress. Her eyes light up upon seeing Jiang Ning. In just 5 days, the radiant goddess aura has faded. She appears thinner and pallid. Jiang Ning ignores her, continuing to carry her trash downwards. Ning, are you upset with me? Su Mengyao follows, her voice sweet and delicate. If I've done something wrong, please point it out to me. Jiang Ning, her face darkened, warns, stay away from me. Yet, Su Mengyao seems oblivious, cheerfully continuing, Ning, actually my relationship with Senior Yang is not as you think. We simply get along well. I feel a strong connection with you. Jiang Ning halts, hurling the trash she carries towards her. Are you incapable of understanding human speech, or is your brain malfunctioning? Unable to dodge in time, Su Mengyao is struck directly. The goddess's composure shatters, and in a fit of anger, she exclaims, What are you doing? Su Mengyao, I have no concern over your dealings with others, but do not set your sights on me. Her words caused the girl from room 1202, standing at the door, to turn pale, her emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. What interest do I have in you? Despite her cultivated demeanor, Su Mengyao can no longer contain herself. We are alumni and merely greet each other when we meet. Not interested in me? Yet, you behave like a lapdog, unable to be dismissed. Constantly adding me on WeChat. What do you hope to achieve? You. Su Mengyao's face flushes, and she quickly raises her voice. Your home is piled high with things, while others are starving. If you have food, why not share it with those in need? A cunning diversion, Jiang Ning brandishes a hidden kitchen knife, aiming it at her face. Which of your eyes saw my home overflowing with goods? Like a leech, you suck one household dry before moving on to the next. Who isn't hungry? What gives you the right to demand life-sustaining food from me, based solely on your looks and shamelessness? In the harsh cold, she has entangled herself with several men, exploiting stolen spaces to hoard their supplies, thus thriving in the filthy, wretched apocalypse. Whether her actions were voluntary or coerced by Yang Weizong remains uncertain. In a world where order has collapsed, trading one's body for sustenance is hardly uncommon. Su Mengyao screams and retreats, colliding with the wall, her face turning ashen and trembling. She never anticipated Jiang Ning would wield a knife against her, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The commotion draws the attention of neighbors, who open their doors. Jiang Ning disregards their curious gazes, continuing her descent, while Su Mengyao bursts into tears. In the midst of the delay, Zhang Weili braves the stormy waters to swim over. In the face of calamity, humanity is fragile. A mere 50 meters almost cost her life. Jiang Ning pulls Lu Yu through the window, followed by several sturdy bags and, finally, Zhang Weili, who is soaked in water. Residents on the second floor are also busy relocating. Life without water, electricity, or gas is unbearable. Even those with rice, flour, and oil find it impossible to cook. Some resort to using liquor as fuel, while others burn furniture for warmth or, in desperation, consume raw rice, suffering from the consequences. Upon witnessing the sturdy bags thrown through the window, many eyes gleam with hope. When they see the inflatable boat, an elderly woman quickly approaches, smiling as she inquires, How are you moving with so many belongings? What do you have? Her grin betrays ulterior motives. Sensing her intention to grab something, an out-of-breath Lu Yu hurriedly places the items at his feet to prevent her from touching them. The luggage was off-limits. Yet the elderly woman attempted to seize the inflatable boat. Young man, we have been stranded here for days without food or water. Please lend us the inflatable boat so we can venture outside in search of sustenance. We cannot let the child go hungry. The inflatable boat was indeed a life-saving tool, and Lu Yu could hardly acquiesce to such a request, but the old woman reached out to snatch it away. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yu, frail and weak, nearly lost his balance as she yanked at him. In a panic, he pulled the air valve, causing the boat to deflate with a sharp hiss. What's the matter with you, young man? We are all suffering here. Can't you lend a hand? Zhang Weili, having been pulled up by Jiang Ning, saw her boyfriend being bullied and was instantly enraged. She stepped forward and shoved the old woman. What do you think you're doing? With considerable strength, Zhang Weili pushed the woman back several steps until she collided with the wall, nearly tumbling down the stairs. The old woman's 2 sons rushed forward, declaring, If you won't lend it, then you have no right to hit her. They approached with fists raised, intending to intimidate Jiang Weili into submission. However, upon realizing they were men, Jiang Weili was undeterred. With a punch and a kick, she sent both of them tumbling down the stairs, landing with a splash in the water below. The old woman, about to wail in despair, saw her sons submerged and quickly abandoned her theatrics, scrambling down to retrieve them. The onlookers began to criticize, questioning why they had resorted to violence over a mere inquiry. They were only asking, is it really necessary to resort to blows? Each bystander was filled with indignation, wondering if the inflatable boat had truly been worth the trouble. Jiang Ning had anticipated such an escalation, which was why she had brought a knife with her. Jiang Weili seized the knife and pointed it at the assailants, declaring, "Let anyone who dares touch my belongings face the consequences." With her short hair and raspy voice, she could easily be mistaken for a man. After dispatching 2 attackers, the remaining onlookers were filled with resentment but lacked the courage to approach her, their bravado faltering in the face of her display. There was no need for further verbal sparring. Jiang Ning took hold of her bag and led the 2 upstairs. Lu Yu was despondent, and Jiang Weili's spirits were similarly low. A tempestuous storm had not only turned their world upside down but had also shattered their perceptions of reality, leaving everyone with grim expressions. Upon reaching the stainless steel door of the 18th floor, Jiang Weili paused, saying, "Ning, you are truly remarkable. It's just the neighbors' doing. I merely benefited from their efforts." Jiang Ning replied. Lu Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lamented, "Had we known, we would have moved sooner." I Haven Tea slept well in days. They had dealt with all manner of disturbances, those who overstayed their welcome, those who used the restroom, and even those who attempted to break in during the wee hours. Jiang Ning inquired, "You haven't run out of food, have you?" "We were quite fortunate. Just before the storm hit, an order was mistakenly placed with the wrong address, and the supermarket delivered several large bags of provisions. 2 bags of 10-pound rice, bundles of noodles and rice vermicelli, pickled vegetables, tofu, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, an inflatable boat, and a solar charger." The order had been placed anonymously, and by the time they realized it, the tempest was upon them. Typically, they relied on the school cafeteria or takeout, occasionally preparing instant noodles. Had it not been for the misdelivered goods, she and Lu Yu might have starved. Chapter 11. Double Tornadoes. With no key for 1803, Jiang Ning contemplated finding tools to pry open the door, but to her surprise, Lu Yu produced a peculiar single hook from his pocket and, after a few minutes of fiddling with the lock, managed to open it. Jiang Ning, startled and drenched in cold sweat, felt a sudden unease about the security of her own home. Jiang Weili chuckled nervously. "It seems there's no need to worry about being locked out. He has been tinkering with it for 2 days at home." Apartment 1803 was spacious, with 3 rooms and 2 halls, and all the furniture was covered with cloth. When unveiled, it revealed high-quality furnishings, suggesting the owner was quite affluent and had refrained from renting it out. Despite the illegality of trespassing, Jiang Weili felt a twinge of guilt as she conferred with Lu Yu. "We are merely temporary occupants. Let us refrain from disturbing their belongings and restore everything to its original state before we leave." They selected a room with minimal furniture and began cleaning, with Jiang Ning lending a hand. The apartment was quite pleasant, though the balcony was not enclosed with glass. It was merely surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, resulting in water pooling everywhere. In times of scarcity, Jiang Ning noted there was still a bag and a half of rice left. While the noodles and rice vermicelli had been nearly consumed, they could manage to last until the storm passed but resolved to abandon any thoughts of sharing their bounty. She prepared rations for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, mindful of drawing too much attention, and thus only provided the bare essentials, knowing that their continued survival depended on their own resourcefulness. After tidying up, she observed that both men appeared exhausted, prompting her to bid them farewell and return to her room. As neighbors, it was inevitable they would have to interact, so she discreetly hid any items that should not be seen. They enjoyed a sumptuous lunch of chicken soup with cordyceps, braised ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a slice of kiwi fruit. Upon waking from an afternoon nap, she discovered the internet was down. Once the connection was severed, she felt utterly isolated from the world, and a wave of loneliness washed over her. Feeling dejected, Jiang Ning began to exercise. Her physical conditioning was commendable. She had participated in several clubs during university, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, and military self-defense, and had learned free fighting techniques from Jiang Ning. Though her skills were somewhat scattered, she excelled in understanding. After 2 hours of rigorous training, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. To survive and thrive, one must continually enhance oneself. Jiang Ning devised a plan, dedicating 2 hours daily to physical training, 3 hours to studying traditional medicine, and an additional 2 hours to self-learning basic surgical knowledge. Her space was filled with over 100 books, all pilfered from the school library, which she could gradually explore over the coming years. She also took books on psychology, intending to study them promptly. Aside from those who perished in natural disasters, very few normal individuals would survive the apocalypse. Many succumbed to suicide, self-harm, or retaliatory violence. Jiang Ning's mental state was also fraying, irritable, anxious, and repressed. Thus, she had stocked up on numerous antidepressants, hoping they would not be necessary. Though the windows were sealed tight, the room still felt damp. Jiang Ning had purchased several large compression bags to store unused clothing and bedding, hanging wet garments on the balcony to dry. The black soil was mysterious. Although time flowed synchronously with the outside world, the vegetables thrived far better than those outside. The potatoes in the planting pots had begun to sprout, and the grapevines showed signs of budding. After emerging from her space, Jiang Ning located several thick plastic boards to cover the various drainage openings, securing them with stones. On rainy days, cockroaches proliferated, especially in the later stages of the infestation, crawling up from the drains. The flooding made using the toilet particularly challenging. Residents on the higher floors fared better, but those on the second and third floors had already been venting their frustrations in the group chat before the internet went down, complaining about their toilets overflowing. They urged those above them to exhibit some civic responsibility and refrain from flushing waste down. Yet, even those on the upper floors were not without their troubles. Although they could manage a flush, the stench continued to rise, making it unbearable. In anticipation of any eventualities, Jiang Ning prepared numerous black plastic bags to address physiological needs. However, upon realizing she would have to discard them downstairs, she resisted the urge and decided to handle matters within her space instead. Just as she was about to start cooking, Jiang Ning knocked at the door. After a day of rest, both felt rejuvenated. Jiang Ning arrived with alcohol blocks and was astonished to find Jiang Ning's supplies so well stocked. The balcony was filled with vegetables, and she nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. "Ah, Ning, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive even if left alone in the desert." Jiang Ning, who had always enjoyed stockpiling and gardening, had nothing to hide, though many of her supplies needed to be accounted for. "I was just lucky. A few days before the storm, I helped Zhang Chao with an order. He is a wealthy second-generation individual obsessed with apocalyptic games, so I prepared a significant amount of medicine for him. When I delivered the goods, he casually handed me a survival package." She had ordered several items, including an inflatable boat and an earthquake emergency kit. Jiang Ning and Lu Yu were utterly astonished. "Hearing you say that makes it feel as though the end of the world is truly upon us." They were not alone in their trepidation. In fact, during the initial days of the storm, social media was flooded with posts expressing panic. Having lived for nearly 20 years, none had ever encountered such a calamity. And the devastation extended beyond the southern coast. The absence of any rescue news only heightened the fear. Who could remain untroubled in such uncertainty? Lu Yu harbored suspicions that the wealthy heir might have received news ahead of time. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? In the building where he resided, there was a solitary young man who had long suffered from depression. After running out of food for several days, his mental state deteriorated, leading him to leap from the upper floors and drown. The current scene bore an uncanny resemblance to an apocalyptic world. He suddenly inquired, "Do you have any contact with Zhang Chao?" Jiang Ning shook her head. She converted her commission from purchasing medicine into supplies, placing anonymous orders online for home delivery. As for the subsequent matters, he would have to fend for himself. Zhang Chao was quite loyal, generous with spending during gatherings, making him an exemplary friend. However, he was desperately in need of affection, often seeking relationships with older women, and anyone who advised him would find him irritable. Eventually, Jiang Ning ceased to invest her thoughts in him. He had recently found a new girlfriend. Lu Yu's smile was somewhat strained. She was over a decade older, divorced, and had 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. The woman had the look of someone accustomed to the underbelly of society, seemingly in pursuit of a financial benefactor in Jiang. Jiang Ning was speechless. Was he seeking a girlfriend or a mother? Who could say? Lu Yu's expression was weary as he let out a quiet sigh. Having emerged from an orphanage, who among them was without their own troubles? He too had faced scorn, being mocked as a gigolo living off others. Zhang Chao had fallen before, yet he remained unrepentant. Jiang Ning refrained from casting judgment, having once been infatuated with Yang Weizong herself. Everyone possessed the freedom to choose, and all one could hope for was happiness. In her past life, she never encountered Zhang Chao. She could not know if he had survived the harshness of the apocalypse. While the two conversed in the living room, Zhang Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Quick, quick, a tornado!" Jiang Ning stepped outside and was met with Zhang's astonished and panicked expression, her eyes wide as if she had forgotten how to breathe. Following her pointed finger, she observed the ominously dark sky unveiling a massive tornado. No, it was two tornadoes. Chapter 12. Tornadoes shatter skyscrapers. Jiang Ning's breath quickened as she hastily grasped her binoculars to observe. In that same moment and location, the two tornadoes bore striking similarities, yet revolved in entirely opposite directions, resembling colossal shredders spinning wildly, uprooting trees, collapsing buildings, and tossing cars like mere toys into the air, even engulfing torrents of water in their relentless swirl. The twin tornadoes rapidly approached, their high-velocity winds akin to countless razor-sharp teeth, obliterating everything in their path. "Ah!" Zhang Weili gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. The two whirlwinds collided violently, merging as they ruthlessly sliced through a skyscraper, dismantling and devouring it until it vanished without a trace. A 30-plus-story high-rise was entirely obliterated in less than a minute. The fused tornado unleashed its fury once more, akin to a temperamental child throwing a tantrum, heedless of the consequences. In all her years, Jiang Ning beheld twin tornadoes for the first time. Their destructive power surpassed that of an ordinary tornado by more than double. Yet fortunately, their duration was half as long. Nevertheless, in just a matter of minutes, they rendered the city a scene of devastation. Jiang Ning's gaze remained unblinking, fixated on the vanishing skyscraper. In her previous life, she was uncertain whether twin tornadoes had ever existed, but she distinctly remembered that the skyscraper had not been destroyed, having scavenged for supplies within its walls during the extreme cold, only to find it thoroughly looted by survivors, leaving chaos in its wake. But now, it lay utterly destroyed. This time around, Jiang Ning's confidence stemmed from the supplies stored in her space and her acute foresight of natural disasters. Yet, now things had changed. The tornadoes disappeared from view, and even Zhang Weili, typically optimistic and cheerful, found it hard to catch her breath. Her icy hands clutched Jiang Ning tightly. "Ning, is this still a typhoon?" This world felt so alien, as if the opportunity to return to the prosperity before the typhoon had vanished entirely. The twin tornadoes not only consumed and ravaged the skyscrapers, but also swept through a densely populated area comprised of commercial and residential zones. Did those people still have a chance to survive? Lu Yu's expression turned grave as he pondered aloud. The name given to this typhoon is indeed fitting. It feels as though it intends to cleave the city asunder. As he spoke, he held his girlfriend close, resting his head on her shoulder. "Fear not. We are fortunate to have evaded it. If one day we cannot escape, it wouldn't be as terrifying. Perhaps it would take us without our knowledge." His upbringing had instilled in him a somewhat pessimistic disposition, which was also why he had fallen for Zhang Weili at first sight. Having been beaten black and blue in the ring, he still emerged smiling. She was a sunflower, ever warm and bright. Yet now, her smile had faded, and Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. In recent days, tornadoes had become increasingly frequent, and this was not their first encounter. Zhang Weili embraced her boyfriend. "If misfortune were to befall us, would you truly be willing to die? Willing or not, it matters little. At least we would die together." Jiang Ning, with her mouth stuffed full of dog food, thought, what had she done wrong? Natural disasters were already terrifying enough, without having to endure the torment of public displays of affection. Zhang Weili, with her well-defined muscles from training, was no less robust than Lu Yu. The discrepancy in their appearances was rather jarring, making Jiang Ning's eyes ache. Just as she was about to remind them to keep their affection at home, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the opposite building. Residing on the top floor, Jiang Ning looked up to see a woman standing on the rooftop, holding a 4 or 5-year-old child by the hand, with another child cradled in her arms. The woman, disheveled and drenched, stood against the torrential rain, hysterically shouting, "Chew, you bastard, I swear I won't let you off in my next life." The 4 or 5-year-old wailed in terror, the rain blurring their vision as they desperately pulled back from their mother. "Mommy, I'm scared." Zheng Weili was taken aback by the scene before her. Was the woman about to jump, taking her children with her? She opened the escape window, leaning out to wave and shout across, "Hey, you need to calm down. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. If you don't live for them, who will?" The wind and rain howled, scattering Zheng Weili's voice. Many onlookers from Building 2 witnessed this harrowing scene, calling out to the woman in hopes of awakening her from her despair. Yet, the woman remained oblivious, clutching her children and leaping into the abyss. People rushed to the rooftop of Building 2, hoping to save her, but they were too late, helplessly watching as the mother and her children plummeted. Splash! The water erupted into towering waves. The child struggled in the water, crying out, "Help, Mommy, help." Lu Yu covered Zheng Weili's eyes, shielding her from the brutal scene. The recent twin tornadoes had claimed countless lives, but the distance had dulled the visual impact compared to the tragedy unfolding right before them. Zheng Weili could not comprehend. Was it merely a typhoon? How could one not survive? Even if the mother had reached her limit, the child's life had only just begun. What right did she have to take that away? The water surface returned to calm as the typhoon roared back into action. Lu Yu shut the escape window, guiding the dazed Zheng Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning remained composed, having witnessed far bloodier and more brutal scenes in her previous life. It only grew more inhumane as time progressed. Without immense willpower, not everyone could survive. "I recognized that woman," Lu Yu remarked. True, she was living off others, but having grown accustomed to the myriad of life as hardships in the orphanage, he evidently bore greater resilience than Zheng Weili. His husband was out there keeping a mistress, having secretly fathered a child, and siphoning off the family's savings to provide for her. Right before the typhoon, he had overheard the gossip of some older women downstairs. That woman, with her children in despair, had not only lost her husband but also her financial stability. It was likely that man was nowhere to be found amidst the storm. It is no small feat for a woman to raise 2 children alone. Even he and Zheng Weili are utterly exhausted. Aside from the calamities of nature, the grotesque aspects of human nature also rear their heads. It seems she truly saw no other way out but to leap into the abyss, unwilling to leave her children to suffer in this world, thus seeking liberation in such a tragic manner. He gazes vacantly, pondering whether this disaster will ever come to an end, as if inquiring of Jiang Ning, yet also questioning himself. After enduring 2 successive calamities, his spirits have sunk to an all-time low, prompting Lu Yu and Zheng Weili to retreat to the neighboring abode. Jiang Ning secured her door, indulging in soothing melodies to recalibrate her mood, and prepared a meal of braised beef brisket with radish, chicken stewed with shiitake mushrooms, and sautéed lettuce with garlic. She found a light-hearted comedy to watch, eating as she passed the time. The typhoon raged on, casting a gloomy pall over the dawn that was yet to break. Unbeknownst to her, 1801 had taught Dodo to knock on her door nearly every day, and recently, he arrived promptly at noon after lunch. "Sister, may I see Xiao Bai and Hui Hui?" Today, she sported a bun hairstyle, tilting her little head to smile at Jiang Ning, thrusting an egg into her hands. The child's pure and innocent smile could mend a troubled heart. Her eyes, like dark grapes, shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky. Dodo had a fondness for rabbits, often perching on the balcony to observe them, even naming the 2 breeding rabbits herself. The balcony was enclosed with glass, and the cage was lined with cardboard, keeping the rabbits quite clean. Jiang Ning carried Dodo to the sofa for play, reminding her that Xiao Bai was pregnant and should not be touched. Dodo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is she going to have babies? Upon receiving confirmation, she burst into laughter. Can I raise a baby? Rabbits breed prolifically, with some litters reaching over 10. Jiang Ning pondered whether she could afford to keep one, but if your brother agrees, she could gift you one. Upon hearing that it required her brother's consent, her little face fell, a veil of disappointment overshadowing her features. Judging by her attire, it was evident that 1801 took good care of her, even on rainy days. She wore new clothes, yet Dodo seemed somewhat fearful of him. Indeed, 1801's austere features and aloof demeanor might intimidate a child. By chance, Jiang Ning noticed bruises on her arms, leaving her utterly astonished. The bruises were not limited to her arms. Her legs and waist bore marks. And even her forehead was marred, a sight that was disturbing. "Dodo, what happened to your injuries?" "My brother hit me," Dodo murmured, her gaze downcast as she stroked the rabbit. Chapter 13. In the dead of night, the door was pried open. Although Jiang Ning was aware of 1801's coldness, she was oblivious to his propensity for violence, particularly towards children. Observing Dodo's demeanor, it seemed she had grown accustomed to the beatings. No wonder she sought refuge at her place daily, likely evading her perverse brother. "Why does he hit you?" Though it was a matter of another's household, child abuse was utterly intolerable. Jiang Ning refrained from prying into her past, yet her observations revealed a timid gaze and a hint of a pleasing personality, all of which evoked her own unpleasant childhood memories. "Dodo, is he your biological brother?" Thus, she could not bring herself to reject this child. "My brother teaches me to box," Dodo said, rubbing her bruised arm and flashing a sweet smile. She hadn't shied away from the beatings. Some were merely accidents from falling. Jiang Ning realized that Dodo had been practicing boxing for several days, dedicating as much as 5 hours each day. "Sister, let me show you my boxing." Without waiting for Jiang Ning's approval, she moved to a spacious area and struck a pose. The once timid and delicate girl transformed into a fierce contender, standing tall and poised, as if she had become another person entirely. She demonstrated military-style boxing with precise and powerful movements, her form strikingly fierce, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Dodo's technique surpassed her own. Children require encouragement, and Jiang Ning offered her a few compliments, which made Dodo blush profoundly. "Sister, you're so kind. My brother never praises me, no matter how well I perform." The sheer multitude of bruises on her body indicated that she had endured rigorous training. What does it signify to subject a 4- or 5-year-old child to such intense practice during a typhoon? Had 1801, who had never appeared in the past, sensed the impending apocalypse and thus enforced such harsh training on Dodo to equip her for self-defense? Dodo's mastery of the movements could not simply be attributed to watching videos. At her age, she displayed remarkable understanding, and Jiang Ning refrained from probing further, maintaining her vigilance. Despite Dodo's frequent visits, she never rummaged through things or requested food, indicating she had been well raised, always arriving with something in hand. Jiang Ning retrieved the medicinal alcohol she had previously prepared for bruises and carefully applied it to Dodo's injuries, advising her to soak in warm water that night. After letting the rabbits out for a while, Dodo kissed them goodbye, reluctantly departing. In recent days, the atmosphere downstairs had been tumultuous, filled with quarrels, curses, and physical confrontations. The dreadful weather and harsh living conditions had ignited a surge of animosity among the residents. The inhabitants of the 9th floor exchanged heated words with those crammed in the corridor of the 2nd floor, nearly drawing knives in their dispute. Upon awakening early one morning, the residents of the 9th floor discovered that they had been robbed, their scant food supplies swept away. The relentless typhoon had left them without sustenance. Who could be so vile? The 2nd floor occupants crowded at their doorstep, either borrowing pots or the restroom. If a thief had entered, they surely would have noticed. The two families clashed, pushing and shouting at one another until they finally quieted down. The incidents of being pried and robbed extended beyond the 9th floor. Other levels had also fallen victim, even when the homeowners were startled awake. However, in the dark of night, the absence of light obscured visibility, while the intruders wore masks. It was not just 1 or 2 thieves, but a gang working together. Even if residents occupied the stairwell, faced with the glint of a knife, they dared not move. Their expressions a mix of confusion and a twisted sense of schadenfreude. Those who were robbed deserved it. After all, they hoarded provisions without sharing, forcing others to resort to violence to obtain sustenance. Now it was fair. Let them all go hungry. Others who heard the cries for help similarly lacked the courage to intervene, opting instead to barricade themselves with refrigerators or sofas, pleading for the intruders not to enter. In an instant, the apartment building was shrouded in chaos. Some of those who had been robbed donned masks and armed themselves to rob others. Evil flourished amidst the tempestuous storm and rain. Jiang Ning adjusted her schedule, opting to eat dinner in the dark and retire to bed early, setting an alarm for midnight. After which she would engage in various physical training exercises. Having maintained this routine for only 2 days, she heard noises outside. Pressing her ear to the door, she confirmed that someone was indeed attempting to pry the lock. The past few days had been chaotic and frenzied. During the day, several groups had knocked on her door, pleading for food, claiming their children were on the brink of starvation. After being trapped for 10 days, with water, electricity, and gas cut off, which households still had provisions. Even if one did, sharing with one family would incite others to swarm and divide you into pieces. Retrieving a butcher knife from her supplies, Jiang Ning donned night vision goggles, cautiously opening her door before swiftly pushing the outer door open. Outside, someone was busy prying the lock. Taken aback by the suddenness of her entrance, the one wielding the hook had no time to scream before she covered his mouth, delivering a sharp blow to his abdomen. Jiang Ning stabbed him several times before pushing him aside and advancing towards the second intruder. A flashlight illuminated her bloodied knife, causing the man to freeze in shock, instinctively attempting to flee. Jiang Ning swiftly kicked out, seizing his collar and throwing him to the ground. There were 4 individuals attempting to pry the door. The other 2 turned to flee, but one collided with a shadow. Before he could utter a sound, his neck was swiftly twisted and snapped. He didn't even have the chance to fall to the ground before his body was unceremoniously tossed out of the window. Jiang Ning looked up, following the sound, and beheld a tall figure efficiently dispatching intruders and disposing of their bodies. In her astonishment, the knife swung brutally towards the second man's neck. He clutched his throat tightly, mouth agape but unable to scream, his body thrashing in vain. The residents of the building were whispering about room 1802, rumored to be stocked with ample provisions. Not only was the occupant strikingly beautiful, but she also lived alone. Under the cover of darkness, they crept closer, driven not only by the need for sustenance, but also by a malicious intent to exploit her vulnerability. After all, she was a university student, delicate and seemingly innocent. Little did they anticipate that this enchanting young woman was, in fact, a demon. Jiang Ning tore off the man's mask, revealing him to be none other than the intruder from her previous life, who had repeatedly attempted to breach her door in 1803. This was the embodiment of human depravity. Even if given a second chance, he would choose wickedness once more. With a cold smirk, Jiang Ning plunged the knife unhesitatingly into the man's heart. Rising with the blade in hand, she cast a wary glance at the men lurking nearby. The dim light obscured their features, but their silhouettes suggested they hailed from 1801. As Huaishan approached, he dragged the lifeless body of the man to the window and unceremoniously discarded it. Noticing her tense demeanor, he softly reassured her. "You are not at fault. Such individuals are a menace that must be eliminated." Was he attempting to comfort her? He appeared unfazed by the night's events, executing the act of murder and disposing of the body with chilling composure, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. From his demeanor and posture, he could either be a soldier or a police officer. However, at that moment, he resembled a cold-blooded assassin, regardless of his true identity. He posed no immediate threat to her, having even aided in the act of murder and disposal. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement with his assessment. If they were to release these individuals, countless others would suffer. She wiped the blood from her face and used a mop and cloth to clean the corridor, while 1801 worked through the night to repair the damaged lock on the stairwell door. The 2 exchanged no words, retreating to their respective rooms. Jiang Ning entered her space to take a shower, soaking her bloodied clothes before washing them clean. Having faced far more gruesome sights before, she lay in bed feeling remarkably serene, quickly drifting into a tranquil slumber. The following morning, the water levels had risen considerably. Standing on the balcony, she savored a breakfast of golden, crispy youtiao and rich, aromatic soy milk. The delightful meal lifted her spirits. Even as the waters below were choked with refuse, colorful bags bobbing atop the surface, mingling with several corpses as they were swept away by the flood. In the time it took to enjoy her breakfast, she spotted several individuals plunging into the deluge, all undoubtedly venturing out in search of food amidst the storm. Each day brought forth individuals seeking sustenance, yet Jiang Ning had never witnessed anyone return. Perhaps some had come back, but she simply had not seen them. The sound of pounding at the stairwell echoed once more. Dismissing it, she continued brushing her teeth, ridding herself of the lingering taste of food. As noon approached, Jiang Weili arrived, warning her, "Aining, the knocks at the door are increasing. We must be cautious in the coming days." Chapter 14. Forming a coalition to repel food thieves. Jiang Weili had lingered at the stairwell that morning and learned of a girl living on a lower floor who had not only been targeted for her door, but had also been bullied in the night. Covered in a mask, her identity remained unknown. "You and Lu, you should also be vigilant. Our floor is no longer safe." Jiang Ning was puzzled by Jiang Weili's lack of awareness regarding the previous night's commotion, but upon noticing the marks on her neck, everything became clear. Exhausted from sleepless nights, they had all succumbed to fatigue. With utilities cut off and no entertainment to occupy their time, what else was there to do but exercise? In this apocalyptic reality, disasters were rampant. Survival was a struggle even for adults, and for women, pregnancy equated to catastrophe. Jiang Ning felt at a loss, unsure how to broach the subject without appearing overly blunt. Finally, she veered the conversation gently. "Sister Weili, I believe you have a competition next month?" "Yes," Jiang Weili replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. "With this dreadful weather, who knows when it will end? It's hampering my training. I've only been practicing aimlessly in my room. Just yesterday, in a moment of impatience, I even used Lu Yu as a punching bag." She dreamt of participating in the competition, hoping to take precautions for when they fully accepted the grim reality of their world. As Jiang Ning returned to her room, she cast a glance at the tightly shut door of 1801. In the early hours, before the intruders could ascend, Jiang Weili knocked urgently at the door. When Jiang Ning opened it, Jiang stood empty-handed while Lu Yu brandished a knife, and the door of 1801 swung open simultaneously. Faced with the collective presence of the residents from the 18th floor, the intruders initially appeared sheepish, but quickly regained their bravado, threatening, "Hand over your food if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being ruthless." Jiang Ning retorted coldly, "Who said we have food? Isn't that obvious? If you had no food, why bother locking your door?" The leader waved his knife, threateningly. "We're starving while you all live in comfort, shutting your doors without a care for our lives. How can you be so selfish? Enough with the nonsense. Just hand over your supplies, and I'll spare your lives," he continued. In truth, Jiang Ning only ate until she was 80 full, her energy consumed by rigorous training, and she had no desire to avoid contact with others. Yet, the others were gaunt and desperate. Their vitality was evident. They could not hide their hunger. This group had sunk to a point where they had lost their moral compass. Reasoning with them was like playing a lute to a cow. Jiang Ning, weary of the idle chatter, declared, "If you have the guts, come and take it." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Weili. Despite the small number of those knocking, countless others lurked in the shadows. If they did not make an example of the intruders today, they would return in droves. Jiang Weili understood the signal and instinctively shielded Lu Yu behind her. As the brazen inhabitants of the 18th floor kicked open the stainless steel door and charged forward with knives drawn, Jiang Ning sidestepped and struck at the leader with her blade. Having witnessed a mother and child leap to their deaths, Jiang Weili felt an overwhelming surge of pent-up frustration. As the chaos erupted, she swiftly dodged and landed a powerful punch to one man's abdomen. He tumbled down the stairs, crashing against the door and collapsing, unable to rise. 1801 remained still, effortlessly dislocating an arm of one of the assailants. The air filled with screams, rendering the night eerily ominous. Jiang Ning continued her assault, each strike deliberately avoiding vital areas. Yet blood sprayed forth profusely, staining the floor in a gruesome display. A total of 6 assailants had come. 3 were injured, while the others were left incapacitated by Jiang Weili's blows. Lu Yu had yet to find an opportunity to strike back. Standing at the stairwell's threshold, knife in hand, Jiang Ning posed the question, "Do you want food, or do you value your lives?" The leader, clutching his bleeding arm, cried out in rage, You are committing murder." "Murder?" Jiang Ning ripped off their masks, revealing faces she recognized, some of whom were active members of the community, who had previously lived glamorous lives but now resorted to villainy under the cloak of disaster. She pulled out her phone and snapped their photos. "You can report this. Let us see who the police will apprehend when the time comes." Taken aback by the solidarity of the 18th floor residents, the assailants found themselves powerless to retaliate. Facing dire circumstances, they had no choice but to submit. We have no choice. We were forced into this situation. You've suffered no loss. So, can we just forget this happened? Just moments ago, they had been brimming with bravado. Now they knelt in abject surrender. If the assault had been solely aimed at Jiang Ning, they could have discreetly eliminated her, but this collective action was meant to intimidate. She looked to 1801 and Zheng Weili. Both silently concurred. Today, you are fortunate. Next time, your luck may run out. Now leave. The commotion had escalated to a point where none dared to open their doors on any floor. Jiang Ning and her companions did not bother cleaning up the bloodstains on the floor. They simply closed the door and ascended. Lu Yu, having just witnessed the formidable prowess of 1801, seized the chance to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Lu Yu. I just moved in a few days ago. Your skills are impressive. May I ask what you do? With a stoic expression, Hua Yishan approached the door and replied, Guess. Lu Yu stammered, caught off guard. Zheng Weili, recognizing the tension, tugged at her boyfriend's arm and said, Let us head back. Such individuals, upon mere observation, are evidently not of the common ilk. Their identity likely harbors some complexity, and prying into their affairs could lead to unforeseen consequences. The deterrent effect has been palpable, as for several consecutive days, no one has dared to approach the stairwell door. Jiang Ning, ever diligent, drew back the curtains early, revealing the tempest still raging outside, the typhoon's wrath thrashing violently against the doors and windows, creating an illusion that the entire building was swaying. The typhoon had arrived ahead of schedule and had lingered for a full 15 days, showing no signs of abating. The fears she harbored had materialized. Not only had the natural disaster escalated, but the prospect of its cessation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet life must persist. Each day survived is a victory in itself. Little Bai's belly had swollen significantly, and its appetite was quite formidable, as Jiang Ning tempted it with greens. She noticed bloodstains on the cardboard below. A gentle touch to its belly revealed its restless demeanor, indicating that it was about to give birth. A new life amidst calamity. Once grown, it could be transformed into spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit dishes, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit chunks, or hand-torn rabbit salad. Merely contemplating these dishes provoked a salivary response. Soon, the first kit was born. Splendid. It appeared to measure only a few centimeters, scarcely larger than a mouse. By the time Dowdu arrived, Little Bai had already given birth to 6 kits. She stealthily produced 2 wilted cabbage leaves from her pocket, exclaiming, Little Bai has babies now. Eat up. In total, there were 10 kits, resulting in 12 mouths to feed, which left Jiang Ning pondering how to sustain them. Solely relying on feed would be insufficient. And with the relentless typhoon and torrential rain persisting for half a month, the balcony vegetables had turned yellow from lack of sunlight. Had she not discreetly placed them in her spatial realm, they would have surely withered by now. The crops in her space, however, thrived spectacularly. Their lush green hues a delight to behold. This morning, she could not resist pulling some chicken greens to wash and blanch for noodles. The taste of homegrown produce was unparalleled. Additionally, 2 saplings of fruit trees had survived, with the old tangerine tree now budding. Jiang Ning reassured herself that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Caring for the rabbits, exercising, reading, and indulging in lazy mornings made her life quite fulfilling. She had formed a new habit. Upon waking each day, she listened intently to the sounds of the wind outside. With time, she had become somewhat of an expert. On the 18th day, however, the wind seemed to possess an unusual quality. Chapter 15. At last, rescue arrives. Dressed in her pajamas, Jiang Ning stepped onto the balcony. The typhoon still appeared formidable, yet the wind's intensity had noticeably begun to wane, while the rain's force was intensifying. The second floor was completely submerged, with water now creeping up to the 3rd floor, causing chaos in the stairwell. For breakfast, she had a hand-grabbed pancake filled with a fried egg, ham, greens, and tomato sauce, which she retrieved from her space. It remained crisp and warm, the aroma delighting her palate. She had prepared over 100 of these in her space, ensuring sustenance for a considerable time. Delicious as it was, it did tend to be a tad greasy. She also poured herself a cup of honey pomelo tea, sipping it while perusing her sophomore pharmacology textbook. Around 10 o'clock, there came a knock at the door. She initially thought it was Zheng Weili, but to her surprise, it was 1801. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He was usually reclusive and taciturn, rarely engaging in conversation, even though Daodu frequently visited her. Instantly, her guard was up. Hua Yishan's austere countenance betrayed his anxiety as he implored, "Daodu is unwell. Can you treat her?" Jiang Ning's surprise was palpable. What ailment does she have? A fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. She's speaking nonsense. While illness warranted a hospital visit, the raging storm rendered that impossible. Jiang Ning issued a caveat. "I can take a look, but my knowledge is limited. Do not place your hopes solely on me." "Thank you." Given his dubious past, Jiang Ning reluctantly acquiesced, returning to her room to fetch a folding fruit knife to stow in her pocket. Stepping into 1801 for the first time, she noted the spacious three-bedroom layout, with ample natural light and a tidy arrangement of vintage furniture that surpassed her own humble abode significantly. In this day and age, it was rare to encounter a man proficient in household management. Her gaze drifted to the balcony glass, which had been replaced with 2 layers of tempered glass, complemented by a 3-layer stainless steel door, rendering the entire residence akin to a fortress. Ahem, indeed, her perspective had been quite limited. Redirecting her focus, Jiang Ning proceeded to Daodu's room. Not only did Daodu have a fever, but she also sported a rash, her bright eyes now dulled with fatigue. "Sister." Taking her temperature, checking her pulse, and examining her bruised body, Jiang Ning's medical knowledge may have been rudimentary, yet it sufficed for the moment. Observing Daodu's frail condition, Jiang Ning recognized that moderate exercise could enhance her physical strength and immunity, but excessive strain could be detrimental. She was uncertain how 1801 had been training Daodu, but judging by her numerous bruises, it seemed he had overexerted her. Intense training over a short period had induced a stress response, leading to a weakened immune system, illness, and rashes. Was it any wonder she was experiencing these symptoms? Acknowledging his lack of childcare skills, she was surprised by the extent of his negligence. Upon realizing the cause of Daodu's illness, Hua Yishan's expression turned remorseful. "I have not cared for Daodu as I should." Seeing the frightful bruises on his sister's body left him momentarily stunned. Daodu never complained of fatigue, and even laughed off any discomfort when he massaged her bruised forehead. He retrieved a medical kit filled with various medications. "Jiang Ning, can you identify which of these can be useful?" If all else failed, they would have to risk a trip to the hospital. Jiang Ning perused the contents of the kit, surprised to find it well-stocked. With most of the medications being for children, the illness appeared straightforward. With targeted treatment, Jiang Ning selected remedies for cold and gastrointestinal issues, applying a belly patch to Daodu. Once she recovered, they would focus on nurturing her health before gradually increasing her activity. Unable to bear the sight of her bruises, she returned home to fetch half a bottle of bruise ointment, advising that it should be applied 4 to 5 times a day, with additional massage for enhanced efficacy. Hua Yishan expressed his gratitude, mentioning that Daodu was prone to bumps and that he also had some medicinal herbs. "Could you please help identify which ones are suitable for infusing in alcohol?" Despite his apparent lack of childcare skills, he had collected quite a stash. He returned from another room with 2 large bags of traditional Chinese medicine, all meticulously packaged to prevent moisture. Jiang Ning selected a dozen varieties, all aimed at invigorating the blood and dispelling stagnation, sealing them in a glass jar with a liter of white liquor to infuse for half a month. Spotting some Korean ginseng, she set it aside, noting that it would also be beneficial for infusion. A small sip during the cold months would not only warm the body but also replenish vitality and blood, though it was best avoided for children. Rock candy infused in white liquor also made for an excellent remedy, capable of dispelling heat while nourishing the kidneys and blood. Enough with the chatter. Teaching disciples can starve the master. Daodu soon fell asleep after taking her medicine, though she occasionally mumbled incoherently. Sick children are a pitiful sight, with their eyelashes glistening with tears, their pale little mouths whispering insistently, "Mama, I want Mama, Papa." Hua Yishan sat by her bedside, gently wiping her tears. His voice filled with remorse as he comforted her. "Daodu, don't be afraid. Your brother is here." Their eyes met, revealing a brother who truly cared for his sister, albeit with misguided methods. As Jiang Ning reached the doorway, she was called back by 1801, who handed her a package of noodles. "Thank you for taking care of Daodu." The noodles, which had cost only a few coins before the disaster, could sustain someone for several days in this post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Ning graciously accepted, feeling justified in doing so. Upon returning home, She took out the glass jar filled with rock candy and white liquor, realizing she had been so focused on teaching others that she had neglected her own needs. On a frigid day, savoring a cup by the fire was an unmatched comfort. She also retrieved several pounds of grapes, washing them and placing them on the balcony in her spatial realm to dry, intending to use them for fruit wine. Exiting her space, she distinctly sensed that the typhoon had shifted yet again. Not only had she noticed, but many others had as well. Some even shouting and cheering at the windows. They could hardly contain their excitement, feeling as though the calamity was nearing its end. In high spirits, Jiang Ning prepared a dish of boiled fish, pairing it with fragrant, fluffy rice. Even after finishing her meal, she hesitated to discard the plastic takeout box. Although her space was stocked generously, these would soon become non-renewable resources, and washing them for reuse was prudent. Awakened from a deep slumber by the thunderous roar of motors, I found myself confronted by rescue boats and firefighters clad in bright orange life vests. The typhoon had not yet relented, though its ferocity was swiftly waning, allowing for cautious navigation through the tumultuous waves. After an arduous 18 days cut off from the world, hope finally emerged as a beacon amidst the despair. The moment the rescue boats came into view, countless individuals succumbed to overwhelming emotions, weeping with relief. Rescue had arrived. The government had not forsaken us. Tears mingled with laughter, as people oscillated between despair and exhilaration, desperately wiping their eyes. With only 3 rescue boats at their disposal, they represented the last vestige of survival for everyone. The loudspeakers crackled with the reassuring voices of firefighters, urging residents of various apartment blocks not to panic, assuring them that no one in need of assistance would be left behind. Priority was given to the elderly and children as they gathered essential belongings for evacuation. This operation targeted only those in lower floors that had succumbed to flooding, yet throngs of residents surged downwards, encircling the firefighters with fervent pleas. Our homes remain intact, but what shall we do without food or water? We have been starving for 3 days, surviving solely on rainwater. Can you possibly bring us some provisions? Yes. Why have you come empty-handed? Is the government not providing us with aid? We are taxpayers. Without our contributions, how do you sustain yourselves? The chaos escalated, the initial gratitude morphing into resentment as the atmosphere grew tense with demands for accountability. In Chapter 16, the luxurious RV worth millions became a focal point. Zhang Weili urged Jiang Ning to venture downstairs and assess the situation. Their meager provisions had been exhausted, with only a bag of rice remaining, while their gas supply had run dry, leaving them with just a few alcohol blocks. In an effort to conserve fuel, they soaked the rice daily before placing it in a thermos, pouring boiling water over it to allow it to cook in its own steam. Moreover, the damp conditions had left their clothes undry, leading to health issues. If possible, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu wished to reach a relief center. Accommodations might be lacking, but at least they would have enough to eat and hot water. The typhoon had exceeded meteorological forecasts, and their area had already flooded to the 3rd floor. One could only imagine the devastation elsewhere. Jiang Ning dashed her hopes. The food is submerged. How much is left above water? Given the current water levels, even the gym and library are inundated. Authorities will likely have to commandeer hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people crowded together, basic necessities will become increasingly problematic. The typhoon may have passed, but the torrential rains will persist for months. In the past, many low-floor residents had sought refuge in shelters, only to return shortly due to overcrowding, lamenting the lack of space for basic needs such as sleeping and eating. Chaos reigned, with reports of looting and violence creating a tumultuous environment. The government was tasked with managing disaster relief while simultaneously seeking food supplies. Ultimately, they may have to salvage what they could from submerged stocks, but any provisions that had been soaked for long would be spoiled, leaving the populace barely satiated. Heavy-hearted, Zhang Weili resolved to descend and seek any glimmer of good news. Jiang Ning opted to check on Dodo next door, where the patient's condition had improved, lifting the spirits of the half-hearted doctor. An hour later, Zhang Weili returned dejected. The firefighters were only evacuating those directly affected by flooding and were unclear about large-scale rescue efforts. Jiang Ning encouraged her, "It's all right. If the heavens do not save us, we must rely on ourselves." Indeed, despondency would not yield results. Zhang Weili rekindled her hope. If the typhoon had ceased, perhaps the rains would soon follow suit. After all, To live is to harbor hope, is it not? Yet the rain only intensified, enveloping the sky in ominous gloom. By 5 o'clock, darkness had descended, though the typhoon had largely abated, save for the relentless sound of rescue boats traversing the waters. The city lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Jiang Ning had dined early and began setting alarms, intending to wake every hour starting at 10. Around 1 in the morning, the firefighters completed the evacuation of trapped residents, leaving the Jinrong community eerily quiet, save for the patter of rain. Donning her protective clothing, which felt akin to autumn wear, she tested its durability against a blade. Indeed, it withstood the cut, affirming its quality. Feeling the chill, Jiang Ning layered on a coat and a rain suit before stealthily making her way downstairs. The corridors were devoid of residents, littered with refuse and marked by an unpleasant odor. Reaching the 3rd floor, she climbed out onto a narrow, protruding platform. Retrieving her inflatable boat and donning waterproof goggles and a lithium-powered headlamp, she paddled into the unknown. The torrential rain and swift currents rendered the city unrecognizable, with only the towering edifices remaining above the waterline, creating an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Jiang Ning had prepared well, having diligently observed the water flow and memorized notable landmarks along her route. Nevertheless, navigating through the deluge proved arduous, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the large supermarket she had frequented before the storm. Though only 2 stories high, the supermarket sat atop a relatively elevated terrain, with floodwaters just reaching the 2nd floor. With considerable effort, she successfully beached her inflatable boat on the driveway. Securing it, she proceeded to the rooftop parking lot. The expansive area was filled with vehicles, predominantly luxury brands, Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, suggesting that affluent residents had sought refuge for their prized possessions ahead of the storm. With her flashlight in hand, Jiang Ning scanned the rows of cars, her gaze fixating on a large RV, a luxurious model worth millions, equipped with bulletproof glass and explosion-proof tires. A hybrid vehicle boasting foldable solar panels on its rooftop. In a world where energy was scarce and gasoline was tightly controlled, this mobile home represented an oasis of opportunity, fulfilling all her aspirations. Retrieving her electronic disruptor from her pack, a cutting-edge piece of technology acquired at a significant cost on the black market, she affixed it to the vehicle's door. After a few moments of beeping, the sound of the lock disengaging filled the air. Successfully unlocking the door, she stepped inside. The RV was spacious, featuring a kitchen, living area, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, complete with a washing machine, its opulent interior a stark contrast to the chaos outside. The RV contained minimal personal belongings, suggesting it had recently been purchased, fortuitously left behind in the wake of calamity. Satisfied, Jiang Ning stealthily stowed the vehicle in her spatial pocket. Not rushing into the supermarket, she took out a siphon and fuel canister, draining gasoline from the surrounding vehicles. With the rooftop fire escape locked, she utilized heavy-duty cutters to free herself from the constraints of the stairwell. Emerging from the fire escape onto the 2nd floor, she found herself in the clothing section, where the water had risen to her knees, submerging many garments. With limited space to work, she hastily gathered several items from the women's wear section before darting to other areas. Upon exiting, she encountered a promotional section, filled with discounted paper towels, soft drinks, mooncakes, chips, and bathing supplies. Opposite, in the home appliance section, refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines lay submerged. She salvaged smaller appliances, including yogurt makers, ice cream machines, bean sprout makers, and mini frying pans, tossing anything she deemed potentially useful into her pocket. Next, she moved to the living essentials section, selecting high-quality air conditioning blankets, down comforters, bed linens, and an assortment of pillows and sports shoes, along with various skincare products, masks, eye creams, and serums, diligently collecting supplies for the uncertain days ahead. As she approached the counter brimming with tobacco, liquor, and tea, the sight of Moutai, Wulianya, XO, Martell, red wine, beer, and an array of cocktails caught her eye. Each brand, both costly and affordable, represented valuable commodities in a post-apocalyptic world, where such items would soon become scarce and highly sought after. After collecting the water-soaked items, Jiang Ning retrieved a window-breaking tool, shattering the glass of the counter to fish out the submerged treasures. She swept away a plethora of exquisite cigarette brands, regrettably ruined by the water, but fortunately, the tea leaves remained sealed and neatly arranged on the shelves. Westlake Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyin, and Xinjiang Maojian, regardless of their price. They were irreplaceable resources, and she left not a single item behind. In this section alone, she had nearly filled 10 cubic meters of space. However, it mattered little. Before her departure, she had cleared out the balcony planters, the vegetables and fruit trees from the living room, and the charcoal from the kitchen, freeing up approximately 150 cubic meters. The flood was rising swiftly, and these precious goods would soon be submerged before dawn. Chapter 17. Zero-cost shopping at the supermarket. If the volume of her space could be increased by 2 zeros, Jiang Ning would have frantically swept through the city. Instead, she could only watch helplessly as survival supplies sank, while humanity descended into a brutal struggle for existence, fighting over a moldy piece of bread. The harshness of reality forced Jiang Ning to focus solely on her own survival. Regaining her composure, she hastened to outpace the floodwaters. Shampoo, body wash, soap, sanitary pads, disinfectants. Milk, yogurt, powdered milk, alpaca milk, soy milk powder, cereals, lotus root powder, and lily and lotus seed soup, along with various sugars, white, rock, and brown, were all on her list. The water had risen to her thighs. She had no time to inspect brands or be picky. Her hands moved swiftly across the shelves, grabbing whatever she could find. Knowing it was better than surrendering to the flood, she gathered an assortment of canned goods, dried fruits, snacks, chocolates, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, wings, duck necks, beef jerky, lamb chunks, flavored dried tofu, and spicy strips, rapidly filling her space at a visible pace. After stocking up on a significant amount of noodles, Jiang Ning made her way to the instant food section. There were varieties of instant noodles, snail rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, and dry noodles, but the recent typhoon had left only a few options, with the last remaining flavor being pickled cabbage. She did not hesitate or complain about the foot odor. In her previous life, she had gnawed on tree bark and consumed guanine clay to survive, ultimately resorting to using a stick to dig when nature called. When she reached the seasoning section, she wasted no time hoarding essentials: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oils, though the latter was regrettably space-consuming. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine. She took only the larger containers that occupied less space. Old Godmother chili sauce, olive vegetables, debanjiang, fermented tofu, and canned bamboo shoots. All were swiftly swept away from the shelves. When she encountered her favorites, she fished out those that had been soaked, refusing to let anything go to waste. Next came various ingredient packs: water-boiled beef, pickled vegetable oil, red oil hot pot seasoning, Orleans chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder. Many of these she barely glanced at as she hurriedly collected them. The water had risen to her waist. Although she wore a full-body raincoat, she still felt the chill, and moving became increasingly cumbersome. Yet this was her last opportunity for a massive haul. Securing more now was preferable to later competing desperately for a morsel of food. Regrettably, the first floor was flooded, otherwise there would have been even more valuable resources. As the water reached her chest, she began to feel buoyant, and most of the products were either submerged or floating on the surface. Collecting supplies had become increasingly challenging, but fortunately, her space was nearly filled to capacity. Even the bathroom was close to overflowing. Just as she reached for some floating snacks, a glimmer caught her attention nearby. Jiang Ning was astonished. Was there another kindred spirit engaging in zero-cost shopping? With a flashlight illuminating the area, she quickly concealed herself behind a shelf, fully alert. It was unclear how many others were present, and in the water, movement was restricted. Should a confrontation arise, she might find herself at a disadvantage, especially since she had nearly cleared out the essential supplies from the second floor. If anyone discovered her space, Jiang Ning could not afford the risk. She retrieved a portable diving mask from her space, donned it, and quietly submerged, swimming towards the fire escape. The floodwaters seeped into her raincoat, rendering her body immensely heavy. Holding her breath, she swam while struggling to remove the coat, surfacing only when she could no longer hold her breath. Listening closely, it seemed only one person had arrived. Jiang Ning sighed with relief, exerting considerable effort to push open the fire escape door and ascend the stairs to the rooftop. She refrained from turning on her flashlight, catching her breath as she took out some chocolate to replenish her energy. Waiting until the dizziness faded, she walked barefoot toward the rooftop. There was no one on the rooftop, but the second floor was already half submerged. As she prepared to leave, Jiang Ning cast a glance at the parking lot, spotting her coveted Hummer. Identical to the vehicle parked at Unit 1801, its high chassis and robust horsepower presented an imposing silhouette, capable of effortlessly plowing through ordinary SUVs, truly a battle vehicle in the apocalypse. Yet her space could not accommodate it, and in comparison, she opted for a more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She patted the vehicle's hood, feeling as though she were parting with a piece of herself. Soon, these vehicles would be entirely submerged, swept away by the floodwaters. A lamentable loss indeed. The water levels surged rapidly, the current becoming fierce, making it easy for her inflatable boat to be swept away. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out the speedboat, with numerous obstacles beneath the surface. She dared not accelerate too quickly. The entire city had descended into darkness, and the visibility of her waterproof mining lamp was limited. She could only navigate slowly through the water. Operating the speedboat was straightforward, but the sound of the motor might attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, with a typhoon having just passed, the government was actively conducting rescue operations. Even if nearby residents heard her, they would likely assume it was a rescue team. Jiang Ning did not return to her apartment, but raced against time to another location. 3 kilometers away, the speedboat moved slowly through the darkness, taking half an hour to cover the distance. Arriving at a 6-story electronics commercial building, she found the floodwaters had already submerged the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning used her window-breaking tool to shatter the glass of the 4th floor and climbed in, heading straight for the storefront of a solar technology company. She recalled the promotional flyer she had received before the typhoon, featuring the latest model of solar generators. She had intentionally visited this store to learn about it, the efficient solar panels, off-grid power generation, and flexible frequency inverters that could effectively generate power while also allowing for fast charging from the grid. Most crucially, the storage battery boasted a capacity of 100 kilowatt-hours. That was enough to power several air conditioners or heaters simultaneously. Of course, the price was equally striking, 680,000. Jiang Ning lacked the funds to purchase it, but she had memorized the store's location. Compared to it, all other generators seemed inferior. Confirming that the store was empty, she produced a crowbar and forcefully pried open the rolling shutter door. The storefront was small, and she quickly made her way to the center display featuring the new generator. The display held only the storage battery and inverter, so she pried open the back door to the storage area, discovering another unit of the same model. Without hesitation, she loaded it into her space. Solar panels and supporting equipment took up considerable space, and as her space was already filled, she could only place them on the balcony. Concerned that the components might be damaged, she collected all the extras as well. Seeing there was still room on the balcony, she took several mobile storage batteries which, despite their significantly lower storage capacity, were excellent for direct charging. The store held numerous expensive appliances, but her space was now at full capacity. It was already past 5 in the morning. She needed to return before dawn. The current had intensified, and Jiang Ning navigated the speedboat against the wind in the torrential rain. Approaching Jinrong community, she turned off the motor and paddled toward the calmer waters at the building's base, stealthily swapping out the inflatable boat. The dawn was just beginning to break, allowing for a faint outline of her surroundings. As she reached the window of her unit, she noticed an additional inflatable boat nearby. No, it was a speedboat. A man was aboard, placing items through the window. Upon turning, he spotted Jiang Ning. Caught off guard, Jiang Ning immediately became alert. Chapter 18. The typhoon had ceased, but the rain intensified. However, it appeared that the man's speedboat was laden with numerous supplies. In these times, those with ample resources are often the most vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity while visibility was compromised, she discreetly retrieved 2 backpacks from her space and paddled towards him. This physique, this height, there was no one else but 1801. Despite donning a raincoat and a mask, he was instantly recognizable. No wonder he kept Dodo so plump and fair. He must have been indulging in daily zero-cost shopping. Among fellow comrades, there was no need for embarrassment. 1801 also recognized the masked Jiang Ning, nodding in acknowledgement amidst the torrential downpour. After securing the speedboat, he extended a hand to assist her. Jiang Ning, not one to be coy, passed him the 2 waterproof backpacks and reached out for him to help pull her up, then gingerly stowed the rubber dinghy. Silence enveloped them as they ascended the stairs, laden with their burdens. With 1801's considerable supplies, It was likely he would need several trips, and Jiang Ning lent a hand by carrying 2 bags. Upon reaching the 18th floor, their eyes met, and without hesitation, she turned to unlock the door quietly. After discarding the supplies, Jiang Ning savored a warm bowl of ginger and brown sugar soup, changed out of her damp clothes, and hurriedly showered and dried her hair. The dawn was breaking, and 1801 had already finished moving his supplies. She wiped the water stains from the corridor and knocked on Zheng Weili's door. The two emerged brandishing knives, thinking they were under siege. Jiang Ning pressed 2,000 yuan into their hands, lowering her voice. The typhoon has passed. You should sneak out quietly before anyone notices. The supermarket on the slope in the university town has 4 floors and is situated at a higher elevation, likely still unscathed. I recall the owner's family lives within the supermarket. They might open for business, regardless of the prices, buy substantial and durable food. On her return, she deliberately took a detour, spotting the supermarket lights from afar and several speedboats anchored outside. This calamity was unforeseen. Both the supermarket and wholesale markets had been inundated, and it was highly probable that even the national grain reserves in the city had been submerged. Almost all food was submerged underwater. And even if the military and government were willing to provide aid, it would be futile without resources. Consequently, no assistance was forthcoming. Chaos soon erupted outside, with rampant looting driven by the desperate need for sustenance. Jiang Ning vividly recalled that in her previous life, this supermarket had been taken over by the government, opening early with purchase limits, allowing citizens to buy with cash on a first-come, first-served basis. In an era dominated by electronic payments, who still had the habit of using cash, and how many had the foresight to withdraw money before the typhoon? Thus, those who could not muster cash and wished to survive had no option but to resort to violence. Police officers were armed, yet who truly had the audacity to fire at starving citizens? With so few bullets, whom would they target? Crowds gathered, not out of desire for crime, but because money had become mere numbers, confined to banks or digital wallets, inaccessible in times of need. Jiang Ning only received news in the afternoon, swimming to the supermarket with a plastic bucket, only to find it stripped bare, the ground and walls stained with shocking blood. Zheng Weili came to her senses, questioning, "Can the supermarket really open?" "I cannot guarantee it, but it's better than waiting idly," Jiang Ning urged. "You should go early. Once they wake up and regain their senses, there may be nothing left for you." Zheng Weili, shaken from her stupor, rushed back with Lu Yu to change clothes. "And Ning, let us go together. I still have a bag of rice at home. I want to go this time." Jiang Ning fabricated an excuse. "Besides, if we all leave, what if someone comes to rob us? If you spend your money, just share what you buy with me." "Yes. Let us go quickly and return swiftly." Zheng Weili, confused, thought, "And Ning has already provided the funds. How could I still ask her to leave? Consider the money alone. If we procure anything, it shall be split in half. Bring something for self-defense, and stay safe." As dawn approached, Jiang Ning hurried the two downstairs. She had already warned them. How much they could acquire would depend on their luck. Locking the door behind her, Jiang Ning wasted no time resting and began organizing her cramped space. The solar power storage units remained in her space, while other components were moved to the larger room of her rented apartment. She emptied a significant amount of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, dismantling excessive packaging that took up space, then categorizing and sealing them into large plastic bags or cardboard boxes. Essential supplies were placed in her space, while snacks and non-essentials were stored in her rented apartment, allowing her to eventually clear out several dozen cubic meters. Jiang Ning transformed into a compression genius, meticulously sorting through over 100 cubic meters of precious resources. Uncertain of how long they would last, she hoped these supplies would suffice until her natural demise. But who could predict the future? If conditions allowed, who wouldn't he wish for a more comfortable life, rich in food, drink, and entertainment? Preparation is always prudent. In her relentless fervor, she even neglected her RV, organizing a batch of essential supplies to fill its space. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was past 9 o'clock, with the commotion downstairs growing increasingly lively. The typhoon had ceased, but the rain was more torrential than ever. With threats diminished, young adventurers ventured forth, some clutching buckets or basins, others donning life jackets, and some even carrying planks. Fengcheng, a southern paradise of fish and rice. Despite its rapid industrial development over the decades, still retained many mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs, with a labyrinth of waterways. Many local villagers possessed wooden boats, paddling through the community in search of long-lost family or relatives, while some even bore the ceremonial dragon boats from their ancestral halls, banding together to seek out individuals or resources. Rubber dinghies and speedboats were available but in short supply, as this was not a water-centric city. Who would keep such equipment at home? Jiang Ning, keeping a close watch on the situation from her balcony, occasionally scanned for Zheng Weili and Lu Yu. After approximately half an hour, she spotted the familiar color of a rubber dinghy, laden with supplies. Just as she prepared to descend, several men suddenly emerged from Building 3, heading straight for the dinghy. They moved quickly, but her companions were no slouches either. Lu Yu paddled furiously, while Zheng Weili brandished her paddle, swinging it at their heads. Jiang Ning brandished a knife as she stepped outside, only to find 1801's door swing open simultaneously. Hua Yishan, clad in casual attire, wore a detached expression. "I'll accompany you." They both understood the unspoken truth. Many coveted the 18th floor, recognizing the precarious nature of their situation. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and together they hurried downstairs. The water had already reached the 4th floor, with many clustered at the stairwell, yearning for an escape. As they observed Zheng Weili's dinghy drawing nearer, especially with supplies that could mean survival, eyes filled with resentment and anger, even hatred, glared at the two, relishing the thought of robbing them. Chapter 19. The Threat at the Door. Such is human nature. It is not the scarcity that burdens them but the inequality. All were mired in disaster. Why should one thrive while others succumb to starvation? Not only did they refuse to assist, but they also awaited the chance to pounce on the two as they approached. Jiang Ning wielded 2 knives, a cleaver in her left hand and a boning knife in her right. With a steely gaze, she pushed through the crowd and stood by the window, blocking their path. The glint of her sharp blades, stained with dried blood, sent the crowd recoiling in fear. Some, unwilling to relent, attempted to lecture her, only to find Hua Yishan stepping beside her. The two stood, resembling cold-blooded enforcers, perfectly aligned, one on the left, one on the right. Jiang Ning surveyed the crowd, taking in every expression, and coldly declared, "Spare me your lofty moralities. Anyone who dares to insult me or attempts to steal, I'll take down one for every attempt." The infamous reputation of the 18th floor is known to all. They are all villains. This pack of brutes feasted and drank to their heart's content, unwilling to share even a morsel. The last time they were robbed, they had injured several, one of whom bled out and perished. Yesterday, someone surreptitiously reported to the firefighters, only to discover that their duties were limited to rescue operations, asserting that this matter did not fall under their jurisdiction. They indicated that once the floodwaters receded, one could report the situation to the police. In light of Jiang Ning's imposing demeanor, silence enveloped the crowd, for no one dared utter a word, fearful that a misplaced comment might provoke this frenzied woman. Zheng Weili was no pushover. Having already toppled several men, the two finally managed to swim to the window below. Jiang Ning kept a wary eye on the occupants of the building while Hua Yishan assisted in transporting supplies. 2 bags of rice weighing 20 pounds each, 1 bag of flour weighing 10 pounds, some noodles, damp vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, along with fermented black beans and chili sauce. Though not in abundance, these were hard-won treasures. Lu Yu was exhausted to the point of unsteadiness, and Zheng Weili bore a fresh wound on her arm, the blood staining her clothing. The onlookers, their eyes gleaming with avarice, dared not approach to snatch the supplies. Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao, mingling within the throng, wore expressions of complex disdain. They wished to ingratiate themselves, but were well aware that Jiang Ning would not entertain them. Yet, some could not suppress their desires and boldly requested to borrow a rubber boat, offering to pay for its rental. The 4 remained unresponsive, their expressions fierce as they ascended the stairs with their possessions. Behind them, a woman's voice rose in condemnation, joined by many others who accused the residents of the 18th floor of being cold-hearted and inhumane. Zheng Weili, utterly drained, could scarcely articulate a response. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning gathered iodine and bandages, along with anti-inflammatory medication. The wound was not deep, but she sanitized and bandaged it meticulously. Both were still shaken from the ordeal, their spirits hovering in a state of disarray. They had thought the chaos within the building was intense, but the turmoil outside surpassed it. Arriving early in the rain, they had secured the rubber boat within their pack, only to be met by a throng of people. The crowd swelled, becoming a mass of bodies, and they had to wait a long time for the supermarket to open. Prices for rice and flour had surged 20-fold, and an unending stream of individuals surged inside, seizing goods indiscriminately, regardless of whether they were on shelves or in others' hands. With no internet access, the supermarket only accepted cash, leaving those without it to barter with gold necklaces and bracelets, a process that was slow and convoluted. Those lacking cash resorted to theft, snatching what they could and fleeing. The chaos escalated, with police firing shots to quell the unrest, but the sheer number of desperate individuals overwhelmed initial efforts. Resources were limited, and soon a second wave surged forth, creating a tumultuous scene as people rushed in to steal whatever they could. Everyone was gripped by fear, terrified that the hard-won supplies would be snatched away. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Ning and Lu Yu made a bid for escape. But the water was crowded with people, resembling the act of dropping dumplings into boiling water. They were besieged by others, some intent on pilfering supplies, others on seizing the rubber boat. No matter how formidable Jiang Ning was, she was outnumbered, and not only were their supplies partially taken, but her hand was also cut by someone. There were even vile individuals who attempted to puncture the rubber boat. Had it not been for the boat's puncture-resistant properties, they might not have made it back. The strangeness of their new reality led Jiang Ning to question human nature, her exhaustion causing her to lean against Lu Yu for support. Jiang Ning, at a loss for words of comfort, reflected that the apocalypse had merely begun. Before they could catch their breath, a loud knocking echoed from the door below. To their astonishment, a large crowd had gathered, at least several dozen individuals, crowding the corridor of the 17th floor. Jiang Ning frowned, wondering if these people intended to forcefully take what was theirs. Jiang Ning's supplies had been earned at great peril. They dared not venture outside for survival but were now targeting the 18th floor, likely believing it to be an easy target. Feeling weary, no one wished to speak, silently descending the stairs with knives in hand. For pairs of eyes, filled with lethal intent, stunned the crowd into silence. Though fear gripped their hearts, they were reluctant to retreat, calculating that a group of dozens could overpower 4 individuals, filling them with renewed bravado. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Please don't misunderstand us. We mean no harm." Jiang Ning replied icily, "What do you want?" "Hello, I'm Jian, the building's representative elected by the neighbors. I wish to discuss the possibility of forming a group to venture out in search of supplies." He spoke with a smile. But the 4 remained silent on the other side of the door, leaving him to awkwardly explain, "The government has yet to provide any aid, and the situation outside is in complete disarray. It's dangerous to go out alone in search of supplies, and even if we find some, they could be stolen en route. So, we thought it wise to gather those skilled in self-defense to venture out together, providing mutual support. Do you have a boat or a rubber boat? That's why I'm here to consult with you." Jian chuckled awkwardly. "After all, we're neighbors. We may as well look out for each other during a major disaster, right?" The first half of his statement was soft, while the latter carried an implicit threat. Jiang Ning paused briefly, then said, "Give us a moment to discuss." She exchanged glances with the others and moved to the window for a hushed conversation. "What are your thoughts?" Jiang Ning, fiery in temperament, could not abide threats. "If they wish to take the rubber boat, they must step over my corpse first. If they want to fight, let them come." This group was cunning. Perhaps they could simply lend them the rubber boat? Lu Yu, more pragmatic, argued, "A true hero does not seek immediate gains. If we provoke them, we will be the ones to suffer in the end." Jiang Ning vehemently disagreed. "No way. If we let them succeed this time, it will lead to endless troubles." Jiang Ning turned to 1801. "What about you?" "I have no preference. You all decide." It was impossible to search for supplies together. Even if they found something, there wouldn't be enough for so many, leading to further conflict. "Perhaps we should lend them the boat and let them find their own," Jiang Ning proposed, noting that there were many outdoor supply stores in the city. If they went early, they might find a speedboat or a rubber boat, thereby not solely fixating on what they possessed. "And Ning, your reasoning is sound, but with the chaos outside, what if the rubber boat is stolen or damaged? What then?" "Don't forget, I also have a rubber boat, What? Ishan interjected. I have a speedboat, Liu added. Zheng Weili was taken aback. Chapter 20. Salvaging gas bottles. Having lived a second life, Jiang Ning understood the duality of human nature. I do not wish to give it away either. But remaining in this stalemate is not a solution. Only by allowing them to venture out for supplies can we ensure our own safety. When a person is driven to the brink of starvation, they can lose all semblance of reason. In life and death situations, anything is possible. It was only then that Zheng Weili relented. Jiang Ning approached He Xian and stated, we need not search for supplies together. But we can lend you the rubber boat for one day. I suggest you don't rush to find food. Focus on locating a boat first. He Xian had not expected the 18th floor to agree to join forces. This was merely a tactic on his part, presenting an impossible request first, then settling for a more feasible one. His true aim was to borrow the rubber boat. All right, thank you very much. However, we will only lend it this once. What if you lose it or damage it? Well, we are all neighbors. Don't give me that platitude. Are you truly neighbors when you act so ruthlessly? Jiang Ning's tone was brusque. This is our lifeline. Lending it is a matter of goodwill. Refusing is our right. Don't presume your numbers grant you power over us. If you push me too far, killing one would be a loss, but two would be a gain. Anyone unafraid of death can come forward. Survival is an instinct. While they were many who would be foolish enough to court death, the 18th floor had seen bloodshed before, and for a moment, silence reigned. He Xian gazed at them, his anger simmering. Moments ago, in the crowd, they had been bold, yet now they shrank back like turtles. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to press on, as his wife and children awaited sustenance. If he spearheaded this effort, the supplies they would procure would likely be more substantial, and many future matters would be easier to manage under his influence. If it gets damaged, we will compensate you for it. Words without proof are but empty claims. Written evidence is the true testament. You, He Xian, were understandably vexed, yet after much deliberation, you begrudgingly acquiesced. What harm could possibly arise from borrowing a mere rubber dinghy? Once it was in your possession, would you truly have to return it? When the floodwaters recede, one could merely report the matter to the police and compensate her for the vessel. After negotiations concluded, Zheng Weili set about drafting the written agreement, and both parties affixed their signatures. Upon acquiring the dinghy, He Xian beamed with a smile reminiscent of the Buddha, showering everyone with a plethora of flattering remarks before signaling for the gathering to disperse. Director Jiang Ning called out, the dinghy is borrowed in your name. Should any misfortune befall it, I shall hold you accountable. Of course, He Xian replied. Jiang Ning smiled. You reside in 1303, with a wife and 2 children. Not to mention an elderly mother with lingering health issues, correct? He Xian was taken aback, his face draining of color. With a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, he hastily assured her, rest assured, we shall safeguard the dinghy with utmost care. In a world rife with scheming faces, how much valuable material could truly be salvaged from a single rubber boat? As long as resources were inequitably distributed, chaos would ensue. Let the factions squabble amongst themselves. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Zheng Weili returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. She had initially intended to settle the bill. Yet the supermarket had devolved into utter pandemonium, forcing them to flee with their arms laden. Money had simply slipped through their fingers. Jiang Ning accepted the funds, maintaining faith that the government would restore order shortly, at which point they could spend it. Since the money hasn't been expended, I cannot accept your share. Jiang Ning firmly rejected. Moreover, this was procured through your valiant efforts. We cannot tally the accounts so, Zheng Weili insisted. Without your guidance, we would not have secured any resources, nor would we have been able to bring them home. Their stances remained resolute, leaving Jiang Ning with no choice but to concede. Ultimately, she accepted 2 packets of noodles, along with some alcohol blocks and dried vegetables, resolutely refusing anything further. After her departure, Liu conferred with his girlfriend. That individual from 1801 seemed rather stoic, yet there's a sense of integrity about him. We are currently under scrutiny. We must stand united. Without his assistance today, we would have surely lost our possessions. Zheng Weili concurred, suggesting, shall we send something over? It would serve as a formal introduction, and in the future, we could look out for one another. Liu packed 5 kilograms of rice and approached the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony. observing the dinghy as it drifted away from the building, occupied by 6 men wielding makeshift weapons. Residents from adjacent units cast envious glances, some contemplating a robbery, yet hesitating at the sight of the menacing implements. A knock sounded from 1801. "Do you happen to know where I might find gas?" Jiang Ning, well acquainted with the area, had visited before and had a vague understanding, yet the low-lying region had been evacuated prior to the Typhoon's arrival. Anything that remained would likely be submerged. The community primarily utilized piped gas, with few employing liquefied gas canisters, and portable stoves and alcohol blocks were far from reliable. To put it plainly, even if they managed to locate rice, flour, and oil, they would have no means to cook. Jiang Ning possessed ample supplies, but was wary of drawing attention. She recalled several eateries near the entrance of the complex that had used gas canisters. Perhaps they could devise a way to obtain some? Lu Yu immediately chimed in. "Our most pressing need is not food. Shall we give it a try? However, we must act swiftly. If we delay, there may be nothing left." Without objection, Ho Ishan agreed, and the group quickly reached a consensus. Upon noticing Zheng Weili stepping outside, he furrowed his brow. What if someone breaks in while we're gone? This posed a genuine concern. It was not the front yard's illumination that worried him, but rather the potential for disaster in the back. They reconvened, deciding that each household would send one representative, leaving Zheng Weili to keep watch over Dodo. Ho Ishan would take the dinghy along with gasoline. Dodo, somewhat apprehensive of Zheng Weili, nonetheless bravely nodded. "Brother, please return soon." Ho Ishan gently patted her head, softening his tone. "I will." Thus, while the majority ventured out to procure food, the 18th floor sought to locate a gas canister. Lu Yu contemplated that if they found an abundance, they could barter for grains. As the dinghy's motor roared to life, it drew the attention of many. Some with lingering thievery in their hearts dared to approach, only to be met with a torrent of water that obscured their view of the vessel. Several eateries had succumbed to the flood, yet the entrance to the complex provided a familiar landmark. Jiang Ning retrieved a portable diving mask and a waterproof flashlight, though the situation was somewhat precarious. Lu Yu, frail and unable to submerge, lacked the strength to pry open doors. With the water reaching depths of over 10 meters, the time and effort required to force entry were daunting. Jiang Ning's lung capacity was insufficient. Ho Ishan took the diving mask, declaring, "Let me handle this." After donning the mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning secured a rope around him, instructing him to pull it if any trouble arose. As 1801 descended, both remained vigilant, gripping their makeshift weapons and scanning for any sudden threats. The floodwaters were murky, and Lu Yu, glancing toward the distance, exclaimed, "Ah Ning, what is that?" Chapter 21. Peril at the liquefied gas station. Jiang Ning focused on the approaching debris, and as it drew nearer, she prodded it with her stick, only to discover it was a floating corpse. Initially, the sight was shocking and nauseating, yet as she encountered more, she grew accustomed to it. Upon resurfacing, several bodies floated within the community. Time was of the essence. Having already surpassed 1 minute, the rope in her hand remained motionless. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Anxiety swelled within her as she tugged at the rope, but there was no response. The average person could endure over a minute in the water. Even for someone like 1801, who excelled at diving, for minutes seemed excessive. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and just as she prepared to tug the rope again, the surface of the water erupted with a splash. 1801 emerged, reporting, "I checked several shops, but all the doors had been pried open and the interiors completely emptied." Emptied? Who possessed such audacity? Lu Yu felt disheartened, lamenting the inability to locate a gas canister. Even if they found something, they could not cook it. Despite their haste, they had been outpaced by another, revealing their youthful naivety and lack of experience. Jiang Ning cast a sidelong glance at 1801. These eateries had been submerged since the second day of the typhoon. Even if some proprietors had evacuated, it was implausible that every shop had been looted. The muddied waters and swift currents made success impossible for anyone lacking a diving mask and good swimming skills. Unless, of course, these establishments had been breached at the onset of the disaster. A glimmer of realization sparked in her mind. Their only recourse was to venture to the liquefaction station and hope that not all resources had been stripped away. It was illogical to return empty-handed, and so they resolved to take their chances at the liquefaction site. Jiang Ning retrieved her phone from a waterproof bag and consulted the offline map. Indicating a location to her companions, it should be around here. There's a large banyan tree at the entrance. The liquefaction station was situated approximately 6 to 7 kilometers from Jinrong community, not particularly far, though somewhat remote. After determining their destination, the trio navigated the dinghy toward the liquefaction station. The suburbs, now submerged, appeared desolate, the once bustling bungalows swallowed by the floodwaters. On their route, they encountered firefighters who were attempting to rescue stranded individuals, shouting through megaphones to commandeer the dinghy for their efforts. A flood of this magnitude was unprecedented, and resources for rescue were woefully insufficient. Ho Ishan ignored their pleas as the three sped past in the floodwaters. The city had transformed into an ocean, rendering navigation impossible. Jiang Ning peered through binoculars, directing them to the right, where a greenish hue in the water indicated the presence of the banyan tree. Slowing their approach, they confirmed it was indeed the banyan's foliage. The towering tree now stood with only its topmost leaves visible above the waterline. They entered the water, securing the dinghy to the banyan tree, and Jiang Ning gestured in the general direction. Ho Ishan donned the diving mask and submerged. After more than 2 minutes, he resurfaced, exclaiming, "I found it, but the liquefaction station has a roll-up gate and a sliding iron door. Prying it open will be challenging." As she spoke, Jiang Ning instructed Jiang Ning to retrieve the folding crowbar from his bag. Lu Yu, why is it that he lacks professional gear? Although Jiang Ning had equipment in her space, it could not be accessed during a team operation. Upon noticing the basic diving mask and ropes in the 1801 bag, she promptly secured the ropes and donned the mask. "I will dive down to assist. You keep a vigilant eye on the surroundings, and if anything seems amiss, tug on the rope." Lu Yu nodded. "Be careful." The floodwaters were frigid as Jiang Ning submerged, using the light from her waterproof lamp to navigate toward the liquefaction station, simultaneously retrieving the steel pliers. Spotting a faint glow in the distance, she hastened her swim. Hua Ishan was in the water, straining to lift the rolling gate. But the resistance from the water was formidable. Jiang Ning swam closer to lend a hand, and their gazes locked, channeling their strength together. Slowly, the rolling gate ascended, revealing the inner sliding iron door. Hua Ishan seized the steel pliers from her hand and severed the chain securing the door. Then together they pulled it open. Inside was shrouded in darkness. Just as she was about to swim in, a shadow darted toward Jiang Ning. Hua Ishan reacted swiftly, pulling her back as the shadow sped past her head, rapidly swimming upwards. A beam from the flashlight illuminated the shape, revealing it to be a liquefied gas bottle. Not just one, but a multitude of gas bottles began to float to the surface in a frenzy. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to grab one, only to realize they were likely empty. Fully filled gas bottles had considerable density and would not rise easily. She retrieved a powerful waterproof flashlight from her pocket and scrutinized the pitch-black surroundings, faintly spotting several bottles resting in a corner. As she swam over to lift them, she found them unmovable. Hua Ishan, with his greater strength, hoisted a gas bottle from inside and forcefully tugged on the rope attached to his body. Lu Yu grasped the rope and pulled upwards, and the two of them swiftly emerged from the water's surface. Jiang Ning climbed onto the assault boat, working together to hoist the cumbersome gas bottles aboard, remnants that the owner had failed to evacuate in time. "You all stay up top. I will retrieve the others." After a moment of catching her breath, Hua Ishan plunged back into the water. The pressure was immense, and coupled with the need to hold her breath, Jiang Ning felt discomfort wash over her as she sat gasping on the assault boat. Lu Yu, vigilant with the binoculars, suddenly tensed. "Ning, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood and indeed spotted a swift approaching assault boat through the rain. It was difficult to discern details, but there appeared to be at least 4 or 5 individuals. Lu Yu yanked on the rope, while Jiang Ning searched for a weapon for self-defense. Hua Ishan surfaced, dragging a gas canister. By the time he surfaced, the other assault boat had already closed in, revealing 6 burly men wielding sharp steel pipes. "This liquefaction station is under our control. Hand over what you've salvaged, and you might get to live." "Big brother, we don't have diving masks." Another one laughed wickedly. "That's simple. Make sure they bring everything up for us." "Exactly. And leave the assault boat and other supplies. We might consider letting you go." With tattoos of dragons and tigers adorning their arms, it was evident they belonged to a gang. In a world where societal order had crumbled, they were nothing short of savages. They disregarded the 3's thoughts entirely, treating them as if already in their grasp. Lu Yu's expression turned to one of panic, her grip tightening around the crowbar as she focused on them. Jiang Ning reached into her pocket. "Oh, you want to come and take it? Wait right there, little sister. Big brothers are coming right now." Their lewd laughter echoed as they piloted the assault boat closer, their eyes on Jiang Ning like hungry wolves. Just as they were within mere yards, Jiang Ning was about to retrieve her belongings when Hui Yishan's hands moved even faster, delivering 2 swift strikes. Chapter 22. The Test of Resources and Human Nature. Hui Yishan now held a nail gun, the modified kind. The assault boat deflated visibly, causing the tattooed men to shout in alarm, several losing their footing and tumbling into the water. The current was strong, and 2 were quickly swept away. Others attempted to swim towards Jiang Ning, who seized a wooden stick and struck at their heads. Filthy woman, do you want to die? Help, I can't swim." Hui Yishan did not stop at shooting the assault boat. He aimed at the tattooed men without mercy, a chorus of wails erupting as the boat took on water, causing everyone to plunge into the flood. Jiang Ning wielded her makeshift weapon with the precision of a whack-a-mole game, showing no mercy as she struck their heads. Such scum were ubiquitous, wreaking havoc and extinguishing humanity. Eliminating them now could grant countless lives a chance to survive. In the chaos, a bald thug grasped her stick, swimming over with vicious intent to rip her apart. Jiang Ning exerted all her strength, yanking him close, and without hesitation, she brought her sharp knife down. Accompanied by a scream, blood gushed forth, and the man, in agony, lost his grip and was swept away by the flood. Lu Yu was utterly stunned, her body rigid as if carved from stone. She knew Jiang Ning was capable. Even with Zhang Chao's help, they couldn't match her strength. But she hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness, decapitating others like slicing through a watermelon. The tattooed men vanished into the torrent, leaving behind a world washed clean by the relentless rain. After a brief respite, Hui Yishan dove back into the water. 1 person lifted, 2 carried, and together they worked in concert amid the torrential rain and floodwaters. Fortune smiled upon them as they unearthed a total of 12 gas bottles. Divided equally, they could last a considerable time. To their delight, 1801 also discovered 3 dual-burner gas stoves at the liquefaction station. Unsure if they would function after being submerged for so long, they decided to take them back regardless. The gas bottles were sizable, and the assault boat barely accommodated them. Their rounded forms threatened to tumble into the water at the slightest jolt. Jiang Ning retrieved an inflatable raft from her large backpack, inflated it, and securely tied it to the assault boat, distributing half the gas bottles onto it and fastening them down with ropes. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she produced 6 chocolate bars and shared them with her companions to replenish their energy. Once they had regained their strength, they set off back home in the assault boat. Hui Yishan and Lu Yu led the way, while Jiang Ning sat on the inflatable raft. Despite the difficulty in salvaging the gas bottles, the challenge of transporting them safely was even greater. It was only natural for others to covet such riches. As fate would have it, they soon encountered others out searching for supplies, their eyes lighting up at the sight of so many gas bottles. Unfortunately, they were only in a kayak, unable to keep pace. As they neared the city, they nearly collided with a dragon boat carrying 20 men. Thankfully, Jiang Ning had been cautious, using binoculars to survey the area and directing 1801 to take a detour. Upon successfully returning to the Jinrong community, 1801 did not slow down. Instead, they accelerated and drifted to a halt by the apartment building. Lu Yu, who had been thrown into the water, called out, "Wife, save me." Reaching the window, Zheng Weili was already waiting. The 4 of them worked swiftly to transport the gas bottles inside. Some curious onlookers opened their doors to peek, but given that everyone on the 18th floor was a formidable presence, despite their envy, no one dared to entertain ill intentions. While moving the bottles upstairs, they encountered an elderly lady. "Young girl, where did you get these gas bottles?" "We salvaged them from underwater," Jiang Ning replied candidly. "If you have the means, give it a try. It would be best if everyone went out to gather more instead of fixating on the trifles of the 18th floor." After 4 trips, they finally completed the transport. Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the house and, upon hearing Lu Yu's account that Hui Yishan had salvaged all of it and even provided the assault boat and gasoline, she pondered, How should we allocate this? Jiang Ning considered for a moment. I suggest we divide it evenly. Won't that be too unfair to him? He provided the assault boat and gasoline, but without me and Lu Yu, he wouldn't have been able to salvage anything on his own. And let us not forget to factor yourself in. If you hadn't stayed behind, who would have helped him take care of his sister and watch over the house? The moment he left, he would have been ambushed. Zhang Weili regained her composure, impressed by your thoughtful considerations. However, would he agree? Let us inquire later. If he believes he deserves a larger share, we can negotiate an appropriate amount. It's not that Jiang Ning is greedy, as her own supplies of liquefied gas are more than adequate. But absolute fairness in teamwork is unattainable. This time, Huaishan indeed contributed significantly. It's reasonable for him to request an additional 2 or 3 bottles. Yet what if he asks for 7 or 8? Denying him would leave him disgruntled, while acquiescing would cause discontent on her part. What if next time it's her turn to exert more effort with Unit 1803? How would that be accounted for? Each individual harbors their own sense of balance, making mutual satisfaction impossible. Inevitably, discord will arise, and it is wiser to establish clear rules from the outset. As neighbors who frequently encounter one another, Jiang Ning wished to avoid straining their relationship and decided to gauge Huaishan's attitude first. Where cooperation flourishes, unity prevails. Where it falters, separation ensues. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's perspective, Zhang Weili found it reasonable. If his demands were not excessive, they could continue their collaboration. However, should he make exorbitant requests, they would seek resources independently, maintaining merely a nodding acquaintance. After their discussion, the two ventured into the corridor, and Jiang Ning inquired of Huaishan how to divide the supplies. He regarded her and proposed an equal division among the 3 households. What do you think? Zhang Weili and Lu Yu had no objections. Thus, each household received 4 bottles of liquefied gas, alleviating their worries for an entire year. Daodu, awakened by the commotion, rushed out of Unit 1803 barefoot, joyfully leaping into Huaishan's embrace. Brother. Her clothes were still damp, and Huaishan took a step back, gently ruffling her hair. Are you being good? I am, Daodu replied, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. I listened to Sister Li. Having said that, she dashed over to Jiang Ning. Sister, I want to see the bunny babies. With a smile, Jiang Ning opened the door to let her in. After changing out of her wet clothes, Daodu warmed herself with red date ginger tea and lay on the sofa to rest. By evening, Hezian knocked on the stairway door, cheerfully returning the inflatable boat. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your reminder. We managed to find several inflatable boats in time. Jiang Ning ignored him, focused on inspecting the boat. Noticing her silence, Hezian awkwardly chuckled. I heard you fished out quite a few gas canisters. May I ask where you found them? In the water. Which body of water? At the gas station. Hezian laughed. Are there any left? Jiang Ning shot him a sidelong glance. Are you suggesting I give you a bottle? Oh, Miss Jiang. I'm merely inquiring. He adjusted his glasses. In any case, thank you. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to us. As long as you don't cause trouble, everything is negotiable. Finding the downstairs situation too chaotic and concerned about Zhang Weili's safety at home, Jiang Ning knocked on Unit 1801's door. I have a stainless steel door. Should we install it as well? Huaishan had no objections, and they quickly set to work with a few hands assisting. After drawing the curtains and turning on the solar lights, Jiang Ning prepared a feast of spicy prawns, skewers, stir-fried rice noodles, and beer, indulging her palate. She left 1 gas bottle in the kitchen for appearances, utilizing a portable power bank for cooking, reserving the remaining resources for future exigencies. She had specifically tested that all power banks could charge rapidly in her space. Truly a marvel. She continued to categorize and organize the goods procured from the supermarket, working diligently until late at night before finally turning off the lights to rest. Today had indeed been exhausting yet fulfilling, though her space was not lacking in supplies. She needed to enhance her skills and survival experience to endure the harsher natural disasters to come. The following day, the outside world buzzed with activity. The number of speedboats and inflatable boats on the street had noticeably increased from the previous day. Whether driven by the allure of newfound opportunities or the necessity of survival, many masked individuals emerged to seize the moment. With no internet or surveillance, the darkest aspects of human nature had been unleashed. The cacophony of voices, howls, and even the sound of gunfire filled the air. Gunfire? Jiang Ning perked up her ears, confirming she had not misheard. Returning residents were abuzz with rumors. There's been a murder. Soldiers are killing. Chapter 23. Inviting the wolf into the house. Indeed, following the chaos of the previous day, military and political departments swiftly recalibrated their strategies, opting to deploy the army for stabilization. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to fire. Their mission is to maintain the nation as security. Jiang Ning recalled that in her past life, the army had intervened with an iron fist to eliminate a number of wrongdoers, restoring order. She observed the scene outside with binoculars, spotting soldiers in military green patrolling with live ammunition aboard speedboats. The intermittent sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, lending a sense of quietude to the world. The gas stove submerged in water failed to ignite, and Liu spent considerable time disassembling the portable gas stove, finally repairing it after replacing several parts. Finding a sense of purpose, he eagerly offered to repair Jiang Ning's and Unit 1801's appliances. The two invited Jiang Ning for dinner as a token of gratitude for providing them shelter. The meal consisted of braised dishes and stir-fried potato strips. With potatoes Jiang Ning had brought along, albeit sprouting. After cutting away the sprouts and blanching them in hot water, the simple fare nearly brought tears to Zheng Weili and Lu Yu's eyes. After 20 days, it was their first taste of fragrant, fluffy rice and the luxury of a warm bath. The sensation of being fully fed felt wonderful, revitalizing their spirits. "A Ning, without you, we would likely still be crammed in the shelter." Zheng Weili raised her glass of plain water, her expression grave. "Today's meal was simple, but when things return to normal, I'll treat you to a feast at a 5-star hotel." "Absolutely, should the opportunity arise." As they chatted while eating, Lu Yu remarked, "With the military's presence, the outside world feels much more stable. I heard the government is reallocating supplies to the department store, allowing citizens to purchase limited quantities as needed. Shall we go tomorrow?" "Yes, we must leave early." He added, "Today, many people dove underwater to salvage supplies. The largest supermarket near us is teeming with individuals, but the waters are too deep for ordinary folks without equipment. I heard several were swept away, yet some skilled divers managed to retrieve a few items, though most were spoiled. Even so, they couldn't bear to throw them away." Zheng Weili sighed. "If it weren't for a Ning's reminder, we'd still be hungry." The department store opens at 8, and they set an alarm for 6 o'clock. After a bit of tidying up, they departed at 6:30. Unit 1801 stayed behind, naturally tasked with watching over the house. At 6:30, dawn was just breaking, yet many had already ventured out, taking an hour to reach the department store. Entering directly from the 4th floor, the water world was damp everywhere, and looking up, one could see a sea of heads. Although the shopping mall was located on the 6th floor, the queue had extended down to the 4th, with some having arrived the previous night to secure entry. Military personnel patrolled with live ammunition, and in light of the previous day's iron-fisted measures, the atmosphere was tumultuous yet subdued, as no one dared to act recklessly. The three hastily joined the queue. As time passed, more and more people surged in. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors opened, allowing 50 individuals at a time for a mere 5 minutes before clearing the area promptly. The purchasing restrictions were exceedingly stringent. Each person was limited to 2 pounds of food, and purchases could only be made in cash with identification. After 3 hours of waiting, they had merely 5 minutes to shop. In such a spacious mall, it was not only a matter of speed but also endurance. The trio had agreed that rice and flour were the most filling options. Instant noodles and snacks should be avoided at all costs. In the South, rice is a staple, and flour is difficult to store in humid conditions. Jiang Ning opted for rice, while Zheng Weili and Lu Yu each chose 2 pounds of various types. 100 yuan per pound. Do not complain about the price. Even with money, one might not find any. The quality of the rice was mediocre, but having it at all was a blessing. Prices would only continue to rise, and eventually, paper currency would become obsolete, even unsuitable for wiping. The population of Fengcheng is considerable, and it won't be long before rice and flour are snatched away. The government will subsequently release more supplies, but they will be salvaged from the water and then dried. Not to mention the potential deterioration that could be detrimental to health, even if one wishes to acquire some. It may prove impossible. With 2,000 yuan at her disposal, Jiang Ning resolved to spend it all. Zheng Weili, Fearing the rubber boat might sustain damage, contemplated purchasing a spare, only to discover it was priced at a staggering 10,000 yuan. Items like lao gan ma and preserved vegetables have also surged in price by several multiples. The costs and risks of venturing out are exorbitant. The three of them pooled their resources and exhausted the 2,000 yuan, yet their bags contained little. The queue outside continued to grow, while the supply of rice and flour in the mall dwindled to near nothing. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Ning inadvertently spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao in line, their hands intertwined in a display of intimacy. Meanwhile, the girl from room 1202 stood behind them, her gaunt visage suggesting a lack of vitality, her eyes deeply sunken. Observing her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect on her past life. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mingyao's hand and smiled, preparing to greet her. Jiang Ning, however, averted her gaze coldly, pretending not to see him. Exiting the mall, they departed in the rubber boat. Noting that time was still on their side, Lu Yu suggested, "Zhang Chao lives nearby. Shall we pay him a visit?" They had maintained contact the day after the typhoon struck, but since then, there had been no word. After some contemplation, Jiang Ning acquiesced. Aside from his misguided pursuit of women, Zhang Chao was a friend with few shortcomings. In her previous life, she had received assistance from Zheng Weili, and since childhood, she had only had Lu Yu and Zhang Chao as friends. If circumstances permitted, she felt compelled to lend a hand. After an hour of travel, they arrived at the residential complex where Zhang Chao resided, relying on memory to locate the 8th floor. After knocking for an extended period, a woman's voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "We're looking for Zhang Chao. There's no one by that name. You must have the wrong place." It was impossible that they had made an error, given that the three of them had assisted during Zhang Chao's move. The woman's voice sounded mature, likely that of a middle-aged woman.
"Mom, who is it?"
A boy's voice chimed from inside. "Strangers, you've knocked on the wrong door." Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, no matter how insistently she knocked, the occupants inside ignored her, causing a disturbance to the neighbors. Upon seeing an elderly lady open the door, Jiang Ning hurried over to inquire, "Excuse me, does Zhang Chao live next door?" The elderly woman, displaying a complex expression, shook her head, unwilling to divulge any information. Lu Yu, sensing something was off, retrieved a few handfuls of rice from her bag. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly woman finally permitted them entry, saying, "You must be looking for that well-mannered young man who speaks quite humorously?" Lu Yu nodded eagerly. "He's a decent lad, but rather foolish. He let a wolf into his home and got himself thrown out." The elderly woman shook her head as she spoke, recalling how, during the early days of the typhoon, that woman had come with her parents and 2 children, all thanks to the young man who had risked his safety to fetch them. "At first, I thought they were siblings, but who would have guessed that just a few days later, he was cast out." Lu Yu, Jiang Ning, and Zheng Weili clenched their fists in frustration. He knocked on the door several times, but she refused to open it. Eventually, he had no choice but to wait in the hallway. It was only on the day of the rescue that he was taken away. The shelter was organized by region, with those trapped in the complex being relocated to the Fengcheng Hotel. Lu Yu could hardly fathom how Zhang Chao had survived these past few days. "How could there be such a despicable woman?" he exclaimed, his anger palpable.
"What do we do now?"
Zheng Weili was seething with rage, ready to confront the situation head-on. Though Zhang Chao may have acted foolishly, the medicine Jiang Ning needs is stockpiled thanks to his efforts, offering both variety and cost-effectiveness. As a friend, Jiang Ning could not stand idly by, especially considering Zhang Chao had once taken a beating in her defense during childhood. In a moment of solidarity, Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen up, people inside. You have 1 minute to come out, or don't blame me for being impolite." However, the only response was silence. Jiang Ning retrieved a crowbar from her bag and handed it to Zheng Weili. With great strength, Zheng Weili wielded the crowbar, generating a resonating sound.
"Who are you?"
A voice suddenly called from behind them. A couple in their 50s, accompanying an 8 or 9-year-old girl, ascended the stairs, carrying a heavy rubber boat bag. Upon seeing the bag, Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as the one she had anonymously purchased for Zhang Chao. This brand was of professional quality, a choice that most would not make. implying that this family was not only exploiting Zhang Chao, but also hoarding the supplies she had procured. Jiang Ning approached and seized the girl by her collar, dragging her to the door. "If you don't open the door now, don't blame me for harming your parents and your daughter." As she spoke, she brandished a knife, causing the girl to wail for her mother. The couple rushed forward, stamping their feet and shouting, "Murder! Murder! Scream all you want. Let everyone in the building know how you've occupied another's nest and driven him to despair. It is impossible for a single woman to have forced Zhang Chao out. This family is in collusion." Despite the girl being only 8 or 9, she was already fully aware of her surroundings. In this apocalyptic world, children could smile at you while plunging a knife into your heart. The innocence of their smiles belied the darkness within. Perhaps they had not intended for things to turn out this way, but the gnawing hunger would compel desperate choices. Don't ask Jiang Ning how she knew. She had been stabbed before. At last, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, who bellowed aggressively at the three of them. "What are you doing? I've already said I don't know Zhang Chao. If you continue to cause a ruckus, I'll call the police." Zhang Weili, without hesitation, delivered a punch that sent the woman crashing to the ground, bloodied and missing several teeth, while the boy inside screamed and hurled a water cup at them. The interior was a chaotic mess, filled with Zhang Chao's belongings, from clothes to furnishings. The boy lunged at Jiang Ning, but she swiftly slapped him and slammed him against the wall. Regardless of the adults' actions, the two children had been well fed. Yet, their survival relied entirely on consuming Zhang Chao's resources. Instead of gratitude, they had chosen to oust their benefactor for the sake of saving their own mouths from hunger. The boy approached with a fierce expression, lacking any remorse. What did this signify? He was aware of the situation, perhaps even complicit, yet devoid of any sense of shame. The woman shrieked, while the couple acted as if they were performing in a drama, but their theatrics were in vain. Others were starving, with no time to concern themselves with the misfortunes of others. Zhang Weili, an experienced fighter, knew precisely where to strike to inflict pain without risking life. After a few well-placed blows, the woman lay there, unable to scream, resembling a defeated dog tossed out onto the street. She coldly glared at the couple. "I don't strike the elderly, but should anything happen to Zhang Chao, I will ensure your entire family pays the price." The room was in disarray, and Jiang Ning's supply package had dwindled to a few kilograms of rice and 2 bags of salt, with the oil barely touched. Luyu packed everything into her bag, along with some of Zhang Chao's clothing, gathering all essential items. The elderly woman, relying on her age, lunged at Luyu in a desperate attempt to snatch back the supplies, only to be met with a swift kick from Jiang Ning that sent her sprawling. "I don't hit the elderly, but I will," she stated firmly. After retrieving the keys from their possession, Luyu locked the door and made sure to seize the rubber boat. Without the rubber boat, survival was futile. The elderly man clung tightly, refusing to release his grip until Jiang Ning brandished the bloodied knife. Only then did the family realize the gravity of their situation. Their faces drained of color as they cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Jiang Ning fixed her gaze on the middle-aged woman. "You, the Black Widow, are quite venomous." With that, she grabbed the woman by her collar and hurled her out the window. "Ah!" Lu Yu and Zhang Weili gasped. The elderly couple clung to their child, wailing in despair, but Jiang Ning did not bat an eye as she departed the scene. As they departed in an inflatable boat, the Black Widow struggled to swim not far away. What a pity it was that she could swim. How to deal with her was a decision best left to Zhang Chao. If one continued to act foolishly, even a friend would be deemed unworthy of rescue. After all, in this apocalyptic world, no one's life was more important than one's own. Lu Yu conferred with Zhang Weili and decided to seek out the Fengcheng Hotel. Jiang Ning felt a tumult of emotions, yet recalling the bricks Zhang Chao had endured for her sake, she acquiesced. Upon reaching Fengcheng Hotel, they found it teeming with people, with staff surrounded by citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system had collapsed, and the water surface was littered with refuse, alongside victims who were so famished that their ribs pressed against their skin. The absence of hot water and the scarcity of food only exacerbated the foul stench that permeated the air. Lu Yu exerted himself to squeeze through the crowd, finally emerging breathless after more than half an hour. Accommodations were allocated by area, and Zhang Chao was likely on the 14th floor. With thousands crammed into the hotel and the communication and power systems in disarray, Further inquiries yielded no results. Jiang Ning was left with the buzzing in her ears from the noise. They needed to find a way. The hotel was vast, with dozens of rooms on each floor, and without proper lighting, the corridors appeared particularly dim. Yet, even in this gloom, many people occupied the hallways, making it easy to collide with or step on someone inadvertently. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Jiang Ning produced a flashlight. She had assumed that cramming 5 or 6 individuals into a room was already excessive, yet to her astonishment, there were over a dozen crammed inside, with sheets and blankets so filthy they resembled rags, and an overpowering stench of filth pervaded the air. It was so filthy that Zheng Weili nearly retched. The conditions were appalling. Yet, there was little to be done. With so many low-rise buildings and factories housing thousands, the relevant authorities had done their utmost. Expecting to knock on doors one by one, they found the rooms so overcrowded that the air was stifling, and all doors were flung open, with many people even venturing into the hallways for fresh air. As the three of them ascended, countless pairs of eyes were soon upon them. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning could sense a multitude of malicious intentions. Had it not been for the military presence below, armed to maintain order and having dealt sternly with several troublemakers in the shelter, the trio might have hesitated to enter. Even so, they dared not show any semblance of complacency. As they moved from room to room, they encountered numerous faces drained of vitality. Zheng Weili felt a heavy heart, but aside from sighing internally, she felt powerless. After searching over 20 rooms, they finally found Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring blankly into the rain. He was not particularly heavy-set to begin with, but now he appeared even thinner, his clothes so dirty that their color was indiscernible. Having grown up together and shared the same undergarments, Lu Yu recognized him at a glance. After calling out several times, Zhang Chao finally turned to face them. His expression blank as he regarded the individuals at the door. Zhang Chao looked at the trio, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to pull the corners of his mouth upward in an attempt to smile, though it appeared more like a grimace. His condition was dire, his face smeared with dirt and his entire being greasy. Chapter 25. The Raid on the Office Building. The way men express their emotions differs significantly from women. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili did not enter, but allowed Lu Yu to go in and converse with him. Without delving into specifics, Lu Yu merely mentioned that he had learned Zhang Chao was at Fengcheng Hotel. Given the deplorable conditions of the shelter, Lu Yu suggested he come to Jinrong Community, where they were now residing next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, inviting him to move in with them. Jiang Ning called Zheng Weili to the window at the end of the corridor, inquiring about her plans. In truth, Zheng Weili did not wish for external disturbances. But in these extraordinary times, friends needed to assist one another. Without Jiang Ning's help, she and Lu Yu would have been forced to remain in the shelter. Lu Yu was quite sentimental. He had only 2 friends, Zheng Weili and Zhang Chao. Moreover, who did not face difficulties at some point. The flood would eventually recede. So, why not let him stay with them? The food at home would last for 2 to 3 months, and if worst came to worst, they could devise another plan. Zheng Weili, being straightforward, did not overthink her words or actions, especially as she firmly believed the world would eventually recover. The two conversed by the window while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao exited the room. As Zhang Chao approached them, he forced a strained smile. "Weili, I trouble you." Zheng Weili playfully slapped him on the shoulder. "We're friends. When the flood recedes, just treat us to a good meal." As they descended to leave in the inflatable boat, Jiang Ning handed Zhang Chao a package of biscuits. He expressed his gratitude, tearing open the packaging and devouring it ravenously, moisture glistening at the corners of his eyes. Lu Yu also contributed the remaining rice balls. "Apologies for letting you witness this," Zhang Chao said. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Ning. I've been in worse predicaments in my past life. In this apocalypse, no one has it easy." Upon returning to Jinrong Community, everyone was utterly fatigued. Jiang Ning retrieved 2 pounds of rice and other supplies purchased from the supermarket, teasing Zhang Chao. "Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. When the flood recedes, you owe me double." With a somewhat opportunistic tone, Jiang Ning teased him, showing no sign of disdain. Zhang Chao let out a slight sigh of relief. "I'll give you a 2-cut. And what about me?" Lu Yu interjected, feeling particularly disgruntled. "You need to cover a year's worth of morning tea for both me and Weili." "All right, I'll take care of it." After entering their home, changing shoes, and donning pajamas, Jiang Ning lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unlike Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, who worked in business, possessed a sharper insight. She needed to guard the secrets of her space and could not afford to slip up. In the ensuing 2 days, none ventured outside. Jiang Ning spent her time reading and training, organizing the supplies until her back nearly broke, finally managing to clear all the goods looted from the supermarket. Stacking them high to the ceiling, she locked the large room, concealing the key within her space. During this time, Zheng Weili visited once, and while chatting, Jiang Ning inquired about Zhang Chao's current state. He hardly speaks and spends all day sleeping in his room. Zheng Weili felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting he had been too deeply wounded by that woman. Given the harshness of reality, she wondered if he would become despondent. He has always been dramatic after breakups. But he'll be fine in a couple of days, Jiang Ning replied, rummaging through the cabinet until she found a bottle of white wine. This is from the last time he made a deal. It was a gift from his company for clients, and I was given a share. Let him drink it. It will do him good. Men often need a release. Despite being an orphan, Zhang Chao had emerged from such a place and possessed a resilience greater than most. Zheng Weili pondered this and, after accepting the bottle, expressed her concern. The typhoon has passed for days, yet the rain shows no sign of stopping. Not only did it not cease, but it continued to rise, suffocating and alarming them. Who knows? It might rise to the 18th floor one day. Zheng Weili.
I am genuinely afraid.
The following day, they indulged in a late sleep, only to be awakened by a knock at the door. Zheng Weili called out to them, announcing that Zhang Chao had consumed an entire bottle of white wine the previous night and was now completely intoxicated. This morning, he seemed revitalized and requested their presence for a discussion. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao appeared considerably cleaner. With a grave expression, he addressed them. I believe the apocalypse has arrived. Jiang Ning felt a jolt of concern and turned to him. Don't you think this is all rather unusual? Zhang Chao sat upright, commencing his analysis. An unprecedented typhoon, and the rain pours as if the heavens have opened. I've heard numerous rumors in the shelter. The government is tirelessly working day and night at grain and oil wholesale markets to salvage supplies. The bread and rice balls we consume are made from those salvaged grains. Even if our country ceased farming, it has stored enough food to sustain its citizens for 2 years. Why are they going to such lengths to salvage spoiled grains for us to eat, and only provide enough for 3/4 of a meal, while the rest is being dried and stored? Lu Yu, astonished, interjected, but it's been raining heavily every day. Food simply cannot be brought in.
No.
Do not underestimate the power of the state. Zhang Chao spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that if the disaster were merely confined to the southern coastal regions, governmental aid would have arrived by now. It must be a nationwide calamity, if not a global one. Prior to the internet blackout, he had been closely following the news and browsing forum posts, noting that many areas outside their own were also affected. If multiple catastrophic events were unfolding simultaneously, could it be anything other than the end of days? Even if the flood were to recede one day, a return to normalcy would be impossible in the near term. This is precisely why the government is urgently salvaging and stockpiling supplies. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu felt a chill at his words. Many had been involved in the salvage efforts over the past few days. What if we venture out and try our luck? Suggested Zheng. Zhang Chao turned to Jiang Ning, asking, what are your thoughts, Ning? The water was too deep, and even professional divers faced difficulties. Ordinary people without equipment stood no chance. Jiang Ning swiftly dismissed the idea, stating that even if luck favored them and they salvaged something, they might lack the means to bring it back. Perhaps we should explore options from the surface? She suggested. Yet, the shopping malls had long been stripped bare. There was little left for them. Jiang Ning reminded them that they didn't necessarily need to seek food. Anything they possessed that others lacked could be traded for sustenance later on. Lu Yu understood the strategy of getting ahead of others, but what should they seek? Medicines, Zhang Chao proposed. While everyone is scouring the malls and the waters below, we could search the office towers. However, Lu Yu shook his head, explaining that their unit had already been swept clean yesterday. The office buildings in the urban area were nearly depleted. His own office building was somewhat remote, surrounded by a complex network of waterways. Even with a speedboat, passage was doubtful. Some people, despite having motorized boats, lacked fuel, relegating them to circling the city. Jiang Ning indicating that both she and Zhang Chao were familiar with the area and could explore it for a chance to find their company's medical supplies, which would greatly improve their prospects. Though the company was not a warehouse, it did have an exhibition hall, and while the quantity of medicines wouldn't be vast, it could prove a significant boon for a small group. Furthermore, it seemed that more than one pharmaceutical company occupied that building. Despite having stocked up in advance, the total was only about 50,000 yuan. Who would ever complain about having too many medicines? At a critical moment, a single pill could save a life. Thus, they needed to act swiftly. Once others regained their composure, their opportunity would vanish. Encouraged by the two, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu grew anxious. Should we consult with 1801? He has a speedboat. Chapter 26. Prioritizing Medicines. Without further ado, Lu Yu knocked on the door of their neighbor, who was known for being helpful in dire times. Upon learning of their quest for medicines, Hua Yishan pondered for a moment before agreeing. The old rules applied. Zheng Weili would remain with the children to guard the base. Although Zhang Chao had invoked apocalyptic theories, Zheng Weili harbored her own concerns. Deep down, she was reluctant to accept the grim reality. After much hesitation, she finally stated, "You are primarily going out to find survival supplies and medicines. As for anything else, consider your individual needs." While unspoken, the implication was clear to those who understood. Jiang Ning, quick to grasp the subtext, interjected, "If we find medicines and survival supplies, we'll divide them evenly. Personal needs beyond that shouldn't consume too many group resources." This clarification left no room for dissent. A single speedboat and 3 inflatable rafts could carry back a substantial amount of supplies. Their only concern was being outpaced by others. The journey to Zhang Chao's company spanned 20 kilometers, and the 4 of them boarded the speedboat, braving the rain. As anticipated, the waters grew more tumultuous as they approached the outskirts, and the wind picked up. Even the most skilled sailors would struggle to navigate wooden boats and inflatable rafts under such conditions. Hua Yishan, adept at steering, skillfully maneuvered through the intricate waterways. And through the dreary, overcast skies, they spotted a cluster of towering office buildings rising above the floodwaters. Zhang Chao pointed in the direction, and the 4 steered toward the buildings, catching sight through the 5th-floor windows of offices submerged in the flooding. The offices appeared orderly, suggesting they had yet to be raided. Armed with a hammer, they struck the glass with force, allowing the floodwaters to rush in. Once the flow stabilized, they entered the building and secured the speedboat. They were fortunate. The expansive office complex remained untouched. With a clear objective, they ascended the stairs directly to the 12th floor, home to Zhang Chao's pharmaceutical company. Using a pair of pliers, they snipped the lock, and Zhang Chao was the first to reach his workstation. Relieved, he discovered several large cardboard boxes stacked behind him. The delivery that was supposed to go to the pharmacy had been delayed due to the typhoon, prompting him to bring the goods back to the company himself. The shipment contained a variety of items, including anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications, treatments for rheumatism, cold medicines, and many other types. The pharmaceutical agency was modest in size, with only a handful of employees in the sales department. The exhibition room was filled with a hodgepodge of medicines, including those for hypertension and blood sugar control. Though the quantities were not extensive, the diversity was impressive. They managed to clear out several large boxes. Jiang Ning suggested, "Given our limited space, let us dismantle the outer packaging and only take the medicines. At least we could save 3/4 of the space." Zhang Chao agreed, stating, "I know the uses of these various medicines. I can categorize them once we return." As they tore apart the packaging, Jiang Ning scoured the workstation, uncovering coffee, biscuits, assorted snacks and pastries, tea for men, herbal teas for women, and self-heating pots. The quantities were meager, yet they were determined to leave nothing behind. The pantry proved to be a treasure trove, filled with drinks, milk tea packets, bottled water, all of which they carried out, along with any useful items from the reception desk's packages. They stashed anything deemed unnecessary into hidden compartments. The medicines filled 2 sizable travel backpacks, a considerable haul indeed. After concealing the remaining supplies, they ascended to the 15th floor. The office building housed 3 pharmaceutical companies, and they prioritized collecting from all of them. The second company also had a substantial supply of medicines. Zhang Chao gazed at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room, lamenting, "This company primarily distributes vaccines. These are valuable items, but unfortunately, we cannot take them." Through the glass, Jiang Ning spotted several types of vaccines, including those for smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza. The refrigerator was equipped with a backup battery, allowing it to operate for a month post-power outage, but once removed, the vaccines would not survive at room temperature. Jiang Ning stole a glance, but said nothing, continuing her search for supplies. Having swept through all 3 pharmaceutical companies, one inflatable raft was filled to capacity. Around 1 in the afternoon, their stomachs growling, they sat down to enjoy a meal consisting of a luxurious self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and various trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside while savoring the hot, flavorful meal, the aroma wafted through the office building, creating a moment of pure bliss. We have enough medicines, but we truly have very little to eat. There are a few popular live streaming companies in this building. Let us see if we can strike gold there. Without hesitation, they resumed their efforts. To their surprise, the first company they encountered was a cosmetics and skincare retailer, which held no interest for Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. But Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. High-end skincare products, makeup, lipsticks, face masks, and luxurious creams were piled everywhere. Jiang Ning wasted no time, tossing the expensive items into her bag. Lu Yu, wanting to bring something back for Zheng Weili, also selected a few items. The men, uninterested in such things, sought only survival supplies and moved on to the next company. Ning, hurry up. We'll be waiting for you upstairs. Once they departed, Jiang Ning swept everything into her space. Their luck, however, did not hold. The second company was a women-esque clothing retailer, filled with an array of dresses, shoes, and bags. Lu Yu selected a few pieces for Zheng Weili, while Jiang Ning also picked several items. Finally, the third company was a food retailer, but their offerings consisted solely of snacks: beef jerky, lamb jerky, nuts, assorted breads and pastries, trendy drinks, and even melted ice cream, sadly ruined in the refrigerator. These items took up space, filling several large black plastic bags. They even snatched up trash bags from the cleaning room, recognizing their potential usefulness. Time flew by, and their efficiency was dwindling, prompting them to expedite their efforts. Jiang Ning proposed to collect items by separating the floors, thus saving time and enhancing efficiency. There are a total of 15 floors above water, with Jiang Ning responsible for 3 floors while 3 men each handle 4. Jiang Ning was assigned the 12th and 15th floors, and she decided to start her sweep from the 15th floor. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she returned to the aforementioned pharmaceutical company and swiftly gathered all the vaccines from the refrigerator. The space could preserve them indefinitely, posing no issue regarding their longevity. With time running short, she prioritized larger companies, quickly zeroing in on a renowned appliance firm's branch in Fengcheng. The product exhibition hall was vast, showcasing air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and various stylish appliances infused with technological allure. The government plans to establish bases across the nation, and it was rumored that some conditions were quite favorable. Additionally, the space was equipped with solar power generators, prompting Jiang Ning to select a few coveted items just in case they might be needed in the future. If not, it wouldn't matter. They could simply be discarded later. She gathered a 6-figure double-door refrigerator, 5-figure air conditioners and washing machines, multifunctional air conditioning fans, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread machines, soy milk machines, wireless vacuum cleaners, and dryers, among others. Jiang Ning enjoyed cooking but disliked washing dishes, so she decisively collected several dishwashers. These items took up considerable space, but fortunately, she had cleared out the area in time. Large companies offered generous benefits, and the break room was filled with an abundance of goods, milk, snacks, and beverages, not to mention a variety of grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and shark fin. It seemed they were intended for client hospitality, but alas, all the fruits had spoiled, leaving only a pile of withered lemons. Adjacent to the break room was a bakery dedicated to providing snacks for employees, stocked with ample milk, flour, cake mix, eggs, sweetened condensed milk, and dried fruits. The refrigerator contained red wine and steak, though regrettably, the steaks had also gone bad. Jiang Ning had no need for these items and certainly did not wish to encroach on Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, and their resources. So she packed away everything that was useful. She also rummaged through the workstations, keeping what was necessary and discarding inconvenient items into her space, such as wires, sockets, various tools, and books. While unboxing a delivery, She discovered 2 pairs of ice skates and thought they might prove useful in extreme cold, promptly tossing them into her space. Dragging out 2 large packages from under a workstation, she noticed the shipping labels did not specify the contents, so she cut them open. To her astonishment, both boxes were filled with condoms, 3,000 in total. Jiang Ning glanced up at the workstation nameplate. Wang Meng. A valiant warrior, indeed. Chapter 27. Grateful for the CEO's supplies. Jiang Ning had never encountered such items before, yet she knew they would be highly sought after in the apocalypse, valuable for bartering. Preventing new life and caring for women, without hesitation, she tossed them into her space, only to suddenly recall something and stuffed several handfuls into a black plastic bag. She didn't count them precisely, but there were surely dozens. After clearing the 15th floor, she proceeded to the 14th, where a single technology information company occupied the expansive area. Hundreds of workstations sprawled out, seemingly endless. The owner must have made a fortune, as employee benefits were excellent. The break room was stocked with premium snacks, self-heating meals for overtime, and the refrigerator was crammed with steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops. When she opened the door, the smell nearly made Jiang Ning gag. After finishing the break room, she made her way to the boss's office. The CEO appeared to be quite the character, with an office spanning several hundred square feet, complete with a conference room, reception area, lounge, and personal collection room. Were modern CEOs truly this indulgent? A collection room in the office. The robust collection room piqued Jiang Ning's interest, and with all her might, she pried open the door, only to be stunned by the scene before her. The door opened to reveal an antiquated display cabinet, at the center of which hung a Tang sword, its scabbard adorned with ancient patterns and lavishly silver-plated. Jiang Ning took it down and unsheathed the blade, witnessing its gleaming edge flash cold light. It felt substantial, yet not overly heavy, clearly a fine weapon. Far superior to a butcher knife. She raised it and sliced through the air, finding it as effortless as cutting tofu. This was no ordinary blade. It was a divine weapon. The display cabinet contained numerous antiques, blue and white porcelain vases, hat tubes, colored glaze May vases, apple-shaped vases, ceremonial tripods, and inkstones. Jiang Ning was not well versed in such items, but anything collected by a CEO alongside a Tang sword could not possibly be of inferior quality. Judging by the signs of age, these artifacts had clearly weathered the ravages of time. In chaotic times, gold holds value. In prosperous eras, antiques do. These priceless relics would be worth little in the apocalypse. However, they were visually pleasing, and taking them home as decorative pieces wouldn't be a problem, as they occupied minimal space. On the left side of the display cabinet hung several paintings and calligraphies, all from renowned ancient calligraphers, each piece worth at least 7 or 8 figures. Yet, Jiang Ning's attention was drawn to the corner, where numerous bottles of Matai liquor were stacked. The 1982 5-star brand in yellow glazed porcelain bottles, each valued at 150,000 in the market, totaled 10 bottles. The 2002 Fatian brand, 6 bottles per case. Each case worth 70,000, had 10 full cases. The 2010 Fatian brand, 12 bottles per case, each case valued at 80,000, amounted to 50 cases. This was no longer mere liquor, it was a collection of art. Jiang Ning thanked the CEO and swept everything into her space. The indulgent CEO had eclectic tastes, with a collection ranging from diamond-studded Patek Philippe watches to professional high-end diving gear, the MTUI brand being the most expensive limited edition. Jiang Ning had searched for diving masks before and recognized that this model was valued at 980,000. Given the floods would last for months and the possibility of recurring natural disasters, she wasted no time in collecting it. In a transparent glass cabinet lay a 5-star golf club. Jiang Ning had worked part-time at a golf course during summer and knew that this club was worth 180,000 USD, equivalent to 1.08 million. She emptied the entire collection room, even taking the display cabinet, which could be used as firewood in the extreme cold. Additionally, in an inconspicuous corner, there was a safe. Given that the safe housed items worthy of a collection room, its contents were undoubtedly valuable. The lounge featured a kitchen and an oversized refrigerator filled with delicacies such as foie gras, beef, caviar, black truffles, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite, steaks, and salmon. Not only was the refrigerator fully stocked, but it also had a built-in battery, ensuring all ingredients remained fresh. Besides expressing gratitude to the boss, Jiang Ning had nothing more to say, packing the ingredients along with the refrigerator into her space. The Tang sword and golf club were the best weapons for the apocalypse, and Jiang Ning did not wish to hide them, so she placed them into a bag and slung it over her shoulder. The 14th and 15th floors were rich in supplies, and she had collected meticulously, leaving no box unchecked and ensuring not a single delivery package escaped her grasp. The 13th floor was comparatively cluttered, housing a high-tech incubation base with a plethora of new entrepreneurial companies. The incubation base was rather impoverished, to the extent that they were likely wearing their trousers inside out to save on laundry. It was difficult to find any valuable supplies. Exhausted, Jiang Ning caught her breath and consumed a few energy bars before continuing to pry open doors. One company specializing in nanofabric was modest in appearance, displaying various clothing materials. The centerpiece of the sample room featured a simple, yet confident silver-gray autumn shirt priced at $1.98 million. Robbery was not conducted in such a manner. Was the consumer's intelligence tax so easily harvested? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Ning approached for a closer inspection. The nanothermoregulating garment promised to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Intrigued by this claim, Jiang Ning smashed the glass with a hammer and took the shirt in hand. The so-called temperature regulation made no discernible difference when pressed against her arm. However, it felt exceptionally soft and smooth, as if it were not even there, akin to silk fabric. She rubbed and squeezed it, finding it quite breathable. Jiang Ning decided to acquire the items, particularly drawn by the price of $1.98 million, if only to try them on for herself. In a world untainted by the apocalypse, she would have never had the opportunity to don such opulence. She collected all the fabrics available and even discovered 10 pieces of temperature-regulating material in the sample warehouse, ideal for crafting intimate apparel. Halfway through her search on the 13th floor, Zhang Chao completed his tasks and promptly came to lend a hand. Upon noticing the Tang Dao strapped to her back alongside a golf club, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and after a moment of astonishment, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're incredible." It was sheer luck that she stumbled upon such treasures. With darkness setting in, they needed to expedite their efforts, and Jiang Ning urged him to move the supplies downstairs to load onto the inflatable boat. Exhausted, Zhang Chao complied without protest. The absence of light hindered their collection efforts, and Jiang Ning strained to keep her back straight. Yet, driven by the desire to thrive in the post-apocalyptic world, she persevered through fatigue. Before long, Lu Yu arrived to assist, and collectively, their haul was commendable. After inquiring about their progress, they realized that transporting everything wouldn't be feasible, especially given the weight of the supplies, which would likely exceed the capacity of the inflatable boat. Jiang Ning sent Lu Yu to continue moving supplies while she retrieved the pre-packed inflatable boat from her spatial storage, along with a 5-liter canister of gasoline. After securing safe passage, she would soon possess her very own inflatable craft. The 13th floor yielded a modest amount of goods, and as Jiang Ning dragged a cumbersome box outside, she called out to Lu Yu, "Quick, come see what I found."
An inflatable boat, ah.
Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and Ning, "You're unbelievably lucky." Indeed, it seemed this boat was initially purchased by an enthusiast of water activities, and unexpectedly, it had found its way into her possession. As night enveloped them, Lu Yu could not discern her expression, but he relayed the news to Zhang Chao, and Ning has found an inflatable boat. Consequently, the 18th floor boasted 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber rafts, a substantial asset. However, they were low on gasoline, which would limit their range. "No worries, we'll figure out a way to collect more fuel later. We'll go wherever we please." The 4 of them toiled to transport all the supplies to the 5th floor. After thoroughly scouring the building, they indeed amassed a significant amount of goods. It was clear that 1 trip wouldn't suffice. Even 2 wouldn't be enough. Chapter 28. Expansion of space. The group dined on high-calorie self-heating meals while briefly discussing their respective scavenging outcomes. Setting aside the assorted snacks and beverages, Jiang Ning gathered the most grains, while Zhang Chao had raided a local product agency, acquiring over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake mushrooms, and cheese. Lu Yu discovered several bags of wuchang rice, and Hui Yishan found a local wine agency, securing dozens of boxes of liquor. In total, They had amassed the most mineral water, an essential resource that could not be discarded, as relying solely on rainwater was not a sustainable option. After deliberation, they agreed to prioritize returning with medicine, meat, alcohol, rice, and grains, followed by instant noodles, spicy rice noodles, and bread, relegating the mineral water and beverages to last. Additionally, each person took what they personally needed. The inflatable boat was deemed Jiang Ning's, along with a Tang Dao, golf club, and skincare products. Lu Yu took some clothing and shoes, Zhang Chao gathered electronics, gaming consoles, and watches, while Hui Yixin carried stuffed toys, children's books, and stationery. Clearly intended for Dodo. Each individual kept their haul to a minimum to avoid monopolizing communal supplies. While loading the inflatable boat, Lu Yu casually remarked, "I found a seed shop, but unfortunately, the seeds were doused in pesticides and are inedible. Otherwise, we could have brought them back for emergencies." As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? Zhang Chao was at a loss for words. The entire world had been flooded, and if they truly faced an apocalypse, seeds would be more valuable than medicine. Realizing his foolishness, Lu Yu wondered aloud. Should we still bring them back? That's a given, he thought. As he and Hui Yixin continued to load supplies, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ascended the stairs to gather more. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were startled to discover a station established by Morong High-Tech, founded by the very visionary who ensured the population's sustenance. The station was modest, primarily housing a variety of new hybrid rice, amounting to around 500 to 600 pounds, alongside numerous hybrid vegetable varieties, hydroponic technology, and nutrient solutions. The discovery was invaluable. Jiang Ning meticulously documented everything, and the two made several trips back and forth. During the final trip, she deliberately slowed her pace and stealthily stored a laboratory computer in her spatial storage, which contained precious documents and data that could potentially aid in the future restoration of civilization. By the time they finished their endeavors, it was already past 9 in the evening. They secured 2 inflatable boats and tied them together with the rubber rafts, with Jiang Ning's boat tethered to one. They carefully assessed the power and weight limits before navigating through the darkness towards Jinrong community. Jiang Ning piloted the inflatable boat, while Lu Yu sat beside her, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The binoculars had night vision capabilities, allowing them to spot obstacles and remain vigilant against any potential robbers. With their cargo weighing them down, they proceeded at a slow pace. Upon reaching Jinrong community, the two shared an unspoken understanding to shut off the engine, dim the mineral lights to their lowest setting, and row silently back to the building. At this hour, nearly everyone was asleep, yet they had to remain cautious. An abundance of supplies could invite envy, compelling them to walk barefoot to avoid making noise. Zheng Weili came down to assist, and they labored for nearly an hour before completing the task. Concerned that Zheng Weili might not be able to guard the supplies alone, Hui Yixin suggested that Jiang Ning stay behind while the 3 of them returned to the office building to finish the job overnight. The supplies were piled chaotically in the living room of 1803, yet it evoked a sense of indescribable satisfaction. They wasted no time resting, instead grabbing stools to sit and sort through the items, dividing them into 4 equal portions while setting aside those that could not be evenly distributed. They had not finished loading the second trip, leaving behind a considerable amount of drinks and mineral water, which would require another trip from 1801 with Zhang Chao. By the time all the supplies were on the 18th floor, it was already 1 in the morning. The group worked tirelessly through the night, with Jiang Ning claiming a substantial portion of medicine, grains, beef, alcohol, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, over a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, and 2 large sacks filled with snacks and instant foods, alongside various other items. In essence, they had secured enough supplies to last them for half a year without worry. The only lingering concern was the seeds they had brought back. Aware of their value, Jiang Ning understood them better than the others, who had little knowledge of their significance. Moreover, with the incessant rain, improper storage could lead to rapid spoilage. After some contemplation, Jiang Ning proposed, "Why don't I take care of the seeds? I'll see if I can cultivate hydroponic vegetables, and then I can teach you all later." It wasn't greed that motivated her, rather, the frequent natural disasters of the apocalypse made it clear that neither extreme heat nor cold was conducive to plant growth, leaving little opportunity for cultivation. Seeds stored for too long would inevitably spoil. Her spatial storage could preserve them, and she genuinely wished to safeguard these invaluable resources. Should future researchers develop suitable cultivation environments, she hoped to donate them anonymously. After all, her space only measured 10 square meters of fertile soil, and even her own seeds would last a lifetime to cultivate. No one objected, and they assisted in moving the items into her home. And Ning, it's up to you to help us achieve freedom in vegetables. I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee success. Exhausted, she took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. Staying up late took its toll on her liver. When she awoke around noon, she felt groggy. After a day of consuming junk food, she was parched, and even her stomach felt unsettled. Jiang Ning prepared a plate of rice, steamed pork ribs, and aromatic greens, which brought her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. To top it off, she treated herself to a bowl of herbal chicken feet. Perfect. After satisfying her hunger, she entered her spatial storage, but was nearly startled out of her wits by the sight before her. What on earth? Whose space is this? Jiang Ning was astounded, while the supplies were still hers. The space had expanded significantly. What had once been a two-bedroom apartment had transformed into a three-bedroom layout, and not just that, the area had grown larger as well. The master bedroom has expanded by approximately 5 square meters, while the secondary bedroom has increased by an additional 2 square meters. The living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony have all experienced a corresponding enlargement, resulting in an extra space of around 10 square meters. Even more astonishingly, the garden has doubled in size. From 10 square meters to 20. What does this signify? Not only does it allow for the freedom to grow vegetables, but it also grants the liberty to cultivate fruits. She quickly fetched a measuring tape and estimated that the total increase amounts to roughly 50 square meters, translating to about 150 cubic meters. Amidst her surprise, Jiang Ning found herself perplexed. How could the space have suddenly expanded? Was it because it was filled to capacity? No. She recalled nearly filling it to the brim last time without any change in size. There must be some other undisclosed reason. Pondering this conundrum, she slowly mulled it over. With the expansion of space, would her time spent within it also increase? She eagerly glanced at the light timer, which had accumulated over 20 days. Subtracting the hours already spent, she was left with a meager 36 hours. Truly disheartening. Daily statistics were kept, yet the time did not seem to increase. With no other options, she continued to tend to the flowers. Rolling up her sleeves, she began to move and organize the materials in the space, filling the newly available areas in the master and secondary bedrooms. As she tidied up, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. In Chapter 29, the unexpected encounter with robbers unfolded. It wasn't until she was hauling boxes of mitai that Jiang Ning had a sudden realization. What had happened to the antiques and the display shelf she had collected the night before? After searching thoroughly, she confirmed their absence. The mitai, diving suit, watch, and safe remained intact, but the antique books and paintings had vanished. Could it be that these age-old items possessed some spiritual essence, causing the space to expand? It seemed plausible, especially since the pendant she wore was of exquisite jade. But why had the display shelf also disappeared? Sitting on the sofa, she contemplated the secret of the space's expansion when Zhang Chao knocked at the door. Perhaps the hunger experience during the typhoon had left a profound impact, as he now possessed a heightened sense of urgency regarding food supplies. The three of them consumed resources rapidly. Awakening from a slumber to find the water level rising further confirmed her fears that the apocalypse was indeed upon them. Yesterday, she had only searched her company's office building. There were 2 more adjacent structures. Should they seize the opportunity before others did? It was certainly better than allowing someone else to benefit. Initially, she had intended to fill the apartment and then become complacent. But now, with an additional 150 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning's interest was piqued. While food supplies were no longer a concern, mere sustenance would not guarantee survival in a world turned upside down. Possessing wealth could, in fact, lead to peril. The Tang Dao she had acquired yesterday, along with a golf club, could better equip her to safeguard herself against the malevolent forces she might encounter. If she ever found herself in water, the diving gear could potentially save her life. Moreover, if she were to gather more spiritually significant items, perhaps the space could expand even further? With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Thus, Zhang Chao proceeded to knock on the door of 1801. The occupants of 1801 had no objections, and the group quickly gathered their belongings and set off. Despite their discreet approach, they attracted attention, as the gazes directed at them were laden with complexity. Jiang Ning understood. Even with utmost caution, they had still been noticed the previous night. But what of it? They had earned their possessions through their own merit. The water flow in the urban area was relatively steady, and to maintain a low profile and conserve gasoline, they opted to paddle away instead of using the motor. However, they were still targeted. Exiting the community required passing between buildings 8 and 9 when suddenly, the murky floodwaters surged violently, pulling a thick rope taut. The occupants of 1801 reacted swiftly, using their paddles to fend off the impending danger. Otherwise, they would have surely been thrown off balance. Had they activated the motor, they would have capsized along with the boat. In a moment of distraction, several men leapt from buildings 8 and 9, armed and swiftly approaching the boat. These individuals were clearly intent on a significant heist. Jiang Ning stood, her expression darkened as she unsheathed her tang dao and struck forcefully at the approaching man. A piercing scream followed as his arm was severed, blood staining the floodwaters. Merely killing one would not suffice to deter the rest. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning aimed for his head. Had it not been for this encounter, she would have remained unaware of the attention drawn to the 18th floor. It was not merely a coalition of buildings 8 and 9, but countless unseen observers lurking in the shadows. The 18th floor had been deemed a prime target. Should they falter or exhibit fear, they would be swarmed, their supplies ruthlessly claimed, and even Zheng Weili and Do could meet their demise. Thus, retreat was not an option. To show even a hint of weakness would plunge them into an abyss from which there was no return. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, though physically compromised, had also come to a realization. This world had irrevocably changed. It was no longer a realm governed by law, but a brutal survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons, when wielded, could kill. They could not remain passive. The two raised their paddles, prepared to strike at anyone who dared approach. Jiang Ning swung her blade, the waters around the boat turning crimson as the injured man cried out in agony, thrashing helplessly before being swept away by the flood. They managed to injure 5 or 6, and the remaining assailants, frightened, fled. Reflecting on the tragedies of her past life, Jiang Ning's eyes burned with determination as she commanded, "Pursue them! We cannot let them escape." Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled furiously, while Hui Yishan produced a nail gun. His aim was impeccable. Even as the men floundered in the flood, he struck them down one by one. It was a complete rout. Gasping for breath, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao asked, "Should we head back now?" "No, Jiang Ning replied. Returning now would reveal our weakness, and imply that Sister Weili is incapable. If we venture out again, they will surely attack the 18th floor." Lu Yu was visibly anxious. While he recognized Zheng Weili's prowess, he questioned how many could she fend off unarmed. Jiang Ning was correct. They needed to act swiftly and return expeditiously. Though apprehensive, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and continued to paddle. Upon exiting the urban area, they activated the motor, racing toward the outskirts. Halfway through their journey, they spotted an approaching boat. Jiang Ning used her binoculars to see that it was none other than Yang Weizong at the helm, accompanied by Su Mengyao and several boys trapped on the 8th floor. The boat was towing a rubber dinghy filled to the brim with supplies, and the faces of the group radiated triumph. As the two boats passed each other, Yang Weizong flashed a mocking smile at Jiang Ning. She remained unfazed. The apocalypse would deliver its own reckoning upon him. Nonetheless, a sense of foreboding crept over her. She feared that today's endeavor might end in futility. Before long, her premonition came to pass. Within a day, the remaining 2 office buildings had been thoroughly looted. Shattered glass littered the ground, desks lay in disarray, and chaos reigned supreme. Clearly, they had not been the only group to sweep through. Zhang Chao was filled with regret, lamenting their tardiness, leaving them with nothing. Jiang Ning remained composed, asserting that may not be the case. It depends on what one seeks. Their supplies were being rationed and would undoubtedly last for half a year. By then, the flood would have receded, ushering in a frigid, apocalyptic winter. With temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, food would not be the most pressing concern. Survival against the cold would take precedence. She subtly suggested, "Since we're here, why not gather some firewood? We can't let this trip be a waste of gasoline." Lu Yu hesitated, asking, "We have gas. Why do we need firewood?" Gas can dry clothes, Jiang Chao retorted, almost striking Lu Yu on the head. This year's weather has been unpredictable. Who knows what lies ahead? Gas will eventually run out. It's wise to stockpile. Right, Wei Li's clothes never dry. We should gather some to help her. In Chapter 30, the 18th floor had become a den of malevolence. The group searched the upper levels, finding chaos everywhere, and the offices were nearly all plastic. Occasionally, they stumbled upon wooden desks, but these were merely sawdust and glue, utterly unsuitable for burning and toxic when ignited. The other office building was similarly unremarkable, revealing only abandoned fast food, several boxes of mineral water, and a modest quantity of timber. A few individuals returned to the building where Jiang Chao's company was located, discovering numerous signs of forced entry, though the situation was markedly better than before. It appeared they had entered only to find the place ransacked, prompting them to hastily flee to the other two buildings for looting. Jiang Ning's intuition proved correct. The higher they ascended, the fewer traces remained. She suggested a staggered search once more, for each person has different focal points, and perhaps some overlooked areas remained. Jiang Ning searched through the items previously examined by Lu Yu, while Jiang Chao exchanged roles with room 1801. The previous day's focus on medicines and food had shifted to new objectives. With an additional 150 cubic meters of space available, Jiang Ning, ever the vigilant planner, sought to fill it to capacity. She envisioned enriching her mental realm with books, exquisite vases from the boss's office, solid wood desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments for the bookshelves, and cleaning tools like mops. Men, lacking the natural finesse of women in scavenging, missed a plethora of snacks. Jiang Ning discovered many overlooked items, including suitable clothing and shoes. She stumbled upon a jade company with empty counters, yet no signs of vandalism. After a thorough exploration, she found the manager's office locked tight. Once again, she faced a door as fortified as a fortress. Armed with her tools, she pried it open to reveal 4 safes within. Presumably, these contained jade, which she promptly stored in her space, also uncovering some tea, cigarettes, and liquor, which she used her tang sword to cleave the office furniture apart. A sports brand's local office yielded clothing in sizes suitable for team members, while everything else was swept into her space. She discovered a company likely preparing for a team-building event, with the administrative department housing several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and various camping tools. Having scoured 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the clothing live-streaming company, collecting another batch of garments, including women's underwear and bras that the men were too shy to take. She also discreetly revisited the home appliance company from the previous night, acquiring a batch of appliances that would likely be needed in the future, including a high-end massage chair worth tens of thousands. In places previously examined by the other 3, she carefully slipped in at staggered times, gathering any usable items until she completely filled the extra 150 cubic meters of space. To facilitate transportation, she dismantled all the solid wood furniture, cutting it into manageable lengths, which perfectly fit into 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber dinghies. Returning earlier than expected, they finished moving and distributing the goods by just after 9. After today's events, the 18th floor had gained a notorious reputation. Residents of the building felt a chill at the sight of a few individuals. They no longer concealed their intentions, carrying wood upstairs. Once the door was closed, Jiang Ning immediately entered her space. The safes remained securely in the corner, and the living room, balcony, and bathroom had not expanded. Was it possible that the Jade Company sold counterfeit goods? Unwilling to accept this, she opened the door to the master bedroom, only to find an additional bathroom, approximately 10 square meters in size. The safe remained locked, and although there should be ample jade, the space had only expanded by 10 square meters, indicating that the upgrade conditions were still quite stringent. It mattered not. She could continue her search. In this post-apocalyptic world, gold, silver, and jade were hardly valuable. Bartering would suffice when the time came. In the middle of the night, she was startled awake by a tremendous commotion and piercing screams from downstairs. Such occurrences were commonplace in the apocalypse, and Jiang Ning rolled over to continue sleeping. When she eventually awoke naturally, she had 2 red bean buns and some shao mai for breakfast, washing it down with a bottle of milk, feeling satisfied. The weather was dismal, and the vegetables she had planted were turning yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and watered them, a desperate measure to revive them. Checking her space, she noted that the timer still increased by only 2 hours, progressing at a snail's pace. An additional 10 square meters of black soil had appeared, and she planned to continue planting vegetables, stockpiling enough for 2 to 3 years before diversifying. Of course, she could plant slower-growing fruit saplings now. Those mature trees would surely yield fruit next year. During this time, her physical training had noticeably improved, allowing her to save 15 minutes while tilling and sowing seeds. 15 minutes could mean the difference between life and death in a harsh environment. Just as she exited her space, Lu Yu knocked at the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by his bruised face. Who had attacked him? Lu Yu, somewhat embarrassed, explained that he and Zhang Chao were in poor physical condition, and Wei Li had begun rigorous training from the previous night. Previously, she had hesitated to lay a finger on him, but now she was pushing him to his limits. Lu Yu understood that the world had changed. He could no longer rely on Wei Li and Jiang Ning for protection. From now on, he intended to be a man and protect his woman. Jiang Ning agreed that they indeed needed the training. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved a black bag from her room. Items she had found in the office building. I thought you and Wei Li could make use of these, so I kept them, she offered. As Lu Yu examined the contents, his expression turned awkward before breaking into a smile. Thanks, I was just lamenting that I needed this. Almost forgetting the pressing matter at hand, he grinned and inquired, Do you know what happened last night? I have no idea. I was sound asleep. Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao were robbed. Lu Yu disapproved of Yang Weizong's duplicitous nature, trying to win Jiang Ning's favor while simultaneously courting others. Fortunately, she had distanced herself in time. After such a conspicuous return with supplies, it was no surprise they had been targeted that night.
Yang Weizong rented apartemen 802,
which was too cramped for so many people, and 1202 was also filled to the brim. The group had initially robbed 1202, and had it not been for Yang Weizong and the others rushing back upon hearing the news, Su Mengyao might have faced dire consequences at the hands of several men. While they managed to scare off the assailants, upon returning to the 8th floor, they discovered all their supplies had been cleared out. Jiang Ning was astonished. A diversion tactic? It seems even robbery requires cunning these days. Most of their supplies were stored on the 8th floor, although the inflatable boats and rubber dinghies remained untouched. Jiang Ning chuckled. It wasn't that they had been spared, but rather those individuals sought to cultivate their resources, harvesting them gradually. One of the assailants had been injured and had the audacity to knock on their door, seeking aid. Yet, no amount of shouting could elicit a response from the 18th floor. Moreover, this morning, 2 individuals from other units had come seeking to establish connections, only to be rebuffed by Wei Li. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. The 18th floor was merely safeguarding itself, yet it had somehow become labeled as a criminal stronghold. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Chao, similarly bruised, emerged. Are we going out today? I don't want to go out. If you need anything, you can venture out. I'll stay and look after the place. Everything had been scavenged. There was nothing to be found outside. And both Zheng Wei Li and Lu Yu had been brainwashed by Zhang Chao's doomsday theories, instilling a sense of constant dread. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 of them took their inflatable boats out, intending to gather supplies while also seeking information. Just past noon, 3 more individuals came seeking to establish connections. Jiang Ning, exasperated, penned a notice and affixed it to the door. No alliances. She was wary not only of those with ulterior motives but also of Zheng Wei Li and the others. She dared not let her guard down. After all, in these apocalyptic times, human nature was the most unpredictable of all. It was not uncommon for friends or colleagues to turn on each other, with cannibalism occurring in the darkest hours. When the time came for betrayal, she would not hesitate to sever ties. With all basic needs met, she could not currently procure the additional supplies she desired. Her focus now lay in figuring out how to expand her space. With the 3 out, Jiang Ning fully relaxed, indulging in spicy chicken feet, squid strips, cold dishes, and marinated duck intestines, enjoying her feast while reading to pass the time. With plenty of time left, she retrieved the premixed meat filling and began wrapping wontons. As she wrapped, she caught up on her favorite series, stockpiling over 1,000 wontons when she heard the familiar sounds of Zheng Wei Li and the others returning. They had brought back some timber and 2 stainless steel doors stripped from the mall. Comparing them to the doors of Jiang Ning and room 1801, Lu Yu felt a distinct lack of security. He had spent considerable time in the mall measuring and prying them free. After much clanging and clattering, they finally completed the transformation of room 1803. An additional door was installed on the staircase. To ascend to the 18th floor, one must navigate through 3 barriers. Observing Lu Yu as he mixed cement, Jiang Ning curiously inquired, "Where did you procure this?" He replied that he had passed by a construction site and had taken 2 bags. The trio deliberated on making another trip to acquire some glass for the balcony. As the incessant rain rendered the area excessively damp, Jiang Ning cautioned, "Ensure that the quality is superior to avoid complications should the typhoon return and shatter the glass." Lu Yu wholeheartedly agreed and recounted incidents of shattered glass within the community to Zhang Chao. After contemplating for a day, Jiang Ning believed that the expansion of space was intrinsically linked to spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelf was likely connected to the material of the wood. Quality timber takes decades, if not centuries, to mature. For instance, golden silk Nanmu requires thousands of years. The museum had been inundated, and the precious artifacts had either been salvaged by relevant authorities or relocated in advance. Treasures such as gold, silver, and jade would be relatively easy to locate once the floodwaters receded. Now, the only option left was to pursue the wood.
Wood?
An idea suddenly struck Jiang Ning. Chapter 31. Tidying up the White Lotus and the Holy Mother. In search of quality timber, neither shopping malls nor office buildings sufficed, and the museum had already been submerged. However, there was one location that might offer a stroke of luck. Fengcheng is renowned as the largest furniture production base in the world, with the International Furniture Expo Center built in Le Town serving as a 4A landmark, hosting the Global Furniture Fair annually. This year marked its 30th anniversary, and the expo was unprecedentedly grand, having launched an extensive advertising campaign 6 months in advance. Jiang Ning recalled that the originally scheduled date for the fair was 3 days before the typhoon. The event was set to last for half a month, hence it had not yet concluded. What a magnificent spectacle the global top-tier furniture exhibition center would be. Yet, Jiang Ning was indifferent. After all, foreign furniture seldom utilized wood, whereas retro furniture within the country was a different story. She had seen advertisements from a major furniture company promoting a bed crafted from 1,000-year-old rosewood, along with an entire suite of furniture, starting at a 9-figure price. In recent years, the cultural confidence of the Chinese populace had soared, giving rise to a retro furniture trend. To draw attention, the Expo Center had secured a piece of ebony as the centerpiece of the exhibition. Not only ebony but also a plethora of valuable woods, such as wangwali, old sandalwood, and rosewood, had been displayed at the Expo Center to promote furniture culture globally. Jiang Ning resolved to visit and act swiftly. The Expo Center was located approximately 40 kilometers from the city center, with a convoluted waterway en route. But it was undoubtedly worth the endeavor. Zheng Weili and the others had gone out to collect building materials, so Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801, stating she would take a stroll. There were no objections from 1801, just a reminder to stay safe. As she descended the stairs with a bag intended for the speedboat, she fortuitously encountered Su Mengyao on the 17th floor, who had come up with Yu Qingqing from 1202. Su Mengyao's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "And Ning, a Jian is injured, and only you can save him. Please, I beg of you, help him." Jiang Ning regarded her as if she were invisible, maintaining a cold demeanor as she continued down the stairs. To her astonishment, Su Mengyao clung on, exclaiming, "And Ning, we are alumni, you cannot turn a blind eye." Her voice was loud enough to attract the neighbors on the 17th floor, who opened their doors in curiosity. Jiang Ning drew her knife and advanced. Su Mengyao screamed and dodged, her long, dark hair being severed in half, cascading down to the floor. Before she could process what had happened, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. Shocked and dazed, Su Mengyao's tear-streaked face stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ning, who resembled a merciless executioner, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. Jiang Ning pressed her foot against Su Mengyao's chest, asserting, "If you wish to prolong your life by throwing yourself at my gunpoint, I wouldn't mind sending you to meet the King of Hell." She continued to apply pressure, her gaze icy and devoid of compassion. Su Mengyao felt as though her ribs might shatter, her complexion turning ashen from suffocation. Yu Qingqing took a few steps back, imploring, "Jiang Ning, Mengyao only wanted you to save a Jian. If you choose not to, why resort to violence? Is she mentally unstable? Or are you as well?" Jiang Ning shot back coldly. The 18th floor is not a hospital, and I am certainly not a doctor. If you have a speedboat, why not take the injured to the hospital? Why seek help from someone who has only studied medicine for a year and barely grasped the basics? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Yu Qingqing was taken aback, attempting to explain, but our speedboat is out of fuel, and the rain is so heavy. Jiang Ning retorted, then let him die. Why throw the blame on me? A sardonic smile crossed her lips as she continued, You are indeed true friends. Unwilling to take risks for yourselves, yet eager to transfer the burden of your conscience onto me. Her words left Yu Qingqing momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning had indeed only been studying medicine for a year, with her first year primarily focused on theoretical knowledge. However, Su Mingyao's confident assertions and their shared beliefs had led Yu Qingqing to unconsciously adopt the same perspective. Reflecting on it now, she realized it had indeed been unfair to burden Jiang Ning. Why not lend us the speedboat so we can take a Jian to the hospital? Yu Qingqing suggested. If you wish to play the role of a saint, do so on your own. Jiang Ning confronted her directly, mocking. You were duped and now wish to drag me down with you? Yu Qingqing's face turned pale, her expression one of utter disbelief and complexity. Ignoring the sensitive nerve she had struck, Jiang Ning continued her descent. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased after her, demanding, Stop. Jiang Ning unfaset precedon. Yu Qingqing, indignant, exclaimed, If you knew they had ulterior motives, why didn't you warn me? Jiang Ning countered, Who am I to you that I should alert you? If you truly had such good intentions, why, in a group filled with starving individuals, would you only offer food to Yang Weizong? He brought a whole entourage to your home. You could have easily refused. Why didn't you? Each point struck hard, revealing Yu Qingqing's naivety. Did you not realize this? Or are you simply seeking his favor? Now that you've seen through them, why continue to associate with them? As she gazed at Yu Qingqing, Jiang Ning recognized the foolishness of her past self. Why had she refrained from informing her? Because it would have been futile. No one was more foolish than the other. Everyone had their own agenda. In her previous life, she had perceived the truth, but had still sought his approval, driven by pride. She had catered to him, buoyed by sweet words, almost offering her heart and soul. If a stranger had suddenly appeared, warning her of his ill intentions, claiming that the apocalypse was upon them and urging her to conserve resources, she would have likely jumped to defend him before he could even speak. What infatuated soul doesn't behave this way? Thus, why should Jiang Ning have spoken up? Moreover, now that Yu Qingqing had seen their true colors, why continue to feign ignorance and collude with them? I haven't but had you warned me sooner, I wouldn't have shared my food. Yu Qingqing, unwilling to confront her own mistakes, spoke with a quivering voice. Why are you so heartless? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong is a beast? Tears streamed down her face as she cried inconsolably. Jiang Ning advised, You'd best cry louder. He might be listening from upstairs. Yu Qingqing jumped, instinctively covering her mouth. Look at that, still wanting to collude. No one can wake a person pretending to sleep. I bear no responsibility nor obligation. Boarding the speedboat, Jiang Ning set off towards the expo center amidst the torrential rain. Considering the unknown dangers ahead, she donned a life jacket, with diving equipment at the ready. Yet, her bravery shone through as she skillfully maneuvered the speedboat, deftly avoiding several swirling currents along the way. Calm and composed. After driving for over an hour across more than 40 kilometers, Jiang Ning finally caught sight of the grand and artistically designed exhibition center standing majestically amidst the floodwaters. The Fengcheng River's labyrinthine waterways converged in this area, with several rivers intersecting near the exhibition center, while the provincial highway and interchanges facilitated an intricate network of transportation. In such complex locales, the flow of water became increasingly convoluted. Jiang Ning, fully alert, accelerated upon spotting several whirlpools ahead, swiftly maneuvering forward. With a sudden burst of speed, she executed a sharp turn, nearly losing her grip in the process. Fortunately, she managed to stabilize herself and successfully navigated a wide arc to reach the exhibition center. Though the exhibition center stood only 12 stories tall, its lofty exhibition halls exuded an imposing and grandiose presence. Jiang Ning circled around, yet found no sign of life within, nor any shattered glass. According to the industrial layout, the area surrounding Le Town primarily consisted of furniture manufacturing, with factories dominating the landscape. while commercial and residential zones lay across the river, shrouded in the torrential downpour. All around, floodwaters prevailed, leaving only the exhibition center to rise above the deluge. The thick glass proved impervious to her attempts with a hammer, so she resorted to a window-breaking tool, which took several strikes before successfully shattering the pane. True to its status as a 4A tourist attraction, the exhibition center encompassed an extensive area. Regrettably, the opulent hall had succumbed to the floodwaters. Yet its magnificent architecture remained visible when gazed upon. The darkness obliterated all brilliance, leaving her to illuminate the surroundings with her flashlight, revealing an array of fashionable furniture. The intricate network of waterways effectively safeguarded the exhibition center. Alternatively, it seemed that there were no survivors in need of essential supplies. As the venue had remained unscathed prior to Jiang Ning's arrival, furniture of every conceivable style was present: Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, and cyberpunk. A global collection of furniture converged here, showcasing a plethora of creative designs, with nothing seemingly beyond their capabilities. Without haste, Jiang Ning made her way to the top floor, the Furniture Museum. The exhibition center was dark and eerily silent, the vastness echoing with the sound of her footsteps. Lacking an elevator, she climbed the stairs, her feet weary and sore by the time she reached the pinnacle. The entire floor was devoted to historical exhibits, featuring both images and physical displays of various woods, along with ancient furniture, whether dilapidated or intact. Navigating through the exhibition areas with her flashlight, she finally arrived at the centerpiece, a piece of wood over 4 meters long, irregularly modeled, and a deep brown-black hue. This was the precious ebony, buried underground for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Shaped into a plant mummy that resembled neither wood nor stone. Known as the spirit of all woods, it was hailed as a fossil among timber, with legends proclaiming that an ounce of ebony was worth an ounce of gold. Jiang Ning could not assess its value, for even the rarest treasures could not fill a belly. To survivors, it held little worth. Encased in transparent glass, extracting it posed a challenge. The explosion-proof glass resisted all her efforts with a hammer. Donning a mask, she produced a chainsaw from her space, its shrill sound piercing the silence. After considerable effort, she successfully cut through the explosion-proof glass, and a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Indeed, the scent of ebony was exquisite. With no time to squander, she hastily stored this treasure in her spatial realm. Continuing with the chainsaw, she discovered an abundance of precious woods: Nanhai Wangwali, agarwood, and small-leaf rosewood, among others, each encased in glass or cordoned off with warning tape, forbidding touch. Jiang Ning could not discern which possessed spiritual energy. She simply cast them all into her space. As she walked, she finally encountered a meticulously crafted rosewood bed, exquisitely detailed and undeniably stunning. In the darkness, it bore an unsettling aura. Its considerable size rendered it nearly impossible to fit in her RV's living area, compelling her to roll up her sleeves and take it apart. Once disassembled, she tossed the accompanying tables, chairs, and vanity into her space, without hesitation. There was no shortage of ancient furniture of other materials: Hu tables, grandmaster chairs, and concubine chairs, along with many pieces whose names eluded her. To be honest, her hands were sweating as she smashed the display case glass, despite several layers of masks covering her face. In a time of natural disaster and apocalypse, she felt that in peaceful times, she would have been caught and punished for such actions. Striking and smashing, not even wooden sticks were spared. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Jiang Ning sought a place to rest, pulling out a chocolate bar for a quick energy boost, followed by a can of Red Bull. Once her spirits were slightly revived, she switched off her flashlight and slipped into her space. Inside, she found a scattering of dilapidated furniture, yet most of it had vanished. Jiang Ning was astounded by the scene before her. The living room was approximately 30 square meters, complete with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. The kitchen and bathroom had all expanded, and the master bedroom now boasted a walk-in closet. Counting carefully, she realized she had gained an additional bedroom and study. Yes, now she had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a study. The spiral staircase only reached the ceiling, indicating potential for further expansion. Even more astonishing was the black soil garden, which had previously measured just 20 square meters. Now it appeared to span 300 square meters. Jiang Ning's gamble had paid off. Ancient, spiritually imbued, would truly worked wonders. She expressed gratitude for the ebony, the rosewood, and all the spirits that had sacrificed themselves for her space. As for those items not recognized by the space, she had no intention of discarding them. In the frigid times to come, they could serve as firewood. This trip proved exceptionally rewarding, yielding an estimated increase of 400 square meters, equating to 1,200 cubic meters. Emerging from her space, Jiang Ning descended to the next floor. The two levels were filled with traditional Chinese furniture. Too abundant for her to collect in one go, she could only rely on her instincts, selecting the pricier items to toss into her space. Everything was piled into the garden, layer upon layer. The space could consume what it could, and any excess could be retrieved later for trade. With an additional 1,200 cubic meters, Jiang Ning felt significantly emboldened. So long as she did not perish, she would continue to accumulate. The 8th floor housed a service hall, screening room, and numerous restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores, presumably intended for the comfort of visitors and participants in the exhibitions. All the meat and vegetables had spoiled, but the restaurants had prepared ample stock in anticipation of the exhibition guests. The rice, flour, and assorted grains alone totaled over 10,000 pounds, with more than 300 barrels of oil, along with a rich variety of spices, teas, wines, and beverages. She even found 20 bottles of unopened premium caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine, all still within their expiration dates, in a high-end Western restaurant. The refrigerators, designed for storing valuable ingredients, were equipped with power reserves. 3 large refrigerators were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobsters, Parmigiano cheese, and more. Surprised by such a bountiful haul, Jiang Ning took all 3 refrigerators with her. She cleared out the convenience store and bakery, taking everything except the expired and moldy items. She even procured coffee beans, sugar, milk, and the coffee machine from the cafe. After sweeping everything up, she added over 100 additional cubic meters of supplies. Having thoroughly explored the 8th floor, she discovered a substantial maintenance supply department housing 2 high-capacity generators. In such a vast exhibition center, power outages were certainly a possibility, and these generators were likely intended for emergency use. To operate the generators, however, diesel fuel was necessary. Jiang Ning searched the machine room but found no trace of diesel. Chapter 33. Diesel acquired. Jiang Ning pried open the warehouse of the maintenance department's supply unit and finally discovered diesel in one of the rooms. There were 30 barrels, totaling 160 liters each, amounting to 800 liters, or approximately 4 tons. Coincidentally, with the international exhibition taking place amidst an unprecedented typhoon, it was impractical to stockpile merely this amount of diesel for emergency power outages. Thus, she explored every accessible area and fortuitously uncovered 2 additional rooms containing diesel, bringing her total to an impressive 12 tons. Both the inflatable boat and the RV could utilize diesel, providing her with ample supply for an extended period. In her excitement, she stored everything in her space. Although her space contained several solar-powered battery banks, who would choose when one could have it all? Armed with tools, she meticulously disassembled the generator along with the maintenance department's tools and accessories, packing them away. The 7th floor and below were filled with various modern furniture styles, which Jiang Ning continued to collect as she moved. In truth, she favored modern furnishings, as the designers had thoughtfully considered the needs of those living in compact spaces. Many pieces featuring folding capabilities. With an additional 200 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning seized everything in sight, indulging her whims to the fullest. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV cabinets, nightstands, dining tables, chairs, and rocking chairs, all were collected. Exhausted, she paused to rest and checked her space. The wooden furniture she had gathered later revealed that only a portion had vanished, indicating that merchants often employed deceptive practices, selling subpar goods disguised as quality items. The space proved to be an unerring treasure detector. Ascending the spiral staircase, she discovered an additional living room, while the other areas remained unchanged. Sweeping through to the 5th floor, she selected only durable, practical items, as the apocalypse demanded functionality over embellishment. Otherwise, any exchanged items could easily raise suspicions. Having spent too much time at the exhibition center, she glanced at her phone and noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. Departing in her inflatable boat, she noticed 2 buildings under construction on her way back. Remembering the devastation caused by earthquakes, with collapsed structures and debris strewn everywhere, she hesitated briefly before steering her boat towards them. The residential buildings were complete and currently in the renovation phase, with many materials already transported to the upper floors. Jiang Ning uncovered waterproof tarps, sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, and waterproof coatings. The materials varied slightly by floor due to different renovation progress. Sand was easily obtainable, so there was no need to waste space on it. Other materials posed challenges for regeneration, even if the government initiated reconstruction efforts. Not everything could be produced anew. As she ascended, she continued to gather supplies, stacking everything in her black soil garden. She noticed that since the second floor of her space was established, the garden's capacity had increased correspondingly, now mirroring the height of the second floor. This change meant that the usable area of the garden had expanded from 900 cubic meters to 800 cubic meters. Thankfully, construction materials did not consume space, allowing her to collect everything she found. The garden could not preserve items indefinitely, so Jiang Ning remembered to store a piece of waterproof, light-blocking tarp to cover the cement, lime powder, and waterproof coatings. After finishing her collection, she suddenly recalled the several safes she had left in her space. Thus, she retrieved them all and set about prying them open. The alarm's piercing sound filled the air, but she stuffed her ears with earplugs and gradually pried open the safe doors. The 4 safes from the jade shop were completely empty. It appeared her space had devoured everything inside. Next, she attempted to pry open the safe from the domineering CEO's personal collection, and to her astonishment, a gun tumbled out. Oh, could this be a collectible? Indeed, it seemed that the CEO had an affinity for defying the law. In addition to the handgun, there were also 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling 200 rounds. Even in the apocalypse, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire such items. This was an unexpected boon. Although Jiang Ning had never handled a real gun, her school had a shooting club where they practiced with rubber bullets, and she was somewhat accurate. With this newfound possession, she could sleep a little more soundly, and she silently thanked the CEO for his contribution. Now only 1 safe remained, which she had found in the CEO's office. Surely, this wouldn't contain any contraband? As she pried it open, she discovered it was filled to the brim with cash. To be precise, it was a stack of 10,000 bills, totaling a staggering 1 million. All the bills were brand new. Jiang Ning had not anticipated this. Had she received this money before the natural disaster, she might have been able to invest in a sewing machine. Although the currency had depreciated significantly, it was better than nothing. She stuffed the money into her backpack and tossed the safe into the floodwaters. The 18th floor barely constituted a team. It was no easy task to venture out alone, so Jiang Ning took out her phone to check the offline map, hoping to find other worthwhile destinations nearby. There was a commercial technology museum, but it was in the neighboring Yuezhan city. Yuezhan was the provincial capital, yet the commercial technology museum was situated on the outskirts, only 20 kilometers from the town. Aside from further expanding her space, she lacked any specific needs. Aspirations for ships or airplanes were futile. Thus, she resolved to explore and perhaps stumble upon something useful. After confirming her route, she set off for the Yuezhan Commercial Technology Museum. Navigating through the vast sea, she spent nearly an hour on unfamiliar roads, and the Technology Museum was left with only 2 floors above water. Yuezhan was bustling, and the museum had undoubtedly been searched countless times, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Almost everything that could aid their survival had been taken. Just as she was about to leave after a brief look around, her flashlight inadvertently illuminated an orange sphere. It was round, resembling a ping-pong ball, and exceptionally vivid in color, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Was this an escape pod? Jiang Ning recalled having seen it in a video, designed to withstand earthquakes and tsunamis. Picking up the promotional brochure on the ground, she confirmed her suspicion. It was crafted from a 3-layered, aerospace-grade tested metal shell, capable of withstanding sharp external impacts, high temperatures, and high-pressure environments without deformation, showcasing formidable protective capabilities. The internal escape pod was equally robust, employing high-energy welding technology with safety belts and shock-absorbing seats, offering ample security for those taking refuge inside the capsule. The latest upgraded version on display included a GPS positioning system, oxygen, lighting, and provisions for drinking water and food. The storage capacity for drinking water and food depended on the internal space. A single-person escape pod could hold enough for 5 days, while those designed for 5 or 10 people could sustain them for half a month. The single-person version had a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one before her stood approximately 3 meters tall, likely the largest model available. Jiang Ning opened the hatch, revealing 6 shock-absorbing seats inside. The space was quite spacious, allowing for comfortable movement, and it included a mini toilet processor with a water storage bubble at the bottom that would float if submerged. Numerous sealed compartments surrounded her, presumably for storing living supplies, including a first aid kit. When an earthquake or tsunami struck, individuals could hide inside, insulated from the disastrous external environment. Once the disaster subsided, they could activate the emergency signal device and await rescue. From the placement, it appeared that a single-person escape pod remained, but it had already been removed. The current pod was far too cumbersome. Even a group of people would struggle to lift it. Jiang Ning attempted to push it but found it utterly immovable. Without hesitation, she decided to store it in her space, thinking it might prove useful when the next earthquake struck. Today's expedition had indeed yielded treasures. As time was slipping away, Jiang Ning resolved to evacuate. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, she noticed the skies had darkened ominously. Just as she was about to enter the community, she heard a commotion not far away, accompanied by fierce barking. Chapter 34. Hoarding a dog. The view was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly, so Jiang Ning took out her binoculars. Before them stood several men and women by 2 inflatable boats, brandishing wooden forks and iron rods as they relentlessly struck at the ledge extending from the 5th floor. Perched upon this ledge was a drenched dog, baring its sharp fangs and barking furiously at them. "Quick, kill it. Tonight we feast." The group was overcome with excitement, waving their makeshift weapons, while the dog, despite its desperate attempts to evade them, defiantly stood its ground, its fierce demeanor unyielding. Natural disasters had struck unexpectedly, leaving everyone unprepared. Food supplies were submerged in water, and many had perished from starvation. Now, encountering a dog, even one as emaciated as this, could promise a hearty meal. This was meat. Who wouldn't desire it? Their eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, as though they wished to devour it whole. Jiang Ning initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon seeing the dog's face, she was seized by a profound tremor. It was Kale. This was a name she had bestowed upon it. Kale had been abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, but had managed to escape after biting the proprietor during its slaughter. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often lingering around the small eateries across the street, where it was frequently chased away by the shopkeepers. During that time, Jiang Ning was in the business of selling dog food and would scatter some whenever she encountered it or toss it a piece of sausage. An abandoned dog is akin to an orphaned infant, the only distinction being that humans have orphanages, while stray dogs face extermination upon capture. At first, Kale was cautious and resistant to Jiang Ning's approach, only eating after she had left. Gradually, it grew familiar, though still wary, peeking from behind trees to observe her furtively. Eventually, it developed an affection for Yang Weizong, striving to be near him, forgetting about the dog food business altogether, and leaving behind thoughts of Kale. Their next encounter occurred during a harsh winter. Jiang Ning was oblivious to how Kale had survived. Its fur had completely shed, revealing raw, oozing frostbite, and it was nothing but skin and bones. Yet, even in such a pitiful state, when it saw her being threatened by a group of thugs, it charged forward without hesitation, fiercely attacking them. Had it not lunged, a baseball bat would have struck her head. To protect her, Kale was beaten to death, its jaws never releasing their grip on the wrist of one assailant. She survived, but it met a tragic end, destined to be butchered and consumed. Upon being reborn, Jiang Ning searched for Kale several times in the vicinity, but it was as if the dog had vanished completely. How absurd it was to reflect upon this. She had bared her soul to Yang Weizong, while he stood by, watching her get killed by demons. Yet, the stray dog she had occasionally fed had sacrificed its life to save her. Kale. Upon their reunion, Jiang Ning was overwhelmed with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she sped toward the ledge in her boat, calling out, "Kale." The dog, fiercely standing on the ledge, brightened at the sound of her voice, and instinctively turned to look. In a moment of distraction, it was struck hard by a rod, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Turning, it leapt toward the assailant, attacking with fervor. The inflatable boat shook violently as Kayleigh lunged at the assailant's body, while others rushed in to assist, raining down blows. It dodged nimbly, evading their strikes, which instead landed upon the attackers, eliciting their own cries of anguish. Another inflatable boat approached, but due to the swift current, it lost control, colliding with the first. Two individuals lost their footing and fell into the water, shouting for help. Before they could recover, Kayleigh leapt into action, launching itself toward the oncoming boat. With its remarkable jumping ability, it knocked a person down with considerable force. In a matter of moments, 3 had fallen into the water, successfully injuring 2. One brandished a knife, plunging it toward Kayleigh. Jiang Ning, in a desperate maneuver, rammed her boat into the inflatable one, flipping it over while making a sharp turn. Kayleigh used all its strength to leap, its skeletal body soaring 3 to 4 meters, landing securely on Jiang Ning's boat. The engine roared, and the floodwaters splashed around them. By the time the assailants scrambled back onto their boat, Jiang Ning's craft had vanished from sight. The sky was overcast, obscuring their view of the woman's face. Their plans to feast on dog meat had been thwarted, and several were injured, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. The group erupted in a torrent of curses. As they entered the apartment building, word quickly spread of the presence of a dog, igniting a ravenous desire for flesh. Kayleigh's fur bristled, baring its teeth in a defensive stance, its eyes radiating menace. Jiang Ning brandished her knife, declaring, "Who dares to touch my dog? Step forward." The crowd was taken aback. When had a dog been kept on the 18th floor? How dare they keep a dog when they have no food for themselves? Anger swelled rapidly. This is merely a stray from outside. A keen observer recognized Kayleigh, recalling how it often lingered across the street. "I've seen it several times." "Indeed, I've seen it too. Once it almost bit my child. Let's take it down and share the spoils." Jiang Ning raised her knife and cleaved the trash can beside the corridor into smithereens, pondering the necessity of consulting her blade before indulging in flesh. The thought of her severing a person's head as effortlessly as slicing a watermelon sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, causing them to retreat a few steps. Yet, some remained defiant. "Little girl, that dog isn't yours. You can't be so domineering." "It is with me, thus it belongs to me," she retorted. "We all have our struggles. How about this? Let us slaughter it, and you can have half, while we divide the rest." Heads nodded in agreement. Finding merit in the proposal, let her take the lion's share while they merely savored the broth. "I have no taste for dog meat," Jiang Ning coldly scoffed, her knife aimed at the man who had made the suggestion. "Your flesh appears quite appetizing." He stumbled back in terror, collapsing to the ground as his trousers became stained with an indeterminate liquid. Damn it, she truly dares to kill. Thankfully, she had missed any vital areas. But his arm was gashed and bleeding profusely. At that moment, despite their reluctance, none dared to demand meat. They could only watch as she ascended the stairs with the dog. Just as they thought they had deterred those craving dog meat, Yang Weitsong charged forth, colliding with her. "Jiang Ning, you are truly cold-blooded," he shouted angrily as he emerged from a room. "Are you satisfied now? A Jian is dead." The others lingered at the doorway, casting malevolent glances, showing no intention of restraining Yang Weitsong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, the dog lunged at Yang Weitsong's leg. He was taken aback, letting out a harrowing scream as he swung his stick at the dog's head. The agile creature dodged, its eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. This beast, they said, was too filthy and infested with lice, only fit for those who would toss it into a dog meat restaurant. It was because of this very creature that Jiang Ning had cut off its rations, ignoring it ever since. The dog, harboring a grudge, charged at him once more. Yang Weitsong, terrified, flailed his stick wildly. Jiang Ning, with a swift stroke, forced him back a few steps. "And Ning, are you really fighting me over a dog?" Yang Weitsong's fury was palpable, his disheveled appearance twisting his features into something grotesque. "It's just a dog." "It is a dog, but you are no longer human. You caused a Jian's death, and think you have a right to speak?" Jiang Ning could hardly contain her laughter at the absurdity of his reasoning. "Was it I who injured a Jian? Was it not you who failed to take him to the hospital, watching him die?" Yang Weizong was left speechless, his face paling. If it weren't for your cold-heartedness in not rescuing him and your unwillingness to lend us money. Have you no shame? Jiang Ning shot back. If I were you, I would have taken up arms against the one who harmed Jian, avenging him by killing one or two. Yet here you all are, cowardly, unwilling to confront the enemy, and blaming his death on me, preying on women. Does the soft life suit you so well? Who is living off the soft life? They stammered, their guilt evident. Do you even know how much soft life you've consumed? Jiang Ning mocked, and who gave you the audacity to prance around me? With that, she plunged her knife into Yang Weizong's thigh. He screamed in agony and collapsed, while the others rushed to assist him. Jiang Ning, let us discuss this calmly. You've gone too far. As she ascended the stairs, she warned, this time it's your leg. Next time it could be your heart. Cherish the opportunity to live. No one dared to approach her, their faces twisted in resentment. Su Mengyao, with her shorn hair, stood behind the door, her fury palpable. A bunch of useless fools. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was taken aback by the sight before her. The door at the staircase was besieged with spikes, more accurately. It was embedded with countless iron nails, all pointing outward. Not just one, but 3 doors were fortified in such a manner. Not even a rat could squeeze through. Meanwhile, 3 men and a woman were fervently welding, sparks flying in a brilliant display. Upon noticing her arrival, Zhang Chao lifted his protective mask. A Ning. Take a look at our fortress. They had discovered acetylene while scavenging the building, returning with rebar and iron nails to transform the 18th floor into an impregnable stronghold, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep without the constant fear of intruders. Jiang Ning could only commend Zhang Chao and Lu Yu for their ingenuity. It was evident that their efforts were instrumental in establishing this refuge. Rather than live in perpetual fear, they had chosen to forge a robust shield. 3 heads are better than 1. Perhaps this was the strength of their teamwork. Jiang Ning felt a surge of happiness. She certainly could not have conceived such an idea herself. Wow, you brought back a dog? Zhang Chao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yu, tonight we shall feast on dog stew. The dog, however, decisively turned away, exhausted and disinterested. Jiang Ning knelt down to soothe it, her tone serious as she addressed Zhang Chao. This is my dog. If you dare to lay a finger on it, I will stew you first. When did you get a dog? Zhang Chao asked, astonished. It looks like a stray. ISNT at that stray from the entrance of the community. Lu Yu chimed in, recalling how a Ning often fed it. It saved my life once, Jiang Ning stated solemnly, laying down the law. I did not bring it back for you to eat. If you even think about harming it, I won't hold back. They had scavenged yak jerky, sausages, and ham from the office building. Although Zhang Chao and his companions rationed their food, they were not particularly craving meat. In such dire circumstances, many had resorted to slaughtering their pets. Who would waste precious food on a dog? Food is a lifeline. How many perish from hunger daily? Not just Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Even Zheng Weili found it difficult to comprehend. Yet, Hua Yishan made a startling observation. This Belgian Malinois has great potential. If trained properly, it could handle 2 or 3 adults without issue. You do have an eye for talent. Jiang Ning thought highly of him, recalling how it had evaded capture by 7 or 8 people outside, even overturning a rubber boat in the process. Weakling Lu Yu. Weakling Zhang Chao. Chapter 36. Spending 1 million. This dog possessed an uncanny intelligence. The way it stared at them sent shivers down their spines. We are all dog lovers. Fiercely opposing the consumption of dog meat, Zhang Chao capitulated first. A Ning, please make it stop looking at me like that. It's terrifying. Zheng Weili empathized with her feelings, but as a friend, urged a Ning under normal circumstances, I would absolutely support you. However, these are extraordinary times. Most of our food has been ruined by water. We managed to stockpile some only because we reacted quickly, but your share will last at most 6 or 7 months. The future remains uncertain, especially considering that large dogs consume a significant amount of food. You must think this through. You wouldn't want to regret it when you have no food left, at which point it will be too late. To me, it's not just a dog. It's family. Jiang Ning gently comforted the anxious dog, assuring it that resources could be replenished, and she would not abandon it. Zheng Weili and the others were not meddling. As long as she made her decision, that was sufficient. Bringing the dog inside, Jiang Ning retrieved dog food from her supplies. Soaking it in sheep's milk. The milk, procured from a supermarket, was something she had disliked due to its strong flavor, but it was perfect for the dog now. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, the dog's once diminished belly finally swelled. It stood before the sofa, fixated on Jiang Ning, its eyes suddenly welling with tears. Unprepared, it exuded a hint of hopefulness. Its weeping caught Jiang Ning off guard, causing her to embrace the dog. Tears streaming down her face as she released a lifetime of fear, resentment, loneliness, and despair. The dog's head rested upon her shoulder, emitting a soft whimpering sound. Kola was also in tears, lamenting the fact that she had not been discarded like the previous caretaker, who had only offered her a leg to cling to but also provided delectable treats. Should she trust humanity once more? The two, a girl and her dog, wept together for an extended period. After shedding her tears, Jiang Ning found herself devoid of the previous confusion and fear. Having been reborn with a focus on stockpiling supplies, her sole desire was to survive, to live a bit longer. However, the situation had changed. It was no longer merely about survival but also about protecting Kola. Regaining her composure, she began examining Kola's body, revealing a distressing array of both old and new wounds, alongside a severe skin condition characterized by a profusion of various lesions, rendering her once beautiful coat utterly unattractive. Jiang Ning administered anti-inflammatory medication and retrieved a grooming clipper to shave Kola's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and sprinkled on Yunnan Baiyao. Lacking a stockpile of pet medications, Jiang Ning rummaged through her medicine cabinet to find an equivalent ointment, gently applying it to Kola's skin. Though Kola did not resist, she constantly attempted to lick the treatment off. Emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, Kola's naked appearance was quite distressing. Jiang Ning found her own number 7 jersey and dressed Kola in it, stroking her head and saying, "Once I fatten you up, you'll be handsome." Jiang Ning was not concerned about supplies. The space she had accumulated was sufficient for both her and Kola to last a lifetime. And she also had the fertile black soil garden for planting. The ground was damp and devoid of a dog bed, so she laid down some cardboard and fetched a durable lazy sofa from her space. Without needing instruction, Kola instinctively recognized it as her new bed. So soft and comfortable. She finally had a home. Curling up in her nest, she drifted into a deep slumber, exhausted. Jiang Ning hefted her large backpack and knocked on the door to 1801 before gathering at 1803. In front of everyone, she opened her heavy bag. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were astonished, repeatedly counting the stacks of money. 1 million? Jiang Ning noted, explaining that she had found it in the cash room of an office building during her outing. Had this been before the disasters, several individuals would have been ecstatic. But now, facing such a thick pile of cash, they were left feeling deeply troubled. Money was of little use now. Rice had skyrocketed to 500 yuan per kilogram, with a daily purchase limit of 1 kilogram, and it was still retrieved from the water and dried. It could be consumed, but whether it would lead to death was uncertain. How could one spend such a vast sum? Holding it felt like it could sprout fur. Jiang Ning cautioned them that it was already remarkable to be able to purchase grain at this time, as future availability was uncertain. Presently, it was also difficult to procure. Lu Yu, always eager for news, explained that the so-called purchase limits were merely a facade. The daily supply was minimal, and many who queued overnight often left empty-handed. However, food was being resold outside, the same water retrieved and dried rice selling for 2,000 yuan per kilogram. How ironic that 1 million could only buy 500 kilograms of grain. Was there a connection? The government was cracking down on speculation, confiscating any found, and not everyone had connections. Money would only continue to lose its value, and increasingly, bartering was becoming the norm. It was uncertain when currency would become obsolete. They needed to devise a plan to spend it tomorrow. How could they spend if food was unobtainable? Whatever the department store sold, they would buy. Jiang Ning pondered the extreme cold. It was already October. Previously, she wore short sleeves, but now she needed to cover herself with blankets to sleep. If this rain persisted into winter, how would they endure?
Yet,
The trio of life-impaired individuals agreed to raid the department store tomorrow, taking whatever they could find. 1801 remained silent, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. He appeared to be part of the group, but was in fact cold and vigilant. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of penetrating one's heart. which left Jiang Ning with an unsettling premonition. As she was about to enter her home after leaving 1803, Hua Yishan suddenly spoke up. Jiang Ning, may I discuss something with you? Please go ahead. He explained that he had previously been a special police officer, but had moved here after retiring due to injury. He often worked with police dogs during missions, thus possessing some experience in training them. The Belgian Malinois you brought back is a new breed of police dog. Not only does it have excellent physical capabilities, but its obedience and combat skills are exceptional. If trained properly, its combat effectiveness is equivalent to that of several adults, which would be immensely beneficial for the 18th floor. Jiang Ning was taken aback. She had initially speculated he might have a military or police background. But witnessing him kill, without flinching, had dispelled that thought. He could either be a professional assassin or a bodyguard paid to eliminate threats. To her surprise, he was indeed a special police officer. Considering his words, he must have only recently retired. How could he have killed so coldly? Though suspicion lingered, everyone harbored secrets. And as long as he did not harm her, Jiang Ning would not pry. She collected her thoughts. What are your terms? Chapter 37, Miss. Do you need grain? Even though she knew Cola was not inferior, she still hoped for her to grow stronger. For no one could resist the temptation of dog meat when faced with the threat of starvation. Therefore, Cola needed to become more powerful. Hua Yishan's request was simple. I will help you train the dog, and in return, you'll teach Dodo to read. This was his condition? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Dodo was both clever and obedient, making it easy for him to teach. Hua Yishan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Literature is beyond my capabilities. Training a dog is far simpler. Jiang Ning felt a bit bemused but agreed. All right, it's a trade then. You help me train Cola, and I'll teach Dodo to read. As she opened the door, a shadow lunged at her, a low whimper filled with anxiety and restlessness. Its paws incessantly clawing at Jiang Ning. She patted its head reassuringly. It's all right. I'm not going anywhere. The stray dog was difficult to calm, so she offered it a piece of sausage. Yet it remained agitated, following her closely and refusing to let her out of its sight. Exhausted from the day, Jiang Ning felt not only drained but also ravenous. The unexpected reunion with Cola was indeed worthy of celebration, so she prepared steamed ribs, drunken goose, stir-fried pork, and beer. Even if she was not hungry, Cola's eager gaze was hard to ignore, drool nearly spilling from her mouth. Jiang Ning offered her some light ribs, then settled down to eat while watching a show to relax. Cola, overwhelmed with desire, jumped onto the sofa and sprawled over her, occasionally nudging her shoulder with her paw. When Jiang Ning remained unfazed, Cola dashed over to her food bowl and brought it back, exclaiming, "Food. What a clever little creature." Jiang Ning tossed her a bone to gnaw on, cautioning, "Don't overeat. There will be delicious food every day." After dinner, she needed to teach Cola how to go to the bathroom. Not just Cola, but also the pair of breeding rabbits and their litter of kits. The balcony, enclosed in glass, was still damp, making the rabbits lethargic, so she used plenty of cardboard to move them to the toilet, which helped significantly. Once they grew accustomed to their environment, they no longer feared humans and began to wander around the house. Cola, spotting the rabbits, became fixated, instinctively lunging to attack. Jiang Ning quickly halted her with a fierce glare. No. From now on, her meals of meat or rice would rely entirely on them. Having spent time together before, Cola understood her temperament well and could only suppress her urge to chase. Not hungry now, she would wait until hunger struck to act. Remarkably intelligent, Cola managed to relieve herself in the designated bin equipped with a black trash bag after just over an hour of training. The rabbits, however, remained oblivious, unable to learn no matter how hard she tried, resulting in her needing to clean multiple times a day. Feeling fatigued, Jiang Ning declared, "Cola, from now on, you will be responsible for taking care of them." She needed Cola to be a sensible dog, helping her share the household chores. By the time she finished, it was already deep into the night. Jiang Ning readied herself for bed, only to find Cola dragging her bed into the room. "All right then, I understand you feel insecure." Throughout the night, she awoke several times, each time disturbed by Cola's antics. It is exceedingly sensitive to sound. Even the slightest stir downstairs rouses it, compelling it to remain vigilantly stationed before the stainless steel door. The prolonged life of wandering has altered the dog's temperament, rendering it reluctant to make any noise that might alert potential foes. Despite being merely a unit building, It encapsulates the myriad complexities of life, replete with sordid and unsightly occurrences. Awakened by the incessant barking of Kola shortly after 7 in the morning, I opened the door to find a classmate of Yang Weitsong incessantly knocking. Jiang Ning, a calm was injured by your knife yesterday and bitten by your dog. He has developed a fever, and you must take responsibility for this. Jiang Ning closed the door, proceeding to wash up and have breakfast, a simple bowl of pork bone and awful noodles accompanied by 2 small steamed buns. Kola, on the other hand, was treated to half a bowl of dog food and 4 small buns. Just as I finished tidying up, Lu Yu arrived to knock on the door, ready to discuss today's mission of spending $1 million. Zheng Weili not only had the responsibility of caring for children but also took on the task of watching over the dog. The corridor now featured a sandbag, which Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had procured for her. It could serve as a means to practice boxing, provided they refrained from using it as a target. By 9 o'clock at the department store, throngs of people lined up, only to be met with an announcement over the loudspeaker. Today's food supplies had been depleted, and those in need were advised to come early the following day. I arrived at midnight last night. How could it be gone? I had queued from 9 in the evening, yet still failed to secure any. An immediate outcry erupted, a cacophony of discontent, yet what could be done? With armed troops stationed, even a forced entry would yield nothing. Exhausted faces, marked by frustration, wandered back and forth, ultimately leaving in dejection. The majority of those who came to the department store were there for food, with the hope of acquiring other necessities as well. As the crowd dispersed, the vast shopping center felt desolate. Compared to the last visit, the available goods were noticeably fewer. Anything that could satiate hunger had been snatched away. However, they had introduced a water purification system, priced at 10 yuan per liter, requiring customers to bring their own containers. The thought of decomposing bodies in the water extinguished Lu Yu and Zhang Chao's interest. The store primarily stocked electronics, clothing, bedding, and various household items, despite having money. It was difficult to spend. There were only 2 inflatable boats left, and upon seeing the price of 50,000 yuan each, Lu Yu hesitated to make a purchase. Jiang Ning had clear intentions to procure supplies essential for survival in extreme cold. She had enough for herself, but could not spare any for them. She needed to find a secure route. The prices for scarce living supplies had skyrocketed, while clothing and bedding had not increased significantly. After all, they wished to conserve their money for food purchases. As they strolled through the aisles, they unexpectedly came across mink coats. The over-the-knee purple mink was luxuriously soft to the touch and provided considerable warmth. Upon glancing at the price tag, which read 49,999 yuan, Jiang Ning decided to purchase 7 coats, including one for Kola, intending to alter them later. She swiftly spent 350,000 yuan, causing Lu Yu's heart to bleed at the expense. Shouldn't we consider cheaper options? If not now, should we save it for toilet paper? In addition to the mink coats, there were warm cotton jackets, down jackets, windbreakers, comforters, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and more, allowing them the freedom to buy as they pleased. Regrettably, there were no pet supplies. Otherwise, she would have stocked up for Kola. As they were browsing, a middle-aged man approached, whispering, "Miss, do you need food?" With shifty eyes. He immediately struck one as untrustworthy. Jiang Ning had noticed him surveilling her while she was purchasing the mink coat, initially suspecting him of being a pickpocket or robber, only to discover he was a food dealer. "What kind of food?" she inquired. "Rice," the man replied. "Is it soaked?" The man nodded, adding that there was unsoaked rice available as well, but at double the price. "What are the prices?" "Soaked rice is 2,500, unsoaked rice is 5,000. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. "And how do I know the soaked rice won't kill someone?" "Rest assured, miss, we pride ourselves on honesty in business, with no deceit, young or old." Saying this, he pulled out some broken rice from his pocket, which appeared yellowed and dull, yet emitted no discernible odor. "How much do you have?" "I have as much as you need." After calculating her expenses, Jiang Ning declared, "I want 250 pounds, at 2,000 per pound." The middle-aged man, now holding the food, raised an eyebrow. Chapter 38. Striking Gold. Casting a glance at the man, Jiang Ning turned to find Lu Yu and the others, urging them to try on the mink coats. The store had only 10 pieces and the styles and sizes might not suit everyone, yet the money seemed futile to spend. As Zhang Chao tried one on, he jested, Why do I feel like I'm being supported by a wealthy woman? Jiang Ning grimaced, sorry, you're not my type. As the two exchanged banter, the man approached again. Miss, if you're serious, we can negotiate. Standing together, he dared to approach, suggesting he was not there to rob them. Jiang Ning relayed the situation, and both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were pleased, even sampling some of the rice, finding it comparable to what they had bought from the store. Rest assured, the quality is absolutely impeccable. The man, exhilarated by this unexpected large order, added, I only brought 5 pounds with me, but I can arrange for more if you wish. The four of them huddled together to discuss. Hui expressed concerns, suggesting they should remain cautious of potential deceit. The most secure approach would be to conduct transactions in multiple batches. Once they had agreed, Jiang Ning returned to negotiate with the man, stating, I want 250 pounds, but we will pick it up in batches, 50 pounds a day. Right at the entrance of the department store, the man hesitated. I can't make that decision, but I can ask right away. Please wait here. With that, he hurriedly exited the store. Jiang Ning had set aside 500,000 yuan, ensuring she had the necessary funds without overspending, and ultimately purchased one more mink coat to round out her expenditure. Equipped with several compression bags, she paid and packed the coats and blankets. While many were starving and broke, the affluent were able to squander 500,000 yuan in an instant, leaving the cashier astonished, almost dropping her eyes at the sight of such extravagance. Just as they exited the department store, the sharp-faced monkey waiting at the door rushed over. Our boss has agreed. We can make the trade. He gestured toward a masked man in the distance who carried a heavy snakeskin bag. After exchanging glances, they moved to a secluded corner. Hui approached to inspect the goods, confirming their quality before nodding at Jiang Ning. She handed the prepared black garbage bag to the sharp-faced monkey, which contained 100,000 yuan. He quickly stuffed it into his large backpack and began verifying the contents. With military presence maintaining order at the department store, the fear of gunfire rendered them nearly invulnerable to robbery. Once the money was exchanged for the goods, they arranged the time for the next transaction, and the four of them swiftly departed with the food in their possession. On the boat, supplies were plentiful, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings as Hui navigated away from crowded areas. Taking a longer route ensured a clearer view, allowing them to spot any approaching individuals promptly. Suddenly, Lu Yu, peering through binoculars, exclaimed, What is that? Zhang Chao followed his gaze, seeing something bobbing in the distance. Is that a body? Jiang Ning grabbed the binoculars, focusing intently for a moment. It appears to be a pig. A pig? The others expressed surprise, observing closely. Indeed, it was a live pig. How long had it been since they had last tasted pork? With dog meat prohibited, surely they could indulge in pork. Slowing the boat, they adjusted their course toward the pig drifting in the current. It was indeed a live pig, its head substantial. While pigs can swim, they were no match for the powerful floodwaters, helplessly carried along by the current. The pig, seemingly unafraid of their approach, emitted plaintive sounds, as if in distress. They paddled closer, using the oar to intercept the swimming pig. Zhang Chao leaned over, grasping its front legs. The pig squealed and struggled, though not with great vigor, likely exhausted from its ordeal in the water. A group of individuals, their hands and feet working in concert, managed to haul the pig aboard. Although it appeared to possess a rather sizable frame, it had lost considerable weight, likely weighing over 200 pounds. The pig lay on the inflatable boat, gasping for breath with its mouth agape, emitting distressed sounds. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pulled out a stun baton from her bag, causing the pig to emit 2 piercing cries before collapsing into unconsciousness. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, alongside Hui Yishan, deliberated on finding a suitable location for the slaughter. It was imperative not to transport it back, as discovery could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Chao quickly regained focus and suggested they head to the construction site nearby, which was relatively unpopulated and not far from their current location. Thus, the boat veered towards another direction. After traveling approximately 6 or 7 kilometers, they arrived at a few partially constructed buildings submerged in water. Once the boat was anchored, the 3 men lifted the pig onto the shore, and Jiang Ning handed over the slaughtering knife. She refrained from participating in the actual killing, instead ascending the building to gather materials during their task. The higher she climbed, the more construction materials such as cement bricks and steel bars were in abundance. Jiang Ning was unreserved in her intentions. The black soil garden required more than 1,800 cubic meters, and she needed to devise a plan to stockpile it effectively. Collecting everything was essential, though seemingly useless now. These materials would be indispensable for post-earthquake reconstruction. This site was open to anyone, and she had no fear that Lu Yu and the others would suspect her. Upon descending from the upper floors, she found that the pig had been slaughtered. 1801 wielded the knife, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisted, engaged in a discussion about how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, the rest were culinary novices, and 1801 was particularly inept, unable to even boil rice without burning it. Given their collective incompetence with the pork, they unanimously decided to split the meat into 4 portions, reserving the internal organs for Jiang Ning. She graciously accepted, promising to prepare a meal for them later. 1803 claimed half a pig, while 1801 and 1802 divided the other half. Hua Yixin inquired which portion Jiang Ning preferred. The upper half, she replied, knowing well that the lower half contained more meat, but the head could be used for broth and the trotters for braising. Hua Yixin felt he had struck a bargain and cut a bit extra for her. Jiang Ning observed but said nothing. In a less than ideal home environment, she directed the meat into smaller pieces, packaging them neatly in black plastic bags to conceal their contents. Lu Yu expressed concern. What if someone notices us eating meat? Jiang Ning reassured him, we are on the top floor. Any scent will dissipate upwards. As long as we close the doors and windows tightly while cooking, any odors that escape will be washed away by the rain. It should be fine. Lu Yu brightened. Great. Let us celebrate tonight. After enduring such miserable days, we deserve some excitement. Why not cook together? If we do it separately, the flavors might be too overpowering. Zhang Chao, eager for camaraderie and keen to forge a bond with the aloof 1801, added, we're family on the 18th floor. Lu Yu concurred, suggesting Jiang Ning take the lead in cooking since she was the most skilled among them. Noting that 1801 offered no objections, Jiang Ning agreed, I have hot pot base. Let us have hot pot. The group enthusiastically approved, their mouths watering at the mere thought. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, the 18th floor once again stirred up a commotion. A boat laden with supplies sparked envy, igniting jealousy in the eyes of those who had no means to acquire such bounty. Many sought to ally with the 18th floor, but their overtures were met with indifference. The 4 had prepared well, stashing rice and pork into large backpacks, with only winter clothes and blankets visible. No matter how discreetly they attempted to go about their business, many remained envious. But what did it matter? The 18th floor was notorious for its ruthless inhabitants, particularly the young girl wielding a knife. In Chapter 39, the hunt for the live pig unfolded. Despite her youth, the girl possessed a heart as dark as coal. The 8th and 12th floors were home to her former classmates. One had her ribs broken, and another suffered grievous wounds from a dog attack followed by a stabbing, requiring hospitalization. They were not to be trifled with, truly not. He Jian's team returned, looking disheveled and bringing back only a few logs, having found all other resources ravaged and even moldy bread snatched away. Gazing at the bountiful 18th floor, they could only lament the disparity among the residents of the same building. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Kailei rushed out from 1803, energetically bounding towards Jiang Ning and whining in complaint. You said you wouldn't abandon me. Daodu followed suit, cheerfully hugging her waist. Sister, Kailei and I behaved so well today. Jiang Ning was amused. Just as she intended to mention 1801's little cotton-padded jacket, Daodu dashed towards him, exclaiming, Brother, I missed you so much. As per their usual practice, everyone gathered in 1803 to divide the spoils. When they learned a pig had been procured, Zheng Weili expressed excitement tempered with concern. How will we preserve the pork without a functioning refrigerator? Half a pig would be too much to consume in just a few days. It couldn't simply go to waste. 1801 astounded them with his revelation. I have a car refrigerator that connects via USB. It should fit perfectly, though the insufficient light may slow down the charging, making it a bit intermittent. Jiang Ning recalled that the landlord also possessed one and decided to check his room for assistance. While their storage issues were resolved, the situation with 1803 could not wait. Zhang Chao suggested, why don't you both eat our portion first? Jiang Ning had no objections, but she knew they wouldn't be able to finish it in just a few days. Cut the fatty meat for lard, and tonight we'll have hot pot. Any leftovers can be salted for preservation. The cool, rainy weather would allow for a few days of storage. Zhang Chao eagerly inquired, "Aren't we eating lunch?" "You can eat. I need to go out again to find some dog food for Kayla." Lu Yu expressed concern. "Shouldn't we accompany you?" "No need. Just handle the half-pig properly." Wary that these culinary novices might struggle with rendering lard, Jiang Ning cautioned, "Be sure to cut the pig skin separately. Do not fry it with the fat, or it will splatter." Hua Yishan observed quietly, absorbing her expertise. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning prepared a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork to satisfy her hunger, administered medication to Kayla, and then planned to head out again. Kayla clung to her pant leg, apprehensive about being left behind. Jiang Ning patted his head, "Be a good dog and guard the house. I'm just going to stock up on some meat." The pig had floated down with the current, and she recalled a large pig farm upstream. If it truly originated from there, it was likely not the only pig. The upstream riverbank was connected by several mountains, and it was quite possible that the pig had swum across to find refuge. With her stock of frozen pork dwindling and new responsibilities for Kayla, Jiang Ning felt the urge to take a chance. She intended to make a quick trip, but Kayla stubbornly resisted. Relenting, she decided to bring him along. After all, when it came to hunting, dogs were far more capable than humans. Lacking a raincoat, she fashioned a makeshift one from a plastic bag, cutting holes for his head. The result was comically unflattering. Suppressing laughter, Jiang Ning whipped out her phone to snap a picture of her dog clad in his plastic battle gear. Together, they set forth, piloting the inflatable boat towards Fengshan. The elevation of Fengshan was modest, with Fengcheng Park and expansive lakes lying at its foot, now regrettably submerged. After locating a gentle slope to dock, and confirming the area was devoid of other people, they stowed the boat into her space. The ascent featured stone steps and a cement path, and, to conserve energy, Jiang Ning promptly opted for the latter, remaining observant of the surroundings. Amidst the jungle lining the roadside, she spotted remnants of pig droppings that had not been washed away by the rain. A spark of joy ignited within her. Her suspicions had proven correct. As they ambled along, Kola suddenly barked, eager to dash ahead. Jiang Ning swiftly covered its mouth, whispering, "Let's quietly enter the village. No gunfire, please." Instantly understanding, Kola switched to silent mode, lowering its tail and casting forward a glimmering gaze. Not far along, a pavilion came into view. Through binoculars, she was astonished to see 12 pigs seeking refuge from the rain. Pigs, being omnivorous, can sustain themselves on grass, yet it seemed they had been stranded for some time. Their fattened bodies now emaciated. Upon noticing the newcomers, the pigs contemplated fleeing but, after a few snorts, lazily remained in place. Since live animals could not be kept to her space, Jiang Ning brandished her most powerful electric baton, capable of delivering lethal shocks. Entering the pavilion, she swiftly took action. The pigs had no time to squeal before collapsing to the ground. Startled, the rest of the herd bolted from the pavilion. Kola shot forward like lightning, fiercely herding them back, snapping at any that resisted. Humans, dogs, and pigs engaged in a chaotic chase amidst the rain. She pursued, it blocked, and they floundered helplessly. In under 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were incapacitated. Jiang Ning administered a few more shocks to ensure their demise before storing them in her space. To her surprise, Kola proved to be an excellent hunting dog, earning a reward of a salt-baked chicken leg. Kola, let's press on, amass a lifetime supply of pork, and indulge in lavish feasts henceforth.
Woof.
It craved meat. Together, they continued their search along the mountain's contours. Kola, fully embracing its advantage, took the lead in scouting for prey. Pigs are social creatures, and under Kola's guidance, Jiang Ning soon discovered a second group, this time consisting of 9 pigs. Their size comparable to the previous ones. One pursued while the other flanked, weaving through the underbrush. Although the terrain was not steep, running proved treacherous. Both Jiang Ning and the pig slipped, yet Kola, nimble and familiar with the terrain, rushed towards her direction. The 9 pigs were once again captured. With a total of 21 pigs, Jiang Ning walked with a sense of triumph. The third and fourth groups were swiftly located, along with several stragglers, yielding a staggering 68 pigs, enough to produce over 10,000 pounds of pork. After thoroughly scouring Feng Mountain, she found no further traces of pigs. As dusk fell, Jiang Ning and Kola commenced their descent. Suddenly, Kola bolted like an arrow, vanishing into the thicket. Alarmed for its safety, Jiang Ning hastened after it. By the time she arrived, Kola was fervently digging at the ground, barking fiercely, its eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 40. Hot Pot on the 18th Floor. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and noticed rabbit droppings. This creature often faced hunger, valuing its survival resources more than she did, and it certainly did not overlook the wild rabbits. Clever rabbits have multiple burrows. Jiang Ning searched nearby and soon discovered an entrance, promptly blocking it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow emerged from the hole, darting away. Kola was off like a shot, seizing it by the neck and slamming it to the ground. After a few moments, the gray rabbit lay still. Proudly, Kola returned to Jiang Ning, presenting its prize, meat. After relishing the joy of the hunt, it resumed digging, extracting a large gray rabbit from the burrow. And then another and yet another, 3 medium-sized rabbits in total, all lined up neatly. Wild rabbits lack the value of domesticated ones. And considering that she and Kola were not in need of meat, she decisively dispatched them and stored them away. On her way back, she made a point to detour to the pig slaughtering site, collecting all the building materials piled from nearby constructions into her space. The space absorbed the items, startling Kola, which widened its eyes in shock, barking in surprise. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled its fur. "Do not fear. Your sister is a magician." Upon returning to the community, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Countless eyes observed her. Upon seeing Jiang Ning return with only a bundle of firewood, they felt a sense of equilibrium restored. Not every resident on the 18th floor enjoyed such fortune. Just as she ascended the stairs, Zhang Chao emerged, asking, "Why are you back so late?" "Lu Yu and I were just about to set out to find you." Jiang Ning, weary from her search, replied, "I scoured several places. Not a single morsel of dog food could be found, not even a crusty piece of bread. The nearby areas had been thoroughly ransacked, making the search for supplies quite challenging." Lu Yu expressed concern. "I heard some communities were raided. Even if we don't venture out, we must remain vigilant." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning entered her home to shed her rain gear and change clothes, harvesting the vegetables from her balcony. The greens, nourished with nutrient solution, had thrived considerably, though the leaves still appeared somewhat yellowed, indicative of the difference in growth under normal sunlight. Nonetheless, it was commendable for a rainy day. To balance the meat with some greens, she grabbed a mushroom kit flourishing with pleurotus and elm mushrooms and made her way to 1803. The trio was left speechless. Not only were there vegetables, but also fresh and plump mushrooms. "Ning, you could participate in a survival challenge show." "I was just lucky. When I moved in, I happened to stumble upon a box of mushroom kits online. I never anticipated they'd actually yield mushrooms. There's nothing you can't accomplish with a Ning around. We'll never go hungry." The atmosphere was amiable as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Shortly after, Hua Yishan and Dodo arrived to lend a hand, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. "Ning, it seems we need you at home," Zheng Weili remarked with a smile. "It was quite silent on the 18th floor without you. Look how lively it has become since your return." The mood was uplifting, and Jiang Ning felt quite pleased, eager to showcase her culinary skills that evening. With one leading 4, they set to work with the culinary novices. Zhang Chao chopped ribs, Lu Yu washed lean meat, Zheng Weili picked greens, and Dodo clung to a mushroom stick, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too." The little girl was adorably obedient, and Jiang Ning nodded. "All right, I'll give you one tomorrow, but take good care of it." Dodo instinctively glanced at Hua Yishan, seemingly seeking his approval. "Brother?" Seeing the eagerness in her eyes, Hua Yishan replied, "Remember to thank your sister." Dodo joyfully dashed over. "Thank you, sister. I can grow mushrooms now." Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled her hair. "Take good care of it." Lu Yu, while cutting the meat, nearly nicked his hand, prompting Jiang Ning to step in and slice the meat thinly, marinating it with a touch of oil, starch, and soy sauce. The hot pot base was first sautéed in the pot before being poured into a dual-flavor pot to boil, accompanied by a light mushroom broth with a few scallion roots and some rehydrated dried matsutake mushrooms. The living room of 1803 was spacious, and everyone tightly closed the doors and windows, placing the dual-flavor pot on a portable gas stove, and soon the rich, enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. Gathering around the hot pot, their faces lit up with smiles. Merely inhaling the scent made them salivate. The ribs were dropped into the pot, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be served after just a minute. "This is bliss," Zhang Chao exclaimed, his tongue scalded. "The meat is so tender and flavorful." The others wasted no time, eagerly joining in with their chopsticks. Dodo, unable to eat spicy food, received non-spicy portions from Huishan. Zhang Weili teased her. "Dodo, is a Ning's cooking better than your brother's?" Dodo cautiously glanced at her brother, her face brightening with a sweet smile. "Brother's cooking is also delicious. Come on now. Who doesn't know that Huishan's culinary skills are inversely proportional to his good looks? Even Lu Yu, who eats soft rice, fares better. Where's Cola?" Zhang Chao turned to search. Jiang Ning replied while eating, "It's at home. Call it over. It's part of our team now." Zhang Weili, fond of dogs, remarked, "Cola's remarkable. It senses any commotion downstairs immediately, as if it has ears attuned to the wind. It's so energetic that not even the combined efforts of Lu Yu and Zhang Chao could rival it. With it guarding the house, we can finally enjoy a good night's sleep." Dodo also adored Cola, and the consensus was to summon it over. In the future, collaboration is essential. No one is to be treated with favoritism. Jiang Ning felt a stir of emotion and agreed. She opened the door to let Kaylee bring in the food bowl. Dodo stealthily stuffed a piece of rib into its mouth. The two little ones couldn't tolerate spicy food and could only indulge in the delicate mushroom soup, which was both savory and sweet. Zhang Chao carried a few cans of beer, exclaiming, "Cheers. Today we finally get to enjoy a feast. Let us celebrate." Each person had a can, with Dodo sipping on Sprite while Kaylee savored rib soup, barking happily. Lu Yu, sipping his beer, reflected, "If it weren't for the flood downstairs, with this meal tonight, who would suspect we were in an apocalypse?" Zhang Chao stirred the atmosphere, saying, "As long as we work together, every day can be as delightful as this." After indulging in the meat, they added kelp and winter melon to the pot. The winter melon, brought by Jiang Ning, was durable and could last for months without spoiling. The yuhuang mushrooms were exceptionally fresh, leaving a lingering taste on the palate. The vegetables were equally tender after a brief blanch in the soup. It had been days since the group had tasted green since the onset of the typhoon, and now, the flavors were a comforting delight, reminiscent of past feasts. "If it weren't for Ning, I would have forgotten what vegetables tasted like," someone mused. The nutritional solution they had procured was effective in promoting the rapid growth of greens, ensuring they would not lack for vegetables in the future. This was indeed good news. And everyone was elated. The greens were a joy to eat, lifting their spirits. As they continued to eat and chat, they added a handful of noodles to the pot, filling their stomachs to the brim. Despite their stockpile of supplies, under Zhang Chao's careful guidance, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu dared not waste anything. Each day they only ate until they were 7/10 full, primarily consuming porridge and noodles, even being frugal with rice. This feast, however, was utterly satisfying. It felt dreamlike, as if awakening from a slumber only to find the flood had receded, restoring their familiar world. Where was the apocalypse? Each night brought dreams, yet both in dreams and reality, they remained submerged in water. This meal allowed them to release the pent-up frustration within, organizing their thoughts to muster the courage to persevere. One day, this natural disaster would end, and their previous joyful lives would return. Chapter 41. The Worrisome Pup. After dinner, they hesitated to dispose of the hot pot broth, planning to continue cooking noodles in it the next day. During these exceptional times, having flavorful food was a blessing, regardless of concerns over nitrite levels. The fatty meat had rendered oil, yielding a crisp, golden residue weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, enough to last a considerable time. Zhang Weili retrieved the remaining dozens of pounds of meat, asking Ning, "How much salt should I use?" Salt was scarce, barely sufficient for a year. Sprinkling 2 or 3 pounds at once would be wasteful, yet applying too little could lead to spoilage. They had been fortunate to obtain pork, otherwise, they would have missed even the scent of fresh meat in this apocalypse. However, they could not indulge recklessly. They needed to plan for the future. Noticing the three wanted to hoard the meat, Jiang Ning finally spoke up. "The landlord's car fridge is quite large. I can render the fat and, if need be, squeeze your portions in two." She considered fetching a solar-powered fridge from her space to lend them, but their solar chargers couldn't support it. Zhang Chao and the others, delighted, offered to help cut the fat for rendering. In her presence, they appeared inept at living, yet they all wished to assist, fearing she might one day grow resentful. Jiang Ning, wary of their help, declined, "No need. I can manage this myself. You all should wash up and rest, as you're covered in odors." Back at home, she stored the dozens of pounds of meat in her space, retrieved a multifunctional hot tub filled with hot water, plugged in the solar battery, and played soothing music while resting her eyes. Kayleigh, dragging a bowl full of bones, lay beside her, gnawing contentedly, perhaps gaining the approval of the other bipeds. It appeared particularly spirited, crunching the bones with delight. Guarding food is an instinctive trait of dogs, yet Kayleigh, fond of this caretaker, deliberately left half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning, barking, "Woof." Jiang Ning truly appreciated it, urging, "Please, eat it yourself," tossing it a piece of sausage. The next day, she slept in, while 1801, along with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, went to the department store to trade for broken rice. Deeming the task too simple to involve Jiang Ning, in the morning, she and Kayleigh enjoyed delicious pan-fried dumplings. After brushing her teeth, she also cleaned Kayleigh's teeth before taking the pig offal to 1803. Setting up a stool, she and Zheng Weili prepared the offal. Dodo scampered over, eager to help. "Sister, let me assist you." Jiang Ning, fearing she might get her hands dirty, replied, "Play with Kayleigh instead." With Kayleigh around, the atmosphere on the 18th floor was much livelier. Any rustling from downstairs would not escape its keen ears. What reassured Jiang Ning further was that Kayleigh was a principal dog. Dodo secretly fed it some oil residue, which made Kayleigh salivate, yet it refused to eat, gazing at her with big, watery eyes and a soft whine. Jiang Ning teased, "It's poisonous." Kayleigh, startled, dropped the residue from its mouth. Jiang Ning struggled to contain her laughter. "No poison, just teasing. Go ahead and eat." The dog, miffed, sniffed the residue for a while before cautiously starting to eat. Zheng Weili nearby chuckled until her stomach hurt. "Kayleigh is so clever. As long as you don't gnaw it, it can resist temptation." This caution was a result of life's harsh lessons. Stray dogs had to face human hostility, city management capturing them, and numerous dog thieves employing various tricks. Without some cunning, Kayleigh would have perished countless times. However, Kayleigh indeed seemed sharper, appearing much more intelligent than before, fully understanding human speech, and even taking on a disciplinary role. The dim-witted De Hui and Xiao Bai consumed excessively and defecated frequently, causing Jiang Ning considerable distress. Kayleigh, asserting its dominance, would clamp down on them, its paw pressing down fiercely. "You think you can relieve yourself anywhere?" It would drag them towards the toilet, barking, "Do it in front of me." Perhaps animals communicate more easily. After a few stern lessons from Kayleigh, De Hui and Xiao Bai truly learned their lesson. Upon waking today, she discovered they had used the toilet. Kayleigh also had methods for dealing with the 10 little rabbits, regardless of who left a mess. It would catch De Hui and Xiao Bai and scold them, baring its teeth and threatening, "Will you behave? If not, you'll be my next meal." Kayleigh disciplined the rabbits, and the rabbits disciplined the little ones. Nothing was beyond learning. My dog has truly become fierce, instantly becoming the ruler of the territory, now commanding a dozen little minions. By noon, 1801 and the others returned, while Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig offal, preparing pork intestines, liver, and cutting some lean meat to marinate as pork mix, and braising the fatty intestines into chunks. She organized the menu for the day. For lunch, each person would have a bowl of pork mix soup and stir-fried sauerkraut with fatty intestines. For dinner, they planned onion stir-fried pig heart and peppered pig stomach stew. The remaining assorted bits would be set aside for tomorrow. The vegetables and onions were from Jiang Ning, while the rice, flour, oil, and fire were from 1803. The 1801 group was equally generous. Each meal brought in more than enough ingredients, yet they were mindful of their share. They were not petty individuals, which is why they could gather together harmoniously. Zhang Chao, satisfied with his meal, exclaimed, "Ning, you should cook for us from now on. We ruin everything we touch." Jiang Ning decisively refused. "I want to play the role of a housekeeper. An occasional meal is fine." "Why did you return so late from the grain exchange?" Zheng Weili inquired with concern. "We thought something had happened to you." The grain exchange went smoothly. Seeing it was still early, we checked nearby office buildings, but found nothing. Zhang Chao recounted, noting that rice prices at the department store had risen again, and supplies were dwindling. The sharp-tongued crowd they traded with had not taken advantage of the situation nor sent anyone to follow them. It seemed they still possessed a sense of morality. The rice priced at 2,000 yuan per pound is beyond the reach of the average person. They can only sell a limited quantity while risking arrest. We are their primary clients. Jiang Ning inspected the rice brought back today, finding its quality comparable to yesterday's. Lacking experience, the others asked Ning, "How should we consume this rice? Harvested from underwater, who would dare to eat it without hesitation?" In a moment of indecision, they decided to seal it in bags, planning to consume it only in dire circumstances, while also keeping an eye out for any adverse effects from consuming such grain. If no issues arose, they could mix it into their regular meals. Lu Yu expressed agreement, acknowledging Ning's thoughtful approach. By the way, the gang known as sharp-mouthed monkeys not only sells grain but also collects items, accepting tea, tobacco, alcohol, or medicine in exchange. They had amassed a considerable stockpile, particularly of medicines, as hospitals were reportedly running out of supplies, and those available were being sold by the pill at exorbitant prices. Holding essential resources undoubtedly offered them more avenues for survival, which relieved Lu Yu and the others. "Shall we exchange for some good rice?" Jiang Ning disagreed, stating that their expenditure of 500,000 yuan was already too conspicuous, and they must avoid attracting unnecessary attention. While food was indeed scarce, medicine would become even scarcer. In the future, they could trade for more grain without the need for haste. After dinner, Jiang Ning departed with 1801. 1801 inquired, "Can we exchange today?" It appeared he was eager to train the dog. Jiang Ning had no objections and squatted down to negotiate with the dog. "Kale, would you like this big brother to train you every day?" The dog narrowed its eyes, filled with wariness and resistance, stepping back in discontent. The presence of 1801 did not endear him to the dog at all. Chapter 42. Schemes the 18th floor? No way. Undeterred by the dog's disdain, 1801 bent down to address Kale. "You are very clever, and your fighting spirit is commendable. However, the outside world is dreadful. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you wish to safeguard." Jiang Ning interjected, stroking the dog's head to ease the atmosphere. "Kale, you'll protect me, right?" The dog's gaze darted between the two, feeling affection for its current owner and the residents of this floor. Having just enjoyed their pig-offal soup, it pondered whether failing to become stronger would lead to being discarded like a meal at a dog meat restaurant. After a moment of reflection, it conceded, nuzzling its head against Jiang Ning, affirming it would protect her. She could not abandon it. "Do not worry. We are merely separated by a wall, and we can see each other anytime." Upon returning home, Jiang Ning found half a bag of dog food to give to Hoishin. Kale was clever and held grudges, exhibiting a particularly stubborn temperament. "If it misbehaves, do not scold or hit it. Just inform me later." Ishin chuckled in disbelief. "What do you take me for? Trading both a person and a dog?" Dodo was delighted, while Kale appeared dejected. After the exchange, Jiang Ning opened Dodo's backpack, which contained several children's enlightenment books and art supplies, all evidently haphazardly collected. "Dodo, have you attended kindergarten?" Dodo shook her head, fiddling with her fingers. "No." It was surprising that a child nearing 5 had never been to kindergarten, and Dodo, initially cheerful, seemed to wilt at the mention. "Sister, am I very foolish?" She lamented, head bowed. "Everyone else goes to kindergarten, but I do not." "You are not foolish. You are the smartest," Jiang Ning reassured her. Though not a teacher, she had tutored students since high school, particularly excelling in the knowledge required for the final year. Having never taught elementary students, she found it manageable. Flipping through the enlightenment books to devise a plan, starting with Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, she would teach from 1 to 10, then from 11 to 20, covering not only writing but also numerical patterns. Although Dodo had not been to school, she had watched television and interacted with others. So, at her age, she would quickly grasp the concepts, obediently sitting down to complete her assignments. 1801, meticulous in his attention to detail, had even prepared a pencil case stocked with all the necessary supplies. Within half an hour, Dodo had successfully written up to 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a piece of candy, exclaiming, "Our Dodo is truly amazing." Following mathematics, they transitioned to language studies, beginning with teaching Chinese characters and pinyin. The bright child quickly grasped the lessons. After assigning homework, Jiang Ning settled on the sofa to read about hydroponic vegetables, eager to master it. "Dodo, having completed her homework, remained, petting the large gray dog while reciting catchy pinyin songs. When 1801 did not arrive at the appointed time, Jiang Ning prepared instant noodles with ham, much to the little one's delight. After a nap, she vaguely heard the sound of the dog running. Upon opening the door, she spotted Kayleigh sprinting down the corridor towards the rooftop stairs, engaging in a vigorous round of exercise, moving as swiftly as lightning. 1801 stood at the door, his expression serious as he gestured to Kayleigh. Despite wanting to show affection, Kayleigh continued its relentless back-and-forth sprint at 1801's signal. Jiang Ning fronet, concerned about the dog being improperly trained. After 50 laps, 1801 finally allowed it to stop. Kayleigh, panting and exhausted, yet exhilarated, displayed no signs of fatigue. Do not worry. Belgian Malinois are not only active but also possess great endurance. Running 50 kilometers daily is nothing for them. If you let them rest, they will only become restless. What Ishan explained, squatting to pet Kayleigh's head. Good dog. After completing the training, Kayleigh was rewarded with a piece of jerky. However, it did not eat it but instead brought it to Jiang Ning, as if to say, "This is my earned treat, for you." Jiang Ning tuklet olrikt. I will keep it for you. Returning to 1801, Kayleigh stood at attention, marking the formal conclusion of today's training. During the handover, What Ishan inquired, "How is Dodo doing with her studies?" Dodo is fantastic. She has learned numbers up to 100 and letters. You can quiz her when you return. Jiang Ning replied. Just as she intended to ask about Kayleigh's progress, raucous commotion erupted from downstairs, escalating in intensity. Peering down the stairwell, it seemed that some individuals had returned from the shelter, attempting to set up camp in the hallway, much to the dismay of the original residents. As the floodwaters continued to rise, the shelter became increasingly overcrowded, with inadequate food and poor sleeping conditions, making the prospect of returning to the hallway quite appealing. However, the original residents were understandably opposed. Natural disasters were already distressing enough, without having to contend with others encroaching on their living space, especially with all manners of activities taking place in the hall. This situation felt akin to having a pack of wolves outside the door, poised to invade at any moment. Who would not be apprehensive? After all, before the typhoon subsided, such incidents had occurred more than once, and everyone had learned to be cautious, no longer willing to take risks for the sake of kindness. No floor welcomed the return of these individuals, leading them to ascend floor by floor until they soon knocked on the door of the 17th floor. The family from room 403 appeared emaciated and filthy, a sight that certainly repelled others. Well, this group is quite something. They conspired to push the residents toward the 18th floor. Aware that the 18th floor was home to unsavory characters, room 403 had no choice but to kneel and plead, "Let us stay by the rooftop door. We will not disturb you." "Your pleas are futile," Jiang Ning declared. She would not open the door. The building had a leader elected by all, and anyone facing difficulties could seek him for assistance. If they could not even solve their minor issue, then the leader was of no use. The family from room 403 was not foolish and quickly comprehended the situation. They returned to the 13th floor, refusing to leave, declaring, "We have lived here for over a decade. Let us see who dares to drive us away today." If they were not allowed to stay on the 13th floor, they demanded the building leader, to come out and arrange their accommodation elsewhere. Minutes later, Jian rushed upstairs, exasperated, knocking on doors, saying that the family from room 403 wished to stay by the rooftop door and asked the residents of the 18th floor to open it. However, the only response he received was the desolate silence of the air. The 18th floor was eerily quiet. Jian nearly kicked the door, but upon seeing the sharp iron spikes protruding from it, he could only bite down on his frustration and swallow his words. No floor was willing to yield, and room 403 ultimately found itself nestled on the 13th floor. Days passed, and the floodwaters rose steadily. Under Jiang Ning's attentive care, Kayleigh's skin ailments began to heal, and the once prominent ribs seemed to vanish, supplemented by the rigorous training regimen imposed by room 1801, which even hinted at burgeoning muscles. Room 1801 had drilled holes in the corridor walls and deliberately installed a rope to enhance the jumping abilities of the Malinois. Remarkably, with a running start, the dog could leap over 2 meters effortlessly, grasping the rope with ease and swinging like a pendulum. As long as room 1801 refrained from issuing commands, The dog held onto the rope tenaciously. One had to admit that while Room 1801 lacked experience in child-rearing, he was undeniably adept at dog training. The mere presence of commanding gestures and fierce gazes was enough to convey intentions. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of jealousy. It seemed that Room 1801 had stolen her beloved dog. Chapter 43. Medical Fees. Jiang Ning's feelings of envy intensified as Hui Yixin had seemingly taken her dog away. Fortunately, Kaylee remained loyal, always burrowing into her embrace upon returning from training, and each outing was accompanied by Kaylee eagerly carrying his food bowl. It was unavoidable. Hui Yixin's culinary skills were so lackluster that even dogs turned their noses up at them, prompting Jiang Ning to prepare dog food in advance. Observing the transformed Kaylee, Zheng Weili expressed disdain for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, saying, "Look at you two. Even a dog surpasses you." Despite the incessant rain, no one was idle. Zheng Weili diligently trained the two underperformers every day. While it was uncertain if their physical capabilities had truly improved, Jiang Ning noted their bruised faces and felt they were becoming more resilient. In a moment of mischief, she decided to test them. Their evasive maneuvers were surprisingly agile. Oh, did they think they could evade her? Not a chance. Unlike the cries of despair from other floors, the 18th floor thrived. Even Daodu was making progress. Having learned to read pinyin and recite the text about the crow drinking water, the hydroponic vegetables flourished, and upon seeing a row of vibrant green lettuce on the balcony, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The hybrid vegetables thrived with the added nutrients, growing rapidly and significantly larger than ordinary greens. Daily observations revealed no signs of pests thus far. After finishing her outdoor tasks, Jiang Ning entered her space to harvest Timothy hay for the rabbits. The grass had been brought back by Feng Shan, along with various wild grasses and saplings, which she planted as needed, while the rest were set aside. The garden was piled high with an abundance of furniture and building materials, yet ample black soil remained, which Jiang Ning chose not to use for planting vegetables or grains, both of which were in no short supply, and the cultivation process was far too time-consuming, barely allowing for 2 hours a day. What she lacked was not food, but rather time to reside freely within her space. Thus, she planted fruit trees in the available land, requiring minimal upkeep. As she emerged from her space, she noticed Kaylee incessantly scratching at the door. Upon opening it, she found someone calling for her from downstairs. Jiang Ning descended to see a young man supporting an elderly woman. "Hello, do you know how to treat ailments?" he inquired. Through the iron railing, Jiang Ning observed the elderly woman's pained expression and asked, "What seems to be the problem?" "My grandmother has hurt her back, but the hospital has no medication left. They suggested we seek acupuncture from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." The young man, Zhong Ping, replied, adjusting his glasses, which gave him a scholarly appearance. His demeanor was exceedingly polite. "I heard you study traditional medicine. Could you possibly help my grandmother? I have some knowledge of acupuncture, but I am not particularly skilled. Are you sure you want me to treat her?" "How could I be assured? She is in excruciating pain, unable to sit or lie down, and has not slept a wink all night." Jiang Ning initially intended to refuse, but then reconsidered, saying, "I can attempt to treat her, but my medical skills are limited and I cannot guarantee a cure, plus I must charge a fee." "Can I pay on credit?" Zhong Ping asked, seeming troubled. "All my money is on my card, which I cannot access until the flood recedes. I promise to pay you back immediately after." Fearing her refusal, he added, "I can even provide interest." Jiang Ning declined, suggesting, "You can offer food as payment." Zhong Ping hesitated, lamenting that he had very little food left. Hearing this, Grandma Zhong interjected, "At my age, I've lived enough. I don't need treatment." In truth, she was not that old, appearing to be in her early 60s. The instinct for survival is inherent in humans, who would willingly choose death. It was merely a desire not to burden their children. Zhong Ping comforted his grandmother and turned to Jiang Ning, suggesting, "Can we exchange something else?" "Perhaps, but it would depend on the value. I have a mountain bike that I bought for 18,000. I've only ridden it a few times." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. "That will suffice." Thus, Zhong Ping descended to retrieve the mountain bike, bringing it back for her inspection. "Look, it's nearly brand new." With the transaction complete, it was equivalent to 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the bike, but insisted that Zhong Ping return in an hour and a half. He would carry the bike and assist Grandma Zhong up the stairs. Despite her severe pain, Grandma Zhong maintained a gracious demeanor, thanking Jiang Ning. "No need to thank me. I am charging for my services," Jiang Ning replied, conducting the examination in the corridor rather than allowing her inside. She diagnosed a combination of overexertion and sprain, which was not a grave ailment. Indeed, muscle and bone injuries could be quite distressing and would require significant time to heal. She fetched a soft, comfortable bench from her space and placed it in the hallway for Grandma Zhong to lie on. Seeing her in considerable discomfort, Jiang Ning prepared a massage oil to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. While her techniques were not expert, they provided substantial relief to Grandma Zhong. After the meridians were cleared, she retrieved silver needles and began acupuncture. Having practiced at school and reinforced her skills recently, Jiang Ning felt no trepidation, executing the needlework with confidence. Remarkably, despite the pain that had plagued her for days, Grandma Zhong unexpectedly dozed off during the treatment. It was only when Jiang Ning removed the needles that she awakened, feeling considerably better. "Young lady, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so proficient." Back injuries were notoriously difficult to heal, especially in prolonged damp conditions, so Jiang Ning advised her to take care in her recovery. While her space contained pain relief medications and ointments that would expedite healing, Jiang Ning refrained from administering them, not out of concern for the supplies, but rather to avoid establishing a precedent that would lead to expectations of her having remedies on hand. "Young lady, might I propose a matter to you?" Grandma Zhong inquired, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. "The mountain bike is precious to my grandson. Could we exchange it for this?" The bracelet appeared to be of good quality and likely held significant value. Jiang Ning, not being greedy, replied, "Your injury cannot be resolved in just 10 treatments. When the flood recedes, you can redeem the bike with cash." Upon hearing that redemption was possible, Grandma Zhong felt reassured. In truth, their family was relatively well off. It was merely that the younger generation lacked the habit of keeping cash, which led to their current predicament. Just as this was settled, Zhong Ping returned. Noticing his grandmother's improved condition, he expressed his gratitude politely. Once they departed, Zhang Chao opened the door and remarked, "Ning, you're remarkable. You're already earning from your medical skills." "It's not a serious illness. I'm merely honing my skills," she replied. In this apocalyptic world, practical skills were essential for survival, which was precisely why Jiang Ning had not abandoned her studies. If she were to live in a base in the future, these would be her capital for survival. Lu Yu expressed envy. "You chose a practical major, unlike me, who studied software programming, which seems utterly useless." "Not necessarily. You never know when it might come in handy." Watching Jiang Ning excel, Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency and turned to seek out Zheng Weili for a boxing session. Unable to apply their knowledge, they at least needed to enhance their physical fitness. The damp weather made their bodies particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning engaged in physical training in the living room, dripping with sweat after 2 hours of exertion. A knock resonated through the air, prompting Kola to rush towards the door and pry it open. Ho Yishin had come to fetch Kola, and, upon noticing Jiang Ning practicing military boxing, paused for a moment before stepping inside. "Your movements lack precision. You should elevate your punches slightly," he remarked. "The professionals execute it far more rigorously than any video tutorial." Jiang Ning did not object, raising her fists as instructed. "Is this better?" she inquired. "Almost there," Ho Yishin replied, adjusting her arms upward. After a series of punches, he pointed out several flaws. It was rare to see a girl delivering punches with such vigor, and feeling a surge of competitiveness, Ho Yishin suggested, "Shall we spar a bit?" Jiang Ning was taken aback. After all, her opponent had once been a special police officer, and she felt inadequately prepared. Yet, this was not her nature. Engaging with a formidable rival was essential for her growth. All right then. In truth, Zheng Weili had long desired to challenge him but had never found the opportunity, and now fortune had favored her. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning wasted no time and began to spar with him. Fearless and unyielding, she threw powerful punches, yet in the presence of Ho Yishin, he exuded an aura of mastery, effortlessly countering her attacks with grace and precision, leaving her somewhat disconcerted. Having survived 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world and fueled by a stubborn spirit, Jiang Ning's competitive nature was ignited, causing her strikes to lose their formality. Relying on self-taught, albeit crude, techniques, she found them particularly effective against adversaries in the wasteland. Meanwhile, Kola, witnessing the bout, instinctively leaped in to protect Jiang Ning by biting Ho Yishan's clothes and tugging him back. In a moment reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach, Ho Yishan, caught off guard by Kola's antics, failed to evade in time and was struck. His body froze and his handsome, stoic visage flushed to deep crimson. Jiang Ning was equally stunned, her mind flooded with the nightmarish memories of being cornered in the apocalyptic wasteland, igniting a fierce determination within her. In a reflexive act, she unleashed a rather underhanded maneuver. The strike landed. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent, a tension hanging thick in the air. Flustered, she quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back awkwardly, her face averted in embarrassment as she murmured apologies. After a lengthy silence, Ho Yishan finally spoke. That was quite the technique. But do refrain from using it on me in the future. He had avoided the blow, but not entirely. The pain was indescribable in words. Jiang Ning felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment, recalling how those very tactics had allowed her to escape perilous situations in her past life. Little did she expect to inadvertently use them against Ho Yishan. Kola, also bewildered, wondered why the sparring had ceased. Ho Yishan stepped out of the living room and called out, "Kola." The dog tilted its head, glancing at Jiang Ning, and upon receiving her nod, picked up its food bowl and trotted away. "You did well just now. You must protect your owner from bad people," Ho Yishan praised, patting its head. "However, I am not a bad person, but rather your ally." Listening to his words, Jiang Ning's face burned with embarrassment. How would she face him in the future? Ho Yishan said nothing further and returned with Dodo. After the lesson, he found the door to his apartment locked. He had taken the dog out. Just then, Grandma Zhong arrived to provide treatment, and Jiang Ning instructed Dodo to stay inside and play. Halfway through the acupuncture session, Ho Yishan returned with Kola, carrying a bundle of bamboo. Noticing the presence of others, he entered the room silently, his expression dark, likely upset. Once Grandma Zhong departed, Ho Yishan approached to retrieve Dodo, holding a black plastic bag that Kola had caught. Jiang Ning opened the bag to reveal a grass carp weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. It was not uncommon to find fish in the flooded ponds of Fengqing's outskirts, but it was remarkable that Kola had managed to catch one. "This dog is becoming increasingly extraordinary," she mused. "Do you prefer sauerkraut fish or boiled fish?" she asked, eager to apologize for her earlier recklessness. "I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Her words seemed to trigger a blush on Ho Yishan's face once more, his demeanor awkward. "It's fine, I'm all right," he replied, momentarily taken aback before adding, "Dodo and Kola cannot eat spicy food. Sauerkraut fish is preferable." Upon learning of Kola's impressive abilities, Zhang Chao and others could only give thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "What an incredible dog." In the future, whether for soup or meat, we're relying on Kola. Kola basked in the praise, barking enthusiastically. Having not gathered for a meal in several days, Ho Yishan, lacking culinary skills, took out 3 pounds of pork belly. "We can't keep cooking in 1803. The scent might attract unwanted attention. Jiang Ning couldn't operate effectively there, so they shifted their cooking endeavors to 1801. To demonstrate her sincerity in apologizing, Jiang Ning not only volunteered to cook, but also brought along sauerkraut and bean sprouts. While slicing the fish posed a slight challenge to her knife skills, it was manageable, and no one else would dare complain. After all, this is live fish. Who can boast of having fresh fish at home nowadays? Unsurprisingly, Kola was elevated to unprecedented heights of adoration, with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu practically revering it. Perhaps we should take Kola out more often. Who knows what else it might catch? Jiang Ning was not keen on that idea. With just the two of them, they might end up relying on the dog for protection. Life outside was perilous. They would surely be met with envious gazes at the sight of Kola. Kola, however, was ecstatic at the prospect of going out, wagging its tail excitedly. As Jiang Ning sliced the fish, Ho Yishan busied himself, washing the pork belly. "Dodo loves pork belly. I didn't prepare it well last time, and she had an upset stomach. I'll handle it. Can you guide me along?" "Of course, no problem." She was curious to see Ho Yishan's culinary misadventures. Dodo was not new to digestive troubles. After finishing the fish fillets and cleaning the cutting board, she passed it to him, only to find him pondering how to wield the knife. Cut horizontally, into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. With clear instructions, the task became straightforward, and he sliced swiftly. Despite his lack of culinary prowess, Ho Yishin had all the necessary seasonings on hand, including garlic and ginger, while Jiang Ning patiently guided him. Zhang Weili, contemplating joining to assist, witnessed the harmonious scene in the kitchen and reflected on the two of them swapping child-rearing duties. There might be more than meets the eye here. It wasn't that she was being overly sensitive. Ho Yishin was typically cold towards everyone, but he showed a softer side to Jiang Ning and was particularly affectionate towards Kola. Thus, she wisely refrained from interrupting. After the pork belly was cleaned and parboiled, they added oil to the pan and sautéed the meat until it turned a light golden hue. Jiang Ning stood by, offering guidance, and noted Ho Yishin appeared somewhat tense while handling the spatula. She couldn't help but wonder, why was he not frightened when taking lives? Sensing her astonishment, Ho Yishin explained, as a child, I was mischievous and insisted on helping in the kitchen. I accidentally spilled hot oil on my arm, and since then, I haven't set foot in one. I only started learning to cook after bringing Do here. No wonder his culinary skills were so lacking. It stemmed from a psychological trauma. Once the sugar was caramelized, they added cinnamon, star anise, and chili, along with cooking wine and soy sauce, bringing it to a boil before simmering on low heat. Reflecting on the earlier awkwardness, Jiang Ning not only guided him through the pork belly cooking steps but also shared recipes for other home-cooked dishes. Ho Yishin listened intently, only for Do to interject. Brother can't remember. He messed up even with the recipe. Ho Yishin, feeling somewhat hurt by the jab, replied, Do, stay close to your sister. Her cooking is delicious. I want to eat the meals she prepares every day. Ho Yishin affectionately patted her head, assuring her, brother will learn. He truly lacked any culinary talent, finding it difficult to grasp the professional terms like a pinch or to taste. Do has become much livelier these days, thanks to you. After sending his sister out to play with Kola, Ho Yishin turned to Jiang Ning. Not only do I lack cooking skills, but I also struggle with childcare. If there is anything I should be aware of regarding Do, please do let me know. There are certain words that Jiang Ning had long wished to express, but due to her unfamiliarity with Ho Yishin, she had refrained until he inquired, prompting her to speak candidly. Do was generally well, yet her character presented some challenges. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Ho Yishin furrowed his brow, questioning if Do was timid and conflict-averse. Jiang Ning shook her head, explaining that she exhibited a people-pleasing personality, seemingly fearful of inciting anger in others, leading her to unconsciously seek their approval. For instance, she would bring eggs for Jiang Ning and Coke, often glancing at her while doing homework, apprehensive that she might dislike her. Not only did she fear others, but even her own elder brother, who, in an effort to please Ho Yishin, silently endured injuries while practicing military boxing. Such a child often evoked a sense of pity. Ho Yishin remained silent for an extended period, reflecting on Do, who was the second child born to his parents. After their tragic accident 2 years prior, during which they passed away, he had been unable to return home due to work commitments, leaving Do in the care of his uncle. Do had once been vivacious and cheerful, yet he was taken aback to find her completely transformed upon his return from military service. Nevertheless, he sensed a gradual change in her recently, as she now dared to point out his shortcomings and express gratitude for Jiang Ning's guidance. Jiang Ning, having once experienced a similar condition, recalled her days in the orphanage, where she lived in constant trepidation, striving to gain the approval of others to showcase her merits. She was not alone. Most children there exhibited similar traits, although she was fortunate enough to eventually emerge from that quagmire. Do required encouragement, but more importantly, she needed to articulate her genuine emotions, even if they were negative. In this apocalyptic era, failing to timely adjust Do's character and worldview could pose significant risks when facing outsiders. This was a monumental task that Ho Yishin would have to navigate with care. The braised pork simmered over a vigorous flame, its color gleaming and aroma rich, tender and succulent, indulgently fatty, yet not greasy. Who could label him a culinary disaster when she had managed to turn things around? As long as he directed effectively, Ho Yishin proved to be an adept learner. Continuing to seek Jiang Ning's instruction in preparing sauerkraut fish, 6 individuals and 1 dog could hardly be satisfied with just 2 dishes. Ho Yishin procured 6 eggs and 2 sausages, insisting Jiang Ning continue her teaching. Zhang Chao and the others were taken aback by his wealth of supplies. This fellow had an abundance. While they felt envy, They understood the sensitivity surrounding resources and would not be foolish enough to pry, for misunderstandings or animosities in the apocalypse could be fatal. His willingness to share was commendable, and they felt grateful. With 3 substantial dishes and a stir-fried bean sprout, they dined with immense satisfaction, leaving no remnants of sauce. "And Ning, how did you grow these bean sprouts?" asked Zheng Weili, who had been craving vegetables after days without them. Although one could survive without greens, the experience of constipation was universally understood. Thankfully, they had Jiang Ning, an encyclopedia of knowledge, living next door. "It's quite simple. All you need is water," Jiang Ning replied, not holding back. "We collected a considerable amount of mung beans and red beans from the office. They should suffice for a long while." She outlined the basic steps and shared good news about the hydroponic lettuce, which would soon be ready for harvest, promising to teach them cultivation once they had gathered this batch. Zhang Chao, savoring the taste of the braised pork, expressed his reluctance to merely consume resources without replenishing them. "Do you think if we venture further, we might find more supplies?" he inquired. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future, noting, "I've been engrossed in medical texts lately and haven't had the chance to gather supplies. If you have time, do go out. It seems to be getting colder these days. Gathering some firewood would be wise." Lu Yu teased, "If I were a Ning, I wouldn't venture out either. I could sustain myself with my medical skills." That day, she received a new patient, a child writhing in pain from a stomach ache, whose parents had not taken him to the hospital in a speedboat, opting instead to seek Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child's gastrointestinal distress stemmed from consuming unclean rainwater. The parents possessed food, yet hesitated to reveal it, ultimately offering Jiang Ning a gold ring from their finger as payment. Jiang Ning carried the child upstairs, insisting the parents remain behind. After performing acupressure and acupuncture, she alleviated much of the pain and advised the parents to boil water before consumption, preferably using purification tablets if available. She discreetly stowed the gold ring in her space, only to discover later that it had been consumed. This revelation strengthened her resolve. She could gather resources through her medical practice, eliminating the need to risk her safety outside. As the flood persisted, life continued in a routine manner. Hua Yishan completed his dog training tasks and found Jiang Ning, drenched in sweat, at the door. "Would you like to practice together?" he asked. Naturally, she yearned to spar with a skilled opponent, but did he not fear having his fruits plucked? "Why not?" he replied, undeterred by potential challenges. Jiang Ning was keen to engage, while Hua Yishan had grown wiser, instructing Dodo to take Coke out to play. The living room, having been tidied by Jiang Ning, felt spacious and uncluttered. As they practiced, both were far more composed than before. Aware of his prowess, Jiang Ning did not hold back, targeting his vulnerabilities and employing feints. Hua Yishan's deep gaze flickered with surprise. "Your techniques are eclectic." She admitted that her approach was indeed unrefined, driven by instinct rather than a structured style, honed by the harsh realities of survival in her previous life. During their sparring, Hua Yishan sensed a shift in her aura. She was not the same person he usually encountered, her demeanor reminiscent of the day she had severed an adversary's arm, infused with a fierce intensity. He found himself admiring her, offering constructive feedback and adjusting her movements as they trained. "Do you train every day?" he inquired. Jiang Ning, having gained much from their session, suggested, "Shall we exchange techniques?" After 2 hours of sparring, she proved more formidable than he had anticipated, leaving Hua Yishan perspiring. "Very well," he agreed. The following day, when Dodo arrived, she brought along their rations, noodles and eggs. Grateful for a free coach, Jiang Ning gladly accepted. By the time Hua Yishan returned with Coke, the egg and vegetable noodles were already prepared. The eggs displayed signs of becoming overly ripe, likely to spoil in a few days. As they sat down to eat, Jiang Ning reminded Hua Yishan, "If the quantity is limited, be sure to finish quickly. If not, we can turn them into salted eggs." Those salted eggs had a stronger flavor. They were more durable. Hua Yishan contemplated, "How does one make salted eggs?" Clean the eggshells with high-proof liquor, moisten them, roll them in salt, wrap them in cling film, and then seal them in a plastic bag for a month, Jiang Ning explained as she ate. "Additionally, Dodo has developed eczema. You should apply some medication for her." Hua Yishan had brought back a variety of medicines, but the packaging had been opened, leaving him uncertain about which to use. "Thank you. Could you assist me in locating the right one later?" he requested. Jiang Ning had prepared the meal, and Huaishan took it upon himself to wash the dishes. After rummaging through the assortment of medications, Jiang Ning finally found the appropriate one and applied it to Dodo, advising her, avoid scratching. Doing so may leave scars. Sister, you are so kind. Just like my mother, Dodo replied. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile, while Coke whimpered nearby, demanding attention as well. The dog was well behaved, yet notably envious, often failing to learn from past reprimands. Whenever Big Gray or Little White settled beside Jiang Ning on the sofa, Coke would immediately shove them aside and snuggle into her lap, even if it meant intruding on Dodo's space. With playful affection, Jiang Ning managed to soothe the jealous pup. As they prepared to leave, she noticed Huaishan struggling in the kitchen, repeatedly rolling the eggs in salt, unsure of how much was too much. Indeed, no one was perfect. Despite his impeccable appearance and abilities, he was utterly clueless in the kitchen. Chapter 46. Trouble at the Door. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, picked up the cleaned eggs, moistened them in the bowl of liquor, rolled them in salt, wrapped them in cling film, and set them aside for a month. Just as she was about to take a nap, a knock echoed at the door. Residents from 1801 and 1803 were preparing to go out, with even Dodo donning a raincoat. Huaishan proposed taking the two dogs out for training, and upon seeing Coke's exuberance, Jiang Ning hesitated before agreeing. Wait a moment, she said, returning to grab her makeup kit and applying a dusky hue to Dodo's face. It is not wrong for Dodo to soon see through the harsh realities of this cruel apocalypse. Yet she remains so tender and innocent that venturing out poses a risk of attracting unwanted attention. After a flurry of strokes, Jiang Ning finally steps back, satisfied with the pallid visage she has painted on Dodo's face. The dog, eager to join in, insists on being adorned as well, opting for a grotesque representation. Cola, feeling a blow to its self-esteem, huffs and turns away, departing with the instructor in silence. Upon awakening from her afternoon nap, Jiang Ning prepares to administer acupuncture to Grandma Zhong. From her pocket, Grandma Zhong produces a sweet potato wrapped in layers of cloth. Little Ning, my back has improved significantly. Thank you so much. The sweet potato remains warm, yet Jiang Ning declines, stating, I charge for my medical services. You should keep it for yourself. Rations are life. I cannot take away someone else's chance to survive. Despite Grandma Zhong's insistence on her goodwill, urging Jiang Ning to accept, a sudden knock echoes from downstairs. I acknowledge your kindness, but please keep it. If you must insist, perhaps you could exchange sweet potatoes for future treatments. The knocking continues unabated until a voice shouts, Young lady on the 18th floor, I am here for treatment. Open the door. With such a robust voice, what ailment could she possibly have? Jiang Ning, annoyed by the noise, descends and coldly inquires, What is your ailment? A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, greets her with a forced smile. You are Dr. Jiang, correct? I am not a doctor, merely a medical student. Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and fever. Could you take a look? I charge for consultations. The woman's smile falters at the mention of fees. What? It's just a headache and fever. You could simply give me a couple of pills. Do you not spend money when shopping at the department store? Jiang Ning retorts, I have no medicine here and I certainly cannot cure your condition. And no medicine? Then surely you could at least give me a couple of injections? I can administer acupuncture, but it will cost 5 pounds of food. What? You don't incur any costs for the acupuncture. Why demand 5 pounds of food? The woman, incensed, exclaims, Listen here, young lady, that is not how we conduct ourselves. We are neighbors and should help each other. You have received so much. How can you demand our precious food for your services? Your heart must be exceptionally dark. Jiang Ning, losing her patience, brandishes a knife. Say that again. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? The woman stumbles back in fright. I have connections at the police station. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you will regret it. The incessant noise reverberates painfully in Jiang Ning's ears. She swings the knife threateningly. Scream all you like. Look at you. So full of life with your ample figure. You must have gorged yourself before coming here to stir trouble. Jiang Ning recognizes her as a woman who had come from afar, selfish and opportunistic. Rummaging through trash cans in search of food, even soliciting half-finished drink bottles from others. You are lying. The woman's face pales as her voice weakens. My family has nothing to eat. We have run out of supplies long ago. In truth, The woman has hoarded quite a bit of food. When the typhoon first struck, she had gone door to door begging for provisions, gathering a considerable amount. Who would have thought her ruse would be uncovered? She had also heard that there were medicines on the 18th floor and had come to procure some, only to find Jiang Ning so unyielding, her voice now noticeably frail. She insists, "I truly have no food. If I had any, I would have brought it to exchange for medicine. Whatever you possess, I do not covet. But should you dare to have any more designs on me, do not blame me for breaking into your home." The intimidation in Jiang Ning's gaze sends the woman into a cold sweat, and she retreats, hastily descending to hide her stash. With no medicine acquired, and having made a foolish mistake, she finds herself in a predicament. Back upstairs, the acupuncture session resumes. "Little Ning, do not take that woman's harsh words to heart," Grandma Zhong chatters. "She lives below me and is quite the opportunist, often bringing her child to mooch off my food. The child is poorly raised, snatching up anything good in sight. Eventually, I had to stop allowing them in. By the way, the girl living next door to me has been speaking ill of you. The one with the shorn hair? Jiang Ning. Now aware that Grandma Zhong is referring to Su Mengyao. Yes, she has been slyly inquiring about you, wondering if you have any medicine. Grandma Zhong, wise to the ways of the world, recognizes Su Mengyao as ulterior motives. I told her you had no medicine, but she refused to believe me. That crowd she associates with has been led astray by her. It seems they harbor deep-seated prejudice against you, having lived a long life. Grandma Zhong is no stranger to the darkness of human nature. Little Ning, this catastrophe has corrupted the hearts of many. I know you are capable, yet you must remain cautious. Having faced death once, Jiang Ning is not without her defenses. She is selective in treating patients, not extending her services to just anyone. In her previous life, she witnessed the depths of human depravity within this very building, and those she chose to heal were those whose consciences had not been entirely shattered, even if many ultimately perished. Contemplating Su Mengyao, Jiang Ning squints. What else has she said about me? She did not speak directly, but her insinuations were clear. She believes you possess something valuable. Grandma Zhong recalls another incident. She even tried to flirt with that handsome young man in your building, but alas, he paid her no mind. Flirting with Hua Yishan? Such a young one with such schemes. Her beauty is nothing compared to her cunning. She even feigned an injury to capture his attention, yet he remained steadfast, not sparing her a glance. It is not just Su Mengyao. Several attractive girls in the building have resorted to such tactics, some even bartering their bodies for food. How has the world come to this? Grandma Zhong muses. Zheng Weili and the others return just before dusk, laden with firewood, dragging a large cylindrical stainless steel water tank behind them. Kola, ever the spirited one, hauls a hefty branch upstairs, followed closely by Dodo, who cheerfully announces, "Sister, we're back with a feast." The dog, exuberant, leaps into her arms, soaking Jiang Ning with water. Dodo bears scratches on her face, likely from a fall, yet her eyes sparkle with joy. She leans in close, whispering to Jiang Ning, "Sister, we have meat. Kola found it. It was caught by brother." Ah, no wonder the dog wears such a proud expression. It eagerly awaits her praise. Jiang Ning affectionately pats the dog's head and even plants a kiss on it. Chapter 47. The Dog's Expedition. Receiving a loving kiss from its owner, Kola spins in excitement, nearly bursting with joy. Dodo, unwilling to be outdone, clings to Jiang Ning's arm. "Sister, it's so scary outside. Water is everywhere, flooding the houses, but Dodo is not afraid." Yes, Dodo is wonderful. Jiang Ning rewards both with a piece of candy before heading downstairs to assist with the firewood. The water tank is substantial, requiring 3 men to hoist it onto the rooftop. Once they secure the inflatable boat and rubber dinghy upstairs, Zheng Weili opens a large backpack to reveal a plastic bag containing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. We traveled quite a distance. There's a villa area halfway up the mountain, already mostly submerged. The water tank is for Shen. We plan to return after retrieving it, but Kola dashed up the mountain. Fearing for its safety, the group hastily pursued, only to find it engaged in a fierce struggle with a snake. Hua Yishan swiftly dispatched the snake, severing its head with a shovel. Elated with several pounds of snake meat, the group celebrates, yet Kola remains reluctant to leave. Unable to restrain the dog, they continue to gather firewood while moving deeper into the mountain, only to discover Kola rummaging through a rabbit burrow.
Ah, Ning.
You've struck gold. This is no ordinary dog. It's practically become a spirit. Jiang Ning laughs, recognizing that Kola, having roamed freely for so long, possesses survival skills far superior to their own. Zheng Weili was utterly astonished. She had never encountered such an astute dog, one that could leap up into a tree. Were it not for Deep Brother's presence, it would have been impossible to rein it in, and with the onset of dusk, it would have been reluctant to return. Gluttony is an innate trait of dogs, and only those that have experienced hunger would develop an urgent desire to hoard provisions. Reflecting on the last pig they had hunted, it was no wonder the dog would not want to return, racing toward the mountains instead. Jiang Ning had not ventured out, yet her efforts at home were commendable. While the dog played a significant role in hunting, they decided to share their spoils equally. She had no desire to take advantage of this, but unexpectedly, Zheng Weili and the others disagreed. Kale is one of us. We cannot treat him differently. His contributions are no less than ours. If you feel guilty, you can take charge of the cooking while we assist. In the end, Jiang Ning did not assume the role of chef. Instead, she became the strategist, guiding Hu Yixin in his culinary endeavors. They prepared snake by skinning it and removing its entrails, pairing it with a bowl of black beans to be pressure cooked. 2 plump rabbits were cooked, one braised, and the other prepared with a spicy sauce. A stir-fried vegetable dish accompanied by multigrain rice was served, leaving everyone immensely satisfied. In Ning, we plan to venture out again tomorrow, Zhang Chao inquired. Will you join us? The affluent residents of the villa complex had already relocated, leaving behind any thoughts of provisions. However, much of the furniture was solid wood, which could be chopped into firewood for retrieval. Furthermore, the water tanks placed on the rooftop were quite advantageous. They resolved to bring back 2 more so that every household could be equipped, eliminating the need to laboriously collect rainwater from balconies. Hu Yixin suddenly spoke up. There are quite a few water tanks over there. We might as well bring back several. When the rain ceases, the restoration of water supply will not happen swiftly, so we must devise a water storage plan. Zhang Chao and the others were momentarily taken aback, but quickly concurred with his suggestion. With their strong survival skills, Jiang Ning and Hu Yixin could only benefit from listening and acting accordingly. Jiang Ning had no objections. Weili, we must keep one. Who do you think should go? Zheng Weili, feeling restless from being cooped up at home, volunteered. I'll go, but Kale must come with me.
Woof.
The dog agreed. I want to go too, Dowdo exclaimed, raising her hand. I can help gather firewood. Hu Yixin intended to expose her to the outside world. All right, but you must not cry. I won't cry, Dowdo assured, rubbing her bottom. Brother, I didn't cry when I fell today. Thus, the group decided that Jiang Ning would remain to guard the base, while Kale would take her place in the field. In the dead of night, as she slept soundly, a sudden commotion arose from downstairs, persisting for quite some time. Jiang Ning was roused from her slumber, noticing Kale lying motionless in his dog bed. She turned over and continued to sleep. In the morning, still reluctant to rise, the dog excitedly tugged at her blanket. Clean up after me. I need to go out and work, it insisted. Jiang Ning yawned as she got up, prepared chicken breast mixed with dog food, applied ointment to her skin condition, and donned a raincoat. Lunch could not be ostentatious, consisting of plain dog food alongside congee, packed into a thermos and stowed in her bag. Kale picked up the bag and opened the door, glancing back at her as if to say, I'm heading out to earn our keep. You stay home and don't wander. Amused, Jiang Ning stepped forward to give him a hug. All right, be careful and don't overexert yourself. Hu Yixin's door opened, and Dowdo emerged in her raincoat. Sister, I want a hug too. It seemed Hu Yixin had had a heart-to-heart with her. As the little one was increasingly bold in expressing her emotions, greeting Zheng Weili and the others one by one, a stark contrast to her initial shyness and fear. The dog lingered at the back, glancing back at her with a hint of reluctance. The only change was that after training with Hu Yixin, it exhibited a newfound sense of responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, soon spotting several people and a dog departing in an inflatable boat. Just as they left, He Jian's team followed closely in an inflatable kayak. Not only He Jian but also Yang Weitsong and others from different units trailed behind. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a trendsetter. They were perplexed. All were searching for supplies. Yet why did the 18th floor consistently return laden while they could scarcely gather firewood? What a disparity in fortunes. Regardless, unable to compete and unwilling to be left out, they resolved to find a way to keep up. Jiang Ning counted the followers. There were indeed quite a few sneaking along, although they had been spotted. She felt no anxiety, trusting that Hui Yixin would shake them off. After breakfast, she resumed her perusal of medical texts. Around 10 o'clock, Grandma Zhong arrived for acupuncture. After several days of treatment, her back injury had improved significantly and she no longer required assistance to ascend the stairs. Grandma Zhong was in high spirits. Holding Jiang Ning's hand and refusing to let go, "Xiao Ning, the Su family was robbed last night. It's truly karma." This referred to the family that had previously sought medicine from Jiang Ning, the very woman who had thrown a tantrum. In the dead of night, someone had forced their way in and struck the homeowner unconscious with a blunt object, making off with all the food. Upon awakening and throwing a fit, she had demanded that He Jian allow her to search every home. Given He Jian 10 times the courage, he would not dare to organize a search, especially after hearing how much food the Su family had lost, nearly causing him to spit blood. They had lost over 200 pounds of rice, flour, and oil, not to mention a considerable amount of oil, cured meat, and pickled vegetables. Most of it was likely exaggerated. Which household would hoard such an abundance of supplies? Grandma Zhong shook her head repeatedly. Those who kindly lent her food are furious, rushing at her to fight, saying she deserves to be robbed. Jiang Ning listened from the side. "You should be careful too." Grandma Zhong, being shrewd, replied, "My family has no food either. We only eat one meal at noon, barely filling half our stomachs." Noon soon approached, yet they had not returned. The task of moving the water tanks should not take long. But Jiang Ning felt anxious about Kailei and wished to make a phone call, only to find there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, she watched from the balcony. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, she spotted Hui Yixin's figure. She counted carefully. Not only was everyone present, but Kailei stood proudly at the front of the inflatable boat, resembling a triumphant warrior riding the waves. As the boat drew near, Jiang Ning quickly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 48. Injury and Treatment. Aside from Hui Yixin, the others appeared utterly exhausted. Daoda's eyes were glistening with tears, her little face as pale as a ghost, clearly shaken. No one spoke, and the 3 men silently transported the water tanks. Jiang Ning secured the inflatable boat and carried the firewood upstairs. Zheng Weili stumbled ahead, nearly falling. Jiang Ning, unable to free her hands, braced herself against her. They continued upward, but Zheng Weili's gait was peculiar, indicating an injury to her foot. Jiang Ning's keen nose detected the faint scent of blood. Had they encountered trouble on this outing? The stairwell was lined with countless pairs of eyes. Now was not the time to appear weak. If anyone discovered that the 18th floor was faltering, many would rush in like rabid dogs. Gritting her teeth, she returned to the 18th floor, where Zheng Weili placed the firewood in the hallway, her expression one of profound pain. Jiang Ning supported her into the room. What happened? Zheng Weili's calf was injured, the bandage soaked in blood. It was neither a knife wound nor a gunshot, but a gaping hole. Zheng Weili was in excruciating pain. "A wild boar charged at me." Jiang Ning furrowed her brow. "Did you all go back into the mountains? What else could we do?" Zheng Weili replied with a bitter smile. "All the living things are submerged in water. Outside, people are starving to death every day. When we went out today, we saw someone tossing corpses from the building, and there was more than one. We can barely last 7 or 8 months, but supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. What will we do in the future? Dismantling the water tanks is secondary. Our main objective today was to head into the mountains." They traversed several mountains, and Kailei did not disappoint, having discovered a nest of wild boars, with as many as 5 sizable ones. After much deliberation, they decided to take action. Jiang Ning felt a chill of apprehension. Wild boars were not like domesticated animals. They were highly aggressive. It is indeed perilous. Yet the flesh of wild boar may sustain life. Hence, even the gravest risks must be confronted. Jiang Ning retrieved bandages and iodine, rummaging for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound was extensive and challenging to staunch. "Should I transport you to a hospital, or shall I take it upon myself to stitch it up?" "It is not a grave injury. You may assist me with the suturing." Having sustained injuries from boxing frequently, Zheng Weili was unfazed, and moreover, there would be no medications available at the hospital, making it more prudent to attend to it at home. Previously, some anesthetics had been stockpiled, so Jiang Ning first disinfected the wound, then administered anesthesia to mitigate the pain, and began the stitching process. Although it was his inaugural experience stitching for another, he had practiced countless times on pork, and his hands remained steady. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was pale with fear, gripping his girlfriend's hand tightly and Ning. Weili's life is in your hands. Zheng Weili nudged him. You're squeezing my hand too tightly. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. Stop with the melodrama. Zheng Weili was not the only one injured. Both Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had also sustained minor abrasions. However, Hu Yixin, despite a cut on his arm, consoled the frightened and sobbing Dodo as if nothing were amiss. The rain-soaked forest was slippery. Zheng Weili, armed only with her bare hands, had slain a wild boar, but was gored by its tusks. Kola was exceptionally brave, working seamlessly with Hu Yixin to take down the remaining 4 boars. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu assisted, but they were not of the same caliber. Had it not been for Hu Yixin's timely intervention, Zhang Chao might not have made it through the day. As a result, Hu Yixin had sustained a gash on his arm. Dodo, terrified, had been tied to a high tree by Hu Yixin and was reduced to tears by the fierce battle unfolding beneath her. After suturing Zheng Weili's injury, Jiang Ning proceeded to treat 1801. A cut had been made, not particularly deep. Following disinfection, he stitched it with 10 sutures and administered pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication. The group sat down to deliberate on how to handle the wild boar meat. With no refrigerator, they could not store it at home. What if we make jerky? Lu Yu suggested. We brought back several boxes of charcoal last time. Jiang Ning dismissed this notion. Making jerky consumes a lot of charcoal. Besides, how long will it take to roast 5 boars? The entire neighborhood will be permeated with the smell of roasting meat. Do you remember the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chao mused, his mind racing. They not only sell goods but also accept items in exchange. We currently lack food. What if we trade the wild boar meat with them? They had successfully conducted 5 transactions last time, and the other party had proven quite trustworthy. This approach seemed promising and warranted consideration. The group stuffed a wild boar into the water tower, having already butchered it into 4 large pieces. Extracting the wild boar meat from the water tower, they noted the thick skin and robust physique, with the meat a deep red and nearly devoid of fat. Jiang Ning was not in favor of bringing an entire boar. He suggested cutting off a few pounds as a trial, not disclosing their total supply, and if negotiations went well, they would trade in batches. With 2 individuals injured, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to venture to the department store to seek out the sharp-mouthed monkey. In this apocalyptic world, who could continuously care for another? One's survival depended solely on oneself. Jiang Ning did not impede them, merely advising caution. Dodo, having calmed down, fell asleep, and Hu Yixin carried her back to their quarters. Zheng Weili informed Jiang Ning about the situation at the hillside villa. They had dismantled 6 water towers, collecting numerous pieces of solid wood furniture and 2 partially used gas canisters. These items needed to be retrieved swiftly, lest they fall into the hands of others. The wild boars were concealed in the mountains and would likely remain undiscovered for the time being. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu returned. They had gathered intel. The leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey was surnamed Qin, and they were willing to exchange grain for boar meat, albeit with a predatory twist. 1 pound of wild boar meat could be traded for 2 pounds of broken rice, while new rice could only be exchanged for 1 pound. They brought 5 pounds of meat and returned with 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning inspected the grain, noting its quality as respectable silk rice. Were you followed?
No.
We took the speedboat and deliberately made a detour. The other side was quite eager for this batch of meat. They mentioned that if they traded for new rice, it would all be vacuum-sealed and the expiration dates were the most recent. Calling Hu Yixin over, the group deliberated this transaction. Jiang Ning agreed to the meat-for-rice exchange. It appeared somewhat disadvantageous, yet Zheng Weili and the others had no means of preserving the wild boar meat. And many could not even procure rice. How many would seek out meat? Compared to meat, rice would satiate hunger and last longer. With 5 wild boars, if cleaned properly, the average net weight would be around 200 pounds, yielding a substantial amount of grain. However, they decided to retain some meat and resolved to exchange only 4 boars. The wild boar was divided into 4 portions. 1803 received 2, 18011, and the portion for Kola was given to Jiang Ning. The wild boar meat was lean, perfect for roasting or crafting spicy meat sauce, and could be preserved for extended periods without spoiling. However, whether roasting or making meat sauce, both processes were time-consuming and aromatic. Best avoided on the 18th floor. The scent was one consideration. Closing the doors would be unbearable for everyone. Hu Yishan proposed, the villa community has been evacuated. Why not prepare it there and return? Jiang Ning was inclined toward this idea. The others had no objections. Thus, the three men packed the wild boar meat into bags and stuffed them into a large backpack, boarding the speedboat for the transaction, ensuring to bring cola along. At the department center, they met, avoiding the crowd to conduct their exchange in the quiet floodwaters. Chapter 49. Trading wild boar for grain. Both parties were cautious. Wary of being double-crossed, the open floodplain was the ideal setting for such dealings. 202 pounds of wild boar meat were exchanged for 202 pounds of new rice, with an agreement to reconvene at 7 o'clock for another transaction. The trio brought the rice back, and Jiang Ning had already prepared the necessary items: a frying pan, salt, seasonings, crushed chili, and overnight necessities. Concerned for Zheng Weili's safety, he insisted that Lu Yu remain behind as well. As the group descended, He Jian greeted them cheerfully at the stairway. Where are you all headed? Running about seems quite exhausting. Why not let us lend a hand and bring everything back in one trip? Earlier, several rubber boats had followed, but he had not expected to be outpaced. Each day they ventured out, yet the supplies they retrieved dwindled, leading to growing discontent among the team members, who often teased him by comparing their efforts to those of the 18th floor. Just a few bundles of firewood. There's no need to trouble Director He. Jiang Ning smiled. Though his expression lacked warmth, our temple is small. Bringing back a few bundles of firewood might not even suffice to give each of you a piece. Look at how little Xiao Jiang is saying. Neighbors helping each other should not require your goods. Then we shall not dare to agree. Noting his persistence, Jiang Ning was unyielding. There is no free lunch, is there? The rubber boats have already been borrowed. You wouldn't want to borrow firewood too, would you? He Jian was left speechless, his face turning green. This group of obstinate individuals must not fall into his hands. The hillside villa was quite distant. It took over an hour for the speedboat to arrive, nearing the edge of the city. Ignoring the towering floodwaters beneath them, it was indeed a picturesque natural oxygen bar. The lush, verdant mountains and forests framed a glimpse of the elegant and unique villa complex. The lower grounds had already been inundated, while those slightly elevated were now flooded in the front yard, with all inhabitants having evacuated. The collected supplies were concentrated in the highest villa, surrounded by furniture, water towers, a few unused gas canisters, and scattered boxes of charcoal. Hu Yishan and Zhang Chao went up the mountain to transport the wild boar, while Jiang Ning cleared the kitchen to prepare the marinade. Roasting raw meat was too slow. First, he placed it in the pot to drain moisture. Then he would roast it over charcoal for ease. Once the wild boar was brought back, Hu Yishan meticulously cleaned and sliced it into fine strips as per Jiang Ning's instructions. When the time was right, he carried a wild boar along with Zhang Chao to conduct the trade. After they departed, Jiang Ning stationed Kola at the entrance as a lookout and retrieved a solar-powered battery box, a food processor, and an induction cooker from his storage. He used the induction cooker to marinate the meat, pouring the finely chopped lean meat into the pot, adding seasonings and chili, and continuously stirring over the gas stove. In order to prolong its shelf life, the meat sauce was cooked until it was quite dry, emanating a particularly fragrant aroma. When the two returned, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the 2 large pots of meat sauce were already prepared, with thinly sliced pieces of meat fully marinated and set aside to drain. Upon hearing the alert from the Kola, Jiang Ning swiftly stored away everything that should not be present. Zhang Chao, witnessing the considerable progress made, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. And Ning, your efficiency is astonishing. Of course, do you even know who I am? Jiang Ning began to kindle a fire for grilling the meat. How did your trade go? At the site where we last butchered pigs. We aim to complete the exchange of these last 2 by tomorrow morning. We received several hundred pounds of new rice. Zhang Chao sighed in relief. Once this deal is done, we won't have to worry for the next year or 2. By then, order should be restored, right? Jiang Ning concurred, perhaps. Having endured the extreme cold, once the flood recedes, the national bases should be completed. If they're willing to go, I believe there will still be a way out for them. The three of them gathered around the charcoal stove, placing the drained marinated meat onto the grill. Indeed, as the moisture evaporated from the meat, it grilled exceptionally quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite, exclaiming, "So salty. The weather is too humid. Salt helps preserve it longer." Teaching the two how to grill meat, Jiang Ning went to marinate the pig's knuckles, head, and skull, readying them to be heated up on the 18th floor for a meal. The enticing aroma of the meat made Zhang Chao unable to resist swallowing, and he grabbed a knuckle to devour it directly. Eventually, the entire pot was brought down, and the three, along with the dog, relished the meal with steamed buns. Zhang Chao, being gluttonous and cheeky, remarked, "With such culinary skills, I wonder who will benefit from them in the future." Jiang Ning shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's certainly one TBU." Hua Yishan quietly consumed his meal without uttering a word, though he instinctively glanced at her. Woof!
The dog,
Unwilling to be left out, scampered over to join in the fun. "Hey, look at me." Jiang Ning ruffled its fur, saying, "No one will benefit but me. I'm sticking with cola." "Don't mess around," Zhang Chao teased. "You can't cross species." Jiang Ning commanded, "Cola, scare him." The dog immediately lunged at Zhang Chao, baring its teeth as if to threaten him. Zhang Chao quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please spare me, esteemed doggo." Hua Yishan cleared his throat. Not only did the dog not relent, but it also pawed at him playfully. After a hearty meal filled with laughter and joy, they continued grilling meat under the night sky. 1 pound of raw meat turned into half a pound of jerky, filling a large bag with approximately several dozen pounds, alongside dozens of pounds of meat sauce, marinated knuckles, and bones. By the time they finished, it was already past 3 in the morning, and with trading scheduled for the morning, the three decided to stay at the villa. The beds were still there, and they merely needed to change into their own sheets and clothes. With the dog keeping watch, they all slept soundly. When Jiang Ning awoke, Hua Yishan had already completed the trade, exchanging 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of new rice. He had cooked a pot of noodles and filled his belly before leaving. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning called out to Hua Yishan, "Let me check your wound." He was the one bearing the banner, yet he hadn't uttered a word about it. Hua Yishan followed her into the room. Jiang Ning attempted to examine him, but he was simply too tall.
sit down.
Before he could comply, the dog claimed the spot first. Hua Yishan settled onto the sofa, and Jiang Ning bent down to inspect him, discovering, to her dismay, that the wound had reopened and was bleeding. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?"
It's not serious, he replied.
"It's still a small wound. Don't dismiss it." Without proper medical supplies and being frequently submerged in water, any infection could easily lead to serious consequences. Jiang Ning proceeded to disinfect and bandage the wound, instructing, "Avoid water for the next few days." One sat, the other stood, their proximity slightly intimate. The dog observed them intently, tilting its head first to the left, then to the right, before suddenly squeezing in and extending a paw toward Jiang Ning. "It wants a bandage too." Jiang Ning chuckled, "Get out of here. Don't add to the chaos." They had managed to secure 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, along with various other items. Jiang Ning took her share for the dog and refrained from getting involved in the affairs of the villa, instead immersing herself in reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Louis spent several days transporting the water tower and firewood back. The villa was under construction, and the two brought back numerous water pipes, brainstorming how to install the water tower on the rooftop. Dodo was initially frightened and sullen, but as children often do, he quickly bounced back to his cheerful self within a few days. Although Hua Yishan's wound had not fully healed, he came over daily to practice sparring. He used one hand, making it difficult for Jiang Ning to exert her full strength, fearing it would be an unfair advantage. With his youthful physique, he reached the standard for stitch removal in just 5 days, while Zheng Weili, who was in a more serious condition, only had her stitches removed on the 10th day. After the incident with the wild boar, Zheng Weili no longer sought to spar with Hua Yishan, acknowledging that his skills were beyond her reach. Chapter 50, Reconnaissance and Infiltration Techniques. After 2 days of effort, all 7 water towers were successfully installed, with 3 designated for 1803. Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan each took 2, easily accessible by turning on the tap. Jiang Ning utilized spatial water, yet she still made a show of filling containers daily. Unbeknownst to her, 2 months had passed since the floods, and the second batch of hydroponic vegetables had been planted. It seemed that Xiao Bai was pregnant again, and the first litter of rabbits had grown to over a pound. Jiang Ning, unable to stay still, began to venture out as her injury healed. Jiang Ning, growing increasingly lazy, often declined to join her, wholly embracing a laid-back lifestyle. Hua Yixin, who had been like a machine, finally took a break. Aside from his daily dog training sessions, he allocated 2 hours to spar with Jiang Ning, followed by cooking. He was impeccable in every aspect. But his culinary skills fell short, producing mediocre results despite Jiang Ning's guidance, failing to reach the level of deliciousness. Well done, congratulations on your apprenticeship. Although it felt somewhat disingenuous, Jiang Ning longed for a solitary indulgence. Her space was stocked with a plethora of delicacies, yet she could not showcase them in front of Hua Yixin. Lacking a way to reciprocate, Hua Yixin handed her a walkie-talkie, saying it could be used for communication in the future. Jiang Ning was taken aback. She hadn't thought of stocking such an item. Perhaps she had never considered there would come a day for teamwork. Thank you. This makes things much more convenient. I can just signal you when needed, without running back and forth to knock on doors. Hua Yixin did not return, and Jiang Ning savored a delightful barbecue feast with the dog, washing it down with bubbly soda, truly a moment of bliss. The next morning, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, and a voice from next door followed. Jiang Ning, are you giving Dodo a lesson today? Yes, around 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over? Hua Yixin suggested, while you set questions for Dodo. I can teach you reconnaissance and infiltration techniques. The reconnaissance and infiltration techniques were serious assassination skills, notably silent killing methods involving various maneuvers like slitting throats from behind, striking the throat, and snapping necks. By the way, the American technique, the kneeling neck technique, I can't breathe. It was indeed a proper reconnaissance and infiltration technique. Jiang Ning immediately became intrigued, realizing her living room was indeed too cramped for such demonstrations, and thus readily agreed. All right. The reconnaissance and infiltration techniques involved close combat, necessitating physical contact and grappling. Hua Yixin laid out a mat on the floor, and the first move was the neck twist Jiang Ning had witnessed that day. He positioned himself behind her, swiftly closing the distance, one hand reaching for her delicate neck, while the other grasped her jawline. A fierce aura enveloped them, and Jiang Ning instinctively attempted to resist. However, he pressed close, targeting her hamstring, his hands firmly securing her neck and jaw. With a mere exertion of strength, her head could be easily displaced. The sense of crisis instantly plunged Jiang Ning into memories of near-death experiences from her past life. She could not perish at the hands of those man-eating savages. Just as she was about to strike back, a voice floated down from above her head. Jiang Ning, don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Steady, profound, yet resoundingly forceful. Jiang Ning expelled the tumultuous thoughts from her mind and realized that Hua Yixin was exploring the contours of her neck. She admonished herself to concentrate, to avoid wandering thoughts. The memories of the apocalypse were too harrowing. Even with a fresh start, she remained averse to physical contact with men. Taking deep breaths, she urged herself not to conflate timelines, recognizing that her current endeavor was one of self-improvement. Only by becoming stronger could she shield herself from being victimized. Hua Yixin had sensed her unease previously and promptly withdrew his hand, assuring her of his benign intentions. I apologize, it is my own issue. Jiang Ning composed herself, forcing a stiff smile, and prepared to begin anew. With a fresh slate, everything had changed. Hua Yixin resumed his exploration of her neck, instructing her on the joints and pressure points. He maneuvered her neck, albeit without applying much force. After imparting the key techniques, their roles reversed. However, Hua Yixin's towering height made it a fanciful dream for her to twist his neck. At 167 centimeters, Jiang Ning was not short. Yet Hua Yixin seemed to loom at nearly 190 centimeters, a full head taller. Perched upon a foldable stool, he commenced. This marked Jiang Ning's inaugural experience in closely examining a man. Her fingers glided over the bones of his neck. Here? She queried, misjudging the position. Hua Yixin grasped her hand, adjusting it slightly to the side. Yes. His jawline was sharply defined, easily manipulated with both hands exerting force. With her medical training, Jiang Ning had studied human anatomy, and once she overcame her psychological barriers, she spent half an hour twisting Hui Yixin's neck. When Dodo completed her homework and opened the door, Kaylay bounded out behind her. Spotting Jiang Ning playfully manipulating the instructor's neck, Kaylay's playful spirit ignited, barking eagerly as it leapt towards Hui Yixin, nudging him with vigor. Hurry, come twist its neck. Could a dog's neck be twisted? Indeed. The raucous dog disrupted the lesson, compelling Hui Yixin to crouch down and stroke Kaylay's neck. Sensing his intentions, Kaylay instinctively bared its teeth. Hui Yixin adopted a stern demeanor, issuing the command, "Stand at attention." Kaylay suppressed its playful instincts, attentively following the command. However, its body remained resistant. Yet when Jiang Ning approached to touch it, Kaylay melted into a puddle, tongue lolling and continuously leaning against her. "Come on, hurry up." This dog seemed rather insistent. Jiang Ning led it to the isolation room 1803. While Kaylay was important, she needed to seize every moment to enhance her skills. In this apocalyptic world, whether among the residents of the apartment or the survivors outside, countless souls were being devoured by the harsh environment, their hearts increasingly demonized. To survive, she had to outpace them. The lesson continued, and Jiang Ning swiftly learned various techniques for twisting necks. Her perceptiveness was remarkable, allowing her to quickly extrapolate from the lessons. After retrieving Kaylay from room 1803, Jiang Ning hastily consumed a meal of fried rice noodles, then settled on the sofa to meticulously study an anatomical diagram of the human skeletal structure. Which bone, when struck, would result in instant demise? Which pressure point, when impacted, would render the body weak and incapacitated in a short span? These were the ultimate techniques for a swift kill. Woof! Jiang Ning was jolted back to reality, discovering that Kaylay was sulking, refusing to eat its dog food and turning its back to her. "Oh dear. Who has upset my dear Kaylay?" She set aside her medical texts to comfort the dog. "You are the most adorable." With a huff, Kaylay turned away, refusing to acknowledge her. After a prolonged petting session, Jiang Ning coaxed it with a marinated chicken leg, and only then did Kaylay relent, presenting its neck for further twisting. Jiang Ning finally understood the root of its displeasure. Truly a jealous dog. "Kaylay, no matter whom I interact with, you will always be the most important in my heart." Such an insecure dog, Jiang Ning enveloped Kaylay in her arms, aware that survival would only grow more challenging. The 18th floor was not a sanctuary. "I understand you wish to become stronger to protect me, but I also desire to grow stronger to safeguard you. Let us both strive to strengthen ourselves, so we can forever protect one another, shall we?" Kaylay tilted its head, appearing to grasp her sentiments, blinking its eyes and resting its paws on her hand. What a warm-hearted dog it was. She rewarded it with a sausage. In the afternoon, Hui Yixin trained Kaylay for 4 hours, engaging in various forms of play and agility drills, with stair runs increasing to 80 repetitions. By the end of the session, Kaylay lay exhausted in its dog bed, panting heavily. Having thoroughly studied human anatomy and pressure points, Jiang Ning followed Hui Yixin's lessons in reconnaissance and infiltration with remarkable ease. Hui Yixin was astounded, never having encountered someone with such exceptional aptitude. In just a few days, she had mastered everything, even surprising him during practice sessions, rendering him unable to divert his focus. Hui Yixin shared his knowledge freely, not only teaching reconnaissance and infiltration techniques, but also combat skills and close-quarters fighting, especially in close-quarters combat. The two of them grappled on the non-slip mat, becoming entangled in a fierce struggle. This was a contest of wills, both driven by competitive spirits, exuding an aura as if they sought to vanquish one another. A pair of canine eyes watched intently from the sidelines. Should Jiang Ning falter, Kaylay would leap in to intervene. Dodo, on the verge of tears, cried out, "Brother, sister, stop fighting." She adored both her brother and sister, yet found herself torn over whom to support. In the end, Dodo clung to Kaylay. "Woof! Let go of it." Upon witnessing Jiang Ning pinned beneath Hui Yixin, Kaylay bared its teeth, its expression fierce. "Release her. She is going to take him down." Dodo couldn't restrain Kaylay. It lunged forward. Chapter 51. The Siege of the 18th Floor. Ultimately, with Kaylay's assistance, Jiang Ning emerged victorious against Hui Yixin. Rather than feeling angered at the betrayal by the dog he had trained, Hui Yixin affectionately patted Kaylay's head, saying, Good. In the future, if anyone bullies her, you must protect her. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of concern. Did it bite you? No. What Ishan replied, dogs can discern good from evil better than humans. Kaylee knows how to exercise restraint. Jiang Ning concurred, recognizing that dogs can sense the essence emanating from humans. Hua Ishan bore no ill will. Thus, he had not been attacked. Days passed, and Jiang Ning's strength visibly escalated. Upon learning that she was sparring with Hua Ishan, Zheng Weili became resolute. Practicing daily with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, while the sounds of lament echoed from 1803. After enduring numerous beatings, Zhang Chao's skin thickened, while Lu Yu's once slender waist vanished completely. With their physical conditions improving, the duo's confidence soared. And Ning, shall we have a friendly match? Jiang Ning smilet.
Certainly.
The 1803 room was similarly equipped with a non-slip mat. Jiang Ning faced off against the two, with Zheng Weili serving as the referee, while Dodo and Kaylee played the role of spectators. Zheng Weili whistled 1, 2, 3, begin.
Bang! Bang!
With a swift side throw and a knee to the abdomen, Jiang Ning executed her moves with precision and grace. The two opponents fell gloriously, wailing on the mat. Then there was silence. Zhang Chao clutched his abdomen, tears streaming down his face. You have no sense of martial ethics. Jiang Ning's expression remained impassive in this apocalypse, who concerns themselves with martial ethics. While Dodo cheered for her sister, the battle concluded as abruptly as it began, leaving Dodo disheartened as she ran home. Brother, sister, you broke both of them with just one punch, using the moves that brother taught. You're so amazing. The defeated Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were left in disbelief. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Were they not embarrassed? Zheng Weili fumed. Even if you can't defeat me, can't you at least withstand one move from a Ning? Words need not be spoken. It is indeed her excessive kindness. From this day forth, as Kola performs parkour up and down the stairs, they too must not miss a single round. The two men turned pale. For with the dog running 80 laps a day, how could they possibly compete? If they cannot match a Ning, must they now succumb to Kola? It must be understood that Kola is no ordinary dog. It is a superlative specimen. In such a brief period, it has even developed muscles. Zheng Weili remains undeterred. As long as they are not worked to death, they shall train relentlessly. The atmosphere on the 18th floor is vibrant, while the envy from the other floors intensifies. When they venture out, jealousy abounds. When they remain indoors, the envy only deepens. Having stayed indoors for so long, they surely possess ample supplies, starving half to death. Yet there wafts a tantalizing aroma from the 18th floor. However, no one dares to confront them alone, hence they seek out Hejian, pressuring him to negotiate with the 18th floor for a portion of their provisions. Offending others is not Hejian's inclination, but enduring hunger is unsustainable. His children at home have all but become oversized dolls. Building manager, let us first negotiate with them. If they refuse to cooperate, we can always call in outsiders to take everything. Indeed, how can they be so heartless? We languish on rainwater while they feast on delicacies. Just the other day they roasted lamb and yesterday enjoyed hot pot. Do they wish us to perish? Xian curses inwardly. He couldn't even catch a whiff on the 13th floor, yet those on the 7th can? They stoke the flames without just cause. He is not so foolish as to fall for their provocations. Should they seize the supplies from the 18th floor, retaliation would be swift. Nevertheless, with no viable options outside, he must devise a strategy within the building. If they are to act, they must do so together. He cannot bear the burden alone. Xian resorts to his usual tactics and decides to charge forth. With so many people in the building, could the 18th floor truly eliminate them all? That night, after a grueling training session with Hua Ishan, Jiang Ning emerged, drenched in sweat, only to hear a knock at the door. The visitor, cloaked from head to toe, revealed only a pair of eyes and slipped a note through the crack. There is danger. Be cautious. Having delivered the warning, they hurriedly departed. Despite being wrapped tightly, Jiang Ning recognized his voice. Zhong Ping. He came to inform her that Hejian had allied with the residents of the building, intent on coercing the 18th floor into relinquishing their resources. Everyone gathered in 1803 as Jiang Ning presented the note. What do you all think? Zheng Weili, with a fiery temper, declared, let them come. Are we to fear them? Resources equate to life. who would willingly relinquish their chance at survival. Although He Jian seeks only a portion, granting it this time could set a precedent for future demands. Not only Zheng Weili, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu voiced their dissent. Cola, too, disagreed, baring its sharp teeth. Woof. Who dares to steal my food? Bring it on. Thus, the 18th floor unanimously resolved. They would not yield. Want supplies? They must be dreaming. If her instincts were correct, they would likely come tomorrow. Everyone understood that such confrontations would become commonplace. Even if they did not come, those outside would surely attempt to pillage. No one wished to court danger. Yet this was an apocalyptic world, a world where survival often came at the cost of others. Each returned to prepare. A fierce battle awaited them on the morrow. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning retrieved a stab-resistant outfit from her storage and began measuring Cola for a proper fit. She lacked the skill to sew, but endeavored to modify it to provide the best protection for her beloved dog. Though dogs inherently dislike confinement, Cola had gradually adapted to wearing clothes during treatment for its skin condition. Not only was it well fed, but its nutrition was also ample. It had long shed its gaunt appearance, with a shiny coat now flourishing. Daily training with Huishan had transformed it into a muscular canine. After measuring, she toiled for 2 hours to complete the protective outfit, deliberately allowing for some room for growth. To facilitate adaptation, she opened the door for Cola to practice parkour. Indeed, she had a knack for this. The outfit did not impede Cola's agility in the slightest. After a satisfying meal, they slept soundly until dawn when Cola suddenly became agitated, as if readying for a fight. Upon opening the door, the knocking below resumed, with He Jian engaging in insincere pleasantries. Jiang Ning ignored him, preparing breakfast for herself and Cola, soy milk, youtiao, and handheld pancakes. After a hearty meal and brushing her teeth, she began her tasks. He Jian's voice grew hoarse from his fruitless entreaties. Since the 18th floor refuses to communicate, do not blame me for resorting to force. Break down the door. Upon hearing the building manager's command, greed ignited in their eyes, as if the 18th floor were a mountain of gold. If they could pry open 3 doors, they would feast without worry for the rest of their lives. Heaven knows how long it had been since they had eaten their fill. Such suffering was unbearable. In this apocalypse, how could the 18th floor thrive while they lived like animals? In a surge of outrage, they wished to reduce the 18th floor to rubble. As they prepared to pry the door, suddenly, a sound of the door opening echoed from above. Chapter 52. All hands on deck. The stainless steel door, reinforced with spikes, began to creak open, followed by the sound of firm footsteps. For reasons unknown, the crowd felt a tightening in their throats, an involuntary tension rising within them. The 18th floor had witnessed bloodshed, a truth they had seen firsthand. They are coming, they are coming. First came a pair of slender, straight legs, followed by a gleaming tang knife. The 18th floor was indeed ruthless, sending forth that cold-eyed girl to lead the charge. Truly monstrous. Following her was a national champion in college Sonda, rumored to possess the strength to decimate with a single punch. Look at that professional fighting gear. Those gloves are larger than a cooking pot. Next came 2 men, one wielding a baseball bat, the other a spiked club. The club, modified, was a wooden bat embedded with rusty, sharp nails. A blow from it would surely invite tetanus and a swift encounter with the Grim Reaper. Lastly emerged the representative of the 18th floor in height and looks, sporting a neat buzz cut, a coldly handsome face, and dressed in a cool gray tracksuit, hands casually tucked in pockets. He appeared less a warrior and more a carefree soul out for a leisurely stroll on a weekend. Even more infuriatingly, Cola had joined them. These beasts had the audacity to claim they were out of food. In such a short time, they had fattened up a stray dog. As indignation surged, their greed only deepened. They regretted their earlier demands. They should not settle for a mere third. They wanted it all. All the supplies from the 18th floor, including that dog. In this apocalypse, dogs were meant to be consumed by humans, yet it had devoured what rightfully belonged to them. Once they dealt with the 18th floor, they would make a stew of it. Each person rubbed their hands together, secretly salivating, as if victory were already within their grasp. However, upon witnessing the 18th floor's armaments, He Zion's heart sank. They were unwilling to relinquish their provisions. Building manager, what does it mean for you to bring so many people to break down our door? Jiang Ning surveyed the throng amassed in the 17th floor corridor, noting the absence of the elderly, children, and women. All present were men, some brazenly brandishing weapons, while others concealed them beneath their clothing. In this building, a myriad of faces emerged, some with rosy cheeks, others ashen. Regardless of their circumstances, they all cast their covetous gazes upon the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces one by one, and indeed discovered the shadows of Yang Wei-tsung and others among the crowd. Ah, how they've withered! Their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for food, their faces pallid and despondent, utterly devoid of the charming demeanor they once possessed as the school's heartthrob. Witnessing the imposing stance of the 18th floor, He Xian felt a chill run down his spine, yet he forced a smile and said, "Xiao Jiang, we are here to discuss matters. Why this grand display?" Jiang Ning, disinterested in playing coy, retorted, "The 18th floor has nothing you desire. Even if there were the slightest morsel, it was procured at the cost of our lives. You shall not set your sights upon it. Look at how you phrase that." "We have no choice but to come here seeking provisions," He Xian replied. Though he had a sizable group, he did not wish to resort to violence. He aimed to retreat strategically, saying, "In times of great peril, we must unite. Those who have provisions should share, and those with strength should lend their might. This is the only way we can survive, isn't it? During these extraordinary times, we have resolved not to abandon one another. Let us consolidate our resources and ensure no one in the building goes hungry. Everyone else has contributed. Surely you of the 18th floor cannot demand special treatment?" Hearing his lofty words, Jiang Ning scoffed. "What if we refuse to give? If necessary, even a third of the grain would suffice. We will repay you once we weather this storm." He Xian's expression stiffened, yet he struggled to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness. "If you do not trust us, we can write an IOU. No borrowing," she stated resolutely. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Taking advantage of their numbers, someone boldly shouted, "Leader, why waste words? Just break the door and charge in." "Yes, break the door. They have been unjust. Do not blame us for being ruthless. Xiao Jiang, I urge you to reconsider. We are all from the same building. There is no need for such hostility." He Xian felt a flicker of hope inside, but feigned a troubled expression. "You are not without supplies. What harm is there in sharing a bit with us? If you insist on hoarding everything, even if I agree, they will not. You truly put me in a difficult position." Jiang Ning declared, "Come, those who wish to break the door, step forward. Break it, I dare you." The man with the crowbar, driven mad by hunger, lunged at the door. Jiang Ning did not draw her weapon. Instead, she pulled out an object from her pocket and aimed it through the iron bars of the man's head. "Move again and—" A gun. She has a gun." A gasp rippled through the crowd, and they recoiled in fear of stray bullets. He Xian's face turned ashen. "Xiao Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Ning surveyed the scene with cold eyes. "What are you all trying to do here? Let us speak civilly." He Xian's heart raced, pleading silently for her not to act impulsively. Jiang Ning smiled. "Rest assured, I have never been as composed as I am today. It's a bluff, a plastic toy gun." A voice suddenly emerged from the throng, deliberately rasping. Jiang Ning called out, "Yang Wei-tsung, if you're a man, step forward. Hiding among the masses like a coward is beneath you." Yang Wei-tsung, furious, emerged, his face darkening as he angrily accused, "Jiang Ning, I never expected you to become this way, selfish and self-serving. You have food. Why not share a little to help everyone? What of it if I am selfish?" Jiang Ning retorted with a cold smile, "I neither steal nor rob. All my supplies were earned through my own efforts, unlike you, who trades your dignity for sustenance, always coveting what belongs to others. In this apocalyptic era, survival is paramount. What does it matter if one loses face? Dignity holds little value." Initially, it was women, but then even some handsome young men understood that survival supersedes shame. The unspoken agreement between them sufficed, but voicing it altered everything. Jiang Ning's words ignited laughter among the crowd, their gazes towards Yang Wei-tsung shifting. As the apocalypse descended, the law crumbled, and ethics deteriorated. Those who hoarded supplies were rarely virtuous. Trapped by the flood with nowhere to go, they sought thrills to pass the time, indulging in all manner of vice.
Yang Wei-tsung,
With his refined appearance, naturally attracted attention, and it was hardly surprising. "Jiang Ning, you're talking nonsense." Yang Wei-tsung shouted in fury, his face contorted with rage. Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? Seemingly unfazed by his impotent fury, Jiang Ning swung open the door, brandishing the gun in his direction. Come on, step closer. With the door ajar, Yang Weizong's bravado evaporated in an instant. When the crowd collectively turned their gaze towards him, he gritted his teeth and attempted to save face. Don't be fooled, everyone. Her weapon is merely a toy. Chapter 53. The gun fired. Yang Weizong called for everyone to charge, yet his body remained as immovable as a boulder. The situation became awkward. They had wanted to break the door. But now that it was open, no one dared to advance. He Xian was utterly humiliated, cursing the cowardice of his companions under his breath. Feeling the heat of the moment, he mustered his courage. Jiang Ning, even if you have a gun, you only possess 7 bullets. Can you truly fend off this many people? Indeed. The crowd regained their bravado, shouting, yes, she only has 7 bullets. What are we afraid of? There was no need for fear. It was merely 7 lives. Jiang Ning regarded them with a cold smile. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Hejian? Step forward, and I assure you your wishes will be fulfilled. In that case, he will feast while your wives and children starve.
What do you mean by that? No hidden meaningness.
I merely wish for you to select 7 who are willing to die. Jiang Ning stepped forward, pressing the icy barrel against Hejian's forehead as the building leader. You must be the first to sacrifice yourself. The coldness of the gun felt far from the cheap plastic. In that moment, Hejian's heart stopped. His face drained of color, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Why you mustn't be reckless. The one being reckless is you, Hejian, repeatedly bringing threats to the 18th floor. Truly believing we are easy prey? Jiang Ning's gaze was sharp as a blade. I am not one to instigate trouble, but neither do I shy away from it. You have brought this upon yourself, and I can only reciprocate accordingly. With that, her finger rested on the trigger. All eyes were glued to the tense standoff between Jiang Ning and Hejian. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she slowly tightened her grip on the trigger. A sudden, piercing scream erupted from the stairway.
Ah!
She's killed someone. She's killed someone. Panic ensued as the crowd jostled and surged forward. The gun butt slammed against Hejian's forehead, and Jiang Ning kicked him down. In that instant, Cola lunged forward like lightning, tackling the fleeing Yang Weizong and sinking its teeth into him. Screams, chaos, and evasion ensued in the crowded corridor. Someone squeezed through the stairway, clutching their throat, blood gushing forth, but before they could take many steps, they collapsed, convulsing on the ground, their eyes wide in terror, gasping for breath.
Jiang Ning's Hoarded, Cola.
The vicious dog, having bitten Yang Weizong until he was drenched in blood, finally let go and turned to charge back up the stairs. As it leaped in, Jiang Ning swiftly shut and locked the door, barring the frantic crowd outside. In the midst of the chaos, several individuals were thrown against a door studded with nails, letting out chilling screams. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. Through the iron bars, a man, wild-eyed and wielding a bloodied knife, swung it recklessly at anyone in his sight, roaring like a beast, "Damn it, you all deserve to die. You will pay with your lives for my daughter. I'll accompany you to hell." Some individuals react with alarming swiftness, drawing blades from their garments, yet, in the chaos of the crowd, they find themselves unable to retaliate, inadvertently inflicting harm upon their own. The madman, however, demonstrates no restraint, his eyes bloodshot as he relentlessly slashes, transforming the corridor of the 17th floor into a veritable inferno. Open the door, let us in. Please, we beg you, save us. Many are paralyzed by fear, incessantly pounding on the doors of the residents on the 17th floor, pleading for refuge. Even those from the 18th floor, who moments ago exuded menace, now resemble frightened birds, flailing about in panic. Faced with the specter of death, their courage evaporates. Jiang Ning does not open the door. Her expression is numb as she gazes through the iron bars at the unfolding scene. As though watching a mere television drama, Zheng Weili tightly clenches her fists, her mouth opening in vain as she ultimately turns her head away. The madman, his face smeared with blood and twisted in rage, resembles a bloodthirsty beast risen from the depths of hell. Several burly figures, wielding knives, charge at him, their blades striking his body, his back, his limbs. Yet the blood-soaked man shows no fear, seemingly impervious to pain. He recognizes these attackers and, in a fit of hysteria, cries out, "You killed my daughter. I will take you to the grave with her." Like an unkillable demon, he fights against multiple assailants, drenched in blood, until they all collapse. He does not relent, his eyes ablaze as he lunges toward the panicked crowd, akin to a devil wielding a scythe. The others, regaining their wits, swing steel pipes or machetes at his head, unleashing a torrent of violence. Then, a thunderous gunshot reverberates. The madman collapses, his head blown apart. Yet his bloodied visage bears a gentle smile. "Do not fear. Father is here to accompany you." It was not Jiang Ning who fired, but a shot that rang out from behind her. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu turn, their eyes widening in shock as they behold Hui Yixin holding a gun. Their pupils dilate. It is remarkable that amidst such chaos he could achieve a headshot. Hui Yixin's demeanor remains grave, his face betraying no emotion. He does not fire again but instead turns to ascend the stairs. One bullet brings the slaughter to an abrupt halt. The 17th floor is filled with lamentations. He Jian and Yang Weizong, though spared from the blade, are trampled in the chaos, lying unconscious in a pool of blood, their fates unknown. Kola, refusing to yield, still yearns to rush out and confront the assailants. "Help me, save me," cries a wounded soul, seeking Jiang Ning's aid. The scene is a harrowing tableau of injuries, cuts, bruises, trampling, and piercing wounds from iron spikes. Jiang Ning, a medical student capable of healing, senses their desperation. They do not wish to die. Some voice their pleas, and others echo them. Why should we save them? If they recover, will they then storm the 18th floor? Jiang Ning turns to ascend the stairs, ignoring the carnage behind her. Zheng Weili and the others are shaken, their hearts heavy with compassion, yet they remember the threats they had just faced, extinguishing any flicker of kindness that had begun to emerge. They wonder if these individuals would simply forget their pain once healed. No one is inherently evil, however. Under extreme circumstances, the instinct for survival can breed malevolence. The group exchanges glances, then silently turns to ascend the stairs, disregarding the desperate pleas and curses behind them. As the stainless steel door closes, the cacophony diminishes significantly. Zheng Weili, snapping back to reality, asks Ning, "How do you have a gun?" Jiang Ning smiles and tosses an object to her. Zheng Weili catches it, quickly realizing the ruse. "Is this a fake? Where would I find a real one?" Jiang Ning had indeed swapped the genuine article for a trick. Zheng Weili examines it closely, surprised at the quality of the imitation. Even she had been deceived. "I stumbled upon it while out searching for dog food. I have another one, so this one is yours to intimidate with." Chapter 54. The Fury of the 17th Floor. Jiang Ning had deliberately procured several replicas, considering they might serve as a deterrent in critical moments, but she had not anticipated Hui Yixin possessing a real firearm. In this disordered world, while the government's core departments still function, the efficiency is akin to that of a tortoise, hampered by the deluge of chaos. Thus, she refrains from brandishing the real weapon in plain sight until absolutely necessary. Disturbing the authorities is one matter. Explaining herself to Zheng Weili and the others is another. Yet, in a world where tomorrow is uncertain, she would not hesitate to draw her weapon if the situation spiraled out of control. Gazing at the tightly closed door of Unit 1801, Zheng Weili pulls Jiang Ning inside and curiously inquires, "How did he come by a gun?" "He has a background in special police. He probably has his connections. Who would have thought he not only fights but is also an exceptional marksman?"
Now,
Not only has he eliminated the madman, but it seems that He Jian and his ilk will likely remain subdued for a time. Truth be told, witnessing the madman's demise at Hui Yixin's hands brings a sense of relief to Zheng Weili and her companions. He is a father both grand and pitiable, and given his grievous injuries, survival seems improbable, yet falling into the hands of those men would surely mean a fate worse than death. A swift release is preferable. A dignified departure. With a genuine firearm in their possession, Zheng Weili and her companions feel a measure of security, though concerns linger about potential scrutiny. They had anticipated a brutal confrontation, only to have a madman disrupt their plans, a fortuitous twist of fate. The group listens intently to the commotion below. Those uninjured scatter like startled birds, while the wounded realize the 18th floor is resolute in their indifference, resorting to curses as they depart. Before long, the 17th floor falls silent. This confrontation attracted many, yet numerous onlookers feigned support while remaining uninvolved. The residents of the 17th floor, prioritizing self-preservation, have locked their doors tight. After all, proximity to the 18th floor poses a risk of retaliation, placing them in the line of fire. However, when they finally open their doors, the sight that greets them is one of horror. Bloodstains mar the corridor, and numerous bodies lie strewn about. What grievances had they incurred? Why does the 17th floor continually become a battleground? 3 households on the floor engage in heated discussions, plotting to dispose of the corpses into the water and clean the blood-soaked hallway. What kind of day is this? Are we to live in perpetual fear? Just as they finish tidying up, the relatives of the deceased storm in, enraged to learn that the bodies have been discarded, leading to a fierce confrontation with the residents of the 17th floor. Even a mudman has a temper. The pent-up frustrations of the 17th floor explode, and they rush to retrieve knives. Why are we to blame? We did not kill anyone. Why do you come here demanding that we open our doors? Knowing full well they were engaged in illegal activities, why didn't they intervene sooner? Now that someone is dead, they seek to lay the blame at their feet? If they wanted the bodies, why not come for them sooner? They could still retrieve them from the depths. Why not go and do so? The meek are pushed beyond their limits. Fury can claim lives. As several knives are brandished, the relatives of the deceased dare not pursue their grievances any further, begrudgingly retreating with their curses. Before ascending, they had calculated what spoils they would claim, never anticipating that not only would they find no supplies, but that their own men would fall victim to the madman, leaving them as orphans and widows to fend for themselves. Heaven, open your eyes. Do not let the rain fall any longer. Around noon, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao gather intel. The madman who wielded the knife resides on the 7th floor, having been divorced for many years and now living with his daughter. Previously, masked assailants had broken into his home at night, stealing all their provisions. Driven to desperation, the daughter resorted to selling her body to survive, leading to a furious confrontation when the father learned the truth, resulting in him slapping her twice in anger. The daughter, overwhelmed by shame, leapt into the floodwaters. Having relied solely on each other, the man, unable to withstand the shock, succumbed to madness. Wielding a knife in a spree of vengeance against society, several were slain on the spot, while others succumbed to severe bleeding. A few bore injuries, not as grave. Yet amidst the torrential rain, the absence of rescue boats rendered any hope of reaching the hospital futile. They could only endure the torment at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian lay unconscious, harboring the faint hope of demise. This failure left the enemy's morale shattered, casting a pall over the entire apartment building. Jiang Ning pondered another matter. The group with flushed faces during the confrontation was likely the masked bandits. Although a few fell to the madman's blade, several escaped, warranting heightened vigilance towards this gang in the future. The confrontation had failed, and Kaylee, feeling unwell, whined discontentedly. With no alternative, Jiang Ning sought to appease the restless creature with delicacies. Do you harbor a grudge against Yang Weizong? The inquisitive caretaker wondered, as Kaylee seemed intent on biting him. Kaylee, displaying sharp teeth, continued to prance with pride. The animosity between it and the scoundrel transcended mere grudge. It was a profound vendetta. Embracing the dog, Jiang Ning's gaze deepened. Awoken from a midday slumber, the crackling of the intercom broke the silence. Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today? It was Hua Yishan. Iang Ningreplied affirmatively. Although a brawl had been averted today, conflict was inevitable. Self-improvement remained the only path forward. A knock at the door signaled Kaylee's eager rush to open it, instinctively swapping with Dodo, who carried dog food to room 1801 for training. Though Hua Yishan had locked Dodo inside, she was not entirely oblivious. Feeling somewhat dispirited, she asked, "Sister, when will I grow up to protect you and brother?" Jiang Ning reassured her, "Study diligently, grow taller quickly, and soon you'll be able to protect us." Dodo, bewildered, countered, "If Kaylee can, why can't I? You and Kaylee are different. It's a dog that matures swiftly, while we humans take our time." Jiang Ning encouraged the disheartened child. Dodo's spirits lifted as she clandestinely lifted her shirt to reveal, "Sister, I actually believe I can do it. Brother helps me exercise every day." Jiang Ning was taken aback by Dodo's developing figure. She had not yet reached that stage. Children are still growing, and excessive exercise is not beneficial, but given the current circumstances, Jiang Ning did not fault Hua Yishan. In a world on the brink of collapse, Possessing the ability to protect oneself was paramount. Let us practice, let us roll, let the abs shine. There was no need for formalities. The awareness on the 18th floor was remarkably heightened, and the days ahead would undoubtedly be more challenging. Through the walls, the sound of Jiang Wei's boxing could be heard resonating through the air. During dinner, Dodo and Jiang Ning enjoyed noodles, the meat sauce adding an irresistible flavor. The intercom crackled again. Shall we spar later? Without hesitation, Jiang Ning agreed. Entering room 1801, they immediately focused on practice. The frustrations of the morning had yet to be released, and Jiang Ning trained with a fierce intensity. Everyone has secrets. She refrained from inquiring about the gun. Facing her relentless onslaught, Hua Yishan's defense was like an impenetrable fortress. After a grueling 2 hours, Jiang Ning felt as if she had emerged from water. Collapsing onto the non-slip mat to catch her breath, he handed her a clean towel to wipe her face. "Thank you," she gasped, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Hua Yishan remarked astoundingly, "The recoil of your gun is quite strong. You should adjust your grip slightly, or you might injure your arm." Jiang Ning momentarily bewildered. Chapter 55. Thermoregulated Clothing. With so many people packed together and the violent rain obscuring visibility, she had deliberately adjusted her position, yet his keen perception saw through her ruse. Jiang Ning smilet, fake Ning ignorance. Shoulders back, leaning forward while aiming with elbows slightly bent. The expert imparted his wisdom, which Jiang Ning committed to memory. Planning to practice at home. Unspoken understanding lingered between them, with neither questioning the origins of their knowledge. After the gunfire, the entire apartment building fell into an eerie silence, as no one dared to challenge the 18th floor lightly. Life must go on. Confinement within the walls could drive one mad. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, brimming with confidence, knocked on room 1801's door, eager to venture out in search of supplies. The water levels continued to rise, and they had given up hope for the rain to cease. This was the apocalypse. Who knew what else lay in wait? Supplies dwindled daily, with outflow but no influx. Instilling a sense of urgency, Hua Yishan consented, and Dodo clamored to join. The astute Kale promptly lined up, barking. The dog had matured, harboring its own thoughts, and Jiang Ning could not suppress its desire to protect itself. Kale returned to the room, dragging out its protective gear and canine raincoat. "Come, I am ready for battle. Caretaker, quickly dress me in my armor." Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh, teasing while adorning the dog. "Ah, my pup is off to earn its keep again." The proud yet bashful black dog awaited. "I'll ensure you have meat to eat." Watching them depart the community from the building, Jiang Ning retrieved her sable fur coat, measuring its dimensions to craft an outfit for Kale. The rain persisted, yet the temperature had noticeably dropped. A vague sense of impending cold gripped Jiang Ning. Compared to the flood, the extreme cold posed the greater threat. Malinois dogs can adapt swiftly to harsh environments, yet Jiang Ning remained anxious. After all, it could plunge to -60 or 70 degrees. Even humans wrapped like bears might not survive, let alone a short-haired Malinois. Remembering its past suffering from frostbite, Jiang Ning's heart tightened painfully. This time, she vowed, it must not endure such agony. Jiang Wei visited, surprised to find her dismantling the fur coat. "Are you making clothes for Kale?" "Indeed, it seems to grow colder by the day. I was even awakened by the cold last night," Jiang Ning intentionally reminded her. First it was a typhoon, now over 2 months of torrential rain. We know not what weather lies ahead. We are in the south. Winters are usually mild, unlike the north, where temperatures plummet below zero. Yes, in previous years, the north would have already been blanketed in snow. Do you think the north is also facing floods? Jiang Ning inquired curiously. Now that winter has arrived, could it be a frozen wasteland? Zheng Weili dared not imagine. It would be a hell on earth. Fengcheng was not cold. Last winter, she wore short sleeves. What this year would bring remained uncertain. Jiang Ning interjected, "I suspect it may be significantly colder than last year." Zheng Weili, sensing foreboding, replied, "There's little we can do about the cold. We've stockpiled clothes and firewood, so we should be fine." As their conversation progressed, she recalled a serious matter. "And Ning, the residents of this building may be unsettled now, but who knows how things will unfold. Your supplies should be stored separately. Should the 18th floor be breached one day, it won't be entirely looted." It was a suggestion from Zhang Chao, who had acted swiftly during the night, tearing open the ceilings of the kitchen and bathroom to seal food and medicine, hiding them in several locations. Not only the ceilings but also the ventilation ducts and toilet tanks were utilized. Never put all your eggs in one basket, Zhang Weili advised. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu return, let them assist you. Aren't you afraid of mice gnawing at them? Zhang Weili was momentarily speechless. Mice? Well, that is certainly better than having them stolen by people, right? We must find some rat poison or sticky traps. Your ideas are sound. I'll give it a try later. Jiang Ning affirmed the wisdom of room 1803. Do you think if I hollow out the sofa, I could hide some food there? Indeed, how do they not think of that? After bidding farewell to Zhang Weili, Jiang Ning continued sewing the fur coat. With ample material remaining, she contemplated making outfits for De Hui and Xiao Bai as well. These two had thick fur, and with Xiao Bai expecting her second litter soon, it was uncertain if they could survive the extreme cold. In pursuit of the plumbness plan, Jiang Ning harbored the hope that the creatures would survive. If they could not endure, they would be braised instead. Ultimately, their fate rested in the hands of destiny. She brought over 2 of them, measuring their dimensions against fabric. Their fluffy warmth delightful to embrace. Perhaps due to an improved diet, they appeared to have gained considerable heft, particularly the little white one, whose round belly suggested it was carrying a good number of offspring. With 3 successful transformations of fur garments, Jiang Ning's confidence in her DIY prowess soared. Yet, mere fur was insufficient. Recalling the abundant fabric stored in her space, she selected some more materials to craft additional outfits for them. As she rummaged through her space, clutching 2 bundles of fabric, she inadvertently spotted the 1.98 million temperature-regulating garment. She casually pulled it out, deciding to give this seemingly ordinary piece a try. To her surprise, it felt quite comfortable, the texture soft and skin-friendly, akin to silk. Although slightly oversized, Jiang Ning planned to wear it as sleepwear. Just as she was about to remove it, an unsettling realization struck her. With rain and a drop in temperature, the day's chill hovered around 21 degrees. Even in her casual sweatshirt, she could still feel the coolness. Yet, this thin fabric enveloped her in warmth, the soft material embracing her like a biological membrane. It was undeniably warmer than her sweatshirt. Could it truly maintain a constant temperature? The temperature in her space was notably higher, prompting her to step inside. Indeed, the warm sensation vanished, leaving a comfort akin to being unclothed. Upon her return, warmth flooded back to her. This was, without a doubt, a high-tech temperature-regulating garment. Reflecting on her previous shopping spree, she realized she had overlooked its uniqueness, as the temperature difference had not been significant at the time. Wearing the temperature-regulating garment, she lit the gas stove, placing her hand above it. Her palm felt the heat, and her arm followed suit, though the warmth was considerably less than what her palm experienced. The temperature regulation was genuine, yet an eternal 25 degrees was a myth. Nevertheless, the creation of such fabric could not merely be described as impressive. Had it not been for the calamity, once this material hit the market, it would have sparked a technological revolution. The price of 1.98 million was indeed justified. With 10 rolls of this fabric, totaling 333 meters, the quantity was woefully insufficient. However, if she used it sparingly, it could last her a lifetime, even through repeated extreme weather. She decisively crafted 2 sets for herself, 2 for Kola, and used leftover scraps for the gray and white ones. Not only clothing, but also gloves, socks, and neck scarves would require an immense amount of fabric. The invaluable temperature-regulating clothing was too precious to waste, leading Jiang Ning to peruse her downloaded life skills materials, successfully locating a tutorial on clothing design and cutting. After grasping the basics, she practiced with other fabrics. After a few days of interrupted treatments, Granny Zhong continued her visits to the 18th floor. It wasn't her desire to cease, but the confrontations had significant repercussions, resulting in further casualties among the injured and infected. While few dared to provoke the 18th floor, many harbored grievances, believing all calamities stemmed from it. If the 18th floor had been willing to share provisions, the tragic events could have been averted. Granny Zhong, with a heavy heart, advised, "Little Jiang, the human heart has been corrupted by these times. You must exercise caution in the future." Chapter 56. Discovery of the Fish Pond. Jiang Ning knew it was Granny Zhong who had sent Zhong Ping to deliver the message. Though the message was not of great consequence, she appreciated the sentiment. Thus, she waived 3 treatment fees and gifted half a bottle of medicinal alcohol for injuries. It was a modest amount, only 50 milliliters, but in the apocalypse, it was considered quite generous. Of course, Jiang Ning did not dismiss the possibility of extending goodwill, as all eyes were on the 18th floor. One could never assume the benevolence of the human heart. If the Zhong family was willing to share information, it could save her considerable trouble. Granny Zhong. With a recent drop in temperature, your back must avoid the cold and damp. Use the medicinal alcohol for massage at night, then wrap yourself in a thick quilt. Your injury will heal faster. In her past life, Granny Zhong had perished from the cold, leaving only Zhong Ping alive, though not for long. This time, Jiang Ning offered a timely reminder. If she could comprehend it, she might not meet the same fate. Thank you, little Jiang. I will certainly try it tonight. After expressing her gratitude, Granny Zhong introduced another patient. The family upstairs has a son covered in eczema, scratching until he bleeds. They ventured to the hospital but found no medicine. He wishes to bring his child here for treatment. He is unfamiliar with you and dares not approach without first consulting your opinion. Rest assured, this family is trustworthy. They have no dealings with He Jian and have not participated in the recent collective intimidation. Eczema is a complex ailment. Mere acupuncture will not cure it, and traditional Chinese herbal treatments are slow to show results. While Jiang Ning had medicine in her space, it was impossible for her to produce it. This condition is difficult to treat without medication. Regular exercise and sweating to detoxify will gradually improve immunity. Granny Zhong did not press the matter further. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it away to avoid attracting attention, her mind wandering to various thoughts. Little Jiang, has your dog bitten a boy? Granny Zhong inquired upon her departure. The girl next door is stirring trouble again. Their expressions do not bode well. The youth of today possess such intricate thoughts. They claim to be alumni yet speak ill of others behind their backs, always coveting the resources in others' hands. During the recent assault on the 18th floor, several men participated, and instead of reflecting, they cursed Jiang Ning behind her back. If she were in Jiang Ning's place, even if she possessed resources, she would rather feed them to her dog than provide for these ungrateful souls. After Granny Zhong's departure, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space. Pulling up the freshly grown vegetables from her black soil garden, she took the planting pots from her space and placed them on the balcony, bringing over a small stool to dig up potatoes. The soil and water in her space were exceptional, and the pots were filled with round, plump yellow potatoes. With dozens of planting pots, she harvested over 100 pounds of potatoes, a satisfaction that words cannot adequately capture. The rabbits did not eat the potato seedlings, which she would have to discard as fertilizer in her space. Replanting the potatoes, she was about to return to her black soil garden when a knock echoed at the door. Clad in battle armor, her dog returned from its expedition. Standing proudly at the entrance, 2 black plastic bags clamped in its mouth. Others carried firewood, and apart from the stoic Huishan, smiles adorned their faces. Kola raised its paws, its dark eyes sparkling with excitement. You, the one who cleans up after me, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and come to receive your master. My teeth are sore from biting. Jiang Ning caught a whiff of fishy scent. Without a doubt, it had been splashing in the water again. As she lifted the heavy bags, she affectionately patted Kola's head, praising, "Well done, my Kola." The contents of the bags were extraordinary, containing 5 fish, nearly totaling 20 pounds. The other bag held 2 wild rabbits, also procured by Kola from its burrowing in the mountains. After changing out of a raincoat and into dry clothes, everyone gathered in room 1803. The urban landscape had yielded little in the way of resources, prompting the group to venture toward the previously explored villa area. There was little of note in the villas. Their destination lay deeper in the mountains. They hoped for a chance encounter with wild boars. However, while no boars were found, they discovered a reservoir nestled in the mountains. The reservoir was home to fish, many of which had drifted downstream and were swimming in the mountain creeks. The water was murky, concealing the fish from naked eyes. But Kola's keen senses led it to discover and catch some. While it was uncertain how many fish had been swept away, it was evident that many remained in the reservoir. If they could devise a method to retrieve the fish, they could barter with the sharp-beaked monkeys for provisions, ensuring years of sustenance without worry. However, they needed to act swiftly, for resources were scarce in the urban area, and it was not unlikely that others would venture into the mountains. Should the reservoir be discovered, they would be left with nothing. Water was everywhere, the depth varying perilously, and it was unrealistic to expect Kola to fetch anything. Zhang Chao muttered, if only there were a fishing device. The fish swam tantalizingly close, yet remained out of reach, driving one to despair. Rain, could you possibly make one? Chao, that's simply unfeasible. The sight of a reservoir teeming with fish was enough to tempt Jiang Ning. With only 100 fish in her space and Kola's voracious appetite, it was far from sufficient. Granny Zhong had mentioned that her grandson, Zhong Ping, worked at the Physics Research Institute. Perhaps he could offer some assistance? Does he understand the theory behind ultrasonic fishing devices? What Yishan inquired. I believe the Zhong family possesses admirable character, and Zhong Ping is quite filial. It should not be an issue to ask him. Even if it doesn't work out. We have nothing to lose on the 18th floor. The others concurred, as the Zhong family was oblivious to the reservoir's location, and Zhong Ping might not even be able to construct the fishing device. Without delay, they resolved to inquire. Next door lived Su Mengyao, who kept a watchful eye, making it inconvenient for Jiang Ning to approach. The men also found it inappropriate. Su Mengyao had previously attempted to seduce Hua Yishan, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu might not possess the same restraint. Hence, Zheng Weili took the lead. As Jiang Ning had surmised, upon knocking on the Zhong household's door, the adjacent door swung open promptly. Upon seeing Zheng Weili, Su Mengyao greeted her with an innocent and sweet smile. Sister. Regrettably, the late hour and lack of electricity, combined with her gaunt appearance, made her resemble a specter. Zheng Weili, unable to tolerate her insincerity, retorted, don't call me that. We aren't close.
Su Mengyao demandan fast.
Sister, what brings you here to see Granny Zhong at this hour? Zheng Weili, filled with disdain, thought of how she wished to deliver a blow to this insufferable woman. Ignoring her, Zheng Weili continued to knock. Granny Zhong soon opened the door. Zheng Weili produced an item from her pocket. Granny Zhong, you left something during your acupuncture session this afternoon, and Ning was worried it might concern you, so I came to deliver it. Granny Zhong, being quite astute for her age, sensed that Zheng Weili's late-night visit was not merely a courtesy. Oh dear, the house is flooded everywhere. I almost slipped and twisted my back. Is Xiao Zhang available? Could you trouble her to help me stretch? We have no food left, and Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Would that cover the acupuncture fee? That should be acceptable. Zheng Weili did not linger, having conveyed her message.
Su Mengyao,
Still smiling, asked Sister, won't you come in and sit? Chapter 57. The Fishing Device. Unmoved by Su Mingyao's feigned invitation, Zheng Weili pushed her aside with ease, sending her stumbling a few meters back against the wall. Get lost. If I were a man, I'd make sure you wouldn't survive.
disdainfully.
She thought of how Su Mengyao, despite her current state, still exuded vitality, as if she thrived on the misfortune of others. By the time the residents of 1202 heard Su Mingyao's cries, Zheng Weili had already ascended the stairs. Once back upstairs, she vented to Jiang Ning. The sound of her coquetry makes my skin crawl. That woman is a viper, inciting men to take the lead. I could have dealt with her, but if she dared to confront us, we could take the opportunity to eliminate her. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before trouble arises. Jiang Ning noted, realizing a strategy was imperative. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao had grown cunning, hiding behind the men and not exposing herself easily. Initially, Jiang Ning had hoped to let Su Mengyao endure the trials of this apocalyptic world, but it seemed fate had other plans.
Sorry.
The knife has already been sharpened. Before long, Zhong Ping arrived, assisting Granny Zhong. Jiang Ning wasted no time and asked directly, can you create a fishing device? Zhong Ping was momentarily taken aback, pushing up his glasses as he contemplated for a few minutes. I should be able to, but I lack sufficient materials. He was a physics enthusiast, his room cluttered with various components, some purchased and others salvaged from the scrapyard. He had even won an award for practical inventions and excelled at national physics competitions, a quintessential model student. Jiang Ning inquired, can you gather what you need? The experimental building should have it. A few modifications will suffice. The materials room is on the 8th floor. It likely hasn't been flooded yet, though I can't be certain if anything has been looted. The research institute was not particularly far, about 10 kilometers via a shortcut. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Hui Yishan, silently asking if they should proceed with this venture. Hui Yishan considered it, and then addressed Zhong Ping. I can drive you back to retrieve the materials. Zhong Ping, however, was no fool. He recognized that having the 18th floor expend diesel to fetch materials for a fishing device likely had ulterior motives. With resources stretched thin, he felt compelled to negotiate. If we succeed in making the fishing device, could I count on a share? His request was not unreasonable. Jiang Ning would have done the same in his position. Given the water's depth, are you confident your device can catch fish? As long as there are fish, I can catch them. It's merely a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency, which is quite simple. For the sake of culinary freedom, Jiang Ning agreed. All right, but this must remain confidential. After all they had been through, the Zhong family had every reason to be cautious about what they disclosed. How long will it take to construct? For Zhong Ping, the design of the fishing device was uncomplicated. He had worked on a similar project in high school. Provided he had the materials, he could complete it tonight. Time was of the essence, and Hui Yishan returned to his room to fetch the inflatable boat. The Zhong family did not reside on the 18th floor, and Jiang Ning wished to keep their activities discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. She instructed Granny Zhong and Zhong Ping to head downstairs first. Jiang Ning insisted on accompanying them, and Hui Yishan had no objections. She tasked the residents of 1803 with preparing the fish by cutting and salting it, so she could return to coat it in flour for frying, ensuring it could be preserved for several days. The rabbits would be skinned and cleaned, then stored in the vehicle's refrigerator for gradual consumption. With caution, they descended the stairs, and Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, burdened with a heavy inflatable boat. The residents of 1202 were too preoccupied with comforting the injured Su Mengyao to notice the commotion next door. The inflatable boat quietly glided out of the community, its engine humming softly in the darkness as they steered towards the research institute. After approximately 40 minutes, the trio arrived at the Physics Research Institute. As expected, it was a chaotic scene, ransacked and disheveled. Zhong Ping's expression changed as he hurried to the materials room on the 8th floor. The door had been pried open, and various items lay scattered across the floor. With a flashlight in hand, Zhong Ping began collecting what he could. Research materials differ from daily necessities. While precious to the staff, they held little value for ordinary survivors, as they were neither edible nor drinkable. Amidst the disarray, there was little of true value to be salvaged. Zhong Ping sifted through the debris, accumulating a pile of components on the table, then produced tools to modify them. I still need a few more items. I'll head to the laboratory to dismantle some equipment. There were several laboratories, and he began to disassemble parts from various instruments and devices. These machines were costly, yet regrettably, many had been submerged in floodwaters. Zhong Ping, typically reserved, exhibited a rare display of emotion as he spoke, his sorrow evident. Indeed, the flood had not only claimed lives but also consumed the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning, unfamiliar with physics, could only stand by and offer no assistance. So she wandered about, searching for anything useful. In the pitch black, Hui Yishan intended to accompany her, but Zhong Ping called out for help instead. Could you give me a hand? This frequency converter needs some adjustments. Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, discovering office desks that could be used for firewood, door frames stripped bare, and discarded packaging strewn about. She picked up a few plastic planting pots, tossing them into her space without hesitation. The computers in the research room and the instruments in the laboratory are invaluable resources. While Jiang Ning may not have immediate use for them, they may prove essential to someone in the future, and they occupy no significant space. After wandering through several floors, she collected a considerable amount of discarded items, as well as some creatively designed exhibits from the exhibition room. The scientific products were far removed from daily life, and Jiang Ning could not even recognize them when presented. Upon returning to the 8th floor, she found Zhong Ping had already assembled several components. He had somehow procured an outer casing that resembled a frequency transformer. After rummaging through his backpack for the components he had brought from home, he toiled for another 2 hours before finally achieving a successful installation. The machine emitted a crackling sound that made Jiang Ning uncomfortable, prompting her to cover her ears and step back. The flood is too deep. I have increased the frequency, which can reach up to 30 meters when in operation. The frequency range is harmless to humans, but fish will not withstand it, floating belly up. The only downside is its excessive power consumption. It can only operate for about 3 to 4 hours before depleting the battery. With the fishing device completed, Jiang Ning inquired, "Where shall we go fishing?" "You will find out tomorrow." "Are there many fish?" Jiang Ning asked anxiously, explaining, "If we need more hands, my parents can help." Resources are scarce everywhere, but he knew that the 18th floor had the capability, so he hoped for a greater reward for greater effort. No one could guarantee how many fish there were, but with the need to leave someone at home, many fish would surely be swept away by the vast reservoir. And there would not be enough manpower. At 5 tomorrow, 3 people from your family should gather outside the community. With the fishing device sorted, Jiang Ning stuffed several components into his bag, as they might prove useful later. He had come prepared, bringing along more than a dozen bags to ensure nothing was left behind. Each has their own expertise, and survival methods vary. So Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan did not intervene. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past midnight. Zheng Weili and the others had not slept at all, and the dog leaped up to embrace Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao's stomach rumbled. You're finally back. We were almost starving." Upon entering, the aroma of fried fish filled the room, the golden brown pieces tantalizingly crisp. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could you possibly starve? Zheng Weili chuckled, asked Kailei. Chapter 58. The First Waste King. "Sister, I know." Dodo raised her hand to answer. The fish were caught by Kailei. And Kailei wouldn't let the older siblings eat.
Really? How could that be?
Jiang Ning was utterly baffled. The dog was so adorable. How could it be so domineering? Woof! Kailei tugged at her sleeve, pulling her towards the dining table. A large bowl filled with aromatic fried fish beckoned, making one salivate at the mere sight. The dog stood on the table, pushing the bowl of fish forward with its paws. Human. Eat. Jiang Ning was at a loss, glancing at Zheng Weili and the others. They had not had it easy either. Having marinated the fish pieces without waiting for Jiang Ning's return, they thought they could not rely solely on her. Thus, the 3 of them had toiled for quite some time to fry the fish. Little did they know, Kailei was glaring fiercely, fixated on the fish, not allowing anyone to touch it. It was drooling, yet refused to let anyone near. The 18th floor was relatively democratic. After all, it was Kailei who caught the fish. And now it was a top-tier survival expert, so nobody dared to offend it. No matter how tempting, they had to endure. Zhang Chao was so tempted that he cried, "Hurry up and eat. We're about to starve." Jiang Ning let out an unkind chuckle. Our Kailei is simply amazing. It knows how to take care of its owner. Kailei, exhilarated, woof. Its eyes sparkled as if to say, "Human, I'm raising you." Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and began to eat. It was crispy, fresh, and fragrant. After all their efforts, 1803 had finally embarked on its journey. Observing the enlightened dog, Jiang Ning suddenly decided to play a prank. Kailei. "I've already eaten. Who's next?" Woof, woof. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, drool spilling forth. Jiang Ning understood, and placed a piece in the dog's bowl. What next? Kailei nipped at Dodo's pant leg. One by one, the distribution began. Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally Hua Yishan. Kailei seemed quite satisfied with its arrangement, and it was time to eat. Being the last to be served, Hua Yishan could understand that he could not compete with Jiang Ning, and while he understood that Kailei favored children, as its trainer, he had been strict during lessons. But he had never expected to become the very figure Kailei despised the most. Hua Yishan was bewildered, questioning his existence. Laughter erupted among the group, and Zheng Weili brought out the prepared congee, inviting everyone to eat. After discussing tomorrow's tasks, they each returned to their homes, stifling yawns. Having enjoyed Kailei's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning felt particularly elated. She retrieved 2 smart bathtubs filled with hot water, sprinkled in some dried rose petals, and played soothing music. Closing her eyes to relish a delightful bath, Kailei, with bubbles atop its head, lay back in the bathtub, tilting its head to gaze at its owner. Its bright eyes sparkling like stars. It seems I'm not the only one who has enjoyed a petal bath. After the bath, she wrapped herself in a blanket and slept soundly. In her drowsy state, she heard the crackling sound of electricity. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" A deep voice called intermittently. Ever since Kailei's arrival, her sleep quality had improved significantly. The alarm clock rang, jolting Jiang Ning awake at 4:30 in the morning.
Groggy.
She got up to change her clothes as the intercom crackled to life again. It was likely Hui Yishin reminding her that it was time to set off. She rummaged about, unable to locate the intercom. How peculiar. Where could it have gone? She noticed it lying motionless in Kayleigh's dog bed. Kayleigh, don't just stand there. Help me find it. The dog remained unfazed, lounging lazily.
Easy.
What on earth? It was right on the bedside table. She searched on the bed, beneath it, and beside the dog bed. Move aside, will you? Kayleigh remained unperturbed, continuing to sprawl. Jiang Ning squinted, deep in thought. She bent down to scoop it up. To her surprise, the intercom had been pressed beneath Kayleigh's backside. The caught-off-guard dog blinked its innocent eyes. Huh? How did the intercom grow legs? Jiang Ning was conflicted. The intercom had Kayleigh's scent on it. Should she still keep it? I'm waiting. It's quite urgent. After disinfecting it with alcohol spray and wiping it down with a tissue, she secured it and prepared to set off. Facing the mischievous dog early in the morning, Jiang Ning found it both amusing and exasperating. Are you guarding the house or going out? Kayleigh scurried into the living room, dragging its battle attire over. Jiang Ning quickly dressed it. In a hurried departure, Hui Yishin and Zhang Chao were already waiting, while Zheng Weili cradled the still-sleeping Dodo and whispered to the group, "Stay safe." Quietly, they exited the community, where Zhong Ping and his family awaited in a rubber boat. In the dim light, the flashlight revealed the figures of Zhong's parents, both appearing quite refined despite being in their 40s. They secured the rubber boat to the speedboat and set off towards the hillside villa area. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 7, with the first light of dawn breaking. After organizing their gear, they traversed the mountains in the rain. Kayleigh took the lead, effortlessly guiding the way. A new day awaited, and the humans were to continue feasting. The visibility was poor, and the mountain path was rugged. Jiang Ning slipped, her body tilting backward. Hui Yishin, standing just behind her, instinctively reached out to steady her waist. Be careful. Jiang Ning was securely caught, quickly grasping a nearby tree. She could not help but marvel inwardly. He truly had a strong grip, carrying the inflatable boat on his own while also supporting her and the rubber dinghy she bore. He truly embodied the title of King of Endurance. Hui Yishin cautioned those behind him to tread carefully, for the muddy slope was treacherous. Simultaneously, he commanded ahead, Kayleigh, do not be reckless. Do not lead the way indiscriminately. The subsequent path proved to be considerably smoother. After trudging through the rain for nearly 2 hours, they finally glimpsed the vast reservoir nestled among the mountains. Kayleigh, brimming with courage, insisted that Jiang Ning help her remove her raincoat, before plunging headfirst into the water with a splash. Moments later, she emerged with a wriggling fish clamped tightly in her mouth. Upbroting Jiang Ning. She presented the fish to her, exclaiming, "Here, for the one who cleans up after me. Meat." There is indeed fish. Mother Zhong's voice trembled with excitement as her eyes fixated on the catch. Let us eat first before resuming our tasks. Exhausted from the climb, the group sought refuge beneath a tree to escape the rain. Jiang Ning packed the fish into a plastic bag and shared steamed buns with Kayleigh. Hui Yishin munched on compressed biscuits, while Zhang Chao enjoyed rice balls. The Zhong family produced sweet potatoes, each savoring their own, as if they could not bear to peel away the skin. It appeared that the Zhong family had indeed exhausted their provisions. But what of it? A debt of rice for a grain of rice. Jiang Ning harbored no thoughts of charity. They must rely on their own efforts for sustenance. After regaining their strength, Zhong Ping hoisted the fishing machine onto the inflatable boat. Let's give it a try. The sound may be a bit jarring, so those unaccustomed can cover their ears. Jiang Ning plugged her ears with earplugs while cradling the dog in her arms. The dog's acute hearing would amplify the noise, so she shielded its ears and held it tightly. Chapter 59. The Freedom of Eating Fish. Hui Yishin propelled the inflatable boat, halting about 30 meters from the shore, with Zhong Ping aboard. The fishing machine whirred to life, emitting a faint yet piercing buzz. Kayleigh grew restless, nudging the dog's head incessantly. Zhang Chao, peering through binoculars, exclaimed excitedly after a few minutes, "Fish. There are indeed fish jumping." Jiang Ning seized the binoculars and confirmed that numerous fish were leaping from the water, their bellies flashing white. After anchoring in one spot for around 10 minutes, the inflatable boat glided toward another location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber dinghy and paddled over with a snakeskin bag. The dog paddled eagerly in front, its paws splashing in the water. The fish that had flipped belly up were carried away by the current, and the four of them in 3 rubber dinghies paddled toward the floating fish, using paddles to scoop them into their bags. The fish were sizable, most weighing between 3 to 5 pounds, with some reaching 7 to 8 pounds. The reservoir boasted a variety of fish: grass carp, silver carp, crucian carp, bluegill,
and tilapia.
Amidst the relentless rain, the group spread out to catch fish, their visibility limited. The reservoir spanned an estimated 30 to 40 acres. And as the rainwater continued to accumulate, the water overflowed, sweeping many fish away. Had it not been for this calamity, the reservoir could have yielded hundreds of thousands of fish, truly a bountiful harvest. However, the fishing machine consumed a considerable amount of electricity, likely capturing only a few more times before the surging water carried away the abundant fish, which was a lamentable loss. While filling the bags with fish, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, drawing them into her space. Seeing the fish in the scooper's hands suddenly vanish, Kayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment. She had performed another magic trick. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the dog had learned to be vigilant whenever she conjured her tricks, immediately scanning the surroundings for any threats. As they swam and fished, within an hour, they had filled a snakeskin bag with approximately 80 to 90 pounds of fish. The Zhong parents, diligent and industrious, had already filled 2 bags. Zhang Chao called from a distance, "You two, slow down. The fish are being swept away." Hua Yishan and Zhong Ping were also busy fishing, and 8 bags piled beneath the tree weighed around 700 to 800 pounds. Worrying about the lack of food was one thing, but the prospect of having a mountain of fish posed its own dilemma: how to transport them out. What if we managed to catch a few hundred pounds each day? Zhong Ping pondered, fretting that the fishing machine's battery would not last much longer. Can it be recharged? It can be, but where would we recharge it? Hua Yishan proposed, let's first trade the fish. When the time comes, we can ask if they can recharge it. They referred to the group of sharp-beaked monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objections, so they agreed that each person would carry a bag of fish down the mountain for the exchange. Since they could not carry all the fish at once, someone needed to remain behind to guard them. Regardless of age or strength, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Hua Yishan's figure disappeared from sight, and ensuring no one was around, she transferred the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber dinghy and paddled to the center of the reservoir to activate the fishing machine.
Moments later,
fish began to float to the surface, belly up. Jiang Ning retrieved a large net, scooping the fish from the water surface into her space. The reservoir was teeming with fish, and with timely catches, each round yielded about 200 to 300 fish. After operating the fishing machine 5 times, they had captured over 2,000 fish, amounting to several thousand pounds. Once the fishing machine ran out of power, Jiang Ning produced a solar-powered battery from her space. After recharging, she caught another wave. Though the exact total was uncertain, it was guaranteed to be around 20,000 pounds. With such an abundance of fish, they could never consume it all. In the future, they could find reasons to distribute some to others or trade it for other supplies, converting it into rations. Jiang Ning replenished the fishing machine with half a charge and then paddled along the reservoir's edge, collecting numerous dead fish washed ashore, filling 3 snakeskin bags. After about half an hour, the dog became alert, and soon after, they heard Zhang Chao and the others approaching. Quickly arriving at the meeting point, they were astonished to see 3 bags filled with fish. Zhang Chao exclaimed, "Ning, where did these fish come from?" "While you were away, I combed the shoreline of the reservoir and gathered quite a few fish," Jiang Ning replied. She then inquired, "Have the trade negotiations been finalized?" Mentioning this, Zhang Chao's expression was a mix of joy and concern. They needed fish, but could not possibly eat so many at once. Furthermore, 2 pounds of fish could only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, limiting them to a maximum of 200 pounds of fresh rice, with the remainder needing to be compensated with other items. Understanding the principle that scarcity increases value, he noted that fish meat was inherently cheaper than pork. As food supplies dwindled, naturally, prices would rise. Acquiring 800 pounds of fish would not necessarily ensure a swift sale. Jiang Ning asked, "What should we do now?" Other items included medicines, canned goods, salt, oil, clothing, and various miscellaneous supplies. Hua Yishan expressed willingness to contribute, stating, "If anyone urgently needs food, I can sacrifice my portion in exchange for medicine, canned goods or oil, and salt." Jiang Ning had no objections. After all, the 1803 group would definitely need food, as all three were gluttons. The Zhong family had an even greater need. So the portions of both Jiang Ning and Huaishan would be evenly distributed between the 1803 group and the Zhong family. If the Zhong family desired broken rice, they could take a larger share, as it was essential to feed the entire family. Jiang Ning inquired about the priority. Should they continue fishing? Absolutely. We cannot afford to waste food. That would be a grave sin. Mother Zhong had already devised a plan. If they do not want it, we will catch it for ourselves and prepare fried fish, crispy fish, cured fish, or pickled fish. The possibilities are endless. On their way back, taking a shortcut, Mother Zhong discovered a vast expanse of wild kudzu roots in the valley. They could dig some up, grind it into powder, and the extracted kudzu powder could serve as sustenance. Indeed, the ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds, Jiang Ning mused. After finalizing their plans, the fishing machine was activated once more. As they fished and scooped, Zhang Chao frowned, sensing that the fish seemed to be diminishing. Jiang Ning inhaled deeply. "I did not. I have not." Huaishan remarked, "The ultrasonic waves affect the fish. They sense danger and flee with the current." Indeed, seeking the advantageous while avoiding harm was only natural. Regardless, capturing so many was not feasible for consumption, and they would still have to worry about how to manage the surplus. After operating the fishing machine a few more times, they had caught over 1,000 pounds of fish, but it finally succumbed to exhaustion. Zhang Chao, reeking of fish, felt nauseated at the scent. "Let us first deal with these fish, and then we shall devise a plan to recharge the machine." The crowd expressed no objections and, after satisfying their hunger, began the trek down the mountain with the fish. Finding a shortcut made the journey considerably easier. After several trips, all the fish were moved into the villa, and after deducting the exchanged fish, there remained over 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to bring them back to the community, as the Zhong family would be the first to attract attention. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao and then proposed processing the fish at the villa. The Zhong family welcomed the idea with eagerness. Consequently, Jiang Ning and Zhong's mother stayed behind to gut the fish, while the four men took the fish to trade. Armed with a butcher's knife, Jiang Ning squatted down to scale the fish, eviscerate them, and cut them into pieces. Kola, having seized a plump fish, sat nearby contentedly gnawing away. The leftover gas from the last meat sauce was still hidden in the villa, although it was not much. It would suffice for frying the fish. Using the pretext of rummaging for supplies, Jiang Ning retrieved the gas stove and oil from the second-floor chimney. Zhong's mother was utterly astonished and cheerfully remarked, "You young folks really excel at finding things." Though there was not much oil, it would be enough to fry several batches before their return. Zhong's mother was adept at frying, while Jiang Ning continued to prepare the fish. The aroma of frying was quite strong, and it was evident that the fish pieces had been overcooked, yet Zhong's mother showed no intention of lifting them from the pan. Jiang Ning tactfully suggested, "If it's fried too dry, it won't be edible, right? We need to retain some moisture. With this weather, it's easy for food to spoil and won't last long." While deep frying may be unhealthy, survival and filling their stomachs were paramount. Indeed, storage was a significant concern. Jiang Ning had her choices and would not consume the overcooked fish, but Kola enjoyed fish, so she opted for a regular fry for her portion. Zhong's mother was astonished, asking how they would possibly eat such a vast quantity of fish. Chapter 60. Trading fish for dog food. Jiang Ning remained aloof, and Zhong's mother refrained from overly ingratiating herself, which might be off-putting. "All right, I'll fry your portion first to avoid overcooking," Jiang Ning said. To her surprise, Zhong's mother was indeed a frying expert. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender within, making it exceptionally delicious. Kola was drawn over, wagging its tail in anticipation. Jiang Ning tossed a generous amount to it while urging Zhong's mother to eat her fill first. The fish was abundant, and Zhong's mother managed to consume nearly 2 fish worth before her hunger subsided. How long had it been since anyone had eaten their fill? It was truly delightful, almost as if she could swallow her tongue in joy. The 18th floor indeed had its merits, and Zhong's mother worked even harder, hoping they could be included in future ventures. After frying 7 or 8 batches, the sound of a speedboat approached. Hua Yishan and the others returned, bringing oil, salt, and various seasonings. Zhang Chao, with a beaming smile and an excited tone, exclaimed, "Aining, we've secured another deal." After trading with the sharp-tongued monkey, they pondered that with such a stockpile, it would eventually spoil, necessitating alternative strategies. Zhang Chao, skilled in business, proposed trying their luck at the department store, believing they might find new clients. Upon arriving at the department store, they discovered that the government had implemented new policies to help more citizens survive. An official market had been established. Citizens in need could set up stalls at the market to exchange necessary living supplies. There was no entry fee for the market, but disruptions were strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for any lawbreakers. The exchange of goods was abundant, yet food transactions were notably scarce, with most items being surplus goods such as clothing, shoes, bicycles, kitchen utensils, etc., and everyone was keen to trade for food. Amidst the throngs of people, the group hesitated to reveal their fish, opting instead to discreetly seek potential targets. Unfortunately, aside from Zhang Chao, whose eyesight was sharper, the others were rather inept in this regard. The Zhong family focused on their technical endeavors, and Hua Yishan, being from a special police background, found it challenging to identify potential clients. What if they inadvertently attracted trouble? It was crucial to note that while many participated in the market to exchange goods, nefarious gangs were also lurking among the crowds, seeking opportunistic prey. Thus, the three of them waited in a corner while Zhang Chao ventured in to scout potential customers. Half an hour later, he emerged with two ragged individuals. Zhong's father scrutinized them and was taken aback. Were these not his colleagues? Lao Gao, you're still alive?
Lao Zong.
You too? It was a heartfelt reunion between comrades, tears welling in their eyes. Who would have thought that amidst calamity, they would fail to recognize familiar faces? However, in this time of disaster, despite the familiarity between Zhong's father and Lao Gao, Hua Yishan and the others remained vigilant. We have fish, and they have dog food. Zhang Chao excitedly pulled Jiang Ning aside to share the good news. Cola would no longer go hungry. Lao Gao's community consisted of housing allocated to government employees. Though old and dilapidated, it was filled with familiar neighbors, predominantly middle-aged and elderly, with quite a few young children. They had banded together in search of supplies. With early action and remarkable luck, they had managed to find a dog food workshop and brought back over 10,000 pounds of dog food. For the past few months, they had survived on dog food. While it was nutritious and hunger-sustaining, eating too much of it could be nauseating, so they came to the market to try their luck. The middle-aged community was filled with wise individuals, and they too were discerning among the various traders, never parting with their goods easily. It was quite a coincidence to find familiar faces, and they had not anticipated encountering old colleagues. This eased their anxious hearts. After some bargaining, they agreed on a trade of 3 pounds of fish for 1 pound of dog food. Zhong's father cursed his colleague, calling him a cunning old fox, lamenting Lao Gao. You weren't like this before. Have you lost your conscience? Lao Gao, feeling a pang of regret, choked out, Alas, we are all driven by this disaster. Though it seemed like a significant loss to trade 3 pounds of fresh fish for 1 pound of dog food, it was not as dire as it sounded. Dog food was filling and well-sealed for preservation, whereas fish would spoil within 2 days if not processed. Zhang Chao took out half a bag of dog food, stating, "We've all tried it, and it tastes quite decent." Jiang Ning refused to partake, instead letting Cola sample it. Cola, though reluctant, devoured it with relish, appreciating the fact that it was offered by its beloved caretaker. The dog food bag was exceptionally well-sealed, likely due to the excessive preservatives, boasting a shelf life of 3 years. Upon hearing about the dog food, Zhong's mother was equally thrilled. If they could indeed trade fish for it, it would sustain the family for quite some time. Everyone desired it, including Jiang Ning, especially upon hearing about the freeze-dried canned food for cats and dogs. Her dog deserved the very best. Thus, everyone agreed to exchange fresh fish for dog food. The old colleagues tested the waters, realizing they both held significant stock, eventually settling on a trade of 500 pounds of fresh fish for 500 pounds of dog food. With that, the remaining fish dwindled, but there were still plenty in the reservoir, plenty to catch. They immediately gathered their tools and concealed the gas stove and other supplies. The group feasted on the crispy fried fish before dividing the leftovers. Jiang Ning called over Hua Yishan and Zhang Chao, addressing how to divide the labor fairly. considering the Zhong family had contributed significantly. Although Zhong's parents were mere laborers, it was Zhong Ping who had crafted the fishing gear, without whom they would not have caught such an abundance of fish. Zhang Chao, quick-witted, suggested, how about giving him 1/5 for his share and half a share for his parents? It would be too harsh otherwise, but giving too much was also inadvisable. Jiang Ning had no objections, agreeing to the 1/5 allocation. They had no habit of exploiting others and preferred to clarify matters openly. Learning they would receive 1/5 was a relief for the Zhong family, whose 3 members beamed with joy, thinking that even one share was quite fortunate. With 500 pounds traded, there was not much left, so they decided to take it all. In the darkness, the speedboat towed the rubber dinghy, navigating through the floodwaters. The 2 parties arranged to meet for a discreet transaction on the outskirts of a city. Although there were old colleagues present, one must always remain vigilant. Jiang Ning cautioned everyone to don their life jackets and conceal their weapons. As they cautiously approached the transaction site, Coke emitted a wary bark. Jiang Ning produced a powerful flashlight and, indeed, spotted a speedboat and several rubber dinghies not far off. The transaction had stipulations. On Lao Gao's side, there could be no more than 6 individuals, with 1 speedboat and 3 rubber dinghies. Exceeding this number would constitute a breach of agreement, resulting in an automatic cancellation of the deal. Jiang Ning nodded, confirming that the count was accurate. 2 middle-aged men and 4 young lads, each wielding iron rods, their expressions alert. The beam of the flashlight swept across the surrounding water, revealing no suspicious activities. The 500 pounds of fish were quite conspicuous. Yet the 500 pounds of dog food was less so, being relatively heavy and not easily noticeable. The Zhong father and son paddled their rubber dinghy closer, verifying that it contained only dog food, signaling for Hua Yishan and the others to approach. Weighing the goods ensued, followed by the exchange of supplies. The fresh fish weighed over 600 pounds, but Lao Gao only accepted 500 pounds of dog food. However, they also brought along 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food for sampling, suggesting that future transactions could include canned goods as well. Mr. Zhong favored the dog food, chastising Lao Gao for his cunning nature. Chapter 61. Someone is coming. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with this transaction, as the dog adored such treats. Thus, over 100 pounds of fish were traded for 20 cans of freeze-dried food. Lao Gao was equally satisfied with the Zhong family's catch. Despite the impressive 600 pounds, the dog food had been consumed quickly. The community had many mouths to feed, leaving little behind. Old Zhong, do you have any left? Mr. Zhong, ever cautious, inquired. How much do you need? He suggested, what if we trade every 3 days, 2,000 pounds at a time? That won't do if you want it. It must be tomorrow or the day after. Once this opportunity passes, it won't return. The mountain reservoir is overflowing, and many fish are drifting away with the current. Who knows when the reservoir might be discovered? We must act preemptively. The entire community would be consuming fish, and there would be no need for secrecy. Lao Gao and the others deliberated, agreeing to continue the trade. As night fell, they would reconvene at this very location, taking whatever quantity was available. Daylight was too conspicuous. Nighttime was the safest option. After the transaction, they retreated cautiously, ensuring no one was following before heading back to the community. With 500 pounds of dog food and additional supplies exchanged with the sharp-mouthed monkeys, today had proven to be quite fruitful. However, after the initial joy, a significant issue arose. In their focus on the trade, they had neglected to recharge the fishing device.
What now?
Mr. Zhong lamented in distress. We've already promised Lao Gao. There was no reason to abandon the dog food that was almost within reach. Zhang Chao suggested, what if we ask the sharp-mouthed monkeys to recharge it? These unscrupulous individuals demanded 200 pounds of fish for a single recharge, while they could spare the fish. The concern was that revealing the fishing device could lead to theft and potentially expose the reservoir's location. Although they had been trustworthy thus far, it was the end of the world, and human hearts were the most unpredictable of all. They had yet to resort to violence. But perhaps they were merely biding their time. Jiang Ning, possessing ample means to recharge, found herself unable to make use of them. Hua Yishan, with an air of authority, declared, I will handle the charging. You needn't worry. His presence silenced any inquiries regarding his methods. Not only the Zhong family, but even the 1803 group refrained from questioning him. Even if they did, Huaishan would remain tight-lipped. Such is the nature of humanity, maintaining a reverence for the enigmatic. Huaishan was undoubtedly a figure of mystery, and they all understood the stakes. Curiosity could lead to peril, disrupting the fragile harmony they had established. Despite 1803's usual jovial demeanor, they were acutely aware of their standing in relation to Huaishan, who did not extend the same leniency as Jiang Ning. Thus, they refrained from questioning him and instead offered their assistance in keeping secrets. Hence, the honorable yet arduous task fell to Huaishan. Though it was late at night, vigilance remained paramount. The group stealthily transported their supplies upstairs, barefoot.
The Zhong family,
Having emerged with the most bountiful haul, had not only secured over 100 pounds of dog food but also several dozens of rice and fried fish. If the family conserved their provisions, they could last several months. Grandma Zhong, in a state of inner turmoil, listened intently to the sounds outside before quietly opening the door for her son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning of their substantial gain, she softly remarked, "The people on the 18th floor are truly kind. Let us not forget the source of our good fortune." "Mother, we are well aware," the family assured her. Without rest, they promptly organized their acquisitions into several parcels, stowing them away in wardrobes, sealing compartments, and within the range hood. Human nature can be as fierce as a tiger. These were life-sustaining supplies, and any negligence was intolerable. Jiang Ning, however, enjoyed the luxury of simply tossing everything into her space. Zheng Weili affirmed, "Ning, we still have food. When Coke finishes its dog food, feel free to come and take some." Jiang Ning, adhering to the principle of fairness among kin, replied, "All right. I'll trade for supplies when the time comes." After closing the door, she led her dog into the space for a hot bath. Unable to bear the lingering fishy scent, the dog, having entered several times before, remained remarkably composed, finding a suitable place to store the fish. Its eyes sparkled with delight at the abundance of provisions. While it could not count, it sensed a mountain of food, envisioning endless meals to come. Jiang Ning, equally satisfied, planned to address the fish at a later time. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she and her dog savored warm chicken soup, sharing silly smiles with one another. Xiao Bai, with its plump belly, approached quietly and settled beside Jiang Ning. She affectionately rubbed its round belly, speculating that it would soon give birth to several pups. The dog, feeling threatened by the competition for affection, quietly bared its teeth, thinking, once the pups arrive, they'll all be on the menu. Worn out, they left home later than usual the following day. Lu Yu replaced Zhang Chao, while Zheng Weili stayed home to care for the child, feeling a sense of urgency, as if she were merely consuming free food. Uncertain of Huaishan's method, the fishing device was indeed fully charged, fueling the curiosity of the others, yet no one dared to inquire. Knowing that Lao Gao had announced they could take as much as they needed, everyone prepared for a vigorous day ahead. Concerned that Huaishan might struggle, Jiang Ning decisively hoisted her speedboat onto her back. The speedboat, equipped with an engine, prompted Mr. Zhong's worry that the young girl might find it too heavy, and he offered to assist her as they climbed the mountain. Jiang Ning accepted graciously, and thus, the Zhong father and son took turns carrying the load over hills and valleys. Upon reaching the reservoir, they found the water level had risen even more than the previous day. Engaging in arduous labor, the group did not skimp on nourishment, ensuring their bellies were full before commencing work. Especially for the Zhong family, the hearty meal invigorated them, restoring their energy. They divided tasks efficiently, with Huaishan and Zhongping operating the fishing device while Jiang Ning and the others spread out to catch fish. Zhongping had crafted 2 fishing nets overnight, dramatically increasing their efficiency. The dog, with an eerie gaze, fixed its stare on Zhongping, feeling that the opportunity to hide fish had vanished. The intimidating presence of the dog unnerved Zhongping, who turned to Huaishan and asked, "Why does it keep staring at me?" Huaishan, accustomed to the situation, replied, "If you don't watch it, how will you know it's watching you?" Zhongping was left speechless. "All right, I'll focus on fishing." Drawing on their experience from the previous day, the group worked swiftly, amassing nearly 2,000 pounds of fish in roughly 2 hours. Just as they were about to continue, Coke suddenly transformed, barking fiercely at a distant figure, its demeanor alert and aggressive. Jiang Ning, taking out her binoculars, realized with dismay, this is not good. Someone is approaching. A considerable number of individuals arrived, approximately 20 to 30, and they too had discovered the reservoir. Some were engaged in fishing. What should we do? Zhou instantly grew anxious, realizing we had been spotted. Jiang Ning maintained her composure, stating that they would fish as they pleased while we would tend to our own catch. With 2,000 pounds of fish, escape was simply out of the question. Soon, they rushed toward the reservoir, equipped not only with rubber boats, but also with 2 speedboats. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 30 individuals, likely a group organized to scavenge for supplies. Leading the charge was a speedboat, from which emerged over a dozen armed men, several adorned with tattoos. Their fierce demeanor directed toward the center of the reservoir. Hua Yishan furrowed his brow, securing the speedboat to the rubber boat. With one speedboat tethered to one rubber boat, they would surely gain momentum. He opened his backpack and tossed a nail gun toward Jiang Ning. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. Had it fallen into the water, it would have been disastrous. Chapter 62. The Consequences of Words. The newcomers were clearly hostile, and the tension heightened among the others, especially the Zhou family, who were visibly rattled, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances. Yet, the apocalypse left no room for genteel behavior, compelling them to draw knives from their bags. The speedboat surged forward, the tattooed men howling, while others paddled the rubber boats closely behind. Upon spotting the fish floating belly up on the water's surface, greed glinted in their eyes, especially as Jiang Ning's boat was filled with fish. Approximately 30 feet away, the speedboat came to a halt, and one of the men brandished a large cleaver, brazenly shouting, "Leave the fish, the boat, and the dog, and we might let you live." Among the 6 individuals present, only the tall man appeared somewhat intimidating. The others were mere fodder. Jiang Ning queried, "We'll leave everything to you, but how do we depart?" "That's not our concern. If you're capable, jump into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, consider yourself fortunate. Little sister, you're quite beautiful. If you make our brothers comfortable, you can stay." Hearing their lewd remarks, Hua Yishan's expression darkened, while Jiang Ning remained unfazed. It seemed negotiations were futile. "Stop the pointless chatter. If you don't want to live, leave your lives behind. I assure you, tonight will be unforgettable," he declared. Before he could finish, he was struck by an arrow, tumbling into the reservoir along with it. The onlookers were stunned as Hua Yishan, bow in hand, unleashed a series of exceptionally sharp bamboo arrows. Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, wondered just how many weapons he possessed. Despite her thoughts, she acted without hesitation, seizing the nail gun and firing multiple rounds, not at people, but at the speedboat. In an instant, the vessel began to leak, and the startled occupants, once bold, found themselves teetering in panic. "Damn it, they have guns and arrows." Hua Yishan rarely took action, but when he did, it was lethal. He shot several arrows, each finding its mark with deadly precision. Cries of agony erupted as those who had previously boasted found themselves plunging into the unfathomable depths of the reservoir. Survival instincts kicked in, with many flailing in the water, some even lunging towards Jiang Ning and her companions in a desperate bid for survival. 2 individuals fortunate enough to evade the nail gun and bow grasped the rope of the speedboat, but just as they were about to pull themselves up, their hands were severed. They fell into the water with a splash, followed by piercing screams. Facing Jiang Ning, who remained unflinching with her tang knife, the Zhou family trembled in terror. They are killing people, not just one, but an entire boat. They were unable to retaliate, as both Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning swiftly eliminated them all. Though the air was chilled, they had always been mild-mannered and forgiving. It was shocking how swiftly they had resorted to killing without a second thought. Lu Yu, accustomed to such violence, reassured the Zhou family, "It's all right. You'll get used to it in time." In mere minutes, the speedboat was devoid of life. The remaining speedboat, which had initially been filled with bloodthirsty individuals, was now rendered silent. The driver, in a moment of panic, slammed the brakes, sending several men tumbling into the water, nearly capsizing the vessel. What the hell? They kill without blinking. The crowd was momentarily subdued, and no one dared to approach, yet their greed for the fish lingered. Thus, they took to the rubber boats, attempting to encircle Jiang Ning and her group. "What should we do now?"
Zhou fretted,
anxious about the 20 or so armed individuals closing in. If they were encircled and attacked, their small group would face significant trouble. Jiang Ning scanned the scene through binoculars, identifying the speedboat occupants as a gang of thugs, while those in the rubber boats appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, driven by a desperate hunger that forced them to ally with the gang for survival. They were armed with knives, clubs, and wooden sticks, but likely lacked firearms. Given the distance, the effectiveness of the nail gun and bow diminished, losing their initial advantage. Jiang Ning was unafraid of their advance, but worried about a standoff, which would serve no one well. As she suspected, the tattooed men hesitated to approach, instead urging those in the rubber boats to move forward. The occupants of the rubber boats, though terrified, were equally tormented by hunger and slowly paddled closer. Hua Yishan spoke, "As long as they don't draw near, we need not concern ourselves with them. Let us continue fishing." Lu Yu and the others regained their focus, resuming their efforts to catch fish. The reservoir had been discovered, and today presented their last opportunity to fish. They had to seize it with fervor. As for the troublemakers, they could deal with them after securing their haul. There was no need to waste time in a stalemate. The earlier commotion had sent many fish drifting away with the current, while those in the rubber boats began to scoop them up from a distance. "I caught one. We have fish to eat. I've caught some too." Excited smiles broke out among the group as they began to gut the fish, using their knives to slice into the flesh. Though the uncooked fish reeked, it offered sustenance far superior to gnawing on leaves. Many couldn't resist feasting on the spot, treating it as a culinary delight, even with scales and blood staining their lips. Jiang Ning stood atop the speedboat, her expression steely as she kept a watchful eye on them. Fishing continued, with everyone engrossed in their task while Jiang Ning stood guard with her nail gun. The modified nail gun could reach up to 30 meters, but its effectiveness waned beyond 15. Human greed is insatiable. The group repeatedly probed, collecting stray fish but still unsatisfied, inching closer. Jiang Ning remained silent until the first rubber boat entered the optimal range. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and fired. While she missed the heart, she struck the shoulder. With the next shot, she aimed for the rubber boat. They were so startled they quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach. "Please, miss, we haven't eaten in days. Just let us catch a few fish. We'll settle for scraps. We won't compete with you." Jiang Ning coldly commanded, "Step back," regardless of their pleas. Her heart was made of stone. They reluctantly retreated, though they still managed to catch some fish. The current was swift, and the mountain winds stirred the water, scattering the fish that had been stunned by the sonar. The rubber boats gradually spread out, no longer encroaching upon Jiang Ning and her group, simply seeking to gather what they could. Slowly, their efforts began to yield results, with some quick-handed individuals already catching over 20 fish. Whenever they drew too close, they would swiftly retreat to a safer distance. The occupants of the speedboat grew frustrated with their inability to control those below, ultimately resigning themselves to fishing alongside them, all the while plotting to seize the opportunity once the others had finished. One of the lackeys quietly inquired, "Boss, should we call for reinforcements?" The boss glared. "And how do you propose we do that?" With only a single inflatable boat at hand, night fell before they could make a round trip. Moreover, those unruly two-legged sheep had managed to catch quite a few fish. They were likely to seize this opportunity to escape. Once they reached the shore, we could devise a plan to seize them. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also wished to land and deal with them. Chapter 63. The Reservoir's Catastrophic Breach. The fishing had nearly concluded, with fewer fish surfacing, while Hua Yishan and his companions had netted approximately 3,000 jin. Just then, the fishing device ran out of power. The wind intensified, and the inflatable boat was blown apart. Jiang Ning's inflatable boat, weighed down by a considerable catch, was spared from being swept away, yet the individuals aboard swayed precariously. Those lighter inflatable boats, when rowed against the wind, made little progress, drifting further with the current. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with the water flow. It felt as if a current was pulling towards the reservoir's sluice gate. Hua Yishan also sensed the anomaly and instinctively glanced at Jiang Ning. Their eyes met, and within each other's pupils, they recognized the peril. "Run! Run!" They both shouted in unison, grasping the engine's pull cord of the inflatable boat. "Lu Yu, hold on tight." Jiang Ning swiftly started the boat, steering it in the opposite direction of the sluice gate. Lu Yu, aboard the inflatable boat with Zhongmu, nearly got thrown overboard. Gripping the tethering rope with all her might, Hua Yishan was no exception. The Zhong father and son clung tightly to their fish bags. The two inflatable boats sped through the reservoir as if racing against time. Big brother, they're escaping. We must pursue them. Quickly, don't let them slip away. Chase. Chase. As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous crashing sound echoed from afar. It felt as if the heavens had been pierced, unleashing torrents of floodwaters in an instant. Jiang Ning did not look back, racing against the flood, steering towards the furthest point. Unable to resist, Lu Yu glanced back, witnessing the horizon appear as if it had been torn apart, with an unending surge of floodwaters rushing towards the gap, carrying a destructive force. The water level continued to plummet as the inflatable boat surged forward, braving the waves. At last, they reached the furthest point safely. Continuing to run the engine, they countered the flood's pull. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu leapt off, scrambling ashore, wrapping the boat's rope around a tree. The Zhong family did likewise, securing their ropes to the tree, and together they dragged the boat and inflatable craft onto dry land. Jiang Ning ascended ashore, taking out her binoculars to survey the distance. The reservoir had breached, and the accumulated floodwaters gushed forth ceaselessly, resembling invisible tentacles siphoning the people from the inflatable boats towards the breach. The tattooed fishermen reacted sluggishly, fumbling to start their engine, yet they were no match for the overwhelming force of the flood, akin to a dying fish flailing on a cutting board. Not only them, but all those ensnared in the floodwaters appeared minuscule against the might of nature's calamity. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they were mercilessly devoured in an instant. Zhong Mu's face turned pale, her body trembling as she gasped for breath, watching the water level continue to drop. The struggling figures on the water surface grew increasingly distant and smaller, ultimately vanishing into mere blacks. Over 20 lives, gone in an instant. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the two young men, they too would have met their end here today. A sense of dread washed over them. Would this calamity ever come to an end? Why was living so arduous? Jiang Ning remained silent, sitting on the grass nearby, pulling out chocolate to replenish her energy. The dog approached her, eyes wide with yearning. Hey, give me some too. Poisonous. You cannot eat this, Jiang Ning warned, placing the chocolate beneath its nose for a sniff. You must never eat this. No jesting, the dog must never consume chocolate. It could be fatal. The poor creature felt rejected, turning its head away in dejection. Jiang Ning rummaged through her bag, producing a steamed bun, stuffing it into its mouth. Lu Yu, quite startled, felt exhilarated after narrowly escaping disaster. Not forgetting to pull out his phone to take pictures and foolishly record a video to share with his girlfriend later. Hua Yishan, lost in thought, gazed at the receding water levels. 2 hours later, the water surface finally calmed, having dropped by over 10 meters. Lu Yu climbed a tree to survey the distance, exclaiming, "Damn, the reservoir has connected to the outside." Hua Yishan ascended to the mountain's peak, surveying the surrounding terrain. The breach of the reservoir lay in a low-lying area, with the water flowing around the hills, ultimately extending to the outer road. Jiang Ning pondered, could we follow the current out, avoiding the need to traverse mountains to transport the fish? Theoretically, it was feasible. Carrying over 3,000 jin of fish while climbing mountains would surely be exhausting. The group decided to give it a try. With a gentle slope, they collaborated to push the inflatable boat into the water, gradually moving with the current. After a brief interval, they beheld the reservoir with a gaping hole, approximately 40 to 50 meters wide. The sky darkened ominously, and visibility began to blur. Jiang Ning remained vigilant, yet she did not spot any traces of the previous group. Perhaps they had been completely consumed by the flood. Or perhaps they had miraculously survived but had already fled. Regardless of the outcome, she had not witnessed it. Upon reaching the delivery point, they found themselves ahead of schedule, anchoring the inflatable boat in a calm stretch of water and tying it to a tree. They extinguished their lights and sat down to rest. After about an hour, faint lights flickered in the distance, and Kayleigh grew alert, barking. Jiang Ning covered the dog's mouth, retrieving her night vision binoculars. Though visibility was poor in the night, she still discerned Lao Gao's group, the same number as the previous night, their goods covered with waterproof tarps. After waiting for around 15 minutes, without spotting any following personnel, Jiang Ning switched on the spotlight, circling clockwise 5 times to signal them to approach for the transaction. Lao Gao initially assumed they had not arrived, unaware of their heightened vigilance. If ambushed, it would be disastrous. Recalling the delectable braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and sauerkraut fish they had savored, their mouths watered uncontrollably as they hurriedly motored over. 1 gene of dog food for 3 gene of fish was an exceptional bargain, after all. They had procured over 30,000 gene of dog food, along with several hundred boxes of canned cat and dog food. Many residents requested more fish, hoping to store some and alternate it with dog food. Upon seeing the bags in their inflatable boat, Lao Gao's anxieties dissipated entirely. The transaction proceeded smoothly, exchanging 3,000 gene of fish for 1,000 gene of dog food, with over 200 gene reserved for themselves. As there would be no more fish to catch in the future. "Old Zhong, hold off for now. I'll come looking for you in a few days," he said. Each family received a fair share of fish, enough to last several days, but they couldn't indulge excessively. For these fish, they had nearly risked their lives. And Zhong Fu contemplated that if Lao Gao desired more, they would have no means to procure any. "All right, reach out if you need more." The hearts of men are inscrutable. If they knew this was the last transaction, who could say if they might contemplate treachery? Once Lao Gao departed, Jiang Ning and the others began to divide their spoils. The Zhong family received their customary 5th share, both dog food and live fish, while Jiang Ning acquired nearly 200 gene of dog food and 8 fish. Hoarding food for the dog was no easy task. After 2 attempts, they had barely managed to gather 300 gene, but it should suffice for a while. Upon returning to the 18th floor in darkness, Jiang Ning scrubbed herself with body wash for quite some time to rid herself of the fishy odor. Kaylai, sensing the moment, sprawled in the bathtub, pushing the body wash towards Jiang Ning. "Come on, help me with my bath." Jiang Ning's lips twitched. Had she adopted a dog or brought home a grandfather? What dignity does a pooper-scooper possess? The dog is truly the master. Chapter 64. The Bamboo Shoot Heist. Awakening at leisure, having not yet partaken of breakfast, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. "Ning, what do you plan to do with your fish?" Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, "I intend to prepare some pickled fish. I will inquire with Granny Zhong later." Having received 2 portions of fish from 1803, she realized she could scarcely consume such a bounty and contemplated taking half of the fish to the department store market to exchange for some useful supplies. Jiang Ning, however, opted out of joining the fray, deciding instead to return to the hillside villa with Kaylai, hoping it might catch another rabbit or something similar. The reservoir's collapse posed too great a danger, and having exhausted Zhang Chao and Lu Yu over the past 2 days, they were disinclined to venture forth. She then proceeded to knock on the door of 1801, where Hu Yishan agreed to accompany her to the market, albeit to take Dodo for some exposure to the harsh realities of the outside world. Poor Zheng Weili was left behind to continue guarding the home. Just as she was about to depart, Granny Zhong knocked on the door, quietly inquiring if she wished to join the expedition for wild kudzu roots on the 18th floor. Catching a ride with those bound for the 18th floor, the Zhong family had amassed quite a collection of supplies, but who would ever complain about having too much? This time, fortune smiled upon them, but there was no guarantee of future opportunities. The wild kudzu roots, as thick as tree roots, yielded scarcely a pound of powder from 10 pounds of roots. It was not only exhausting to dig but also a challenge to break and wash the roots for powder. While kudzu powder is known for its beautifying properties, its texture resembled that of paste, offering little satisfaction. The residents of the 18th floor, well-fed and lazy, showed no inclination to partake in this unappealing endeavor. Consequently, the Zhong family had to tackle the task alone. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set off with the dog. She piloted the speedboat back to the reservoir and, upon landing, climbed towards another mountain peak. On the other side lay a dense grove of mozo bamboo, which Jiang Ning had serendipitously discovered while observing through binoculars 2 days prior. The bamboo produced shoots in winter, commonly referred to as winter bamboo shoots, and the current season was ripe for harvesting them. As she ascended the slope, she soon beheld vast expanses of bamboo. The soil was cracked and scattered, with some shoots even peeking out from the earth. Bamboo shoots, indeed. Jiang Ning retrieved her binoculars to ensure the area was clear before extracting a hoe from her space, reminding her dog to keep watch. With vigorous swings of the hoe, she began to dig and unearth the fresh shoots, each encased in their husks weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Digging relentlessly, her dog contributed by pawing at the ground. "Be careful not to scratch your paws," she cautioned, But Kaylee ignored her, insisting on staying close. Jiang Ning feigned severity. Kaylee, watch out, or I'll give you a good thrashing. Only then did the dog comply, sulking back to keep watch. Moments later, it darted off. Such is the nature of dogs, always restless, whether chasing after chickens or engaging in playful skirmishes. After a mere 15 minutes, the dog returned, proudly holding a bloody object in its mouth. Goodness! A plump wild rabbit, punctured with several holes. What ferocity! Jiang Ning cleaned the rabbit and tossed it into her space, offering it a couple of wild boar bones to gnaw on. Not one to slack off. Jiang Ning wielded her hoe with determination. Indeed, she managed to harvest the entire grove of bamboo shoots. Imagine the culinary delights that could be crafted from hundreds of pounds of shoots: stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, pickled bamboo shoots with wild mountain peppers, spicy bamboo shoots in red oil, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and sun-dried bamboo shoots. Merely contemplating it made her mouth water. After a brief respite, Jiang Ning took out a chainsaw and began to fell mature bamboo. Soon, the old bamboo fell in clusters. Although she could not articulate her future plans for the bamboo, she felt certain it would prove useful, whether for constructing shelters or other purposes. With the advent of extreme cold, all flora on the mountain would perish, making regrowth a daunting prospect. After felling over 100 bamboo stalks and uprooting several old bamboo roots, she intended to plant them in her space during her free time. Not only bamboo but wild grasses, wild fruit seedlings, and various medicinal herbs were also uprooted. Noticing that time was still on her side, she resumed her logging endeavors. With insufficient time remaining, she refrained from cutting off the branches, but instead tossed the entire trunks into her space, planning to dry the branches for future firewood. After felling dozens of trees, had it not been for the impending darkness, Jiang Ning would have continued her work. Exhausted to the core, yet with an abundance of resources in her space, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. She gathered half a bundle of firewood, putting on a semblance of effort, and returned with her dog in the speedboat. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Dodo rushed to the door, her face brimming with pride. "Sister, I sold fish today." Jiang Ning opened the door to let her in. "Did you sell them all?" Yes. I sold 3 fish," Dodo exclaimed. Jiang Ning praised her. "Wow. Our Dodo is truly remarkable." Dodo wiggled her fingers in joy, bouncing with excitement. "My brother praised me too." After changing out of her wet clothes, Jiang Ning sought out an animated film to entertain Dodo, only to discover scratches on her face. "What happened to your wounds?" Dodo looked a bit aggrieved. While eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched the candy from my mouth. Jiang Ning frowned. "Did they take the candy from you?" "Yes. They pried it from my mouth." Tears welled in Dodo's eyes as she recounted. "That person's hands were so dirty and they smelled bad. They knocked me down." As she spoke, she touched her bottom. "It hurt so much." "Where was your brother?" "He was watching nearby." Jiang Ning, confused, asked, "And then what?" "That person stuffed the candy into his mouth, and my brother told me to get it back." Dodo, reluctant to engage in conflict, did not wish to anger her brother, so she lunged to reclaim the candy. The boy refused to yield and even raised his hand to strike Dodo. But in a fit of anger, she retaliated, easily leaving him with bruises. It was Dodo's first time fighting. In the end, she pried the candy from his mouth and presented the saliva-soaked treat to her brother. Hua Yishan declined to take it, instead ruffling her hair. "Dodo, you did really well. In the future, you must protect your belongings. Do not let others bully you." Though she grasped only partially, fear gripped her heart. Yet she was unexpectedly pleased to receive her brother's praise. "Remember, your brother cannot protect you forever. If you do not learn to protect yourself, not only will your candy be taken, but all your treats will be snatched away, leaving you just like them, hungry, dirty, and begging on the streets." Though those children did not wish for such a fate, disasters and the apocalypse are merciless. Hua Yishan directed Dodo to look into the eyes of the boy she had fought. The boy who had taken a beating had red-rimmed eyes, seemingly filled with self-loathing. Dodo did not comprehend. After all, he had stolen her candy, which was wrong. Why did he not admit his fault, and was instead so fierce? Dodo. When a person is on the brink of starvation, notions of right and wrong fade away. They will take from you if they believe they can overpower you. Hua Yishan embraced his sister and patiently explained, "Do you know why he was so aggressive towards you?" Dodo shook her head. because you wear new clothes and have delicious food to eat, and you do not go hungry, while he is nothing at all. He envies you and wishes to seize your possessions. Brother, are they all like that? Upon entering the market, Dodo felt the weight of many such eyes upon her, causing her inexplicable anxiety. Most of them are, but you can use the skills your brother taught you to protect yourself, and then no one will dare bully you. Chapter 65. Sincere Intentions, Not Deceptive to Dogs. Dodo's first experience with fighting left a profound impact on her spirit. She clung to Hua Yishan's neck. Brother, when I grow up, I will protect you too. Good. And I will protect sister and Kaylee too. Excellent. The next task was selling fish. And Hua Yishan patiently taught the bewildered Dodo through practical experience. Jiang Ning listened in prolonged silence, reflecting on how Hua Yishan's methods of teaching the child were rather unrefined and blunt. However, in a world where order had collapsed, adhering to the traditional principles of 5 virtues and 4 beauties might inadvertently harm Dodo. Indeed, your brother's teachings are not entirely misguided. Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, asked, Dodo, have you ever gone hungry or endured any beatings? Dodo lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothing. It's all right if you don't wish to speak, you needn't. When brother is not home, Dodo feels so hungry, and the older brother from uncle's house bullies me, while aunt scolds me. Would you like to go through that again?
No.
Dodo vehemently shook her head, her voice tinged with a whimper. Dodo does not want that. Then remember that feeling. If anyone dares to treat you that way in the future, retaliate. Do not be afraid. They cannot defeat you. But aunt says the police will take me away. As long as you do not instigate trouble, the police will not come after you. Jiang Ning reassured the little one. Today, when you got into a fight, the police did not come to apprehend you, right? Hearing that the police would not come for her, Dodo finally felt relieved. I will listen to my brother and sister. I will not let others bully me again. Kulu, sitting nearby, growled, Don't be scared. Just do it. Jiang Ning tugged at its ear, admonishing it not to incite Dodo to fight. However, Dodo had already been influenced, her small fists clenched as she declared defiantly, Sister, fighting is so easy. If anyone dares to bully me again, I will hit them. Previously, she had always felt inadequate, practicing diligently each day, yet unable to hold her own against her brother. Little did she know that, in her encounters today, it was not her own weakness, but rather her brother's formidable strength that shone through. The boy who snatched candy could not even withstand her single-handed efforts. Humph. Jiang Ning found herself quite troubled by the two, so she changed the subject. Dodo, what did you exchange for fish today? Dodo eagerly replied. I exchanged for tools, learning textbooks, and a skirt along with a headband. The pink fluffy headband shaped like a rabbit sat adorably atop Dodo's head. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt. Sister, did we exchange too much for brother's fish? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu both said we only got useless things in return. Not at all, as long as you find value in it. That is what matters. Everyone has different needs, and besides, Hua Yishan does not lack resources. The items exchanged from 1803 were much more practical. 2 packets of salt, dried vegetables, sanitary napkins, and a lighter. Zheng Weili even handed her a packet of sanitary napkins, exclaiming how troublesome it was to still bleed every month even in this apocalyptic world. With plenty of space available, Jiang Ning declined, explaining that she had stocked up during the e-commerce festival and gathered more supplies later, suggesting Dodo keep it for herself. This was indeed a vital necessity, and Zheng Weili did not protest. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao seemed a bit addicted, contemplating their visit tomorrow. Would you like to join? No, I will stay home for a few days. You can go out and have fun tomorrow without worrying about the kids.
Zen Bailey.
Feeling liberated, laughed heartily, then I shall not hold back. Indulging in sloth brought immediate satisfaction, and she reveled in it. After sleeping until past 10, Jiang Ning resumed teaching Dodo mathematics and language, assigning her homework before settling on the sofa to continue her DIY projects. She finally completed the first thermoregulated outfit for Kolo, beckoning, Kolo, come here. Choosing black for its dirt-resistant properties. She crafted a one-piece suit that accommodated the dog's tail with a cutout for its posterior, allowing for its natural needs. It seems I forgot to make another opening. Not wanting to use dog diapers, she had to cut another hole. The Belgian Malinois, clad in the black suit, looked as if it had emerged from a coal mine. Dodo, ever blunt, exclaimed, how ugly. Realizing her faux pas, she quickly covered her mouth, looking up at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes. Sister, I didn't mean it. The insulted dog bared its teeth at Jiang Ning, demanding, Human, take this hideous thing off me. It tarnishes my majestic appearance. Jiang Ning cuddled it, saying, Not at all. My Kulu is the most handsome dog in the world. Dodo, trying to mend her earlier words, added, Kulu is not ugly. He is even more handsome than my brother. Sister's handiwork is beautiful. More handsome than the instructor? The dog's dark eyes shifted, turning to Jiang Ning. Woof. Are you truly not deceiving me? Jiang Ning patted its head, assuring, I would never deceive you. My dog is the most attractive pup on this street. Only then did Kulu appear pleased, nudging into her embrace. If that's true, then make me another one. This time, she chose a deep green fabric. As she worked on the outfit, she observed the dog's reactions. Unfortunately, due to its thick fur, Kulu was unable to feel the temperature change right away and showed no particular reaction to wearing it. After finishing the second garment, Jiang Ning utilized leftover scraps to create something for De Hui and Xiaobai, though it appeared even more haphazard. It was not meant for a beauty pageant. It would suffice to serve its purpose and ensure survival. At noon, Ho Yishan arrived to pick up Dodo. Jiang Ning called out to him, retrieving a nail gun from her bag. Almost forgot to return this to you. It's a gift for you. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was a life-saving tool. How generous of him. I modified it. I have another one. Jiang Ning possessed only 200 rounds of ammunition, and every shot counted. She would not use it unless in a critical situation. She had not anticipated his visit with such generosity. However, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you wish to exchange? Anything I have is fair game. Food, alcohol, tobacco, medicine, he could choose anything. You have taught Dodo exceptionally well. She has learned quite a few characters. The exchange of knowledge was only fair, especially since Kulu had shown remarkable progress. With a robust physique and muscles that provided her with immense security, Jiang Ning urged him to consider carefully. Once this opportunity was gone, it would not return. Dodo wants to eat dumplings, but I don't know how to make them. Is that all? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Yes, sister. I want to eat dumplings. Dodo looked up at her, her big, watery eyes filled with yearning. Nothing is better than dumplings. Since he had given her the nail gun, she would impart to him the secrets of dumpling making today. Unfortunately, kneading the dough and rolling it out was a considerable undertaking, and she could not take out the dumpling wrappers she had stocked. However, Ho Yishan may not excel in cooking but was quite adept at manual labor. Thus, the dumpling making commenced. They relocated to 1801, and Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves, asking, Does your car's refrigerator still work? We can prepare a lot and freeze them. When Dodo wants to eat, you can just take them out and boil them. Sure. Thinking of stocking up for herself, as well, Jiang Ning specifically took out 10 kilograms of flour, mixed it with water, and had Ho Yishan knead the dough. Kneading was labor-intensive, but for him, it was a breeze. Chapter 66. Nothing is better than dumplings. Jiang Ning returned home to harvest chives, pick green onions, and pull out celery. Soaking black fungus and shiitake mushrooms, planning to make pork and chive filling, pork, mushroom, and celery filling, as well as black fungus, green onion, and egg filling. 10 kilograms of flour seemed excessive. It felt as though it would take the entire day to finish. Ho Yishan washed the vegetables nearby, while Jiang Ning used a manual meat grinder she had taken from her space to prepare the fillings. Once the dough was ready, she taught him how to roll out the dumpling skins. There was no doubt about it. Ho Yishan was skillful, albeit a bit obsessive-compulsive, always believing the dumpling skins were not round enough. He had somehow procured a circular copper piece to cut the dough into perfect circles. Jiang Ning remarked, How meticulous. After mixing the fillings, they began to wrap the dumplings. Dodo excitedly ran over, Sister, I want to make dumplings too. Children often have a playful spirit, so Jiang Ning did not refuse, teaching Dodo step by step. At first, Dodo's attempts were rather clumsy, either tearing the skin or creating holes. But Jiang Ning did not discourage her. Dodo, you're doing great. You're getting better and better. Once they're cooked, we'll let your brother have some. Ho Yishan merely observed. Kola was anxiously waiting nearby. Wang. The little dumpling was packaged so poorly. Certainly, it would have looked better had she done it. But alas, she lacked hands. Practice makes perfect, and Dodo was not one to be trifled with. Her brother had told her that hard work leads to sustenance, and she was here to assist. Gradually, she mastered certain techniques and finally succeeded in crafting a complete dumpling, which she intended to give to her sister. What Ishan inquired. Why not give it to your brother? Sister taught me how to make it. I'll give the second one to brother, then to Kola, and lastly one for myself. With two people working together, the pace was noticeably quicker. Before long, mealtime had passed. Jiang Ning put the dumplings Dodo had made poorly into the steamer and boiled 2 large plates of dumplings in boiling water. Let us eat the dumplings first. We can deal with the rest this afternoon. The boiled dumplings came out swiftly, seasoned with vinegar and soy sauce. The 3 of them, along with the dog, began to feast. The dough was well kneaded, possessing a delightful chewiness, and the filling was incredibly fresh, bursting with warmth and juice upon the first bite. Dodo, having burned her tongue, exclaimed, "Brother, sister, these dumplings are delicious." Watching her contented demeanor, What Ishan smiled knowingly. "I'll make them for you often." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, sister." The dog devoured its food rapidly, finishing half a bowl in no time, then nudged its bowl forward. "Hey, I want more." Jiang Ning observed how the dog was becoming increasingly voracious. If it weren't for the ample supplies, it would surely eat them into poverty. What Ishan seemed to enjoy this as well, dipping his dumplings in vinegar and soy sauce, finishing an entire bowl. He also indulged in the steamed dumplings, enhanced with a touch of Laogan Ma chili sauce. Truly, men could be insatiable eaters. Jiang Ning wondered if they were consuming the same batch of dumplings. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to work. The dough was soon rolled out, and Hui Ishan assisted in making dumplings. To her surprise, his skills were even worse than Dodo's. Given the context of his talent with a nail gun, Jiang Ning displayed remarkable patience. "No. You need to be a bit more dexterous with your fingers like this." Hui Ishan, whose fingers were not very flexible, responded, "Like this?" Despite her guidance, he struggled to get it right. Every dumpling he attempted ended up disfigured, and Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, wishing she could transplant her brain into his head. He could shoot with pinpoint accuracy, yet couldn't he even make a decent dumpling? His lack of embarrassment was astounding. Even as Dodo couldn't he help but express her disdain. "Brother, your dumplings are really ugly." Fearing he might feel hurt, she quickly added, "Sister, let me teach brother." Hui Ishan squatted down, allowing Dodo to instruct him. "Am I really that foolish?" Dodo kissed him on the cheek, sweetly assuring him, "Not at all. Brother is the strongest." Surprisingly, under the gentle guidance of the little cotton-padded jacket, Hui Ishan genuinely began to learn. Jiang Ning, feeling her confidence wane, realized she was perhaps not qualified to be his teacher. Remarkably, as Hui Ishan found his rhythm, the dumpling wrappers began to diminish at a noticeable pace. Sounds echoed from the hallway as Zheng Weili and others returned. Not finding Jiang Ning in 1802, they knocked on the door of 1801. Upon seeing the two making dumplings, their interest was piqued, and they washed their hands to join in. Dodo gracefully withdrew to play with Kola in the living room. 1 pound of flour mixed with water yields 1½ pounds of dough, and each pound of wrappers can produce 70 dumplings. With the assistance from 1803, they finally completed 1,000 dumplings. Jiang Ning planned to take 300 in exchange for an equal amount of flour and meat for Hui Ishan. 1803 also wished to make dumplings, but Jiang Ning, feeling exhausted, declined to help. Instead, she lent the manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cut a large piece of frozen pork that they had stored at her home. After catching up on an hour of sleep, the intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today?" "Yes." "If you want to practice archery, you can come over earlier." It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Jiang Ning quickly got dressed. "I'll be right there." Though her culinary skills left much to be desired, he had no faults in other areas, particularly archery, where he was exceptionally skilled. Jiang Ning had participated in her school as archery club, so she had some foundational knowledge. To prevent Kola from causing trouble, she took it to 1803 for isolation. While Dodo chased after it, "Kola, wait for me." Upon re-entering 1801, she noticed a wooden circular target had been mounted on the living room wall. And Hui Ishan retrieved his crossbow. Its appearance was somewhat peculiar, but its lethality was undeniable. Jiang Ning inquired curiously, "Did you make this yourself?" "It's a dangerous weapon, not available for the average person to purchase," Hui Ishan succinctly replied, having made some modifications. Not wanting to pry further, Jiang Ning refrained from digging deeper into his reluctance to elaborate. Hua Yishan fetched bamboo arrows and explained the structure of the crossbow, aiming, and firing techniques. With her prior knowledge, Jiang Ning grasped the concepts quickly. The living room lacked sufficient distance, so Hua Yishan led her to the hallway outside his room. After adjusting the distance, he loaded a bamboo arrow and stood behind Jiang Ning, holding the bow to aim. Their height difference necessitated that he bend slightly to keep his line of sight parallel to hers. This brought them uncomfortably close together, especially as his warm breath brushed against Jiang Ning's fair neck. Her body stiffened, heart racing, as she caught a whiff of the faint scent of soap emanating from him. Is this too close? Jiang Ning felt exceedingly awkward and instinctively attempted to create some distance. Hua Yishan noticed her tension and focused intently. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, shaking off her chaotic thoughts to concentrate on her aim. His warm hand gently adjusted her arm holding the crossbow, nudging it slightly upward. She aimed and released. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow flew straight and lodged firmly into the target. A 7-point hit, though a bit distant from the bullseye. Hitting a 7 on your first try is quite commendable, Hua Yishan encouraged, much better than Dodo. Thank you. Hua Yishan offered a few more tips. Noticing her progress as she improved from a 7 to an 8.5, mastering the necessary techniques, and encouraged her to practice further to build her experience. He settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his expression stern and focused, oblivious to what he was viewing. At a glance, his profile was nearly perfect. Jiang Ning pulled her focus back, training calmly and steadily. After shooting over 20 arrows, one finally struck the bullseye. There was nothing to boast about, considering the short distance. Accuracy would surely decline if the distance were increased. She needed to quickly catch up to his level, just as he had effortlessly shot an arrow into the heart while standing on the speedboat that day. Half an hour later, Hua Yishan reminded her. No need to overexert yourself. Just practice for an hour each day and come at the same time. With the authoritative tone of a master, Jiang Ning collected the crossbow. Her home was not as spacious as 1801, making it difficult to fully stretch out, so she refrained from being overly dramatic. Next came the sparring session.
Focusing on close combat technique.
Jiang Ning helped lay down the non-slip mats, but accidentally bumped into him while turning. I'm sorry. No problem. Hua Yishan continued with his movements. Without Cola's interference, facing an uncompromising combat expert, Jiang Ning found herself struggling. Several times, she was pinned down. As the pressure mounted, her competitive spirit ignited. In a moment of instinct, she feigned a move and went for the grab. Chapter 67. I Have a Baby. Hua Yishan, caught off guard, momentarily froze, only to be swiftly overturned by Jiang Ning. She secured his long leg beneath her, twisting his arm with considerable force. Their bodies intertwined in a chaotic struggle, but Jiang Ning clearly held the upper hand. Hua Yishan, both amused and perplexed, refrained from delivering a lethal counterattack. Recognizing the humor in the situation, she could even pummel a seasoned master. Embarrassed, Jiang Ning stood up. I'm sorry. I startled you. In her excitement, she had resorted to an underhanded tactic, feeling a twinge of shame. They continued their training, both drenched in sweat after 2 hours of intense practice. Jiang Ning's cheeks flushed and her breath came in gasps, her body drenched in sweat, a sensation of indescribable exhilaration coursing through her. The famished Dodo returned, clutching her doll, exclaiming, Brother, sister, I'm hungry. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Hua Yishan cast a glance toward Jiang Ning, pondering if she would once again be tasked with preparing the meal. He longed to indulge in the culinary delights of space food. Helplessly, Jiang Ning felt too indebted to decline his generous offerings, yet she truly wished to avoid cooking. How about dumplings? Not wanting to be subjected to her brother's culinary skills, Dodo clapped her hands in delight. Yes, yes. Sister-S dumplings are the tastiest. The same dumplings could be enjoyed in myriad ways. They had savored boiled ones at noon, and now would relish pan-fried ones for dinner. Pan-fried dumplings with chive filling were the most delectable. Jiang Ning retreated to change her attire, returning to instruct Hua Yishan on the art of making pan-fried dumplings. One must admit, the aroma of pan-fried dumplings was utterly irresistible. The golden, crisp exterior contrasted beautifully with the succulent, juicy filling. Were it not for the rain outside and their location on the 18th floor, calamity might have ensued. Dodo, with grease glistening at the corners of her mouth, proudly patted her little belly, proclaiming, "Sister, look. I have a baby now." Hua Yishan's lips twitched at her innocent words, leaving Jiang Ning both amused and exasperated. It seemed he would soon embark on another educational endeavor with Dodo. After the meal, Hua Yishan took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hands, assuring her, "I'll handle it." After reviewing Dodo's homework, Jiang Ning bid farewell and returned home. Just as she opened the door, she encountered Lu Yu, who called out in Ning, "Come join us for dumplings." "No, I'm quite full," she replied, having inadvertently overeaten herself while watching the siblings enjoy their meal. Lu Yu's gaze drifted towards apartment 1801, a smile inexplicably gracing her lips.
All right.
"If you wish to eat more, feel free to come back." His peculiar expression left Jiang Ning perplexed, a hint of guilt creeping in, as if she had been indulging in something meant for sharing. However, since Hua Yishan remained silent, she felt it inappropriate to extend an invitation. Nonetheless, the dumplings were indeed delicious, and she hoped to stockpile more when the opportunity arose. In the ensuing days, she relished her time at home, engrossed in reading, exercising, and crafting garments for her 3 pets. All 10 little rabbits had survived, and their weight was quite substantial in her hands. Weighing them, she noted that the largest had reached 3 pounds, nearly ready for slaughter. Little Bai had given birth to a second litter, boasting an impressive 12 offspring. Regrettably, their timing was unfortunate, and the odds of survival were slim. After a brief hiatus, Grandma Zhong resumed her acupuncture treatments. With improved nourishment, Jiang Ning felt her spirits lifted. She produced a bag containing approximately 3 pounds of white powder, her voice lowered with excitement as she said, "Little Jiang, this is wild kudzu powder. I brought it especially for you to try." This was a precious resource for survival, yet Jiang Ning hesitated to accept it. "Child, please accept it. It is our family's heartfelt gift. If it weren't for you giving Zhongping a chance, our family would have starved." Grandma Zhong grasped her hand firmly. "Jiang Ning smilet. First, tell me what you need. If I can assist, it's not too late to accept." Grandma Zhong appeared sheepish. "You're too straightforward, my dear. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude, and I know there are connections on the 18th floor that can trade for food." The Zhong family had been foraging for wild kudzu root, and Zhongping had crafted a grinder capable of turning the chopped roots into kudzu powder, potentially yielding over 100 pounds. Had the apocalypse not arrived, this would have been a valuable resource. Yet currently, filling their stomachs was paramount. While kudzu was nutritious and beneficial for beauty, it was not a sustenance that could stave off hunger. The Zhong family sought assistance from the 18th floor, hoping to exchange kudzu powder for grain. Jiang Ning pondered, "How do you plan to trade?" 1 pound for 1 pound. What do you think?" Jiang Ning refrained from giving a definitive answer. "I'll inquire on your behalf." Grandma Zhong felt uncertain, likely believing the prospects were dim. If that failed, they might settle for broken rice. Clearly, the Zhong family understood their predicament well. Would they be willing to trade new rice for kudzu powder? In this environment, only those wealthy enough to not worry about food would consider such an exchange. After treating Grandma Zhong to acupuncture, Jiang Ning returned home to prepare the kudzu powder. The flavor was mildly sweet with a hint of bitterness, accompanied by an earthy aroma. Although average in taste, its health benefits were numerous, including heat clearing, detoxification, thirst quenching, kidney tonifying, spleen strengthening, stomach soothing, heart clearing, vision improving, and intestinal regulating properties, making it a rare find in these dire times. Jiang Ning, unwilling to hoard the 3 pounds of kudzu powder, decided to evenly distribute it between apartments 1801 and 1803, also informing them of the Zhong family's proposal for grain exchange. Neither household showed much interest. Zhang Chao lamented the fish that had escaped from the reservoir, expressing regret. "What a pity." The sharp-mouthed monkey later sought us out, wanting another batch of fish, ordering 2,000 pounds all at once. Lu Yu echoed his disappointment, noting they must have a channel to sell to wealthy individuals, as no one would dare order such a large quantity otherwise. Upon hearing there were no fish left, their expressions were filled with regret, repeatedly insisting they must be contacted should any fish become available in the future. The next day, Jiang Ning informed Grandma Zhong that their counterparts had agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu powder, but insisted on a guarantee of quality. She accepted this batch, recognizing that as the apocalypse progressed, human health would deteriorate. making it a worthwhile addition for nourishment. Grandma Zhong was overjoyed. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 pounds of wild kudzu powder, additionally gifting Jiang Ning 5 pounds as a token of her assistance. The Zhong father and son waited in a secluded corner outside the community with the kudzu powder. Jiang Ning, aboard a rubber boat, transported the powder, taking Kaylee for a stroll outside. In a deserted area, she stored the kudzu powder in her space, swapping it for an equal weight of broken rice, ensuring she walked Kaylee sufficiently before returning. The Zhong duo, upon seeing the exchanged broken rice, were filled with joy. After a nap, Jiang Ning noted the rain had significantly lessened. However, rather than feeling pleased, she furrowed her brow, sensing the impending chill of extreme cold. By evening, the rain had dwindled to a light drizzle, and the sky seemed to brighten slightly. Over the past 3 months, countless lives had been lost to this despairing flood, and now, at last, the clouds seemed poised apart. Gazing at the sky, some rejoiced while others wept silently, all united in their fervent hope for the end of this cursed natural disaster. How they wished it were merely a dream, awakening to a flourishing world where loved ones still thrived. Apartment 1803 shared in the joy, but compared to others, their spirits bore a heavier weight. And Ning, do you think it's truly over? In the aftermath of the typhoon, they had been euphoric, only to be met with the onslaught of floods. With the rain ceased, what awaited them? Who could say? Jiang Ning, feeling melancholic, touched her arm and remarked, "Why do I feel like it's gotten colder? It's winter now. It can't possibly turn the south into the northeast, can it? Pfft, you're just being a harbinger of doom." Chapter 68. The Arrival of Extreme Cold. Jiang Ning chuckled at Zhang Chao's teasing, choosing not to argue. If she were indeed a harbinger of doom, she would wish for the extreme cold to never come. Observing discreetly, she noted Hua Yishan remained as stoic as ever, his expression neutral. Kaylee, restless after 4 hours of training, could not settle down, emitting occasional whines. Uncertain of when the extreme cold would arrive, and sensing foreboding, Jiang Ning preemptively prepared electric blankets, down comforters, and cotton quilts. That night, she donned thermal wear for sleep. Having expended considerable energy during the day's rigorous training, she had intended to stay awake, yet succumbed to slumber sooner than anticipated. Uncertain how long she had slept, she was awakened by Kaylee's raucous barking and the static of the intercom. Jiang Ning opened her eyes, feeling a bone-chilling cold envelop her. The room was filled with the sharp cries of rabbits. Switching on her flashlight, she discovered over 20 rabbits huddled together in Kaylee's doghouse, trembling from the cold. "Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning." The anxious voice of Hua Yishan crackled through the intercom. I'm here," she stammered, her lips chattering in the frigid air. He urged over the intercom. The weather had turned cold, and she should hurry and dress. The air felt as sharp as a knife, rendering speech nearly impossible. Jiang Ning rolled in the cola, and a whole nest of rabbits into the space. As soon as she entered, warmth enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Her stiff limbs took a while to regain their mobility. She quickly reached for the clothes she had prepared in advance, donning thermal wear, a cashmere sweater, and a mink coat, layering on several pairs of socks, snow boots, a scarf, and a thermal mask. Crouching down, she dressed the cola in its thermal outfit, cashmere sweater, and mink coat, followed by the 2 rabbits, who became as round as balls. The remaining rabbits were placed in a foam box lined with several layers of blankets. Their survival now depended on fate. Having completed all this, Jiang Ning did not forget to pour herself a large bowl of steaming ginger soup, the spiciness igniting her throat and stomach. Just as she emerged from the space, the thunderous knocking on the door nearly startled her ears off. "Jiang Ning." The force was astonishing, the stainless steel door straining against it. They had arrived. The moment she stepped out, the air was as frigid as a blade, each breath piercing her chest with pain. The cola began to cough, incessantly scratching its nose with its paws, bringing the rabbit nest into the room. Jiang Ning hurried to the door, only to find Hua Yishan kicking it. As soon as the door swung open, an anxious voice called out, "Jiang Ning, are you all right?" With that, a fur coat was tightly wrapped around her. Jiang Ning stared in astonishment at Hua Yishan, clad in a military coat, momentarily dazed by his presence. However, she quickly regained her composure, replying, "I'm fine, just a bit frozen. It feels as though my ears have gone deaf. That's good to hear. What Ishan said as he fastened the fur coat around her, then proceeded to knock on the door of apartment 1803. The occupants of 1803, startled awake by his pounding, were frantically searching for thick clothing to wear. Received. Received. Jiang Ning, now bundled in 2 fur coats, had transformed into a ball. Noticing her dazed expression, Hua Yishan shook her shoulders gently and, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Return to your room immediately and start a fire for warmth." "Oh, Jiang Ning replied." Turning back to the room, Hua Yishan cautioned, "Do not lock the door." She complied, leaving the door unlocked as she returned to her room to grab a kettle. Observing that the door to 1801 was ajar, she quickly entered, saying, "I've brewed some ginger soup. You and Dodo should drink some to warm yourselves." Dodo lay bundled in bed, her small face pale with cold, unable to speak, shivering uncontrollably. Hua Yishan scooped her up and, holding a bowl, carefully poured ginger soup into her mouth, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." After downing a full bowl, Dodo finally regained her senses, pouting as if about to cry. "Brother, don't cry. Your tears will freeze, and your face will suffer," Jiang Ning interjected, pouring a bowl for him before hurriedly knocking on the door of 1803. The 3 of them, in a flurry, bundled up in thick clothing, wrapped blankets around themselves, hands trembling as they held the hot ginger soup. Especially Zhang Chao, a single man, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold. Dressed in a mink coat and surrounded by blankets, the southern folk shivered uncontrollably, feeling an uncomfortable numbness in their hearts, only managing to regain their composure after several bowls of hot ginger soup. "A Ning, you really do have a knack for bad omens," Zhang Chao said, huddled on the sofa, his teeth chattering. "If it weren't for you winning $1 million, we might have all perished tonight." The thick clothing and blankets meant to ward off the chill had unexpectedly saved their lives. Zhang Weili and Lu Yu remained tightly embraced, her body warming up more quickly as she trembled and went to start a fire. Seeing that the 3 were relatively unharmed, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief wash over her. Noticing that the door to 1801 was still open, she stepped back inside. "How's Dodo?" Hua Yishan was tending to the charcoal stove, having warmed up with the ginger soup. Dodo was curled up in the blankets, her bright eyes peeking out. "Sister, I'm fine now. What about the cola?"
Woof.
The dog, who had been overlooked until now, finally found an opportunity to prove its strength, but alas, it was so bundled up that its muscles were hidden from view. Upon seeing the cola dressed in mink, Dodo's spirits lifted instantly, and she reached out to stroke the black dog's face. With the charcoal fire lit, the room became significantly warmer. Jiang Ning stood to leave, but not before reminding. The doors and windows shouldn't be sealed too tightly, leave a crack for ventilation. In her previous life, the cold had been terrifying, and some had inadvertently sealed themselves in, meeting an untimely end. Hua Yishan prepared 2 charcoal stoves, handing one to Jiang Ning. "Be careful yourself." Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment, suddenly realizing she was still wearing his mink coat, and quickly took it off. "Keep it. I'm not as sensitive to the cold as you are." "No," she insisted, feeling warm in all but her hands, feet, and face. It was likely the thermal wear at work, keeping her comfortably warm. Observing the dog, she assumed it had also recovered. Thus, she insisted on returning the coat to him, saying, "Don't risk getting sick. Dodo still needs your care." Hua Yishan finally relented, but insisted on giving her the charcoal stove. Unable to decline his hospitality, Jiang Ning accepted it. With everyone on the 18th floor safe, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Only then did she turn her attention to the commotion downstairs, which sounded rather significant. Closing the 2 heavy doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to her room, retrieving a thermometer to check the temperature. Good heavens! It was a staggering -19 degrees outside. In a coastal city where the average winter temperature hovers above 15 degrees and the historical lowest has remained at 0. A sudden drop from 20 degrees to -19 degrees, nearly a 40-degree plunge, was nothing short of catastrophic. Even more terrifying than the cold was the risk of extreme hypothermia. Rapid loss of body heat can lead to a decrease in core body temperature, resulting in shivering, heart failure, and, ultimately, death. Indeed, it was not the cold that caused mass casualties, but the peril of extreme hypothermia. Many people had not even had the chance to open their eyes. slipping into an eternal sleep in their dreams. Their dreams may have been beautiful, envisioning a time when the rain would cease and civilization would return.
Woof.
Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, retrieving a power bank, electric heater, and electric blanket from the space. Chapter 69. Frozen City. Not only did Jiang Ning have an electric blanket, but the dog had one as well. She selected a small one to place on the lazy sofa, plugged in the power bank, and turned on 2 electric heaters, causing the room's temperature to rise rapidly. The big gray and the little white, feeling the warmth, emerged from the foam box and rushed to the lazy sofa to claim their spot beside the dog. In a critical moment, the dog displayed its dominant nature, allowing the rabbits to snuggle against its body as they huddled together for warmth. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and discovered that 2 large rabbits had perished, likely from fright. The others appeared a bit lethargic, while the recently born bunnies remained blissfully unaware of their predicament. The big gray and little white seemed to have been thoroughly tested by the cola, their courage significantly bolstered. With their fur providing warmth, they were not startled by the clothing, yet they showed no interest in their offspring. Jiang Ning took the little ones and tucked them against the cola's belly, then admonished the 2 adults, "You gave birth, so you must take responsibility for raising them." The cola bared its teeth, as if to say, "Did you hear that?
Take good care of them.
Just abandoning them is unacceptable." Despite its complaints, the dog did not reject the dozen or so pups, dutifully nursing them. For the remaining large rabbits, Jiang Ning carried them to the bathroom, using an electric shock stick to put them all down, then placing them into the space for later cooking, whether braised or spicy. Whether she could afford to keep them was one thing, but the flavor was another matter entirely. Returning to her room, she gazed at the glowing charcoal fire, feeling somewhat lost. What did Hui Yixin mean by nearly breaking down her door, lending her his mink coat, and providing her with a charcoal stove? The man bore a stern countenance, displaying no sign of trepidation even in the face of life and death. Yet, as he collided with the door, his expression was rife with anxiety. Could it be that he feared she might succumb to the cold, leaving no one to instruct Dodo? In the late hours of the night, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, rendering her too lethargic to contemplate. In the vastness of the world, sleep reigned supreme. Any matters could be addressed come the morrow. Jiang Ning shed her outer garments and nestled into the warm embrace of her blankets, quickly drifting into slumber. In her past life, she had nearly frozen to death, swaddled in every piece of clothing she owned. This time, however, the bed was as warm as spring, and she felt truly content. The cold weather made her drowsy, and she lingered in bed until 10 o'clock, reluctant to rise. The intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" Jiang Ning reached out, murmuring, "Just woke up," her voice languid and slightly nasal. Hui Yixin inquired with concern. "Caught a cold?" "Not at all, still in bed," Jiang Ning yawned. "How about you and Dodo?" "I've gotten up and am preparing breakfast for Dodo. Would you like some?" Jiang Ning promptly declined. "No need. I'm not hungry yet. I'll have lunch later." The dog leapt onto the bed, pawing at the intercom. Woof. "Oh dear," the intercom was pushed aside. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Kayleigh is being mischievous." Jiang Ning hurriedly picked it up. "I must go now. Goodbye." Remember to keep warm." After turning off the intercom, Jiang Ning contemplated chastising the dog, only to find it springing around on the bed, spinning and leaping without respite, until it collided into her embrace. "You rascal," Jiang Ning teased as she tugged at its mouth. "How can you be so naughty?" The dog burrowed into the blankets, its bright eyes gazing at her, adorably tilting its head. Jiang Ning wrapped it in a blanket, stroking its head. "In your past life, where were you at this time?" Everywhere was a frozen wasteland. With countless souls perishing from the cold, she could hardly fathom how it survived. Its skin had been frostbitten, riddled with sores. Jiang Ning shuddered at the recollection, her eyes moistening as she vowed, "Kayleigh, I will ensure that this life will be different. You shall live well." Woo-woo, the dog pawed at her, offering comfort. "I'm fine, and you'll be too." After lingering in bed until past 11, she entered her space to brush her teeth and wash her face. The cold outside required layers, while inside, the warmth made her sweat. Fortunately, her stay was brief, or the drastic temperature changes would surely lead to illness. The room was equipped with an electric heater, exuding a warmth akin to spring, yet opening the door felt like confronting a chilling blade. The heater and the power box could not be moved, but having the rabbit constantly in her room was untenable. Upon inspection, one of the little rabbits had tragically perished. She tidied another room and retrieved a lazy sofa mat with an electric blanket to relocate the rabbits. Simultaneously, she reminded Kayleigh, "You keep an eye on them. No chewing on wires and no mess on the electric blanket, or else they'll be stewed." The dog acknowledged her with a sharp grin. "Did you understand?"
Speak.
After airing out the room, she pretended to stoke the charcoal stove in the living room, clutching a scalding rubber hot water bottle. Jiang Ning gazed out from the balcony into the distance. Just yesterday, the city had been a tumultuous sea of floodwaters, yet overnight it had been encased in ice. The absence of rain rendered the surroundings eerily silent, as if even time itself had come to a standstill. Even contemplating a repeat of the ordeal filled her heart with dread. Fortunately, the temperature had ceased its decline, granting humanity a momentary reprieve. However, 19 degrees remained a calamitous plight for the southern regions, rendering her phone inoperable. Shutting the doors and windows, she turned off the heater that had labored throughout the night, replacing it with 2 new units to prevent overuse and potential breakdown. With the heater and charcoal stove working in tandem, warmth finally graced the living room. As the cold demanded hot soup, Jiang Ning prepared braised beef with radish, vegetables, and rice, adding freeze-dried canned food to the dog's meal. Leaning against the heater, she savored her meal. Not wishing to wash the dishes post-feast, she tossed them into her space to deal with later. She opened the window to disperse the odor, then settled down with her hot water bottle to peruse medical textbooks. Zheng Weili knocked at the door, greeting her to confirm they were alive, without even opening the door. Eager to retreat into her warm bed, Zhang Chao had caught a cold, but thankfully, she had medicine on hand. Just as she was about to take a midday nap, the intercom buzzed again. "Dodo, doesn't he have class today? Does Kayleigh want to exercise?" Jiang Ning respected her dog. "Kayleigh, do you wish to exercise?" Kayleigh tilted its head, taking a moment before responding, "Woof." A day without running felt uncomfortable. Jiang Ning opened the door slightly, nudging the dog outside. "Off you go." Soon, the sounds of parkour echoed from the staircase. A twinge of concern washed over her, prompting her to follow. The dog's fur coat had been removed and was now in Hui Yishan's hands. After a few laps, he proceeded to remove the dog's cashmere sweater. By the end, even the thermal wear was shed. Jiang Ning felt a pang of worry. Was it not cold for the dog? Hui Yishan explained. The Belgian Malinois can rapidly adapt to harsh conditions. Too much covering hinders their movement. Despite their short hair, it is dense and provides excellent insulation. They warm up quickly during exercise, but their sweat glands aren't as developed. Jiang Ning stood beside him, clutching her hot water bottle. Noticing that Hui Yishan did not appear bulky, he wasn't even wearing his fur coat. "Aren't you cold?"
Cold.
"Oh dear, what shall we do?" Considering the principle of reciprocity, she extended the hot water bottle toward him. "Here." Hui Yishan did not accept it, gazing at her. "What about you?" "I still have another one. My space is stocked with dozens." "Thank you. This can be for Dodo." "Well, do as you wish. At least my intentions were conveyed." Suddenly, a loud knocking resounded from downstairs. Xiao Jiang, are you all right?" It was once again He Xian's voice, accompanied by several men. Jiang Ning chose to remain silent. He Xian persisted in knocking, murmuring to those beside him, "Building manager, it seems the 18th floor is rather quiet. Could something have happened last night?" The speaker's voice was hoarse, clearly afflicted by a cold. If something has indeed occurred, that would be rather satisfying. He Xian thought to himself, yet feigned concern. "Don't speak nonsense. Xiao Jiang and the others are young and healthy. How could they possibly come to harm? If something were to happen, we would need to look after them. Manager, you are too kind. Have you not seen how the 18th floor has treated us?" "That should not be said. We live in the same building, and it is only right to look out for one another." "Oh, it seems there is some movement. They're not dead." His tone dripped with disappointment, as he secretly hoped for the complete demise of the 18th floor, envisioning the bountiful resources that would then be theirs. "I apologize for disappointing you," he building manager, Jiang Ning's cold voice interjected. "Not only are we alive, but we are all thriving." The sudden emergence of her voice left everyone momentarily stunned. After knocking for so long with no response, they were taken aback by her unexpected reply. This rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. He Jian was quick to respond. Look at you, Xiao Jiang. We were merely concerned. It's good to hear that you are well. Rest assured, we will definitely outlive you. With no further conversation to be had, Xian simmered with frustration internally, yet maintained a facade of congeniality. As long as all is well, should you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. The group left reluctantly, their discontent palpable. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals like Xian were not uncommon, wishing for the demise of others to scavenge for survival resources. Yet, they were mere gestures in her eyes. And she paid them no mind. After training the dog, she donned her thermal wear. Following Hua Yishan's advice, she removed her cashmere sweater. But the dog's fur coat remained necessary. The weather required a transitional period. What about you? Hua Yishan inquired. Shall we practice our drills today? Indeed. Even the dog perseveres, leaving her no excuse for idleness. Even in the biting cold, she must press on. The non-slip mat lies rigid from the chill, prompting Hua Yishan to thoughtfully lay down a cloth. The living room boasts a charcoal stove, yet it pales in comparison to Jiang Ning's, remaining rather frigid. After shedding her coat, Jiang Ning engages in practice with Hua Yishan. Half an hour later, beads of perspiration begin to form. The thermal socks, worn closest to her skin, feel exceptionally smooth. In a collision, Jiang Ning recoils, only to find her socks slipping down, causing her to fall backward. Hua Yishan, quick as a flash, leaps to her aid. As her body lands on the non-slip mat, he inadvertently falls atop her, their mouths colliding. A muffled grunt escapes her lips as the air is forced from her lungs, stars dancing before her eyes, and her teeth feel as if they might rattle loose. Such a large figure pressing down on her. Hua Yishan hastily rises, helping her to sit up. Are you all right? He inquires. Jiang Ning then notices his hand cradling the back of her head. I'm fine. My feet just slipped from sweat.
Woof.
In Daodu's room, the dog, Kele, hears the commotion and rushes out, clamping onto Hua Yishan's clothing, tugging him back. Let her go. Jiang Ning interjects urgently. Kele, stop. It doesn't matter. He was saving me. Kele, unconvinced, growls defiantly, seemingly blaming Hua Yishan for his perceived transgression against her owner. Not at all, Jiang Ning quickly clarifies. Kele just lacks a sense of security. Besides, dogs are naturally protective of their masters. Fearing a scuffle, she swiftly scoops Kele into her arms. Upon returning home, the dog not only refuses to relent but appears quite miffed, as if accusing her of favoritism. How could that be? Jiang Ning goes, offering treats to appease her irritable companion. You are my utmost priority. Training with the instructor is merely to strengthen myself so that I can protect you. Humph. What a delusion. Kele turns her head haughtily. Jiang Ning removes her thermal socks to prove her innocence. Here, try them on. They truly are slippery. With that, she tosses them at Kele's face. Kele, undeterred, remains aloof. I'm not human, but the one who cleans up after me is a true dog. Thankfully, she doesn't smell. Kele pounces, playfully scratching at her. Jiang Ning embraces her, stroking her head. Kele, you must be a sensible dog. Will you apologize to the instructor tomorrow? Had he not intervened, I could have severely injured my head, and you'd be left without a master. Apologize? Not a chance. Kele's face is one of innocence as her paws rest on Jiang Ning's shoulder, whimpering softly. No, this is your home. You mustn't roam.
Well.
Teaching Kele to recognize her mistakes and apologize is part of the instructor's duties too. Not wishing to disrupt their harmonious bond, Jiang Ning decisively shifts the burden of this challenging task onto Hua Yishan. This exchange of duties is crucial. A competent instructor must not only train the dog physically, but also tend to its emotional well-being. As night descends, the temperature noticeably drops. Jiang Ning steps onto the balcony to check, finding it to be a mere 21 degrees. The harsh weather is unrelenting, leaving many destined for sleepless nights or unable to open their eyes again. She draws the living room curtains and turns on the solar lights, retrieving dinner from her space. Despite operating 3 heaters, her hands and feet remain chilled, and the food grows cold alarmingly fast, cooling to an icy temperature in no time. Lamb warms the body, and she quickly shares a lamb casserole with Kele. Following that, she prepares 2 servings of pig offal noodles, adding a handful of dog food to Kele's portion. Eat quickly. The heartfelt dinner from her master is devoured by Kayleigh with enthusiasm, though it proves a bit hot for her mouth. No matter, it's time to eat. After finishing the pig-offal noodles, warmth envelopes her. Jiang Ning checks on the rabbits, noticing that the two older ones appear lively, while the newborn struggle. Having just been born with little fur, they seem to lack parental affection, and one has already perished. Rabbits are remarkably resilient to cold, with special breeds surviving in the Arctic, yet they appear to be swiftly adapting here in the south. The newborns require milk. So Jiang Ning gently removes the fur and thermal clothing from the white rabbit. She observes that, compared to the previous day as shivering, the two seem much calmer today. It seems animals adapt to natural disasters more swiftly than humans. Once she finishes feeding the white rabbit, Jiang Ning continues to observe, noting the absence of shivering, indicating that the rabbit fur truly provides warmth. Well, the clothing was in vain. She retrieves Timothy hay from her space, allowing the two to feast. Taking a warm bath in her space is pure bliss. Bathing has become ingrained in Jiang Ning's DNA. Even in frigid weather, it must be done, or she feels utterly uncomfortable. In the summer, when the heat is oppressive and humid, there are days she bathes thrice. Such is life in a city where even using the restroom can lead to a sweat-drenched experience, yet now it has transformed into a frozen wasteland. Upon exiting the space, the white rabbit shows no signs of discomfort, tending to her young. Jiang Ning promptly removes the clothing from the gray rabbit as well. The heater remains off, giving them time to acclimate. As the cold night sets in, Jiang Ning nestles into bed, taking note of the latest duration she can stay in her space. Nearly 4 months have passed. She has managed to accumulate 145 hours. In other words, she can reside in her space for 6 days. It hasn't been easy, nearly bringing her to tears. Danger lurks everywhere, and she must continue to gather resources, hoping to one day retire with Kayleigh in her space. Giggling, she contemplates Chapter 71, resolving the water source. Having slept excessively during the day, she finds herself particularly alert at night, continuing to assess her space. The peppers, eggplants, and cucumbers in the garden have been harvested. The old grapevine bears large fruit, transforming from green to dark red, likely ready for picking in just over a month. In her enthusiasm, not wishing to waste time going into the space, she attempts to pluck one with her mind. With little hope, given her past failures at extracting anything from the soil, she is astonished to find a red grape in her hand. Surprised yet elated, she quickly tries to pull some vegetables. To her astonishment, she successfully retrieves several handfuls. However, the effort is draining, leaving her dizzy. If she can use her mind to harvest plants in the garden, could she also till the soil for farming? Once the dizziness subsides, she controls a hoe with her mind to turn the earth. Though her head feels heavy, she succeeds, albeit briefly. Odd. She had attempted this before with no results. Now, her newfound ability may stem from her consistent physical training. Delighted with her discovery, Jiang Ning realizes that her mental faculties can also be honed, allowing her to save time and fully utilize her fertile garden. She envisions planting corn, peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and mung beans, determined to cultivate everything possible. Thus, Jiang Ning practices repeatedly, successfully tilling 5 square meters of land by midnight, utterly exhausted as she collapses onto her bed. Kayleigh senses something amiss and approaches, sniffing curiously. Woof. Woof. Uneasy, Kayleigh wonders what's wrong with her master. Jiang Ning shares her joy with Kayleigh. We can increase our food supply. Are you happy? Thrilled? Woof. Kayleigh spins in excitement. The following day, she enjoys a leisurely morning, using her mind to continue tilling the land until she is utterly drained, finally rising for breakfast. As she draws back the curtains, she is astonished to find that it is snowing outside. In the southern coastal region, snow falls, a rare phenomenon only witnessed during natural disasters. The snowfall is light, resembling fragments that are difficult to discern unless one looks closely. Jiang Ning frowned. In her previous life, there was only extreme cold, and now it had begun to snow? Indeed, things have changed. The bitter cold was already deadly. Must they also endure a snow disaster? The water had risen to the 6th floor. If a snow calamity were to occur, they would need to construct several more stories, as if burying the entire city alive. A chilling thought. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Room 1803 called for a meeting concerning the vital issue of water supply for the populace. Yesterday, they had not recovered from the shock, spending the entire day cooped up indoors, warming themselves by the fire. Today was even colder. Yet there was a slight respite in the air. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were bundled up like balls, their limbs still trembling uncontrollably. The water tank had frozen. What were they to do about water? Jiang Ning had water in her space, so she was not worried. However, she could not express this, instead donning a worried expression. Pondering the same question, what should they do? Zhang Chao scratched at an itch, lamenting, I didn't shower yesterday. I feel uncomfortable all over. It was a habit formed over the years, not easily changed in just a day. One day, without washing made him feel unclean. Jiang Ning quickly chimed in, me too. My scalp itches. Even she, the living encyclopedia, could not come up with a solution, and so the group's gaze instinctively fell upon Hui Yishan. The cared-for Hui Yishan, with Dodo tugging at his sleeve, said, Brother, I want to take a shower too. Taking a deep breath, Hui Yishan, who bore the hopes of the 18th floor, noted that it seemed to have snowed recently. Although the snowfall was light, it could accumulate and be utilized. Jiang Ning continued, Are you suggesting we collect snow from the rooftop? Yes. How did we not think of that? The others exclaimed, and they hurriedly ascended to the rooftop. As the door opened, a blast of frigid air rushed in, causing a sharp discomfort in their lungs. Jiang Ning wrapped her scarf around her face and stepped out. The weather was so cold that the falling snowflakes had turned to ice, causing her snow boots to suddenly slip. Seeing her about to fall, Kale dashed forward with lightning speed, intending to catch her with his body. To his surprise, someone else was faster, reaching out a steady hand to support her waist. Kale immediately bristled, glaring fiercely at the intruder. How dare they interfere? It was merely a slip. With Jiang Ning's reflexes, she could have steadied herself. Yet, unexpectedly, the dog lunged over, colliding with Lu Yu, who, caught off guard, slipped and fell hard. Though he was bundled up like a bear, he felt wronged, exclaiming, Wife. Someone is bullying me. What could Zheng Weili do? Kale was a survival expert, while Hui Yishan possessed formidable strength. Could she confront either of them? What did it matter if a grown man fell? Just swallow it down. Not only Lu Yu felt unjustly treated, Zhang Chao was equally innocent. He had taken half a step in front of Hui Yishan when suddenly he was shoved aside, crashing against the doorframe. Well, as long as Ning is fine. That's all that matters, he thought. Each person had their own feelings about Jiang Ning's fall. Even Zheng Weili, who was usually strong-willed, felt a pang of jealousy. Look at Ning's man, and then look at their own. Aside from his captivating face, the rest was truly indescribable. Hui Yishan, ever the gentleman, steadied Jiang Ning before quickly withdrawing his hand, cautioning her. Jiang Ning did not think much of it, simply replying, Thank you. Woof. The dog, feeling dejected, pawed at the snow, anxiously protesting. Kale, go back, Jiang Ning urged, concerned for the dog as she realized he had no mask to filter the frigid air. The dog, feeling scolded, raced around the rooftop in protest. Zhang Chao interjected, Kale, stop running around. We need to gather this snow for water. We don't want to drink water that smells like your paws. Upon hearing this, the dog accelerated its antics. They'll all drink my foot water. The energetic canine was easily excitable. When it went wild, even a chain could not restrain it. Jiang Ning exerted great effort to shoo it off the rooftop. The rooftop was quite spacious, and the overnight snow had formed a thin layer of ice that could be broken up and collected. After months of rain, fearing that the rooftop flooring was teeming with bacteria, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had brought several colored steel sandwich panels to lay down. These were salvaged from an unfinished construction site, intended to block the water on the balcony, and several pieces remained that could now be put to use. Dividing into two sections, they figured that collecting ice and snow daily would suffice, and the ice from the water tank walls could also be chipped away. Successfully resolving the water issue brought joy to the group. Indeed, there were benefits to banding together, pooling their respective wisdom. Upon closing the rooftop door, they descended, hands and feet frozen, only to hear a series of loud thumps and prying noises from below. Zheng Weili, thinking someone was targeting the 18th floor again, could hardly contain her anger. However, upon seeing Kale calmly standing at the stairway listening to the sounds, she realized it was a misunderstanding. What were these scoundrels up to now? The last time she was on the rooftop, her ears nearly froze off, buzzing incessantly. After waiting some time, her hearing finally returned to normal. The group stood at the stairway, listening. The commotion seemed quite considerable, mingled with a cacophony of voices. Chapter 72. Protecting the Grain. Lu Yu, with his sharp ears, discerned they were likely attempting to pry a door, and there seemed to be quite a few people involved. Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. The sudden temperature drop the previous night must have caused many deaths, and they were likely trying to break into the homes of the deceased. This was utterly outrageous. Jiang Ning shrugged. There was no helping it. Those who had passed must make way for the living. If her guess was correct, He Jian was likely counting the survivors and organizing manpower to gather the belongings of the deceased. Lu Yu felt helpless. After months of flooding, not every household had any food left. Some had resorted to boiling their shoes to stave off hunger, and anything that could be burned had been used for firewood. Even if they pried the door open, what could they possibly find? There would still be some items that could be salvaged. Though uncomfortable, the group could not bring themselves to cast blame. They were merely fortunate to have procured some supplies. Had they been in the same predicament, they might have resorted to breaking into the homes of the dead. As Jiang Ning had said, the deceased must give way to the living. Feeling dejected, they exchanged pleasantries before retreating home to burrow under the covers. Venturing outside had nearly cost them their lives. Upon returning, they longed to press their hands against the electric heater. Xiaobai was nursing her young, while Dahu emerged in search of food, circling around Jiang Ning incessantly. Both animals appeared to be in good spirits, having received some hay and feed. Aside from the daily essentials of practice and archery, Jiang Ning was resolute in her refusal to venture outside. She either nestled under the covers with a book or cultivated her land through her consciousness. The heavens seemed compassionate, finally allowing her to clear around 100 square meters, after which she dug small pits to plant corn seeds before covering them with soil. The strain on her mental energy was acute, leaving her feeling as though her body had been hollowed out. I'm starving. I need a protein bar. Room 1803 was quite proactive, sweeping the accumulated snow from the rooftop daily and ensuring to bring down a portion for Jiang Ning and Huishan. Although no one spoke of it, they all kept a mental tally. Their survival skills were not as formidable as the two, and the effort in resource gathering was primarily theirs, thus they benefited from the distribution of supplies. Therefore, they endeavored to contribute as much as they could. Jiang Ning had mentioned this several times, but room 1803 had not heeded her advice. They contemplated taking turns to collect snow from the rooftop. Yet they could not match the speed of the duo. Each time the door was opened, buckets filled with snow were already placed at the entrance. Perhaps this would ease room 1803's conscience, and Jiang Ning ceased to object. With an abundance of water in her space, she closed her door and poured the ice and snow into the black soil garden, effectively watering it. Jiang Ning felt a pang of guilt for wasting her friend's goodwill. But who would choose to forego the better option? She truly felt sorry about it. The temperature has been steadily declining each day. At times the drop is palpable, while at others it is subtle, ultimately reaching a brisk 26 degrees. Downstairs, a cacophony of banging has persisted for several days before finally subsiding. The sounds suggest that even the 17th floor has been breached. It is likely that there have been significant casualties. After all, this is the southern region where both the structural resilience of homes and the warmth of clothing are far inferior to those found in colder climates. On this particular day, the familiar sound of knocking resounded from below. It was Grandma Zhong. Given the inclement weather, her visit was clearly not for acupuncture. As old acquaintances, Grandma Zhong wasted no time in getting to the point. Xiao Jiang, we need to discuss something important with you. Noticing her wan demeanor and the worry etched across her face, Jiang Ning frowned and replied, Please go on. Grandma Zhong, visibly shaken, grasped her hand and choked back tears, saying, Xiao Jiang, you are truly our family's savior. If you hadn't advised me to apply the medicinal alcohol and wrap myself in a thick quilt to sweat, I would have frozen to death that night of the sudden temperature drop, and I would never have had the chance to awaken. I woke up just in time to avoid the clutches of death, trembling as I knocked on my son and daughter-in-law's door, urging them to dress my grandson warmly. Though the Zhong family was fortunate to have survived, many others were not so lucky. The floods and food shortages had already claimed numerous lives, and now many more have perished. Having lived a long life, Grandma Zhong never anticipated that the usually mild winters of the south would plunge to a chilling 26 degrees. The coastal humidity, compounded by flooding that reached the 6th floor, enveloped the entire city in an icy grip. The community is relatively old, with many elderly and children residing here, alongside university students renting nearby. Compared to the pre-typhoon days, it seems that only about 30 to 40% of the residents remain. Typhoons, floods, and extreme cold. What has become of our world? Jiang Ning, however, refrained from taking credit, asserting that she merely provided medical advice. It was Grandma Zhong who followed the doctor's instructions diligently. Grandma Zhong, however, held a different view. She had brought a can of fermented black bean fish as a token of gratitude, saying, "This was prepared by my daughter-in-law. It's a specialty from our hometown. Please, do try it. They can weigh about 3 to 4 pounds, a generous offering indeed." Although Jiang Ning had already stored quite a few cans of fermented fish in her space, Grandma Zhong was insistent, almost forcefully pressing it upon her, leaving Jiang Ning with no choice but to accept. Once the gift was accepted, Grandma Zhong continued to chat. "We consider ourselves fortunate. Not only have we survived, but we also remain free from frostbite or illness. It seems the neighbors next door have not been as lucky. Some have died from frostbite. And that girl surnamed Sue has had the audacity to come knocking for medicine. As if we have a surplus of medicine to spare. She has come several times already. Just yesterday, another person perished, reportedly from complications related to frostbite. It is indeed tragic, but what right do they have to compel the Zhong family for assistance? Let alone the fact that they do not have enough medicine to save themselves. The severity of the weather is no laughing matter. A mere cold could prove fatal." Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, pondering why Su Mengyao remained unharmed while others perished. She truly was remarkably resilient. Under normal circumstances, Grandma Zhong would not have come to seek Jiang Ning's counsel. Sighing deeply, her expression turned grave as she said, "Xiao Jiang, I sense something is amiss. This building is on the brink of a catastrophe." "What do you mean?" Iyank Ninginquiret. He Jian has been rallying the survivors to break into the homes of the deceased, confiscating food, clothing, bedding, and wooden furniture. While it is understandable that everyone wishes to survive, He Jian's methods are unethical. He distributes supplies based on gender, giving more to men while women receive half. If it weren't for the Zhong family's complete survival, they too would have been bullied. Despite the strength of the men in breaking down doors, women excel at locating hidden supplies, many of which are stowed away in unexpected places, unearthed by the resourcefulness of the women. However, their limited power renders them unable to resist. He Jian hoards the majority of the resources that should be shared equally, while the other men, content with meager scraps, remain silent. Yet, this is not the most terrifying part. He not only maintains close ties with the leaders of other buildings, but also collaborates with outside criminal gangs. Just yesterday, he took several young girls out, offering a pound of grain for each hour of their company, a truly inhumane act. The girl surnamed Yu was returned in a near-death state, bloodied and battered. She bartered her body for 5 pounds of rice, only to have He Jian claim half of it, leaving her with a mere 2.5 pounds to share among several others. How little sustenance can one truly glean from that? Jiang Ning was not surprised. After all, Yang Weizong had suggested she trade her body in exchange for goods in a previous life, only to be met with a rolling pin to the head. A lesson he never forgot. It was astonishing to see Yu Qingqing display such foolishness. Had Su Mengyao managed to escape this fate? Not yet. But her turn would inevitably come. Grandma Zhong was not merely there to gossip. She had heard troubling news. Outsiders had begun to enter buildings 18 and 19 to collect protection grain, demanding contributions from every household, with dire consequences for those unable to comply. He Jian's close affiliation with these individuals boded ill for the community. Protection grain? Jiang Ning recalled the previous life where such a tax was imposed, with each person required to provide 3 pounds of grain weekly, the repercussions for non-compliance being severe. Young men and women were taken away to amuse others, while the elderly and middle-aged sought ways to procure supplies. Of course, those who resisted could always leave, but the outcome would likely be death by freezing or starvation. Such nefarious acts were rampant, not only in the Jinrong community, but throughout the land. The government had sent police to crack down on these activities. Yet the criminals were well informed, playing a game of cat and mouse, hiding in the homes of survivors or returning only after the police had departed. The situation remained perilous. And the most unfortunate were the survivors. 2 households on the 17th floor had not endured the calamity, and the remaining families were considering relocating to Unit 1701, while another family sought to move into Unit 1702. It was clear that the Zhong family desired to be closer for mutual support. Although the apartment was not Jiang Ning's to offer, she felt compelled to advise them. You are free to reside wherever you wish, but you must consider the implications. It is not just this building that is at risk. People from other units are also eyeing our resources. If they decide to breach our sanctuary, the residents of the 17th floor will be the first to suffer. In these trying times, everyone faced hardship, and Jiang Ning could only look after herself. She was unable to extend her care to others. The Zhong family indeed sought protection, feeling that proximity to the 18th floor might afford them some safety amidst the chaos outside. Jiang Ning spoke plainly, prompting Grandma Zhong to chuckle awkwardly. Life and death are in fate's hands. I wouldn't dare impose on you young folks for protection. Moving to the 17th floor is merely for peace of mind. We won't trouble you. After exchanging pleasantries, Grandma Zhong took her leave. As Jiang Ning accompanied her to the stairs, she discovered an envelope on the steps. To Jiang Ning. It had finally arrived. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Ning retrieved the letter and tucked it into her pocket without glancing at it. She made her way to Unit 1803 to gather with others, sharing Grandma Zhong's concerns. Upon hearing of He Jian's heinous actions, Zheng Weili was incensed, exclaiming, "That beast deserves to die." "Zheng Jie, you are fierce and speak little," she responded. Yet in this cannibalistic world, eliminating one He Jian would merely give rise to countless others. One could not kill them all. Moreover, he did not force himself upon the attractive young men and women. Both parties willingly engaged, fulfilling their respective needs. What truly mattered now was the possibility of the outside gang storming in. Unlike the disorganized mob below, they were armed and dangerous. And even if one group were to be vanquished, another would surely take their place. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao exchanged worried glances, realizing the chaos unfolding outside. Should we consider moving? Jiang Ning inquired. Where would we go? Zhang Chao pondered. Perhaps the hillside villas? Setting aside the fact that the highest structure there was already submerged to the 2nd floor, was there truly any fortified glass or multiple stainless steel doors to assure safety? Even if there are others, will they not rush in? Zheng Weili declared fiercely, "If we do not move, I will fight to the death with anyone who comes. If we relocate, death will come even quicker." This was also Jiang Ning's decision. She had no intention of moving. She refrained from expressing her urgency. Her gaze fixed upon Hua Yishan. Hua Yishan wore an inscrutable expression. Residing on the 17th floor did not guarantee safety. If they insisted on staying, they could always fortify the stairwell with additional doors. It would not be easy for intruders to ascend. Zhang Chao's face was one of utter despair. Indeed, this was a battle of fortresses. To reach the 18th floor, one must first conquer the 17th, and additional layers of defense would facilitate a counterattack. We shall not move. We will fight to the death. Jiang Ning ardently concurred, understanding that it would be futile to be afraid. If they dared to come, they would retaliate fiercely. Her words were laced with a deadly intent. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were startled. Was this the Jiang Ning they knew? She appeared as cold as if she had emerged from a grave, the sight of her sending chills down their spines. Woof! Que les thought besite Jiang Ning. Baring her teeth in a fierce demeanor, those who cower are no better than fools. Let us act. With a shared resolve, they each began their preparations. Jiang Ning closed the door to her room and retrieved an envelope. I know your secret. If you wish to keep it hidden, meet me at Nui Cheng at 3 o'clock this afternoon. No one else can accompany you, or your secret will be exposed. The handwriting was hasty, clearly forged. They did not even dare to sign their name, yet they had the audacity to threaten her? Even a guess with her toes would reveal the culprit. Nui Cheng was less than 2 kilometers from Jinrong Community, a bustling marketplace for food, drink, and entertainment, though now much of it lay buried beneath ice. At noon, there was still ample time to make the rendezvous. The bitter cold necessitated sufficient energy to withstand the frigid temperatures, so Jiang Ning consumed 2 bowls of fragrant rice, a serving of steamed ribs, and a portion of stir-fried pork. Kayleigh, uninterested in dog food, drooled over the ribs, her eyes wide and pleading, as though protesting the discrimination against her status. Jiang Ning, recognizing her fault, promptly prepared a separate dish, swapping the stir-fried pork for crispy fried fish, which delighted the dog immensely. With the flood frozen outside and the cold exceptionally harsh, more individuals ventured out to seek supplies. Not only food was needed, firewood for warmth was in high demand. As survivors emerged, various crimes became increasingly rampant. Some were robbed before they could even leave the community. Others, having found scarce resources, faced the grim reality of never returning home. Jiang Ning hesitated to allow Kaylee to venture out into danger, but the dog clung to her pant leg, as if to say that her consent was necessary for any departure. Oh, was this a threat? With no other choice, Jiang Ning dressed her in a thermal suit, followed by a protective outfit, for any further attire would incite a commotion. The instructor was correct. The Malinois could swiftly adapt to any adverse environment, and in just a few days, its adaptability far surpassed her own. She donned a thermal suit beneath a bulletproof vest, topped with a polar weather coat. Whether it was the thermal suit or the extreme weather gear that worked better, her hands and feet remained warm. Thinking of the threatening letter, Jiang Ning retrieved a backpack and attempted to place Kaylee inside. The dog, a natural rebel, resolutely refused to be confined. Jiang Ning coaxed her. "We're going out to catch bad people, but only I can go. Otherwise, our food supply will be exposed, and you'll have to sneak into the village." Threaten her food supply? That was simply unacceptable. The dog instantly bristled, reluctantly crawling into the backpack. "Come on, caretaker, zip it up. If no one dies today, this matter will remain unresolved." Speaking of which, Kaylee had grown stronger. Carrying her on her back felt rather heavy. Descending the stairs, the entire building was eerily silent, devoid of any life. Upon reaching 1202, she intentionally slowed her pace, casting a meaningful glance around. Chapter 74, Negotiation. Though Nuicheng was only 2 kilometers away, the icy surface was treacherously slippery. The so-called snow boots were utterly ineffective. If pursued, not only would she be unable to run quickly, but accidents were also highly likely. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to rummage through her bag, retrieving ice skates to wear. The skates were slightly oversized, but with several pairs of socks, they fit just right. Jiang Ning had learned to skate, yet her southern upbringing left her clumsy. She wobbled her way toward the community exit. Before she could even leave, 2 men burst from Building 7, brandishing clubs and charging toward her. It was her own fault for being so conspicuous. The bright colors of her polar gear, designed for rescue situations, stood out even in the dreary weather. The 2 men, clad in layers of clothing that obscured their forms save for their greedy eyes, clearly intended to rob Jiang Ning of her attire. Unfortunately for them, the slippery shoes caused them to stumble spectacularly before they could reach her, leaving them in a heap as they clumsily attempted to rise. Once outside the community, Jiang Ning gradually regained her sense of balance, gliding swiftly toward Nuicheng. Along the way, she encountered several groups of survivors, who gazed enviously at her as she skated past in the snow. Incredible. In the south, how could anyone have such gear? They admired her while contrasting their own disheveled state. As she glided more smoothly, she soon reached Nuicheng. Jiang Ning changed back into her snow boots and released Kaylee from the backpack, heading toward the uppermost level of the shopping complex. Just months prior, the once vibrant marketplace was now desolate, littered with debris, and even splattered with blood on the walls. In this unfamiliar environment, Kaylee was particularly vigilant, leading the way as they cautiously advanced, ensuring there were no threats before allowing Jiang Ning to follow. Only 2 floors of Nuicheng remained above water. Jiang Ning found a hidden spot on the rooftop that provided a comprehensive view of the surroundings. The roads and nearby shops lay submerged beneath the water, with distant skyscrapers faintly visible. Scanning with binoculars, she detected no imminent threats. The bitter cold outside was palpable, especially when seated still. Each breath felt as though it were numbing her heart. This frigid weather must be below -30 degrees. Jiang Ning applied a heat pack to her feet and embraced a hot water bottle for warmth, instructing Kaylee to keep watch while she entered a meditative state. It was still early for the 3 o'clock meet. She had ventured out early to ascertain whether the individual threatening her had brought accomplices for monitoring or ambush. Nestled in a sheltered spot, she focused her consciousness on digging in her space, intending to plant peanuts. Kaylee, ever serious, remained watchful, intent on identifying and eliminating anyone who dared attempt to steal her food. Feeling mentally fatigued, Jiang Ning closed her eyes for a brief respite or occasionally observed with her binoculars. By 3 o'clock, there were no suspicious figures to be seen. Not even a ghostly shadow. Jiang Ning possessed ample patience. As 4 o'clock approached, Kayle emitted a low growl of alert. Through the binoculars, she discerned a shadow slowly moving across the icy surface. Bundled from head to toe, the figure was unrecognizable, but the direction of their approach provided a clue as to their identity. Jiang Ning glanced at her mechanical watch before concealing herself with Kayle. Even as she hid, she remained vigilant, instructing Kayle to guard the perimeter. The shadow cautiously ascended to the rooftop, eyes scanning the area. Upon realizing the emptiness surrounding them, the figure appeared momentarily stunned. Concealed in the darkness, Jiang Ning smiled, as if to say that everyone was capable of standing someone up. Let them wait patiently. She would see who truly was the anxious one. In this frozen wasteland, the cold gnawed at the very core of her being. No amount of layering could mitigate the piercing chill that felt like invisible needles piercing her body. Su Mengyao was on the brink of fainting from the cold, but was unwilling to concede defeat. It is utterly inconceivable. If Jiang Ning were not apprehensive about exposing her space, she would never have ventured out so early. The thought of her living so carefree, while Su Mengyao has to barter her very body for mere sustenance, fills her with an overwhelming rage. If only she could obtain the jade pendant, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament. Life has become unbearable. Yang Weizong is a spineless leech, relying on women for his survival. Despite having her as a girlfriend, he still resorts to sleeping with Yu Qingqing for food. After exploiting her, he shamelessly trades her for grain with other men. Just yesterday, he coerced Yu Qingqing into going out with He Xian to secure a meager 5 pounds of grain, leaving her battered and bruised. Yet Yang Weizong feasts on the provisions Yu Qingqing procured with her body, devoid of any remorse, and even begins to manipulate her mind, assuring her that next time, it will be her turn. Should she refuse, he will resort to drugging Yu Qingqing to achieve his aims. There is no escape. Su Mengyao is consumed with hatred. Yet she is acutely aware that without Yang Weizong and his ilk, her fate would be even more tragic. She cannot endure this existence for a single day longer. She is weary of the charade. She truly wishes to return home, to revel in sumptuous meals and indulge in a plethora of delightful new dresses. How she longs for this to be a mere dream, to awaken in her original world. Regrettably, it is a dream from which she shall never awaken. Tears threaten to spill, yet she fears they may mar her face. With no options left, she stubbornly waits in place, desperately anticipating Jiang Ning's arrival. Jiang Ning emerge slowly, sipping from her thermos, and upon seeing Su Mengyao nearly on the brink of collapse from the cold, she saunters out. Su Mengyao's eyes sparkle with hope. Jiang Ning. She knew she would be frightened by the prospect of her space being revealed. Observing Jiang Ning's pristine attire and self-assured demeanor, she cannot help but compare it to her own ragtag clothing, scavenged from the homes of the deceased. A thought that churns her stomach and haunts her dreams with visions of those who froze to death. In that moment, jealousy consumes her. If the space belonged to her, Jiang Ning's life would rightfully be hers. Purposefully distancing herself from Yang Weizong and the others, she resolves to succeed this time, regardless of the cost. The familiarity in Jiang Ning's tone, akin to greeting a dear friend, is astonishingly brazen. Is there something you need? With no outsiders present, Su Mengyao discards pretense. Opting for direct confrontation, I know you possess a space. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ning replies, how do you know I have a space? That's none of your concern. I just do. Given the situation, Jiang Ning has no intention of pretending. Yes, I have a space, but what of it? If others were to discover you possess a space brimming with resources sufficient for a comfortable life in this post-apocalyptic world, what do you think they would do?
And?
Jiang Ning, I harbor no ill intent. I genuinely wish to befriend you. Allow me to reside on the 18th floor, and I shall keep your secret. Just residing on the 18th floor?
Su Mengyao exudes confidence.
You have an abundance of resources. It is not unreasonable to share a bit with a friend, is it? How much do you want to share? Aware of Su Mengyao's obstinate nature, she adopts a strategy of retreating to advance. I am not greedy. I only wish to be well fed. First, she will secure her position on the 18th floor, garnering the favor and protection of Hua Yishan, and once her safety is assured, she can seize the space for herself. What Ishan is armed, strikingly handsome, and capable, coupled with her own space, she would thrive in this cannibalistic world. In time, she will make those who have wronged her pay tenfold. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ning is not as easily swayed. What if I disagree? Chapter 75. The Demise of the Campus Belle. The daydream shatters abruptly as Su Mengyao's fleeting illusions are dispelled. However, having summoned the courage to confront Jiang Ning, she has devised a strategy. You have so much. Why not share a little? It's far better than risking the discovery of your secret, which would lead to a swarm of people clamoring for it, and you could very well meet your end. Listening to her presumptuous reasoning, Jiang Ning cannot help but chuckle. No, you misunderstand me entirely. I possess a rather volatile temperament, impulsive and reckless, the type who would rather shatter than compromise. What can you possibly threaten me with? Coming here empty-handed? Su Mengyao's heart sinks, and she instantly becomes alert, feigning bravado as she warns, Jiang Ning, since I dared to invite you, I have contingencies in place. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you shall not leave here today. Jiang Ning finds amusement in her threat. Akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse, her spirit soaring. For a mere packet of instant noodles, you would go so far as to sleep with 2 or 3 men, yet you would threaten me as though you had hired a legion of thugs to ambush me? Their fees are exorbitant. I doubt you could afford their services even if you sacrificed an entire month of your time. This is not a matter of disdain for her fellow women. Rather, it is the stark disparity of power that forces many vulnerable women to rely on men to survive, securing the resources necessary to live. When survival is at stake, who cares for dignity? Jiang Ning has witnessed firsthand how a single packet of biscuits can be exchanged for a campus belle, with the choice of position entirely at the behest of the buyer. Does it evoke hatred? Indeed. Does it inflict pain? Certainly. Yet, it remains a voluntary choice. Should the belle refuse, the campus heartthrob would readily take her place. Pushed to her breaking point, Su Mengyao seethes with indignation. Jiang Ning, what is there to be so arrogant about? Is it merely because you possess a space? Without it, your life would be even worse than mine. You are but a cheat, thinking yourself so formidable. With your looks, you could scarcely trade for instant noodles. Forgive me, but I am indeed not as formidable as you. Anyone can part their legs. In my previous life, I lost my space and would rather starve than barter with a demon. Yet here you are, wielding your space as a means to exchange your body for resources, exploiting the very space to take from others. It is simply a matter of character. Jiang Ning scoffs. You must understand, the power to choose now lies with me. Gritting her teeth, Su Mengyao concedes. True, I did not bring anyone with me, but should I fail to return today, your secret will be revealed. Is that so? Knowing her selfishness and greed, Jiang Ning remains unperturbed. Don't tell me you've confided in Yang Weitsong or those other men. Su Mengyao is momentarily speechless. They not only share you with Yu Qingqing, but also send you out to barter. If you truly trust them, you would not have come here alone. Instead, they would have surrounded you, threatening you to surrender your space. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao remains oblivious to the fact that the space cannot be seized. As long as she does not enter it, no living being can trespass. Yang Weitsong is a parasite and selfish, but Su Mengyao is even more so. She yearns to steal the space, yet fears it may be taken from her. Thus, she would never divulge its existence to Yang Weitsong or the others. Exposed. Su Mengyao is consumed by fury. Jiang Ning, do not overestimate yourself. Try it if you dare. Very well. Jiang Ning laughs. Let us see what transpires. Su Mengyao's expression hardens. Fine, we shall see. At this moment, she cannot afford to show weakness. Once she reveals any sign of fear, she will have lost. With her back straightened, she warns, you will regret this. With that, she turns to leave. Jiang Ning remains rooted, watching her depart. Su Mengyao grinds her teeth in frustration. Since she has chosen to ignore her warning, she will ensure that everyone in Foam City learns of Jiang Ning's face, leaving her with nowhere to hide. With malicious intent, she quickens her pace down the stairs. Just as she reaches the stairwell, a dark figure lunges toward her.
Woof. Ah!
The heart already quaking with trepidation. Su Mengyao instinctively recoiled as an unknown entity lunged towards her, letting out a piercing scream. Thud! A searing pain surged through her, rendering her breathless. Lowering her gaze to her chest, she beheld a sharp blade piercing through her body from behind, crimson blood oozing forth. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to threaten me? A chilling voice resounded behind Su Mengyao. She opened her mouth in horror, yet no words escaped her lips. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Jiang Ning actually meant to kill her? I care not whether you have traversed realms, entered a book, been reborn, or are part of some system. Having descended to such a state, did you still fancy yourself a chosen one or possessed of 9 lives? Jiang Ning gripped the hilt of the knife, twisting it with brutal force before withdrawing it, blood dripping incessantly from the blade. Su Mengyao collapsed, her breath stifling as she desperately gasped for air. Her eyes bulging as if they would pop from their sockets, skeletal fingers reaching out towards Jiang Ning. You refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet dare to barge into hell. Jiang Ning's gaze was frigid. In the face of calamity, one must rely on their own abilities to survive. Yet you covet the possessions of others. Thus, I can only send you to your doom.
Ha!
What of her possessing space? She must have the capability to wield it. As for her identity, Jiang Ning felt no inclination to ponder. It was merely one of the scenarios she had surmised, and eliminating the threat was all that mattered. The frigid air, coupled with the substantial loss of blood, rapidly rendered Su Mingyao's body rigid, her eyes, wide as copper bells, never closing even in death. Though it was not yet 5 o'clock, the sky had already darkened ominously. Jiang Ning did not linger, descending the stairs with Keilei in tow. The dog, filled with defiance, cast a glance back, its fierce spirit undeterred, before hastening to catch up. After donning her ice skates, Jiang Ning glided towards home. Keilei, exuberant, sprinted alongside her. The 2-wheel drive could not contend with the 4-wheel. Keilei sped ahead, leaving the dog behind. Truly, the dog trained by Hua Yishan was a sight to behold. Its speed akin to lightning, its posture poised and graceful, the most striking creature on the street. Jiang Ning could not help but call out Keilei. The dog halted abruptly, turning to look, then without hesitation raced back, barking. It circled around Jiang Ning before dashing forward with incredible speed. As darkness loomed, the hour grew perilous. Groups of individuals loitered on the ice, their gazes filled with greed and malice as they scrutinized both Keilei and Jiang Ning. Any hint of isolation signified danger. The well-fed dog in this bitter cold incited criminal desires. Numerous individuals brandished concealed weapons, swiftly encircling Keilei.
Quickly seize it.
Chapter 76. Administering medication. The 4-wheel drive was stable. Yet Keilei executed devilish maneuvers, leaping and dodging, confounding them entirely. Their vicious intentions were not limited to the dog. They were ruthless enough to disregard Jiang Ning as well. Rather than retreat, Jiang Ning accelerated towards them. She skated swiftly, while the man wielding a steel pipe, clad in cotton shoes, struggled against the slippery ground. Refusing to abandon his pursuit, Jiang Ning zipped past. Before the man could raise his weapon, she zipped by like a bolt of lightning. With a thud, the man was sent sprawling, his thick hat doing little to shield him as a golf club crushed his skull. He collapsed, eyes wide in shock, blood gushing forth until he breathed his last. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Whether aimed at her or Keilei, she surged forward, the golf club whistling through the air. They were all mere robbers. To live only meant to prey upon others. After striking several heads, the girl clad in a red, frost-resistant suit had long vanished from sight before the others, who had closed in, realized the gravity of the situation. They assumed their slips were mere accidents, unaware they had lost their lives. Only upon inspection did they discover the truth of the shattered skulls. A young girl, and yet her strikes were so fierce? Astonishment flickered briefly, and the living quickly descended upon the deceased, stripping away their warm garments without a hint of remorse. Even while still bearing the warmth of the lifeless body, starved and desperate, their gazes towards the dead were fraught with complexity, swallowing hard as they resisted the final temptations, ultimately turning away with great difficulty. As for how long they could endure, even they were uncertain. Keilei, increasingly exuberant, stuck its tongue out. Watching its devoted owner chase after it, it suddenly skidded to a halt. Come on, come chase me. Just as Jiang Ning was about to catch up, it bolted away wildly. The girl and her dog chased each other, soon returning to the Jinrong community. After a leisurely outing, Keilei radiated vitality. its sleek muscles glistening as it pranced, exuding a vibrant energy. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of jerky before gathering her belongings and heading upstairs. Upon reaching the 12th floor, a staggering figure emerged suddenly. A near-fatal blow was barely avoided as she recognized Yu Qingqing, her face ashen, devoid of color, resembling a ghost. Jiang Ning immediately discerned that her days were numbered, her vitality all but extinguished. Whether it was Yang Weizong's adept flattery or her misguided belief in the ease of earning food, every hour's worth of labor had drained her, leaving her half-starved and burdened with the needs of Yang Weizong and others. Jiang Ning could not comprehend. Perhaps this was merely a symptom of severe romantic delusion. Even after a second chance at life, she felt fortunate to have awakened in time. Otherwise, she might have fared worse than Yu Qingqing. Jiang Ning, savez-moi. I beg you to help me. Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her body swaying precariously, her dull eyes holding the last flicker of light. Jiang Ning inquired. How can I save you? I am bleeding profusely and have a fever. Could you spare some medicine? I do not wish to die. Yu Qingqing struggled to remain upright, clutching the stair railing. Why seek me out? Jiang Ning's expression was impassive. Not a single grain of the food you earned has reached my lips. Whoever consumed what you earned, go seek their aid. Do not claim I lack medicine. Even if I did, I would not share it with you. Why should I give you anything? Because you are pitiable? Because you are obstinately foolish? I am not your parent, nor have I consumed or used anything of yours. Whoever has wronged you, seek them out. Your attempts to elicit sympathy from me are futile. With that, she continued her ascent. Wait. Yu Qingqing struggled to find her voice, gasping as she implored Jiang Ning, I am not resigned to this fate. I truly regret it. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have relinquished my food. Jiang Ning, please help me. I do not want to die like this, only to be thrown out the window by them. It seemed she understood more than anyone that her demise was inevitable. The thought of being drained dry was indeed haunting. Jiang Ning paused, reaching into her backpack and retrieving a package of medicine containing several potent sleeping pills, which she handed over. Handle it as you see fit. Yu Qingqing clutched the medicine tightly, enduring the pain in her body as she stumbled back towards 1202. How ironic. This was the very place she had rented, and now they awaited her demise. Given a chance to start anew, she would never have recklessly replied in the group chat, inviting a pack of wolves into her life. Yearning for home, for her parents, for her grandparents, for the meals they prepared, she lamented the lost opportunity. Truly, there are no pills for regret in this world. Gripping the medication tightly, Yu Qingqing made a decision. Upon reaching the 18th floor, the sound of thudding echoed through the corridor. Zheng Weili was practicing boxing, drenched in sweat. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were sparring with sticks, their clumsy antics amusing yet commendable in their earnest efforts to improve. Noticing her return, the two seized the opportunity to slack off. Ning, you went out? With a can of cola in hand, they took a stroll. How is it outside? Even clad in fur coats, they have yet to acclimate to the conditions. Since the arrival of the extreme cold, the furthest they have ventured is to the rooftop to gather ice and snow. It's quite lively out there, with numerous individuals obstructing paths and committing acts of robbery. Lu Yu froze in place, as did Zhang Chao. How terrifying. Will they perish if they go out? Nink. Are you joking? Sooner or later, we must confront this reality. Jiang Ning had no intention of concealing the truth, brandishing a bloodied golf club. What do you think? Lu Yu, frightened, clung to Zheng Weili. Wife, I am afraid. Zhang Chao, lacking anyone to hold on to, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The cataclysms of the apocalypse have transformed ordinary people into demons, let alone those who dwell in darkness. Granny Zhong's concerns are not unfounded. It is only a matter of time before the 18th floor becomes a target. They must hasten to grow stronger and not drag the 18th floor down. Then, let us continue our training. Chao, we can do this. After changing clothes upon returning indoors, just as she removed her bulletproof vest, the intercom crackled to life. Jiang Ning. Shall we practice today? Yes, I'll be there shortly. Today's outing had delayed Cola's training, yet this posed no challenge for Hua Yishan. He dressed Dodo in thick clothing, shoes, and socks, donning a windproof hat. Dodo, head to the stairs and watch Cola run. Okay, brother. After spending the entire day nestled in bed, Dodo was overjoyed to play with Kola. 2 hours of intensive practice left Jiang Ning drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. This exhaustion bore a delightful satisfaction. Moreover, she discovered that as her physical fitness improved, her control and awareness during training also expanded. Although she still moved at a snail's pace, progress was being made, and the future looked promising. Chapter 77. Anxiety Disorder. Ishin emerged to take over Dodo's role as instructor, observing that the team on the 18th floor was still sweating profusely in their training. Surviving is no easy feat, especially for the 18th floor, which has become a target in others' eyes. To safeguard their resources, even dogs are enhancing their combat capabilities, let alone humans. At that moment, he felt a stirring within him. Would you like to learn crossbow shooting? The members of 1803 were taken aback. Was 1801 speaking to them? Crossbow shooting? Did he intend to teach them? Oh my, how exhilarating. Their hearts raced. Zhang Chao reacted swiftly. Yes, yes, yes. Watching Ishin teach Jiang Ning reconnaissance techniques and engage in daily professional training had left them envious. Ishin, a former special police officer, was a professional in both offense and defense. A few of his pointers could surpass a month's worth of their haphazard training. Observing Jiang Ning, one could tell that during her childhood, when she and Luyu teamed up against her, although they suffered a devastating defeat, they could still withstand a few moves.
Now,
however, a single punch from her could send them both flying. As for Kola, the stray dog already possessed extensive combat experience, and now, undergoing rigorous police dog training, has reached an extraordinary level. Yes, they were somewhat weaker, yet still dignified. How could it be that they now fell short even compared to dogs? A disgrace, a humiliation. They had long been itching to kneel and beseech Ishin to take them as disciples, but lacked the courage to voice it. The reason was simple: his aura was overwhelmingly powerful, an aura that left them breathless. Despite their quest for supplies, his demeanor remained aloof and distant. He never wasted words. His forehead seemed to bear the inscription, "Do not disturb unless familiar." People are inherently different. Ishin's relationship with Jiang Ning was unique. But that did not imply he would extend the same consideration to 1803. Thus, despite their heartfelt yearning, none dared to broach the subject, nor even mention it to Jiang Ning. Now, however, he had spoken. Zhang Chao felt like crying. Was this his chance to cling to an influential figure? Luyu also felt emotional, constantly being bested by his wife. He wished to learn a few powerful self-defense moves so he could stand tall before her. Even Zhang Weili felt a stirring in her heart. In the realm of free fighting, she was confident she could knock Ishin out, but in other respects, this was an apocalyptic world. The harsh reality had transformed survivors into demons. What good would her strong fists do against others' crossbows? Or against their guns? Moreover, she harbored an ultimate dream of one day challenging Ishin. The members of 1803 spoke in unison, and Ishin nodded. Tomorrow. That night. The two men were so excited they couldn't sleep, sneaking under the covers to drink beer. Chao, why do you think Ishin suddenly changed his attitude?
Zen.
The 18th floor is now a prime target. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot possess superhuman abilities. Furthermore, he has a sister to protect. Only by strengthening everyone on the 18th floor can he ensure his own ease. Chao, we must strive to improve. Rain, let us emulate Ning. The two brothers chatted and drank, eventually losing track of time and dozing off. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Zhang Chao, jolted awake, cursed in frustration. Damn it. Another death. Lu Yu, groggy, climbed out of bed. Another day, another death. This is so annoying. Where are you going? To find my wife. Zhang Chao was wounded to the core. Yes, he was unworthy of having a wife. Next door, Jiang Ning was also awakened, discerning that the noise originated from several floors below. She turned over and continued sleeping. Kola at the door listened intently, confirming that no two-legged beasts were attempting to break in. Glancing at her owner sleeping in bed, she happily settled back into her own cozy nook. Early in the morning, there was a loud commotion on the 17th floor. The dog frequently listened at the door, feeling restless and compelled to fight. Jiang Ning opened the door to find Zhang Chao and Luyu practicing crossbow shooting in the hallway. Ishin's teaching is not the problem. It's your talents that are lacking. Zhang Weili indeed had talent, yet she was hot-tempered. What is wrong with you two? How many times must I teach you? You still can't hit the target. Even Cola aims better than you. Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter. It was inevitable. Each has their strengths. Zheng Weili was inherently athletic, excelling in physique, motion, speed, and agility compared to ordinary individuals, making it easier for her to grasp concepts. But as for them, one was frail, and the other weak. Their athletic prowess was already below average. That they had persevered until today was commendable. Hua Yixin was aloof, while Zheng Weili was impatient. Their circumstances were indeed challenging. I'll give it a try. In truth, she had long wished to teach 1803. But since it was Hua Yixin who had imparted the knowledge to her, it was inappropriate to do so without his consent. While they formed a team, who would truly lay bare their hearts to one another. Moreover, Hua Yixin's wariness was no less than her own. She had benefited from the exchange of teaching between the two children, which had brought her closer to him. In this apocalyptic world, survival talents were a rarity. Most were ordinary individuals like Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Their ability to persist was already commendable, with the 18th floor forming a team and a dog by their side. Jiang Ning's mindset had shifted from the anxiety and panic of her rebirth. However, Zheng Weili and the others were different. Their unease and fear deepened, leading to growing irritability. Jiang Ning approached them, patiently guiding them through each action repeatedly. A stern teacher does not necessarily yield exceptional students, but with years of training experience under her belt, Jiang Ning had her methods. Set aside your impatience and rebuild your confidence. As training progressed, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu focused, their movements becoming increasingly proficient, their aim sharpening. Zheng Weili expressed her gratitude to Jiang Ning. My hair has been falling out in clumps lately, and my temper is growing more volatile. Every time I lose my cool, I feel guilty, yet I can't seem to control myself. I'll ask Zhang Chao if there are any anti-anxiety medications. Jiang Ning offered her advice, recalling that they seemed to have gathered some insights, and emphasized the importance of being mindful of one's emotions. Zheng Weili, taken aback, asked, "Are you suggesting that I have anxiety?" Jiang Ning nodded, explaining that it wasn't just her. Many individuals grapple with this affliction. She shared that she too experienced it initially, but it was through the comfort of cola that she found her remedy. No wonder I felt so peculiar lately. Even my menstrual cycle has been erratic, Zheng Weili lamented, reminiscing about how her temper used to flare quickly, yet her mindset remained optimistic, unlike the pervasive negativity she now felt daily. As they conversed, a knock echoed from downstairs. Familiar faces appeared. Aside from Grandma Zhong's family, there was the family of the child who had visited due to stomach pains, as well as the former residents of Unit 1703. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zhong, who had been contemplating a move, was startled by the violent incident that had transpired next door the previous night. Upon waking that morning, her family decisively left. What a pity it was for such a demure and courteous young girl to have unwittingly invited danger into her home, ultimately paying with her life. The most terrifying aspect of a meek and honest person going mad is that the sustenance acquired through their toil cannot be enjoyed if life is lost. In her frenzy, she administered sleeping pills and water and fatally struck two individuals with a kitchen knife before meeting her own demise, her body cast out of the window. The room was drenched in blood, with a man wielding a knife, his demeanor frenzied and his gaze chillingly sinister. It was likely that he too had succumbed to madness. Grandma Zhong recalled him. He was the cheerful, handsome boy from the 8th floor, whose intentions were far from pure, relying on women for sustenance.
Now,
one had vanished without a trace, while the other lay slain by his own hand. The future remained uncertain for those who relied on him. Chapter 78. Shattering Glass. Grandma Zhong, aged and frail, could hardly withstand such shocks, especially since the madness was not confined to just him in the building. Thus, she resolved to move to the 17th floor. Although the 18th floor had also witnessed murder, it was an act of self-defense, a mindset far superior to that of others. The two families not only relocated their belongings, but also dismantled the stainless steel door, aspiring to fortify their sanctuary like the 18th floor, planning to install 3 doors along the staircase. Lacking tools, they sought assistance from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning refrained from speaking hastily, instead casting her gaze towards Hua Yixin and Zhang Chao. The space contained tools, yet they were not to be freely shared. Hua Yixin possessed a handheld impact drill, while Unit 1803 had some acetylene for welding. However, human greed is insatiable, and given their apparent intention to seek refuge on the 17th floor, extending a free olive branch could foster a sense of dependency. The 18th floor was no savior. It struggled to protect itself, let alone shelter others. Nevertheless, installing 3 additional doors on the stairway would benefit the 18th floor as well, providing precious time in case of an intrusion. The 18th floor communicated through glances, swiftly reaching a consensus. The impact drill was running low on battery and the acetylene supply was dwindling. Lending them was feasible, but when would they return it? Upon Jiang Ning's inquiry, the other 2 families found themselves at a loss for words. Grandma Zhong understood and proposed, "Little girl, we need to look out for one another as neighbors. These 2 items are indeed rather special. If we borrow them, we may not be able to return them immediately. How about we offer other items in exchange?" Jiang Ning agreed, suggesting they discuss it further. Ultimately, Grandma Zhong presented a bracelet, the Su family with a jade Buddha ornament, and Unit 1703 contributed a gold necklace. Jiang Ning accepted on behalf of the 18th floor, handing over the impact drill and acetylene to the 17th floor, while also dispatching Lu Yu and Zhang Chao for technical guidance, ensuring the doors were securely installed. Additionally, the 17th floor requested permission to access the rooftop to collect melting snow for water. The rooftop was communal, and it was unreasonable to deny them access, especially since the 2 floors had established a cooperative relationship. However, each ascent required opening a door, which posed a risk to the 18th floor. After careful consideration, Jiang Ning proposed that only one person could ascend at a fixed time each day at 4 in the afternoon, allowing them to coordinate who would come. Only one person? The 17th floor felt uneasy, but given the 18th floor's superior position, they reluctantly assigned the task to Zhong Ping. Once the staircase doors were installed, Lu Yu returned with 3 keys, making future comings and goings considerably more challenging, requiring passage through 6 barriers. Furthermore, the 17th floor provided a skateboard, and Lu Yu decided to donate the 3 pounds of iron nails he had to reinforce the doors, thereby enhancing their safety. Simultaneously, the Zhong family planned to gather firewood the following day. In the extreme cold, it was untenable to remain indoors without fuel. Despite having collected a substantial amount previously, it was quickly consumed from morning until night. Although they could manage for a while longer, the southern coastal regions lacked forests, and all the furniture wood that could be burned had been depleted. Survivors were left with no choice but to venture into the mountains for firewood. The hillside villa area was abundant with trees, yet it was too far to traverse in a day. Recently, Fengshan had become the place to be, and those who were quick would reap the rewards, while the slow would miss out. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, feeling a surge of danger, contemplated hoarding supplies. "And Ning, are you going?" Jiang Ning, feeling lethargic, opted to postpone the trip for a few days. Hua Yishan also declined to venture out for firewood. Unit 1803 mobilized its entire crew, with Lu Yu somehow acquiring a foldable mechanical saw blade, eager to showcase his prowess. Kola, yearning for adventure, found her efforts thwarted by the one responsible for her care. Awakening in the morning, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, watching as the members of Unit 1803 donned their gear and ventured out. It seemed they had overlayered their clothing, as they appeared unrecognizable beneath the heavy wraps. Suddenly, a few shadows darted from Building 8, fierce and menacing, intent on seizing Lu Yu's military coat. Inside the coat lay a fur-lined overcoat, and Lu Yu would not allow them to prevail. Armed with a wooden stick studded with rusty nails, he engaged in a fierce battle, roaring defiantly, "Come on. Those who aren't afraid of death. You scoundrels, do you think you can bully me just because I'm easy prey?" Jiang Ning, witnessing this from the balcony, couldn't suppress her laughter. Although Lu Yu had been the weakest in terms of physical ability on the 18th floor, the months of rigorous training had transformed him. Being at the bottom of the 18th floor didn't preclude him from being formidable outside. Just look at him, even a sick rabbit can bite back fiercely. He retaliated with such ferocity that he left the assailants from Building 8 dazed, lamenting their misfortune in encountering such a formidable opponent right from the start. After being struck by a woman's punches, they finally scattered in fear, fleeing from the devils of the 18th floor. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, even the most good-natured and optimistic individuals were driven to madness. Lu Yu, invigorated by his recent victories, felt a surge of relief. "Isn't just fighting?" I can do that too. After watching Unit 1803 depart, Jiang Ning returned to the living room to enjoy her breakfast of warm milk and bread. Cola's appetite had grown exponentially. After finishing her dog food, she still craved bread. Initially concerned about gaining weight and becoming clumsy, she discovered that she only gained muscle, her coat growing denser and shinier. Jiang Ning patted her belly, feeling closer to achieving her goal of defined abs. As the biting cold became unbearable, Hua Yixin suspended Daoda's lessons, freeing up time for Jiang Ning, who continued to read and cultivate the land, practicing with Unit 1801 at the appointed hour. Luyu returned a few days later, having cut the felled trees into manageable lengths and bound them with hemp rope for transport. The icy ground had caused him to slip several times, leaving him in a disheveled state. The trees, while frozen, were not entirely dried out, making them particularly heavy to drag. Seeing him return safely, Jiang Ning opened the door to assist, with Cola eagerly following suit. Daodu, not to be outdone, called out, "Sister, wait for me. Cola, wait for me." She donned a red winter coat, her hair styled into two adorable tufts, with her ears protected by soft wool, exuding an endearing charm. The window at the stairwell proved inconvenient for maneuvering, and with Unit 702 lacking any survivors, it was uncertain who had smashed the living room window. But it certainly made entry and exit much simpler. Jiang Ning felt a sense of aversion, yet as the 1803's firewood was fortuitously dragged over here, she had no choice but to extricate herself from 702. Despite her mental preparation, she couldn't help but cast a glance towards the distance, where an ominous pile of corpses lay. These were the deceased whose families sought to reclaim their bodies, yearning to bestow upon their departed loved ones a final semblance of dignity, while some, lacking in public decency, simply discarded them from the building. For instance, Yang Weizong had thrown Yu Qingqing, along with several accomplices whom Yu Qingqing had slain. One must admit, this scoundrel was remarkably fortunate to have survived such chaos. The firewood was heavy, and it took several trips to complete the task. Kale gnawed on a short branch, while Daodu opted for a lighter one, the two of them hopping about in a race for speed. The two-wheelers were no match for the four-wheelers, and Daodu even lost her earmuffs. By the final trip, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the biting cold intensified. Jiang Ning retrieved a stone from her space and hurled it forcefully at Yang Weizong's window. After months of training, her arm strength was formidable, and with daily practice in crossbow shooting, aiming was hardly a challenge. A tremendous crash echoed as the glass shattered. Yang Weizong was likely absent, for there was no response amidst the pitch-black surroundings. Others nearby heard the commotion but remained indifferent. In these times, murder had become as commonplace as daily meals, let alone smashing windows. As long as it didn't involve them, it mattered not who perished. Chapter 79, Distribution of Supplies. Upon returning upstairs, Zheng Weili intended to allocate a few pieces of wood to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning declined, stating that her clothing and blankets were plentiful, and her firewood consumption was relatively slow. They should take it back and stockpile it, assuring them that she would chop her own if needed. Understanding her character, Zheng Weili did not insist. Luyu knocked on the door of 1801, summoning everyone to gather once more at 1803 with good news. Many had ventured to Fengshan to gather firewood today and had indeed unearthed some uplifting tidings. The government was set to distribute supplies. Previously, due to flooding, not only had residents faced travel difficulties, but many government departments had also become incapacitated. Now, with the floodwaters frozen, despite the frigid temperatures, at least movement was once again possible. The government would commence the distribution of relief grain the day after tomorrow, providing £1 per week to residents who presented their identification at the original neighborhood committee location. While a pound of rice per week was indeed meager, the natural disaster had struck unexpectedly, submerging all supplies beneath the waters. Coastal cities, with their low elevations, were particularly affected. Even though the national grain reserves were situated at higher altitudes, the combined force of typhoons and floods had been overwhelming, and how much could be relocated in time? Fengcheng was home to millions. Even if more than half had tragically perished, there remained over 1 million survivors, making the availability of such a quantity of grain truly commendable. Furthermore, the government announced the invalidation of paper currency, with plans to introduce new denominations, temporarily shifting to a barter system. This news hardly affected the residents. as they had long spent whatever money they possessed. Instead, it was the opportunists profiting from the disaster who likely wept in despair. In addition to the grain distribution, the government also announced job openings, offering thousands of positions ranging from technical researchers to grassroots body recovery teams. Compensation would be in the form of food. Scarce technical personnel could earn 20 to 30 pounds of grain per month, while laborers at the bottom rung would receive 5 pounds monthly, albeit with lunch provided. Lu Yu joked, "Ning, should we apply for these jobs?" Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, "It's up to you, but I certainly won't." Skills were lacking, and 5 pounds of grain for a body recovery worker was scarcely enough to sustain oneself. However, combined with the weekly relief grain, it might barely suffice. Lu Yu jested that the task of the 18th floor was to safeguard their stronghold, not to scramble for a meager 5 pounds of grain. With prudent rationing, 1803 could endure for 2 years without issue. The government had transformed passivity into proactivity, with various departments actively combating the disaster, and perhaps conditions would improve in the future. There was no need for them to risk their lives for such trivial sustenance. Besides, earning a living did not guarantee the ability to spend it. Thus, the entire 18th floor embraced a laid-back attitude, rejecting competition for jobs with others. As Jiang Ning was leaving, she noticed a wound on Zhang Chao's hand and inquired with concern what happened. "Nothing serious. We were just targeted by several groups while felling trees at Fengshan. They not only attempted to steal our firewood but also our steel saws, but we managed to fend them off." The outside world was chaotic. It was dangerous even to venture out alone, let alone in groups of 3, as one could easily fall prey to scheming individuals. He and Lu Yu had been cutting wood while Zheng Weili kept watch, and even then, they had been targeted. Jiang Ning wished to offer some words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss for what to say. After all, this was not just the norm, it was bound to become increasingly brutal. On the day of the relief grain distribution, Zhang Chao arrived early to knock on the door. Jiang Ning, wishing to avoid the long queue, said, "You all go ahead. I'll stay behind to watch the house." Consequently, the residents of 1803 went to the neighborhood committee early to line up. The resilience of humanity's spirit is truly beyond imagination. Secluded at home, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, permeated by the eerie silence of human death. However, when the relief grain was distributed, the scene transformed into a bustling crowd. They left early in the morning and returned past 1 in the afternoon, extracting bags of rice from their thick clothing. The new rice was mixed with broken grains, and to prevent others from fraudulently claiming it, one had to present their identification in person to receive their share. The atmosphere was chaotic, yet with armed police stationed. No one dared to misbehave at the grain distribution point, though the perils outside loomed large. Thieves were resurfacing, and there were those who would snatch and run. In the quest for extra rations, human ingenuity knew no bounds. The individuals ahead of Zheng Weili in line had even brought their elderly mother, over 80, wrapped in thick blankets to conceal her. Yet, just moments before receiving the grain, she passed away. The family erupted in grief, blaming the government's policies for the loss of their long-lived elder. The uproar attracted a throng of onlookers, murmuring about the government's inhumanity and rallying for compensation. A grain distribution volunteer approached, uncovering the blankets to inspect the elderly woman, whose body had already stiffened considerably. "I apologize, but I previously worked in a hospital. This lady did not just pass away. Her time of death was at least 24 hours ago." The spread of malevolence must not be tolerated. Thus, the qualifications of the troublemakers to receive grain were promptly revoked. As the instigators began to protest, they were met with the cold glare of a firearm. This was no longer a peaceful era. The police would indeed pull the trigger. Lu Yu cautioned Ning, "There are pickpockets and robbers everywhere. Once you receive the grain, hide it well and don't let anyone near." There were indeed thieves lurking at the entrance of the community, but since he and Zhang Chao both carried weapons, they dared not approach. Jiang Ning noted, changing into appropriate clothing and intending to leave Calais in 1803, only for it to stubbornly latch onto her pant leg, determined to venture out.
No.
Outside there are those who wish to feast on dog meat. Upon hearing this, Calais' bright eyes dimmed, and it lowered its head in silence. Jiang Ning crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head in a gesture of comfort. Daodu opened the door and exuberantly dashed out, exclaiming, "Sister, let's go." Jiang Ning frowned and turned to Huaishan. asking, "Are you taking Dadu out?" "Yes, just to see the outside world." "Alright, gaining experience and knowledge is beneficial. Everyone must grow up, especially in the apocalypse, where early maturity is crucial. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Jiang Ning had little to say, yet Kayleigh's eyes sparkled with excitement. If even little Dadu could go, why couldn't it? Ultimately, to prevent it from causing havoc outside, she had no choice but to find a rope to tether it. The free-spirited dog felt humiliated being tied. Yet Kayleigh endured it, for the one tethering it was its owner. Thus, Jiang Ning led her dog, while Huishan took his sister, descending the stairs toward the neighborhood committee. The committee was not far off, approximately a kilometer away, but the icy ground made their progress slow. Jiang Ning's concerns were not unfounded. Before stepping out, she had deliberately stripped Kayleigh of its fur coat, yet it still managed to attract the attention of everyone around. They had encountered dogs before, but never one as robust and strikingly beautiful as this. Its stature was regal and imposing. How outrageous! Is there no sense of justice left? Damn it, are they not going to let anyone live? In the face of the avaricious, hungry gazes, the dog exhibited no fear, returning their stares with fierce intensity. The young woman holding the leash appeared formidable, and the man beside her bore a resemblance to a stoic deity, his gaze seemingly lethal. They were likely part of a nefarious gang. Otherwise, how could they afford such a dog or even dare to take it out for a stroll? Just look at the extraordinary aura it exuded. Merely making eye contact sent chills down one's spine. It is quite simple to ascertain if they are involved in illicit activities. Just observe the dogs they keep. This commanding presence indicates that the dog is emboldened by its human companions. Best not to provoke them. Chapter 80. The Mischievous Child. In an instant, many onlookers harbored ill intentions, yet none dared to act. Dodo, thrilled to be out, was positively elated. Grasping her brother with one hand and her sister with the other, she paid no heed to the biting cold, hopping about with uncontainable joy. Most residents had come early to collect their rations, and by the time Jiang Ning and Huishan arrived, the queue was not very long. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, it was their turn to provide identification and address information, confirming their identities before receiving the provisions, which required them to bring their own bags. Jiang Ning held a flour sack, which, weighing just a pound, was not substantial. Noticing that both the instructor and Dodo had bags, the anxious Kola, glancing left and right, became frantic, whimpering. It wanted to queue too. Why was it left out? Jiang Ning chuckled. "You're a dog. There are no relief rations for you." "Why not?" Kola huffed, glaring fiercely at the volunteers. "I may be a dog, but you aren't acting human." Upon encountering such an attractive dog, the volunteers felt their hearts melt, astonished that such a splendid creature could thrive in this environment. Not only the volunteers, but even the police maintaining order couldn't resist casting several longing glances. In the past, their police force had a dog that, unfortunately,
Was no longer with them.
perhaps this is the allure of dogs. They possess an innate ability to draw people closer. Once they received their rations, everyone carried one back. Upon seeing Dodo with her provisions, the envious Kola insisted on grabbing a bag as well. Noticing its despondence, Jiang Ning relented and handed over the sack. With the bag clamped in its mouth, Kola's mood brightened, trotting alongside Dodo with a cheerful bark. As they walked, two children playing on the ice suddenly dashed towards Dodo, snatching the bag of provisions from her hands and fleeing. Dodo fell to the ground, landing heavily on the ice. Kola reacted swiftly, launching itself at the child with the bag. The child was knocked down, and the sack tumbled to the ground. Dodo, undeterred by the fall, scrambled up and rushed to confront the thief with a flurry of punches.
How dare they take her things?
With a couple of strikes aimed at the child's face, the child wailed in pain. Kola seized the pant leg of another child, determined to protect its friend. Remembering her brother's words, Dodo was furious and showed no mercy. With the dog's assistance, Dodo not only fiercely retaliated but also reclaimed the bag of provisions, her face flushed with anger. "If you dare take my things again, I'll make you regret it." Huishan observed the scene, without intervening. Jiang Ning, both amused and exasperated, understood why Dodo had been brought out. It was a form of entrapment. "What are you doing?" A woman in a cotton coat rushed over, shouting indignantly. "They're just children. How can you bully them like this? Is there no justice left?" Hua Yixin remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Unfortunately, the woman remained oblivious, continuing her tirade and even attempting to grab Dodo, only to be deterred by the snarling Cola. Look! Even the dog is bullying people. Someone come and arbitrate. Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked the woman, sending her sprawling to the ground. As she attempted to scream and throw a tantrum, a sharp blade suddenly pressed against her neck. It seems you've forgotten that not everyone is a child, since you incite them to steal. Don't blame us for administering discipline. Adults often underestimate children's ability to discern danger, and many parents exploit this vulnerability, sending their offspring to commit illicit acts. Even if caught in the act, they can easily dismiss it as mere childish folly, urging others not to take offense. If a child sustains injuries, they may even attempt to extort compensation. Don't question her understanding. She had encountered this in a previous life, and not just once. What incitement! You're truly vile. The child didn't act with intent. The woman, a picture of fury, retorted, "Your daughter and dog have beaten my son to this extent. If I don't receive an explanation, don't blame me for contacting the authorities." Before she could finish, Jiang Ning thrust the knife forward. Rather than targeting her heart, she aimed at her side, drawing the blade sharply. The thick cotton coat tore open, and the stuffing spilled out. The woman's face turned pale with terror as she collapsed onto the ground. "If you fail to discipline your child, my actions won't only be limited to tearing clothing." The woman gaped, speechless, while the two children trembled in fear. Dodo picked up the fallen bag of provisions, glancing at Hua Yixin with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Brother, I won." Hua Yixin patted her head. "Yes, you reacted quite swiftly." Having subdued the trio, Jiang Ning chose not to linger and led the group back toward the community. Dodo and Cola trotted ahead, while Hua Yixin and Jiang Ning followed behind. He inquired, "Are we going to cut bamboo tomorrow?" Jiang Ning, puzzled, replied, "But bamboo doesn't burn well. We need to craft 3 more crossbows. Bamboo arrows are consumables and must be prepared in advance." Taking precautions, Jiang Ning had no objections. "No problem." Hua Yixin intended to continue speaking, but Cola suddenly broke free from its leash, nearly tripping Dodo. Cola, recalling its owner's instructions, stealthily entered the village, avoiding any gunfire. With its tail tucked and shoulders hunched, it discreetly moved in another direction. After spending time together, Jiang Ning recognized the signs of an impending attack from the dog. Puzzled, she followed its gaze. In the distance, numerous people were clad in thick clothing, making it impossible to identify them. Taking out binoculars to scrutinize, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. "You and Dodo head back. I have something to discuss with Cola." Without waiting for Hua Yixin's response, she hastened to catch up to the dog. Cola remained discreet, while Jiang Ning wrapped her face to conceal all but her eyes, trailing behind the 2 men ahead. They maneuvered through the crowd and crossed the street, entering an abandoned office building. Cola's eyes gleamed with intensity as it climbed the stairs quietly, glancing back to ensure Jiang Ning kept pace. "Hurry up!" Jiang Ning was unhurried, observing her surroundings as they ascended. Upon reaching the top floor, she needn't worry. The keen-sensed dog led the way. Inside the office, muffled, unsavory sounds could be heard. Jiang Ning quietly took her position by the window, witnessing one individual pinned to a table. Cola's eyes widened, poised to charge in. Jiang Ning swiftly covered its ears and eyes. "Don't look, it's too vile." After about 2 minutes, just as the man was about to engage in a final confrontation, a sharp knife pierced his chest. "Ah!" He screamed in agony. Yang Weizong remained oblivious, clutching his own hands tightly. He regretted this. He truly did. Had he known this was the end of the world, he would never have confessed to Su Mengyao, and Jiang Ning would not have abandoned him. He could have resided on the 18th floor, becoming part of their group, enjoying a life of luxury without worrying about resources, rather than selling himself for a pound of flour and becoming a mere tool for others' amusement. In just a matter of months, all those who once attended his birthday celebration had perished. Su Mengyao had died, Yu Qingqing had died, and so had Jian and the others. Yet, he was unwilling to embrace death. How could he rekindle Jiang Ning's love for him? Chapter 81. The School Hunk's Demise. In the past, Yang Weizong would have been utterly confident. A girl like Jiang Ning, who had emerged from an orphanage, was easy to manipulate. She was desperate for affection and security, highly sensitive, and he would simply need to apply the right pressure. With his handsome features, he could lure her with a mere beckon, presenting her with gifts and even offering himself eagerly. What had happened to Jiang Ning? In the past, she would accept gifts without hesitation, even going so far as to rent a place and purchase expensive AJ sneakers without batting an eye, all to pursue him. Such a lovesick woman could turn on a dime, transforming as if she were an entirely different person.
Suddenly, Yang Weichong retailed Sumengyao's ambiguous remarks,
which hinted multiple times that Jiang Ning seemed to have changed completely. Was it possible that she had truly become someone else? With natural disasters and apocalyptic events occurring, what was truly impossible? Lost in thought, he failed to notice the unusual behavior of the man before him, his mind consumed with thoughts of Jiang Ning's secret. If his conjecture held true, wielding this information would ensure his prosperity. His neck felt damp. No, there was a metallic scent. He reached to touch it, discovering his hands stained with blood.
Ah!
He screamed in shock, recoiling in terror. As a body crumpled to the ground, a woman clad in a red extreme cold suit stood before him, her icy eyes the only visible feature. Yet, Yang Weichong still recognized Jiang Ning. That bloodied Tang Dao belonged solely to her. Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind? After the initial fury, shame flooded over him, his face burning with embarrassment as he wished he could vanish into the ground. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. You seem rather unfazed. Before Yang Weichong could regain his composure, the rabid canine, Kele, lunged at him, viciously tearing at his face. You filthy creature. Did you incite the owner to sell you off to the dog meat restaurant? Yang Weichong cried out, his face drenched in blood as he pleaded. Jiang Ning, get this beast away from me.
Beast?
Jiang Ning scrutinized him. It's far more human than you, and it certainly doesn't live off others. The owner of the dog remained silent, while Kele continued to bite. I mean what I say. It will bite you every time it sees you. Yang Weichong struggled in vain. It was you. You killed Su Mengyao. It was indeed me, but what of it? Jiang Ning commanded Kele to stop. Don't speak as if you have clean hands. Wasn't it you who stabbed Yu Qingqing? With a desperate instinct for survival, he trembled, blood congealing on his face. You're not Jiang Ning. How so? You are a soul borrowed, possessing Jiang Ning's body. Have you read too many novels? Don't be absurd. I know you are not her. Yang Weichong's tone was resolute. I know her well. You are nothing but an impostor. To think you are so astute. Jiang Ning did not deny it. Indeed, the real Jiang Ning has been dead for some time. I am not her. With a calm smile, she regarded him. Covered in blood, Yang Weichong could not discern her enigmatic expression, feeling a sense of triumph at the confirmation. I can keep your secret. What are your terms? I want to access the 18th floor and be with you. Is that all? You must share half of your supplies with me. Are there any other conditions? Certainly. I want to move in first. I need to win her back and fully integrate into the 18th floor life. Rest assured, if you agree to my terms, I will keep your secret safe, not uttering a word to anyone. However, I do not trust the living. Yang Weichong was taken aback. What? Before he could finish, a sudden pain surged through his chest. Yang Weichong's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated her abrupt betrayal. Only the dead can truly keep secrets. So much for being the school hunk. Apart from his looks, he was utterly worthless. The moment the illusion of love shattered, Yang Weichong was left with nothing but despair, having squandered his worth and met a tragic end. With the blade drawn, blood splattered. Had it not been for his desire to test if he knew about the space, he wouldn't have wasted a single word. As it turned out, Su Mengyao had indeed kept her lips sealed, revealing nothing to him. This group was finally wiped out. As long as vigilance was maintained, the secret of the space would remain undiscovered. In response to his demise, Kele still felt unsated, lifting its paw to urinate on his face. Jiang Ning. TSK, even more vengeful than her. One must never offend the dog lord. After urinating, Kele continued to tug at the other man's belongings. The scene was unseemly, prompting Jiang Ning to look away in silence. Kele persistently rummaged through, dragging out a bag of food and a glistening gold bar. The food weighed about 5 pounds, all freshly harvested rice. The gold bar weighed roughly half a pound. In the pre-apocalypse world, it could fetch a significant sum. The dog presented the items to Jiang Ning. Here, owner, I've turned in my rations. Jiang Ning tossed the items into the space without addressing the scene, leaving with Kaylee. Death was a daily occurrence, and with corpses littered everywhere. Who would care who had killed whom? The sky began to darken, with impending dangers lurking as darkness approached. Turning back onto the main path, she was surprised to find Huaishan still there, holding Dodo's hand against the biting wind. His deep gaze met hers, a hint of a smile gracing his stern features.
Sister.
Dodo waved excitedly and Kaylee bounded over, nuzzling against Dodo.
Jiang Ning opprotset puslet.
Didn't I tell you to leave first? There's no harm in returning, just enjoying the fresh air. Fresh air? That frigid wind could be deadly. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands together. Let's go, it's almost dark. Each took a dog and slowly made their way back to the community. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1803, hoping Zhang Chao and Luyu would construct a sled. She had no desire to run outside daily for firewood. A mere pretense would suffice, allowing her to remain indoors and be lazy. Thus, she intended to not only bring back bamboo the next day, but also devise a plan to procure firewood. A sled? Luyu exclaimed, for Kaylee? That works. After all, the dog food can't be wasted. As long as it can breathe, it must work. In this apocalypse, it was only fair that Kaylee contributed to the labor. Democracy, where humans and dogs stand equal. Chapter 82. Sledding. Upon learning it was for the esteemed dog, Zhang Chao and Luyu became excited. They had never seen a sled, but they had seen pictures. With a bit of tinkering, they might just be able to make one. Kaylee, you're impressive. Even able to pull a sled. The bewildered dog responded. What is a sled? No worries, as long as the owner believes you can, then you surely can, woof. Noticing the table piled with cut steel panels, Jiang Ning inquired, what are you doing with these? Luyu boasted. Ning, take a guess. I won't guess. Just confess. Jiang Ning raised her fist playfully. Zhang Chao chuckled and explained, with those nefarious gangs from outside trying to extort protection rations from the community, they're armed, and we are but flesh and blood. So, I discussed with you about making a few bulletproof vests. This revelation opened Jiang Ning's eyes. She had not expected their sense of crisis to be so acute. Those steel panels wouldn't stop bullets. Even if they can't stop bullets, they can cushion the impact. Who knows, if a bullet happens to hit, it might just save a life. Ugh, don't say such ominous things. Observing their tenacious struggle for survival, Jiang Ning felt a sense of comfort, her heart undeniably steadier. Upon learning that she was to accompany Huaishan on a bamboo-cutting expedition the following day, Zhang Chao and Luyu expressed their desire to assist. However, the present circumstances were far more perilous than before. The 18th floor required vigilant guardianship, and it was evident that Zhengweili alone would not suffice. Rest assured, you may venture forth. Whoever dares to seize our supplies must tread over our corpses first. Jiang Ning wished to temper the dramatic tone, yet if the 18th floor were truly breached, those who sought to survive would find no mercy from the assailants. Zhengweili remarked, and Ning, remember to knock on our door when you head out tomorrow. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning returned to her own abode. With both Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao deceased, she prepared a modest feast of 3 dishes and a soup to commemorate, not forgetting to pop open a can of pineapple beer. Were it not for their incessant nagging, I would have relished the chance for those two to truly grapple with the apocalypse. How fortunate they are. She set an alarm for 7 o'clock and drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. Recalling Zhengweili's words, she rapped on the door of room 1803. In a mere night's time, a sled had indeed been crafted, constructed from aluminum tubing to minimize friction, with both ends curved, resembling a small vessel. Furthermore, Zhengweili had brought over an autumn garment. To be precise, it consisted of 2 pieces, sandwiched around a thin sheet of color-coded steel, meticulously stitched together. Surprisingly, it felt quite substantial in her hands, particularly with additional steel plates reinforced at the heart, significantly enhancing its impact resistance. A Ning, the outside is perilously dangerous. Wear this when you go out. It may offer you some protection should you encounter peril. She had initially intended to make one for Kaylee, but time was of the essence. No need to rush. Everyone on the 18th floor has one. However, I am uncertain of Huaishan's size. Perhaps you could inquire? Why should I ask?
Jiang Ning questioned perplexed.
You could simply broach the subject yourself. Zheng Weili countered. Isn't it apparent to anyone with eyes? What is there to conceal? At that moment, the door to room 1801 creaked open, and Dodo emerged, rubbing her eyes. Sister, we are leaving. Jiang Ning, pressed for time, refrained from asking further questions, hastily changing her clothes and gathering several belts and ropes. Kailei, fearful of abandonment, not only followed closely but also clutched a piece of rope in its mouth. Come on, caretaker, help me tie this rope. Since Hua Yixin was taking Dodo for a walk, she had no reason to leave Kailei behind, and thus, she resolutely brought it along. Upon reaching the 17th floor, they coincidentally encountered the Zhong father and son exiting with a machete in hand. They too were headed to Fengshan to gather firewood, allowing the four of them to depart together. Jiang Ning, unwilling to squander Kailei's talents, set about loading the sled downstairs. I seem to lack the skills for this. Zhong Ping volunteered. Although he was unfamiliar with sledding mechanics, he possessed a keen understanding of physics and knew how to optimize their efforts while minimizing friction. After a moment of contemplation, he secured the belts around Kailei, suggesting minor adjustments to the sled that would allow for greater ease in hauling larger loads of firewood. As he explained the modifications to Jiang Ning, Zhong's father became intrigued, remarking, when we return, you should find a way to build one as well. It will save more effort in the long run. Though they had no dog at home, they could certainly utilize a person in place of one, far more efficient than carrying everything on their shoulders. While his son had crafted a pulley system, it had unexpectedly frozen and jammed. The prowess of a dog, however, was truly commendable. The Malinois, bursting with vitality, dashed forward as soon as the harness was fitted, resembling a small cannonball in motion. Dodo, startled, quickly sprinted after it, calling, Kailei, wait for me. Thus, the Malinois, with its remarkable stamina, raced forward with abandon across the icy surface, gracefully navigating around the occasional frozen corpses. However, it was unaware of Fengshan's location, making it easy to lose its bearings. Jiang Ning lamented its poor memory, recalling the last time they had hunted pigs there. Not only were there pigs, but also wild hares. Receiving this cue, the dog promptly adjusted its course, arriving at the foot of Fengshan within half an hour. They arrived quite early, with no sign of life at Fengshan. The bamboo groves lay halfway up the mountain, and Jiang Ning, unwilling to waste time waiting at the base, urged Kailei to ascend with her. Bamboo is not particularly hardy when burnt, and survivors would prioritize cutting down trees. In a short span, the trees at the mountain's base had already been stripped bare, and they often encountered frozen corpses, those who had perished while defending their firewood or had been ambushed in turn, their bodies encased in layers of ice, exuding an eerie aura. Yet, what choice did they have? Without firewood, they would succumb to the cold, and survivors had to risk their lives to gather it. The path up the mountain was treacherous, with snow compacted into ice, and dragging the sled consumed considerable time before they finally reached the bamboo grove. The trees higher up had succumbed to the frost, their branches adorned with ice and snow. Clad in thermal gear, she felt warm enough, yet her hands, feet, and face were genuinely cold. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands together, contemplating retrieving an electric saw from her inventory to swiftly clear the bamboo grove before retreating to the warmth of her bed. Alas, the risk of encountering others on the mountain deterred her. Instead, she picked up the steel saw Lu Yu had given her and settled down to saw slowly and methodically. Using the steel saw required finesse, otherwise, the blade could easily splinter. With only this one saw at her disposal, a mishap would spell trouble. Not everyone possessed a machete or a butcher's knife, most wielded mere kitchen knives. Indeed, it was often said that even striking a clove of garlic could shatter a cheap blade. Jiang Ning crouched down, first shattering the ice clinging to the surface of the bamboo, then began to saw slowly. Kailei appeared to worry that the bamboo might topple and crush its caretaker, leaping up to cling to the stalk. Irritated by the disruption, Jiang Ning pushed it away. No need to assist. Just stand guard nearby and ensure no one cracks my skull. The dog, intent on multitasking, refused to abandon its post, insisting that clinging to the bamboo would suffice for both tasks. Should you not vacate the premises, be wary, for I might sever a piece from your abdomen. The psyche of the wounded canine aches. Jiang Ning meticulously sawed 2 lengths of bamboo, deftly removing the branches with a knife. Each segment cut to approximately 2 meters for ease of transport. At this moment, survivors had begun to ascend the mountain. Ah, a dog. Initially taken aback, they swiftly approached, their excitement morphing their voices. What a plump dog. Fat dog Kale woof. It's not fat, it's muscle. Pure muscle. Noticing that the bamboo grove only housed a single female, seemingly youthful, wielding a steel saw, their excitement intensified. Acquiring the steel saw would alleviate their future woodcutting woes. And this hefty dog, easily weighing 60 to 70 pounds, was nothing but succulent meat. As they observed the approaching figures, their greedy gazes exposed, Jiang Ning nonchalantly drew her tang sword, offering them a gentle smile. Can you guess why I alone can keep such a fine dog? Her words rendered them momentarily speechless. Indeed, many had perished from hunger. How could she maintain such a robust canine? Jiang Ning remained silent, merely smiling at them, her grin foreboding. Her icy gaze scrutinized their physiques, seemingly deliberating which part might be the most succulent. Her eyes, brimming with murderous intent, surveyed her prey, instilling a sense of dread within them. Is this a venomous demon? My canine companion is rather discerning. It consumes only legs, and they must be fresh and warm. The dog assumed an aggressive stance, its powerful chest muscles bulging, baring its teeth with an aura of violence. Woof. Indeed, I only feast on legs, the kind that still bleed. Dare to challenge me? The crowd was struck dumb. This fearsome beast had been bred on legs. Some trembled uncontrollably. Just as tensions mounted, 3 men passed through them, each brandishing a knife, striding directly towards the fierce woman. The tallest among them holding a small girl, no more than a few years old. Bro, you guys are incredibly brave, daring to provoke a venomous beauty. They anticipated a brawl, hoping to seize the opportunity for themselves. Idealistic hopes clashed with harsh reality, expecting a fight, ideally one that would leave both parties incapacitated. They were taken aback when the leg-obsessed beast not only refrained from barking but also wagged its tail at them. However, the 3 men turned in unison, standing resolutely beside the woman, their cold eyes sweeping over the onlookers. Ah, pardon intrusion. With reluctance, the crowd dispersed like birds fleeing a predator. Dodo clung to the dog, a hint of grievance in her demeanor. Kale, you didn't wait for me. Kale nudged her gently in a show of comfort. Observing Jiang Ning chopping bamboo, Zhongfu questioned, Little Jiang, bamboo is hollow and burns poorly. We ought to fell trees instead. I'm too weak to move trees. Bamboo will suffice. Besides, bamboo is less likely to be snatched, don't you think? Zhongfu pondered this, finding some validity, yet sensing something amiss. Felling trees separately posed significant risks, thus the Zhong family stayed close to the bamboo grove for mutual support. With only one steel saw, Hua Ishan resorted to a machete. The hollow bamboo yielded easily to his swift strikes. With just a few blows, the bamboo fell, proving much quicker than using a steel saw. His efficiency in chopping bamboo was formidable, far surpassing Jiang Ning's capabilities, who would need to take her time. As more individuals ventured up the mountain, envious gazes multiplied. The portly dog, the steel saw, and the pretty young girl held their attention, with some watching openly while others lurked in the shadows, all seeking opportunities. Kale activated its canine radar, accurately detecting the ill intentions surrounding them. Baring its teeth, it assumed a combative posture, ready for confrontation. Dodo, not to be outdone, mimicked its stance. Be fierce. Brother said that as long as I am fiercer than everyone else, no one will dare bully me. Thus, she unhesitatingly emulated Kale, baring her tiny teeth. Her attempts at ferocity drew derision from the dog, as she failed to replicate even its fur's appearance. Straightening her back, she bared her teeth, attempting to embody ferocity. Fierce. Do you understand what it means to be fierce? This was merely cute. It would invite someone to devour her whole. Kale's patient guidance proved futile. Dodo's jaw ached from her efforts. Ultimately, she conceded defeat. She opened her backpack and withdrew a watermelon knife, the very blade that had cleaved its way from Saigon Street to Square Street. With the knife in hand, she transformed into a fierce entity, coldly surveying those loitering near the bamboo grove. Dodo swung the knife down, severing a sapling in half. Those with ulterior motives pondered, what is happening today? Each encounter grows more formidable. Are even children this ruthless now? We can't afford to provoke them. What a pity for the delectable dog meat. Had they been able to savor just a taste, they would gladly embrace death. Chapter 84. A Stealthy Assault. Despite Jiang Ning's industriousness, she recognized the dog as a trustworthy companion, yet she still refrained from fully relinquishing her guard. Frequently, she would turn to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. Upon turning back, she was startled to see Do brandishing the watermelon knife. Oh, that little rice ball has learned to wield a knife. She instinctively glanced towards Huaishan. Did you teach her? Huaishan did not deny it. Is there a problem? No, not at all. It's quite commendable. The apocalypse compels growth. From typhoons to floods and the bitter cold, many innocent children have indeed learned the art of wielding a knife. Dodo could not afford to lag behind. Losing meant the Grim Reaper's scythe would come knocking. Simple and brutal, yet undeniably effective. She swiftly chopped the bamboo, cutting it into equal lengths to bind them together with rope. Dodo volunteered to drag the bamboo back, and Huaishan truly secured several segments for her, ensuring she wouldn't tire halfway through. Brother, I can drag it home. The mountain was crowded, with some children clad in tattered rags. Yet all wielding knives and laboring to gather wood, she knew she must strive harder in her well-fed attire. Dodo was resolute. She would not be a burden to her brother. Having prepared the bamboo, Huaishan inquired of Jiang Ning, "Do you need firewood?" The space was ample with firewood, but it was challenging to retrieve it without a clear path. "What about you? Just a bit?" Thus, they worked together to fell a pine tree, intending to split it upon their return. Any more would be impossible to carry. The Zhong family members each felled a pine tree, but even dragging it back would be a Herculean task. After all, they were researchers accustomed to office work, ill-suited to manual labor. Ascending the mountain was arduous, yet descending proved even more treacherous. The snow had compacted into icy shards, and should one slip, both person and timber could tumble down the slope, possibly losing their lives in the process. The group proceeded cautiously, assisting one another, laboriously making their way downhill. Dodo wielded the watermelon knife at the forefront, while Kaylee brought up the rear to guard against ambushes, their teamwork seamless. Jiang Ning felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Natural disasters had transformed the young ones into resilient beings. Safely reaching the base of the mountain, Kaylee instinctively brought the sled over. "Come, fill it up." Witnessing its boastful demeanor, Jiang Ning indeed filled it to the brim. A piece of timber was placed at the bottom, and bamboo was stacked atop. Due to the freeze-drying process, some moisture had been extracted. Jiang Ning added her share as well. "Let us go." Kaylee engaged its four-wheel drive, yet found itself immobile. What a useless creature. But having boasted, it resolved to drag the load back, even if on its knees. Dodo tugged along 3 bamboo segments, pulling the rope forward. The ice surface was slick, somewhat strenuous yet manageable. Huaishan bore a load of firewood on one shoulder, while his other hand dragged a hefty bundle of bamboo tubes, maintaining an upright posture as he walked. The Zhong father and son looked on, feeling a sense of inadequacy. This young man was truly remarkable, excelling at everything he undertook. The dog, once again spurred into action, surprisingly started moving with ease. Turning his head, he noticed the one responsible for cleaning up was pushing from behind with considerable effort. In an instant, adrenaline surged within him, and he pulled forward with determination. One pushed, the other pulled, drawing envious glances from onlookers. This dog was splendid, far less labor-intensive than raising a child. Lowering his gaze to his own wasteful pet, he realized it paled in comparison to even the neighbor's dog. Fengshan lay several kilometers from the residential area. They took breaks to conserve energy and even snacked along the way to satiate their hunger. After resting for about 10 minutes, they resumed their labor. In a moment of distraction, Daodu slipped and fell. Huaishan set down his burdens and rushed to assist his sister, while Jiang Ning, ahead, exerted herself to push the sled. Suddenly, the 3 men trailing with firewood charged forward, 2 wielding knives and 1 brandishing a brick. The knife wielders headed straight for Huaishan, while the one with the brick lunged at Jiang Ning. She was a few meters ahead, and Huaishan sensed the impending danger without turning around. He swiftly delivered a kick that sent one man flying. Quickly, he pivoted and cleanly snapped the neck of another assailant. Jiang Ning felt the sudden rush of wind behind her and instinctively drew her knife to counterattack. The blade pierced flesh with a sickening thud. Simultaneously, the brick came crashing down towards her forehead. Jiang Ning dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the blow, though she succeeded in evading it. The sound of the brick shattering echoed ominously. It did not strike her head, as Ho Ishin had used his shoulder to absorb the impact. His actions widened her eyes in astonishment. The Zhong father and son, hearing the commotion, hurried over with their knives, inquiring if everything was all right. Ho Ishin grunted in response, assuring them he was fine. Jiang Ning regained her composure, questioning if he truly was unharmed. Dressed warmly, he should have escaped any fractures. With two men down in an instant, the one who had been kicked was now pale with fear, scrambling to escape. He was not alone. A woman nearby also fled. Clearly part of the same group, Jiang Ning took off in pursuit, deftly retrieving her boning knife mid-stride and flinging it with force. The man, heavily clothed, was struck by the knife and sent crashing to the ground. Jiang Ning closed the distance, her cold gaze fixed upon him. The man, in a panic, pleaded, "It was a misunderstanding. We meant no harm." They had merely intended to rob, unaware of the formidable nature of their opponents, who killed without a second thought. "If it was unintentional, then it was deliberate," she retorted. "Beautiful lady, I was wrong. Please spare me. I have a wife and children at home." Jiang Ning had no time for his desperate blubbering and swiftly sent him to meet his fate. "Who doesn't have children to care for?" she scoffed. "If I were to die today, what would happen to my cola?" The woman, witnessing her partner's demise, rushed over, clinging to him and hurling insults at Jiang Ning. "You beast! Murdering without blinking! Is there no law?" she wailed. "Wake up, darling. Don't die." Her cries were filled with despair, desperately holding onto the lifeless body. "Law?" Jiang Ning found the notion amusing. "You ought to understand the law before attempting to ambush us. You haven't even lost a hair on your head. Must you be so ruthless in killing? Oh, so it was our fault for not being slain by you? What absurd logic is this?" The woman attempted to continue her tirade, but Jiang Ning silenced her with swift resolution. "Since you are a married couple, you should be together in death." The woman's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Jiang Ning was truly capable of murder. Her mouth opened in protest, but the cold air rushed in, rendering her speechless, her body stiffening rapidly. The suddenness of the event startled other passers-by, some aghast at Jiang Ning's mercilessness. One elderly lady, valuing her life, interjected, "Young girl, while their ambush was wrong, you are unharmed. Killing them is too harsh. They didn't even wield a knife against you. And they have elderly and children to care for." Others remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Did she not realize they were a gang intent on murder and theft? Jiang Ning found it laughable. "If I don't kill her now, shall I wait for her to return and seek revenge? You can't be so cruel as to eradicate them entirely. If the knife hadn't struck you, you wouldn't know the pain." Jiang Ning shot a cold smile at the elderly woman. "I see you, too, have elder and young ones to care for. Do you love meddling so much? Would you like to die as well? I can assist you.